I, a mere worthless being? Absolutely not. In this world, no one can remain perpetually on the losing side. My name is Tao Yuan, derived from the character for source, which signifies an unending flow. At this moment, I have resolved to grant myself a positive psychological affirmation. The enchanting allure of my peach blossom eyes bestows upon me the art of illusion, adept at crafting phantoms to bewilder others. Yet I am even more skilled at harnessing this ability for self-motivation, weaving splendid dreams for myself through these illusions. Firmly believing that I am indeed a one-faking genius. I wield the extraordinary power of a-level illusions, and as the possessor of the peach blossom eyes, I have never entertained the notion of forever being overshadowed by those endowed with S-level abilities. What is even more astonishing is my unexpected revelation that this world is but an unfinished novel. I, once merely a side character who had never graced the main narrative, now find myself on the precipice of change. Perhaps I can. Tao Yuan hereby declares, I am an undeniable genius, destined to become the bearer of S-level abilities, rendering you all mere spectators gazing up at my retreating figure. The world is resplendent and magnificent, and I shall ultimately radiate our own brilliance within this vast expanse. Mother, I miss you. Mother, I'm sorry for disappointing your expectations. I have come to seek you. On a mountaintop, a young boy choked back sobs before a gravestone, wiping away his tears, raising his hand to swallow a handful of sleeping pills, one by one, until he finally succumbed to slumber, embraced by the gravestone. As twilight descended, the lifeless body trembled suddenly, standing upright after a brief moment. Where am I? What has happened to me? Damn that reckless driver. I stood at the crosswalk for a full minute waiting for the green light, only to be struck by a car. At least I realized before my demise that the vehicle was rather expensive, and my feet hadn't even crossed the line. With surveillance cameras on the road, me family shall never suffer again. Ouch, ouch, ouch. The boy suddenly clutched his head, overwhelmed by pain, collapsing to the ground as darkness clouded his vision, regaining his senses after a considerable time. Have I traversed into another realm? A world brimming with extraordinary powers. Hundreds of thousands of years ago, history fractured, and the world underwent tremendous upheaval, giving rise to countless brilliant stars. This realm bears a striking resemblance to the world of yore. Yet every individual has become an ability user, awakening their powers upon reaching 18 years of age. Abilities range from F to S levels, with the majority being A-level, while a select few possess the extraordinary talent of level powers. A-level users toil diligently each day to sustain their families, while level users excel in mainstream schools, serving as the bedrock of various fields. Level individuals are rare, emerging only a few in each county annually. They are favored by fate and can easily integrate into any imperial faction, destined for achievement if they are willing to exert effort. Ascending further, we encounter A and S levels. A-level individuals serve as direct leaders across various domains, each possessing formidable strength that commands respect. Once an A-level user emerges, they receive imperial protection and nurturing. As for S-level users, their emergence provokes relentless pursuit from rival empires, who will exhaust all means to obliterate them. S-level users cannot be viewed through the lens of ordinary perception. The strength of an empire is often gauged by the number of S-level users it possesses. Consequently, most S-level geniuses perish amidst imperial strife. To safeguard these talents, once an S-level user appears, they are directly cultivated by the upper echelons of the empire. Yet excessive protection hinders their growth, instilling fear of facing peers of equal standing. Each empire grapples with this conundrum. As dusk deepened, Tao Yuan rubbed his still sore head, the overwhelming memories from the fusion of two souls causing a throbbing ache. The name of this body mirrors my own Tao Yuan. Yet, it seems the original owner lacked the fortitude to withstand pressure, failing to gain admission to an ability high school, and due to familial circumstances, contemplated suicide. Such a pity. There must have been tremendous grievances endured. I shall now tread the path meant for both of us. I will care for my younger sister for 3 years. Once she comes of age, I shall relinquish my responsibilities. Tao Yuan's murmurs seemed to resonate with the remnants of the previous soul, tears streaming down his cheeks involuntarily. The throbbing in his head dissipating entirely as the memories seamlessly integrated, the last vestiges of the original soul fading into oblivion. all memories neatly organized. Tao Yuan felt a slight headache after reviewing them. A gambling father, ailing mother, rebellious sister, and a shattered past. Through the memories, he learned that the original owner had frequented night entertainment venues to support the family, leveraging his striking appearance and an innate charm that evoked sympathy, yielding substantial rewards. Yet, without exception, these gains were consumed by his father's gambling, with even the funds meant for his mother's medical treatment seized by creditors. Gambling was akin to a bottomless pit. Even a single night's earnings of 1,000 could not offset the losses. After enduring a year of suffering, his mother succumbed to illness a few months prior. The father had even pawned the entirety of their possessions for gambling, and today he remained at home, poring over grades. Originally an exemplary student, he had been beaten into unconsciousness by debt collectors, missing a day of examinations. Determined to persevere, he attended the subsequent day's test, but inevitably, due to his absence, he forfeited the opportunity to attend the only 3 ability high schools in the city, regardless of his high scores on the following day's assessments. Where there's a will, there's a way, especially in this world, where abilities dictate one's future. There remains a chance. Given the circumstances, I ought to eat first. While the dusk had yet to fully descend, Tao Yuan rose, leaving the gravestone behind as he descended the mountain. The family home has been mortgaged. All valuables lost. My father has vanished to escape debt, and with a rebellious sister, I can only reside in a rented space in the city. The original owner understood that given their family's predicament, it was impossible to rent accommodations in the major city to facilitate his high school studies. Thus, he had preemptively secured a rental near the Ability University through connections at the night entertainment venue, paying a year's rent in advance. Now, having failed to gain admission to high school, and with all possessions seized by creditors, he still possessed the rented room, thus avoiding the fate of homelessness. The ancestral home lay in close proximity to the mountain, almost adjacent to the road. Tao Yuan summoned a ride on his phone, merely needing to step to the roadside as the vehicle approached. As he passed by his old home, he spotted a striking girl with a high ponytail standing at the entrance, her furrowed brow betraying her agitation. Upon noticing Tao Yuan, she rushed over, confronting him with indignation. Tao Yuan, why has the house been sealed? Where's Dad? And your calls go unanswered. Let me tell you, I got into the best high school in the entire Cliff City. Tao Yuan ignored her, sitting on a small stone by the roadside, awaiting his ride. From the original owner's memories, he gleaned that his sister looked down upon him, feeling shame for his nightly escapades in entertainment venues. Speak. I'm asking you a question. Don't think I'm unaware I checked your exam number 2. With your scores, you can't get into any ability high school. Truly foolish. From now on, when you're out, don't claim to be my brother, nor associate with this family. I can't stand it for another moment. Thankfully, you were adopted and not my real brother. Tao Yuan, unable to bear her incessant nagging and the humiliating insinuations, finally began to empathize with the original owner's plight. Chapter 2. The rebellious sister. It was only when she declared that he was adopted and not her biological brother that Tao Yuan could no longer contain himself. Grasping her shoulders, he demanded, "Clarify your words. What do you mean by adopted? I have lived in this family for 14 years, since the day I was born. Our birthdays are on the same day. By what right do you claim that I am adopted?" Unfazed, Tao Yao casually brushed off his hand, unperturbed by his aggression, and arrogantly replied, "It seems you are still in the dark. Father, hasn't he told you yet? Very well, let me enlighten you, you foolish brother. 15 years ago, a prolonged war shattered countless families, and my mother, seeing your plight, chose to adopt you. But a fool is still a fool. You had such excellent grades before, I always suspected you were cheating. Now, with the high school entrance examination upon us, your true abilities have been exposed, spending your nights in entertainment venues. Its no wonder your friends call you pretty boy. 15 years prior, Tao Yao's parents had been a hardworking family, laboring daily yet living contentedly. However, 5 years ago, her father, led astray by bad company, succumbed to gambling, swiftly dragging their once prosperous household into ruin. Initially, it was small amounts, but soon it escalated to tens and then hundreds. Gambling rarely yields victory. And her father, too, lost everything, abandoning his wife and daughter. Overwhelmed by grief, her mother's health deteriorated, and she ultimately succumbed to the sorrow. The departure of her parents profoundly transformed Tao Yao's character. After witnessing her brother frequent nightclubs, She resorted to either striking or scolding him, while the original owner of this body, who had loved his sister dearly, merely laughed off her reprimands. He could not, however, overlook her reckless behavior, as he grasped the depth of the original owner's obsession. It became evident that she occupied a significant place in his heart. Had he known earlier, he would not have taken on the role of guardian for 3 years. Do you wish to know? She continued, let me tell you, our family has lost everything due to your father's gambling debts. He has fled, leaving us with nothing. This revelation struck Tao Yao like a bolt from the blue. Her eyes widened in disbelief as she stared at Tao Yuan, kicking his foot in protest. In a way, father is not that kind of person. Even if he has fallen into gambling, he could never abandon me. You must be lying. Tell me you're lying. She clutched his shoulders, shaking him insistently, unwilling to accept such a grim reality. I have been abandoned. Tao Yao's father had once been a responsible and caring parent, treating his wife and children with utmost kindness, especially Tao Yuan, whom he regarded as a son. Otherwise, the Tao Yuan who had traversed into this world would not have believed, upon reviewing the original owner's memories, that Tao Yao's parents were indeed his biological ones. A taxi soon arrived, honking twice as it pulled up to the designated spot, revealing only 2 youths waiting. Even seasoned drivers hesitated, unsure if these were the passengers they were meant to pick up. Driver, wait a moment. I'll be right there. Upon seeing the taxi, Tao Yuan greeted the driver and attempted to free himself from Tao Yao's grasp, only to find her holding onto him tightly. Where do you think you're going? She demanded. Why should my destination concern you? You have never treated me as your brother, so why should I care about you? Tao Yuan retorted, shaking off her hand and stepping into the taxi. Seeing her brother settle into the car, Tao Yao followed suit. Why are you coming along? This family is already broken. We are going our separate ways. Pushing him aside, she instructed the driver to leave, disdainfully telling Tao Yuan, You sit over there, I think it is you who should get out, he replied. Given that they entered from the same door and the other side was occupied by oncoming traffic, Tao Yuan had not anticipated her following him. He leaned against the door, leaving them uncomfortably close. You claim you don't want me to care about where you go, so why should I care about your actions? Tao Yao shot back defiantly. After uttering this, she turned away, staring out the window in silence. Tao Yuan paid her no mind. Initially, he considered kicking her out of the car but thought better of it. It would be too cruel. Despite having a few friends, she could hardly expect to stay with them indefinitely. She was homeless now, with no proper place to go. If what she said was true, her parents had cared for her for 14 years. They should at least assist their daughter in her time of need. After all, they were siblings, and Tao Yuan also turned to gaze out the window. The vehicle sped along, and neither spoke unnecessarily as they traveled. Once he disembarked, Tao Yao followed suit. Tao Yuan ambled leisurely into a supermarket, utilizing the last of his 51 yuan to purchase some food, selecting a modest quantity of vegetables and meat. After paying, he was left with merely 5 yuan. Gazing at the meager sum left on his phone, Tao Yuan heaved a heavy sigh. Thankfully, he had purchased a bag of rice and some condiments for his rented accommodation, or else this money would hardly suffice. It was evident that the original owner had been prudent, foreseeing the drastic changes gambling could bring to one's character, and had wisely stocked up on non-perishable food. The 51 yuan in his pocket was earned the previous night as tips at the entertainment venue. His good looks had helped him sell drinks and earn 1,500 yuan. After spending over 300 yuan on essential items for his rented space, he had bought rice and seasonings the night before and even thoughtfully acquired a gas canister. The remaining money was swiftly depleted by taxi fares and his father's gambling addiction, who had taken 1,000 yuan from him, even as he prepared to flee, coupled with travel expenses from his hometown to the larger county. He was left with only 51 yuan, not even affording a large bag at the supermarket, carrying all his groceries back to his rented room. Tao Yao trailed closely behind him, grappling with the reality of her father's abandonment. Deep down, she still wished to believe otherwise, but she had come to accept the truth. Regrettably, she had revealed to Tao Yuan that they were not siblings by blood. She followed him closely, mirroring his every turn. If you don't hurry up, considering how our parents raised me for so many years, I'll let you stay for a while, in light of his promise. Tao Yuan realized that the first trouble he encountered in this new life must be resolved quickly. Once he earned some money in a few days, he would leave. If Tao Yao's father could abandon them, so could he. Tao Yao hurried to his side, snatching the groceries from his hands and defiantly stating, Who asked you to take care of me? Tao Yuan was too exhausted to argue, He felt as if his head were spinning. The day had been overwhelmingly transformative, traveling through time, mourning at a grave, dealing with a rebellious sister and an absent father, none of whom were his biological family. Fortunately, he had only experienced a single day of this turmoil. It was unimaginable how the original owner had endured an entire year of it. "This is Shanyan High School, right? Are you buying these groceries because you rent a place nearby?" he asked, his attention momentarily diverted. That moment, Tao Yao's anxiety began to ease slightly. If he indeed rented a place here, she would have somewhere to go after school and during breaks. Chapter 3. Shanyan High School. Shanyan High School is the dream institution for all junior high students in the city of Shanyan. It has produced numerous C-rank ability users, with occasional appearances of B-rank ones. The city has gained fame due to Shanyan Academy, attracting some B-rank ability users to return and contribute, thus transforming the city into a renowned metropolis. Equipped with every conceivable amenity. As for why Shanyan Academy boasts so many C-rank ability users, it is primarily due to the abundance of exceptional students, leading to the occasional emergence of gifted ability users. The Empire's data analysis has unveiled a correlation. Students with stronger physiques and learning capabilities tend to possess more formidable abilities. While this assertion may not be entirely infallible, it holds considerable truth. Taiyuan had no inclination to explain this to her. Once they reached their rented accommodation, everything would become clear. The closer they drew to Shanyan Academy, the cheaper the goods became, an inherent characteristic of a prestigious high school. It was evident how challenging it was to secure housing near the academy. The supermarket was not far from the rental property. The reason for their winding route was that Taoyuan was unfamiliar with the area, having only visited this place a second time. Upon realizing he had taken a wrong turn, he naturally adjusted his direction. Tao Yao, suspecting Taoyuan was deliberately toying with her by taking a convoluted route, nearly lost her temper, but in truth, he had been innocent of such intentions. What should have taken a mere 300 meters ended up taking 10 minutes, but at last, they arrived at their destination. He retrieved his keys and unlocked the door. Tao Yao rushed in first, inspecting her surroundings. She touched the floor, noting its cleanliness, and after removing her shoes, she ventured further inside. "Is this your rented room? It's so tidy. 2 bedrooms, 1 living room, 1 bathroom, and 1 kitchen. How long have you been renting it? Why should you care? I won't be staying long anyway," Taoyuan replied, following her in after changing his shoes. Due to the summer heat, he wore sandals, allowing him to keep pace with Tao Yao more easily. This sister, who had unwittingly taken on the role of a guest, still failed to recognize the gravity of the situation as she wandered about the room. Taoyuan felt an overwhelming urge to reprimand her. After placing the groceries down, he flopped onto the sofa, pondering what to do next. "What am I going to do now? I have nowhere to go. No money, and working at entertainment venues is not a viable option. I can only rely on that as a temporary measure. I must continue my studies. Without becoming a powerful ability user, no amount of money will ever truly belong to me." As these thoughts swirled in his mind, Taoyuan felt a wave of frustration wash over him. "How am I supposed to survive like this? I was hit by a car and transported to another world. Yet, I don't even have a golden opportunity, and now I have a burdensome sister to deal with. I can only endure until I turn 18 and awaken my abilities to turn my fortunes around." Piqiao unreservedly occupied a room, asserting that an elder brother is akin to a father. Even though he wasn't her biological sibling, her parents had raised him for quite some time, and Taoyuan chose to ignore her. After lingering inside for a while, she felt a twinge of hunger and stepped outside to address Taoyuan. "I'm hungry." "Then cook for yourself. Why tell me?" Taoyuan retorted, expressing frustration at her complaint about hunger. Although he usually prepared meals at home, there was no rule mandating that he must do so. Whoever felt hungry should simply take the initiative to cook. Annoyed, Piqiao dashed back into her room and shut the door, waiting for him to coax her. If she were the original owner of this body, she would have sought his comfort, but he was no longer the original owner. Whether he ate or not was of no concern to him. After a brief moment, the clock struck 7 in the evening, and feeling a hint of hunger himself, he collected his thoughts and rose to prepare dinner. Unbeknownst to him, a fleeting glimmer of peach hue flashed in his eyes. With deft hands and feet, he quickly whipped up 3 dishes and a soup: shredded pork with green peppers, stir-fried greens, scrambled eggs with tomatoes, and a soup of shredded pork. Just as he finished and was about to eat, Piqiao emerged, serving herself a bowl of rice and sitting across from him. Her dining demeanor was quite refined. Taking small bites of her meal, Tao Yuan refrained from interrupting her. After all, he had prepared 3 dishes and a soup, and they were meant for both of them as he neared the end of his meal. Piqiao still had some rice left. The silence in the room felt somewhat stifling, and Tao Yuan wished for his sister to swiftly recognize the reality of their situation. "Oh, foolish sister. What will you do without me in the future?" "Humph, my dear brother, I will be living at school once classes commence. I plan to earn some money during these few days. Prices are much lower within the school. Completing high school won't cost much at all. You should worry about yourself, brother, since you didn't perform well on your exams. Those who benefit from others are often lenient." Piqiao refrained from uttering any harsh words, in a world perpetually at war. Children had no choice but to mature early. It was permissible for youths of such age to take on part-time jobs. "Tao Yuan, I reviewed your grades. There are several subjects where you scored 0, yet others where you excelled. What are your thoughts? Show some respect and call me brother. As for my thoughts, I have my own methods. You can wash the dishes. I'm going out for a stroll." "Brother, I'm sorry that I shouldn't have opposed you all the time. Please forgive me." Tao Yuan had already exited, paying no heed to her words. His priority was himself, and he was contemplating his own strategies. He stepped out, finding the area near Cliff Academy to be quite pleasant, bustling with activity even as night approached. Nearing 9 o'clock, he wandered to the riverbank, sitting on a bench by the water, idly picking up stones from the ground and tossing them into the river. One of his methods of releasing his pent-up emotions. An elderly man seated across the river observed him with keen eyes, mimicking his actions by picking up a stone and expertly deflecting one of Tao Yuan's thrown stones before sending a card flying toward him. Tao Yuan caught it with surprising steadiness. Astonished at his own ability to do so, it was evident that the old man had assisted him in this feat. "Child, are you interested in joining Cliff High School? If so, you can use this card and your person to register when school starts," the old man declared before departing, confident in his assumption that Tao Yuan would be intrigued by Cliff Academy. Upon closer inspection, the elderly man wore a technologically advanced wristband that displayed comprehensive information about Tao Yuan, his examination scores, family background, and details about his parents. Essentially, apart from mundane matters, the wristband contained any information he might desire. It was precisely this data that led the old man to be so certain. This youth was still 2 or 3 years away from awakening his powers. Yet he already harbored spiritual energy within him. Though minimal, it was indeed present. How intriguing! He was truly a rare talent capable of an early awakening. Tao Yuan regarded the card in his hand. It appeared to be an ordinary card at first glance. However, given the old man's precision in deflecting the stones, he concluded that the man was indeed an ability user, lending some credibility to his assertion. "Have I encountered a significant figure?" Generally, such assumptions pertain to exceedingly powerful beings. He could try using this card later. At worst, he would be expelled, but he would not suffer any loss. As he turned to head back, an ordinary person armed with a knife suddenly appeared beside him and lunged towards his heart in full view of onlookers. "What the hell? Why attack out of nowhere?" His pupils constricted in alarm. In that critical moment, instinct surpassed reason. Tao Yuan raised his hand and deflected the dagger. However, the assailant emitted no signs of spiritual energy, yet he was evidently a trained assassin, adept in combat. How could a mere ordinary person disrupt his aim? The assassin, appearing anxious, relinquished the opportunity to pierce Tao Yuan's arm, fixating solely on his heart and brain. Unable to secure a swift victory over his heart, he shifted his focus to targeting his brain. In a life-or-death scenario, a peach glow flickered in Tao Yuan's eyes, momentarily stunning the assassin. The dagger gleamed ominously just a centimeter from his gaze, the cold glint palpable. Swish! A sharp spike pierced the assassin's skull. The one who intervened being none other than the elderly man from earlier. Sensing the commotion after his departure, he investigated and discovered the assassination attempt on the talented youth he had taken a liking to. Furious beyond measure, he could not fathom anyone daring to harm a student of Cliff Academy in its vicinity. The spike swiftly ended the assassin's life. Such assassination attempts were commonplace, with each empire deploying agents to infiltrate enemy territory to eliminate all prodigies. Some were ability users, while others were mere ordinary folk, though the latter typically held little value. If one possessed extraordinary talent, they would never be sent out as assassins. If they later rebelled, the consequences would be dire. Had the assailant been anything but an ordinary person, even a modicum of spiritual energy would have prevented the assassin from approaching Tao Yuan. "Are you all right, MM?" Tao Yuan nodded, still a bit shaken by the earlier knife attack. "Let us head back. Remember to report to Cliff Academy when the time comes." "Understood." Tao Yuan was eager to leave. He had just sensed a change in his own eyes and wanted to understand this transformation. He promptly agreed and started to retrace his steps. "Wait, I just realized that I mistakenly gave you the wrong card earlier. It was merely an ordinary card. Here, take this one. When you arrive at the academy, remember to mention my name, Old Man Sean." After retrieving the previous card, the old man produced a new one from his pocket, dispensing with further conversation as he began scanning the surrounding area for any threats. Remarkably, he soon identified two assassins, ordinary people devoid of spiritual energy, who had been assigned to eliminate promising students outside prestigious high schools. Two flowers bloom, each on its own branch. Tao Yuan maintained his composure, striving to appear unaffected until he reached home, where he collapsed onto the sofa. He had narrowly escaped death. This world was perilously dangerous. Standing before the mirror, he beheld his own reflection for the first time since his arrival in this realm. With bright eyes and a captivating smile, his features were picturesque, particularly his enchanting peach blossom eyes, which seemed to convey deep emotion even to passing dogs. After admiring himself for a while, he spoke to his reflection. "No wonder my sister calls you pretty boyits. No surprise you can earn over 1,000 each night. You certainly have the charm for it." Earlier, he had noticed some girls lowering their heads as he walked past, or glancing at him with an air of self-consciousness. Even their conversations with friends seemed to carry an elegance that was heightened in his presence. Utilizing the faint spiritual energy within him to harness the power of his peach blossom eyes, he discerned the information they bestowed. Peach blossom eyes, an A-level ability, bestow unparalleled charm, enhancing one's charisma, spiritual force, and granting access to top-tier illusionary techniques. In the subsequent days, Tao Yuan rarely ventured outside. When he did, he would return swiftly. Most of his time was spent honing his illusionary abilities at home, frequently practicing in front of the mirror. The results were astonishingly effective. Previously, he struggled to concentrate while studying, but under the hypnosis of his illusions, his productivity soared. Whenever he felt fatigued, he would cast an illusion on himself in the mirror to encourage himself to continue studying. Had he possessed such capabilities in his previous life, he would have undoubtedly been the most disciplined individual in the world. After several days of experimentation, he found his illusionary abilities to be remarkably useful, yet they bore a significant flaw: they were not overpowering. The effects were markedly enhanced when the target was unprepared. With his current level of spiritual energy, he was not much different from an ordinary person. He could temporarily ensnare a common individual in an illusion. But if the target possessed any awareness of resistance, the duration of control would diminish. This particular limitation left Tao Yuan feeling somewhat regretful. While it was not insignificant, it could prove to be a potentially fatal weakness. "Brother, I was wrong. I no longer wish to eat instant noodles. Could you spare me some money for a bowl of wontons?" Due to his diligent practice of his abilities, he had not found time to earn money, relying solely on a box of instant noodles he had purchased previously. Initially, Piqiao had been stubborn, claiming she was content with instant noodles. Now, after 5 days of consuming them for breakfast, lunch, and dinner, she had grown markedly docile. "What kind of hunger would compel you to call me brother?" he mused, handing over the last 5 yuan. "Do, as you see fit. I in a good mood." Tao Yuan generously transferred 5 yuan to her via his phone, allowing her to enjoy a meal outside. Upon receiving the money, Piqiao could scarcely believe her brother's generosity and hurried downstairs to indulge in wontons. Previously, she would have dismissed 5 yuan as too little. But after 5 days of having no money, the entirety of their room was devoid of food. The box of instant noodles had been completely consumed, leaving Piqiao 4 pounds lighter due to her hunger. Tao Yuan is indeed a formidable individual, having shed 5 pounds from subsisting solely on instant noodles. However, one might wonder how he excels at self-deception, as he often engages in elaborate illusions to fabricate a false sense of satiety. The primary reason for his current state, of course, lies in the development of his extraordinary abilities, a wholly unprecedented experience that has captivated his interest in illusions to the point of blissful oblivion. Now adept at utilizing his peach blossom eyes, it is high time he returned to work and earned some money. as for matters of legality and decorum, such concerns are far beneath someone of his caliber. Having never encountered death before, Taoyuan was taken aback at the sight of a corpse, rendering him too frightened to venture outside. It is worth mentioning that the last time he encountered that individual, they were the dean of Cliffside Academy, possessing the ability to discern truth from falsehood, truly a terrifying prospect. His newfound strength has granted him the courage to step out. Should another assassination attempt arise, he would easily impart wisdom on how to navigate such perils. The peach blossom eyes. This must be the golden key to my transmigration. As dusk fell, the nightlife began to stir. Noting the hour, he exchanged his slippers for proper footwear and set off for his job at the entertainment venue. It is often said that power is an individual's greatest confidence. Ever since mastering the peach blossom eyes, Taoyuan has radiated newfound self-assurance, striding forth with a gait that exudes an aura of dominance. The nightclub in Building 2, under dim lighting, a diverse crowd of men and women reveled in their banter, boasting of their exploits until passion overtook them and they began to kiss. This was merely a commonplace scene, and Taoyuan hastened to his position as a nightclub attendant. Brother Yi, my apologies. I've encountered some issues these past few days and had to take a brief leave. The man known as Brother Yi, a practitioner of extraordinary abilities, possessed an unknown skill level and sported neat, short hair. His gaunt frame bore the marks of long hours spent in the nightclub, exuding a certain roguish charm. Upon noticing Taoyuan, his eyes brightened. Little Tao, you've become even more handsome in just a few days, and those peach blossom eyes, goodness. If you were older, countless girls would be enchanted by you. Though they shared a good camaraderie, rules must still be upheld. For his tardiness, Taoyuan would incur a deduction from his wages. Will not take too much from you, my brother. Just a small deduction of 300 to keep things fair. Embarrassed, Taoyuan lowered his gaze. He had actually missed 6 days, and a full deduction would have exceeded 1,000. Yet, Brother Yi's leniency felt like a small favor owed. Enough of this. Just do your best tonight. We have an important client in a private room who specifically requested some entertainment. We are a legitimate establishment, so accompany them and enjoy the evening. Your wages will be intact, and tips are yours to keep. With practiced ease, he took up a tray of drinks. Entering the private room, he was met by a throng of exuberant women, each attended to by handsome male models catering to their every whim. Massages, singing, you name it. The patrons were generous spenders, and many male models sought entry, but the nightclub had its own protocols. For clientele willing to splurge, top-tier service was a necessity, thus attractiveness played a crucial role. Upon entering, the air was thick with the scent of smoke and alcohol. One particular woman, resembling a mafia boss, caught sight of him, and the room fell silent, with only her voice breaking the stillness. New server, if you crawl over here, I'll give you 10,000. Taoyuan felt intimidated by her commanding presence. He had faced such scenarios before but had always turned away. Now, he placed the tray on the table and made to leave, not forgetting to wish everyone a merry time. The boss has been ignored. Mockery ensued as the group teased their leader. This world was starkly different from the previous one, marked by its brutality and bloodshed. Conflicts were resolved through violence, with the strongest reigning supreme. Nightclub service had also morphed. Where once it encouraged debauchery, it now leaned towards aggression. Look at you, working in a nightclub and still putting on airs. The mafia boss seethed with fury. The surrounding women ceased their laughter, aware of the gravity of provoking their leader. Even the male model beside her was tossed to the ground as she commanded, "Go fetch that insolent server. Is this how we treat guests? Do they not know that I have extraordinary abilities? How dare a mere server act so audaciously? If he doesn't, he beg for mercy. I'll make him pay." The male model, though on the floor, was not surprised. Such incidents were common in their line of work. He found Taoyuan amidst the crowd, who was recommending drinks to customers. Slightly tipsy but having garnered some tips, seizing the moment, the male model leaned in and whispered, "Be careful. Don't go back to that private room. That woman is insane and might kill you." Having worked together for months, they had learned to look out for one another in the chaotic nightlife. Mutual support was essential for survival. Many issues could be resolved with a simple word, but pushing into trouble often led to dire consequences. A single warning from the male model could spare Taoyuan considerable trouble. "Thank you. I appreciate it." Heeding the advice, Taoyuan decided to leave. He had earned over 1,000 that night and likely would not return. for such venues were rife with danger. The original owner of his body had suffered greatly, having been caught off guard during a previous encounter and nearly lost his life. With the warning in mind, Taoyuan approached Brother Yi to explain, "I'm truly sorry, Brother Yi, I found a new opportunity, so I want to be returning to work here. Let us remain friends." "Ah, you rascal. As long as you have a plan, that's what matters. This line of work never suited you anyway. You are becoming more handsome by the day. I can barely keep you safe. Take your wages and go." Brother Yi transferred 6,000 to him, having not deducted the previous 300. Damn, why sincerest apologies, Brother Yi, for all the trouble I've caused. When I find success, I will be your support. With the money in hand, Taoyuan made a hasty exit. The clientele tonight were rare and truly capable of causing chaos in the nightclub. Only a fool would dare confront them. But fate had other plans. Upon reaching the entrance, he found a group waiting outside, members of the private room, their leader smiling ominously. The dim lighting inside had concealed their faces, but now he could see clearly why they were so audacious. "Boss, don't waste your breath. Though such beauty is exceedingly rare. He dared to disregard you, and he must pay the price." The leader had initially wished to avoid a confrontation, but upon hearing her minion's words, she decided to escalate matters. If her sisters knew she prioritized beauty over authority, leading them would become an arduous task. "Just comply, and all will be well. Ignore me, and you'll lose an arm. Extend your right hand." Producing a small knife, she brandished it menacingly. The blade was exceptionally sharp, crafted from a peculiar material capable of severing an arm with ease. "Cut him! Cut him! Cut him!" The crowd erupted in frenzied encouragement, brandishing their own weapons as they closed in, creating a chaotic scene. Taoyuan found himself paralyzed with fear, having never faced such a situation before. Surrounded by people intent on mutilating him, the world felt utterly insane. The boss approached slowly, and despite his struggles, she seized his arm, ready to pierce it with the knife. Those who navigate the underground world know the importance of moderation. No one truly wishes to kill in his state of sheer panic. Taoyuan activated his peach blossom eyes, instantly drawing the boss into an illusion. As the knife aimed at his arm, he seized the courage to wrest it from her grasp. Instinct overcame reason, and he pressed the knife to her throat, leaving a crimson line. Chapter 6. I've killed. Even Taoyuan was bewildered by his actions. By the time he registered what had transpired, the woman lay on the ground, blood gushing from her throat, rapidly staining the floor. The surrounding women were rendered speechless by the unexpected turn of events. How had the boss, who was supposed to sever his arm, ended up slain instead? Panicking, Taoyuan realized he had taken a life. Staring at his blood-soaked hands, a singular thought consumed him. Run! In a blind panic, he bolted towards a less crowded area, and surprisingly, no one attempted to stop him. A life had been lost. Retribution was inevitable. Nightclubs are often patrolled by security teams, and the commotion had attracted their attention, drawing them closer. The crowd dispersed in haste, leaving behind a lifeless body. Time lost meaning as adrenaline propelled him back to the riverbank of Cliffside Academy, where, beneath the streetlights, the blood on his hands appeared shockingly vivid. He quickly knelt and plunged his stained hands into the water, scrubbing furiously until his skin turned raw, not stopping until he regained his composure. Calm down, calm down. I must remain composed. In moments of chaos, one must cling to tranquility. Taoyuan slapped his own face, forcing himself to calm down. I've taken a life, and now I must not pay with my own. No, I cannot pay with my life. I am still young, having just traversed into this realm and begun to relish the immense power of my abilities. I cannot perish now. I must not find a way to survive. Sitting on a bench, I take a deep breath for a minute, and my body finally ceases its violent trembling. Though my hands occasionally tremble slightly, if I am captured, it will surely spell my doom. This world is rife with brutal laws, and murder will undoubtedly demand retribution. However, I still have hope. Yes, I shall seek out that elder, if I can merely present myself as an A-grade superpower user. The Empire may spare me, recognizing my potential as a prodigy and requiring my assistance. With this thought, I suppressed the panic swelling within me. Transforming from a celebrated genius to a despised murderer is a stark contrast that no one can easily adapt to. The more frantic one feels, the more one must remain composed. After 10 minutes of contemplation, I resolve that this is indeed the best course of action and dash toward Shania Academy, clutching tightly to the card in my clothing. Fearful of losing it. The journey is brief. I arrive at the gates of Shania Academy in 10 minutes, yet it feels as though I have run for a century, while left foot hovers at the entrance. Repeatedly retreating as I cannot guarantee that the Empire will indeed come to my aid. A-level geniuses are not scarce, with dozens emerging each year, and I cannot assure my own survival. Gazing at the tall, smooth stone pillars at the entrance of Shania Academy, so polished that I can see my reflection illuminated by the streetlights, I finally resolve to cast an illusion upon myself in a fleeting moment. My peach blossom eyes flash, emitting an unprecedented brilliance. Remember, you are an S-grade superpower user, the S-grade illusionist with peach blossom eyes. Only after fully hypnotizing myself into believing this statement do I stride confidently into Shania Academy. Halt. Shania Academy is not yet in session. Unauthorized individuals are prohibited from entry. Upon entering, I am immediately apprehended by the guards. The guard is a superpower user, and seeing my youthful appearance, he initially assumes I am here to enroll. This scenario has unfolded numerous times in recent days. The guard, at first patient, grows impatient as more and more people arrive. I am here to see Elder Sean. This is the card he provided me. I quickly produce the tightly clutched card for the guard to examine. After scrutinizing it with a skeptical expression, the guard recognizes it as a special admission token that is issued only once every few years. Nodding to direct me to Elder Shan's location before allowing me entry. Upon entering, I immediately head in the direction indicated by the guard, eager to avoid any delays, knowing that many are likely pursuing me outside. It is only in this moment that I realize I am walking into a trap at Shania Academy, which is why I have not been pursued thus far. If captured, I may lose even the opportunity to demonstrate my worth. Knock, knock, knock. Urgent knocking echoes, but as I knock, the door swings open on its own, revealing Elder Sean seated, observing me intently. Elder Sean, I have awakened my powers. I possess the S-grade ability of Peach Blossom Eyes. I address the matter directly, showcasing my value. Elder Sean, who had previously regarded me with a look of regret, immediately rises, grasping my arm and asking in a low voice, "Repeat that. You have awakened the S-grade ability of Peach Blossom Eyes." It is evident from Elder Shan's expression that he has discerned my involvement in a killing. This world operates in such a manner that news travels rapidly, especially among those with special powers. Information regarding a superpower user capable of committing crimes is swiftly disseminated through wristbands, and those with abilities close to the criminal learn of the events even sooner. He had almost decided to abandon me. While ability is crucial, character holds equal significance. Upon receiving the information, he set out and fortuitously witnessed me washing the blood from my hands in the river, subsequently following me to observe my reactions. However, given my panicked demeanor, it was clear that my nature was not malevolent, merely a reaction driven by instinct, which is why he did not apprehend me immediately. Now, upon hearing that I am an S-grade superpower user, he becomes excited, standing upright and using his powers to probe the truthfulness of my words. Indeed, Elder Sean, I have awakened the S-grade ability of Peach Blossom Eyes. Elder Sean, sensing no fluctuations in his powers, confirms that I am not deceiving him. Overjoyed, he promptly contacts the Imperial Education personnel, yet due to his rank, he can only reach the second-level leader of the Imperial Education Department. A heavy voice comes through the line, tinged with mild displeasure. What is it? Shania Academy has discovered an S-grade superpower user. Please provide your instructions. After a brief silence, the voice on the other end issues a series of commands. Ensure his protection immediately. I will personally head to Shania Academy. We cannot allow any mishaps. Clearly, the individual on the other end of the line is taken aback by this news. Typically, such information would only reach him several months later. But with the awakening of superpowers having occurred months prior, he is astonished. Nonetheless, he recalls that while Elder Shan's ability is not specifically for lie detection, it possesses the capacity to discern truth. Thus he trusts my words. No one would dare deceive him regarding such matters. After hanging up, he promptly seeks guidance from a top-tier figure in the Empire and flies directly to Shania Academy. Chapter 7. S-grade superpower user Tao Yuan. After finishing the phone call, Elder Sean performs a series of operations on his wristband, the specifics of which remain unclear. However, the pursuing personnel outside receive the message and disperse immediately. It is crucial to note that an S-grade superpower user represents an invaluable asset to the Empire. As long as no fundamental errors are made, execution is impossible. In an empire where death is commonplace and wars erupt frequently, the repercussions of this incident are not deemed severe enough to warrant punishment. Little one, do not worry. I am shamelessly addressing you as Little Peach. Elder Sean reassures me. I am aware of your situation. According to our investigation, this is not your fault. A group intended to harm you, and in your defense, you unintentionally took one of their lives. This constitutes justifiable self-defense, and the Empire will not hold you accountable. In fact, those who sought to harm you, vermin of the Empire, are better off dead. Rest assured, I will handle this matter. Elder Sean takes a sip of tea, the barrage of actions leaving him parched. You mean the S-grade ability of Peach Blossom Eyes? Show me what you can do. Let this old man witness the true strength of an S-grade ability. This also serves as a unique test for Elder Sean. Although his powers can confirm the absence of deceit, he cannot help but conduct further examinations for his own peace of mind. If my ability does not affect him, then the claim of it being an S-grade ability must be scrutinized. Unfazed by his intentions, I, under the influence of self-hypnosis, genuinely believe myself to be an S-grade user. I assume Elder Sean merely wishes to test the potency of my abilities and pay no mind. Without hesitation, I activate my Peach Blossom Eyes upon Elder Sean. A fleeting flash of pink occurs, and upon the completion of my ability, Elder Sean appears puzzled, sensing no immediate change. Just as he prepares to inquire further, he suddenly notices subtle discrepancies. The tea he had just consumed was undeniably hot, yet no steam rises from the cup, and the realization dawns upon him that he has entered an illusion. He nearly missed the signs. Little one, you possess an impressive ability. Had you not overlooked certain details, I might have truly fallen for it. Elder Sean focuses intently, observing the minute fissures in the surrounding illusion. However, the cracks form slowly. As he fears that a sudden rupture may inadvertently harm me, crack! The illusion and reality converge. I had initially believed my illusion could ensnare him for longer, but it is shattered in an instant. Elder Sean, how did you accomplish that? You performed admirably. I would not have detected it if not for your insufficient observation. The tea I drank was indeed hot, yet lacked any steam. That was the flaw in the illusion. I pouted, questioning who could anticipate drinking hot tea in July. However, even if one were to notice, it would be challenging to render the steam in the illusion convincingly. Attempting to force it would only result in more glaring errors. Nevertheless, Elder Sean is quite pleased with my performance. Drawing upon scarce spiritual energy and the newly awakened powers of my soul, managing to draw him, a non-resistant target, into the illusion is no small feat. This further solidifies his belief that I am an S-grade superpower user. Only an S-grade ability could execute such an extraordinary feat, capable of ensnaring a fourth-tier superpower user like himself. Whoosh! A sudden sound of rushing air emanates from outside the window. And moments later, a figure appears within the room. Elder Sean promptly rises from his seat and respectfully greets the figure that has materialized. That is unnecessary. I asked this the S-grade superpower user you mentioned? The newcomer, named Huijing, is a fifth-tier superpower user and a prominent figure in the province, having honed his A-grade powers for decades to attain his current status. Without hesitation, Huijing unleashes his power, a formidable pressure akin to an ocean, directed toward me. Yet, I merely feel a discomforting squeeze, realizing that this man is the source of the pressure. Indeed, to maintain composure in the face of A-grade power is truly the demeanor expected of an S-grade individual. The pressure serves as the most effective test of a higher-tier superpower over a lower-tier one. Under normal circumstances, an A-level ability user would find it challenging to endure the pressure exerted by another A-level ability. However, Taoyuan's reaction was as if he felt nothing at all, akin to an S-level ability user dismissing the presence of an A-level one. Little did they know, Taoyuan was, at his core, merely an A-level ability user. The reason he remained unperturbed by the pressure from his peers of the same rank stemmed from his unwavering belief that he was indeed an S-level ability user. He had effectively brainwashed himself into this conviction, which allowed him to maintain his composure. All right, little one, I shall call you Xiao Dao. Are you willing to accompany me to the Empire's Center for the finest training? Without a moment's hesitation, Taoyuan replied, of course. I will go. Ever since he proclaimed himself an S-level ability user, he had no other choice. What would he do if he didn't go? Wait here to be assassinated. What a ridiculous notion. After all, this was a rare opportunity to grow stronger, to receive the Empire's full support in his training. Why would he refuse? Hui Jing smiled as he tousled Tao Yuan's hair, knowing that asking him was merely a formality. Regardless of how he responded, he would have to take him to the Empire's center. Very well, since you have agreed, I shall take you home to gather your belongings, and we shall set off tonight to avoid any unnecessary delays. As a fifth-tier ability user, Hui Jing was remarkably swift. Within a minute, he explained the situation and led Tao Yuan and Tao Yao to the spatial teleportation array. At that moment, Tao Yao was still asleep in her room. Abruptly awakened by the commotion, after hastily getting dressed, she found herself being whisked away, still in a state of confusion. Her brother was an S-level ability user, a genius. She was to attend the Empire's most prestigious academy? How could one not marvel at the grandeur of Shanyan City, a metropolis even equipped with a spatial teleportation array? It only required a single use and was exceptionally discreet. Previously, they were ordinary individuals, entirely unacquainted with such advanced technology. Moreover, each activation of the spatial teleportation array demanded considerable resources, and this particular instance was initiated solely for him, a recently awakened ability user. A.S. Hui Jing escorted the two towards the array. He signaled to the staff, who nodded in acknowledgement and refrained from collecting any fees. This journey was for the Empire's benefit, and thus all expenses were covered by the Empire. In contrast, ordinary individuals were required to pay substantial fees to utilize the spatial array. It wasn't until Tao Yao stepped into the array that she managed to stabilize her somewhat shattered worldview. Gripping Tao Yuan's hand tightly, she found a sliver of solace in the connection. Reflecting on her tumultuous experiences, losing her mother 3 months ago, her father just days prior, and later facing hunger. Now she was headed to the bustling imperial capital. As the teleportation array illuminated, the three figures vanished amidst the radiant light, eliciting envy from the staff. Another significant figure was on the rise. Chapter 8. The imperial capital. Stepping out of the teleportation array and gazing outward, they found themselves amidst soaring skyscrapers, a testament to the city's wealth. This was where they would reside, a fitting match for Tao Yuan's identity as an S-level ability user. His demeanor underwent a remarkable transformation as he hypnotized himself with an illusion, intermingling the arrogance of an S-level ability user into his psyche. Upon exiting the array, they encountered another group, where an adult accompanied 2 youths, 1 male and 1 female. Hui Jing observed the other party with vigilance, and they reciprocated the scrutiny. After a moment, they instinctively distanced themselves, moving in opposite directions. The girl among them was breathtakingly beautiful, yet it seemed the boy served as her anchor. The adult leading them, however, remained fixated on the girl. After their departure, Hui Jing, noticing Tao Yuan's contemplative expression, spoke directly to him. Stop pondering. If my guess is correct, that girl among them is likely a highly ranked ability user. Just like you, she has recently been brought back to the capital, presumably to meet some significant individual. A similar scene unfolded on the other side. Little one, are you thinking about their situation? Hui Jing mused. I have my speculations as well. If nothing else, that boy with the peach blossom eyes is likely a powerful ability user. When we appeared, the older ability user's gaze instinctively turned towards him, indicating his importance. He may very well be a potential ally for you in the future. I refuse, the girl exclaimed defiantly. Despite being an S-level ability user herself, yet trailing behind the boy. The boy's name was Zhang Han, merely 15 years old, currently an ordinary person without any awakened abilities. The girl, named Su Meng, was an S-level ability user, having awakened her powers earlier, similar to Tao Yuan. Zhang Han's appearance was unremarkable, bordering on plain, yet the way Su Meng looked at him radiated admiration. Zhang Han was the son of the Zhang family's patriarch. While Su Meng had been aided by him when she was 12, curing her grandfather's illness, though tragically, he passed away in the end. From that moment on, Su Meng developed feelings for Zhang Han. Now that she had awakened her S-level abilities, she naturally chose to bring Zhang Han to the capital with her. The Zhang family rejoiced upon learning this, eagerly pushing Zhang Han forward. Opportunities to travel to the capital were scarce, and their family struggled to maintain a foothold locally, lacking the strength to venture elsewhere. Therefore, when a chance arose, they were determined to send Zhang Han to the capital. Consequently, Zhang Han was urged by his mother to embark on this journey, who assured him that he would have access to the best resources for his education, even gifting him a purple card containing 1 million, as long as he refrained from extravagance in the capital. He would lead a comfortable life. Although Taoyuan and Jiang Han were on different paths, their destinations converged, leading them to encounter each other in front of the Jingma office building, confirming their suspicions as they entered together. Jingma had sensed their presence before their arrival, setting aside his work to await them patiently. Before long, the door swung open, and his gaze immediately fixed upon the two, with striking features, bright eyes, and exquisite facial structure. He was the epitome of a genius, an air of arrogance subtly woven into his demeanor. The moment Taoyuan entered, Jingma took notice, subsequently shifting his attention to the girl beside him, silently assessing her. While her features were delicate, she appeared timid, hiding behind the boy, suggesting that despite her extraordinary abilities, she required further refinement and development of her independence. After appraising them, he withdrew his gaze and gestured for them to follow. They understood instantly and began to leave the building, where their enrollment procedures would be arranged, leaving Taoyuan and Su Ming behind. Su Ming, wishing to accompany Jiang Han, was stopped, and despite her protests, it was only Jiang Han's words that allowed her to relent. "Come with me. The decisions we make now will shape the course of your lives." Jingma led the way, with the two trailing silently behind. Upon reaching a vehicle, they climbed in, taking their seats in the back as they listened to him speak, the driver navigating the road beside them. "You two are unique talents. The Empire has convened a special meeting to determine your training paths. I will merely demonstrate my abilities to the best of my capacity." Su Ming had no objections, though her demeanor suggested she still wished to include Jiang Han. But without fully understanding the situation, Taoyuan chose to remain compliant, following Jingma's lead. The car sped along, and within 10 minutes, they arrived at their destination, exiting the vehicle and entering a grand hall, where 8 individuals awaited them, each a prodigy among A-level ability users, representing various fields. As for S-level ability users, they were often occupied with significant responsibilities. Typically, A-level users would instruct them until they reached a certain level before meeting with an S-level user. Each S-level user bore substantial duties, whether in secluded cultivation, exploration, or safeguarding vital territories. The 8 individuals, with their black hair and dark eyes, exuded an overwhelming aura of authority that enveloped Taoyuan. Yet, he refused to yield. His pride as an S-level genius compelled him to stand firm, immediately utilizing his peach blossom eyes to counter the oppressive atmosphere. Su Ming, however, took a few steps back in fear, nearly on the verge of tears. Sensing her distress, Taoyuan retracted his aura, adopting a more amiable demeanor. One imposing figure with a square face stepped forward, addressing them directly. "For the sake of caution, we have decided to retest your ability levels." With that, he summoned his powers, manifesting 2 swords that circled around the two. Taoyuan felt an intense pressure, as if the swords would tear him apart should he utter a falsehood. This was the square-faced man's ability, originally sword-based, but each of the 8 seated there was a genius in their own right, having developed this unique testing method named Heart-S Sword. The remaining 7 observed this scene with resigned expressions. For those who had awakened their abilities early, the awakening array was inaccessible until they turned 18, a necessity they could not circumvent. Thus, their ability levels remained known only to themselves. While they could easily discern that the ability levels of Taoyuan and Su Ming were on par with their own, this measure was taken to prevent anyone from masquerading as an S-level user to exploit the Empire's resources. The square-faced man addressed the two with an authoritative tone. "Are you both S-level ability users?" Chapter 9. The Heart-S Inquiry. Yes, indeed. Taoyuan and Su Ming responded in unison, their expressions radiating confidence, particularly Taoyuan, who bore a hint of prideful exuberance. The Heart-S Sword remained unresponsive, affirming their honesty. The square-faced man, having received the desired confirmation, softened slightly, though still maintaining a serious demeanor, now viewing them with the affection reserved for one's own kin, ruffling their hair affectionately. "You are the hope of the Empire. Should any matters arise in the future, feel free to seek me out. Rest assured, I certainly will." Taoyuan has made a promise. However, he has merely hypnotized himself into believing he is an S-class ability user, while his personality remains unchanged. When it comes to clinging to powerful allies, he is quite adept. Su Ming, being introverted, has heard Taoyuan's polite exchanges with the elder and has no intention of interjecting. It is only when she raises her gaze to meet the elder's square-faced countenance that she lowers her head again, nodding slightly. Just as Taoyuan believes the encounter has concluded, another middle-aged man, appearing quite knowledgeable, steps forward, producing two wristbands. As S-class ability users, the Empire will offer you the utmost assistance. This wristband allows you to access the information you desire. Your permissions have been elevated to view the entire national database, except for some exceedingly sensitive materials which remain inaccessible for now. Otherwise, you may explore freely. However, this privilege is exclusive to the two of you. Even your close friends and family are prohibited from viewing it. Otherwise, misunderstandings may arise, and should others learn of this, they might act against your loved ones, who lack the Empire's vital protections, thus endangering their lives. This is also a means of safeguarding them. The cultured and affable demeanor of the middle-aged man is highly approachable, and it is evident that Su Ming is willing to engage with him. She steps forward, takes the wristband, and dons it. Instantly, a light screen emerges, displaying her physical information. Name: Su Ming. Physique: 96. Spiritual power: 10. Soul power: 94. The refined middle-aged man smiles at Su Ming and states, "This is your personal information. Henceforth, you can utilize this to monitor your training progress." The gazes of the others towards Su Ming become increasingly affirming. Having just awakened her abilities, her spiritual power has already reached 10 points. Her soul power and physique have directly surpassed the ordinary limits of 10, attaining scores of 96 and 94, confirming her status as an S-class ability user, which will be definitively verified once she undergoes the Awakening Array test at the age of 18. Taoyuan senses something amiss. Typically, individuals who are both knowledgeable and affable yet hold high positions are often cunning foxes, capable of devouring others without leaving a trace. All eyes turned to Taoyuan. Had he not been hypnotized, he would surely exhibit trepidation, revealing flaws that would invite suspicion from all, perhaps even hesitating to wear the wristband. Alas, the current Taoyuan is under hypnosis, and upon seeing the wristband, he merely thinks it looks incredibly cool. Promptly accepting it from the man's hand and putting it on. As before, a series of information pops up. Name: Taoyuan. Physique: 89. Spiritual power: 8. The moment this information appears, those prominent figures who had previously remained seated spring to their feet, their expressions darkening. Although these values are commendable, no S-class ability user's information would ever fall below these standards. The wristband tests initial data, which means it reflects the innate attributes of all ability users. With a maximum physique and soul power of 100 points and spiritual power capping at 10 points, any S-class ability user would possess a physique and soul power no less than 90. While their spiritual power would never be lower than 9, Taoyuan is at a loss as to the cause, but the expressions of the dignitaries lead him to believe that something significant is about to unfold. Likely concerning him. It is not until the final piece of information regarding soul power appears that all present take their seats once more. Soul power: 111. Through exchanged glances and hushed whispers, the onlookers regard Taoyuan with a sense of intrigue. His soul power has exceeded 100, reaching an unprecedented 111.2. Individuals swiftly approach, one to examine Taoyuan's soul, the other to inspect the wristband in hand, subsequently replacing it with another for him to wear. Name: Taoyuan. Physique: 89. Spiritual power: 8. Soul power: 111. The other ability user, who gently strokes Taoyuan's head, shakes his head, indicating that there are no issues. The ability user holds a sphere of white light, which flows into Taoyuan's body, swirling within. Taoyuan feels a refreshing sensation coursing through his soul, only to swiftly escape from the top of his head. All done, confirmation complete. You are both S-class ability users. Starting today, this elder will oversee your comprehensive training. In 3 years, you will bypass university and directly enter battlefield trials. After much deliberation, the group ultimately confirms Taoyuan's S-class status. With the elder, the square-faced man, designated to train them, he leads them out of the room, while the remaining 7 individuals begin to converse once more. Cases like Taoyuan's have not occurred in millennia. His physique and spiritual power are below S-class levels, yet his soul power surpasses it by 2 tiers, reaching an unprecedented 111. This may be related to his abilities, one person interjects. The ability to elevate soul power to 111 undoubtedly categorizes the Taohui ability as S-class, perhaps even exceeding it, marking the first instance in human history. One cannot assert that. His abilities have indeed affected his physique and spiritual power, have they not? Let us not be overly pessimistic. ATR level. Who does not recognize the difference between 8 and 9 spiritual power? The gap between 10 and 9 is even greater. The closer one approaches the pinnacle, the more pronounced the disparities become. Undeniably, in terms of soul power, he will undoubtedly emerge as the foremost figure in the future. The difference between 90 and 100 is vast, while that between 100 and 110 is even more significant, especially considering 111, which surpasses the limits of limits. The group engages in animated discussion, ultimately failing to reach a consensus, merely acknowledging the allocation of resources, the guidance of esteemed mentors, and the privilege of unrestricted access to all Empire literature. I truly hope the time comes swiftly in 3 years, so I may witness whether an ability with soul power exceeding S-Class by 2 tiers can indeed surpass the S-Class evaluation. Meanwhile, the stern elder leads the 2 closely situated residences, approximately 100 meters apart. Choose one each. They contain all necessary living essentials. Should you find anything lacking, you may request it through your wristbands, and someone will promptly deliver it to you. I am Xian Can. Training begins tomorrow. I expect no slacking from you, even as S-Class prodigies. I shall push you to your limits. After delivering his instructions, Xian Can prepares to depart, only to be halted by Su Ming. Chapter 10. Am I merely a passerby? May I ask where Brother Jiang Han is? Rest assured, you will meet him tomorrow. He is studying at a nearby academy. I shall give him a call, and once your training is complete, you may meet during your free time. Outside of training hours, you are free to do as you please. After providing additional instructions, Xian Can strides away, while Taoyuan stands rooted in place, astonished by the mention of Jiang Han. Su Ming pays him no mind. As they are not well acquainted, and given her introverted nature, she is solely interested in Jiang Han. She casually selects a residence and enters, leaving him standing alone. Shanyai Academy, Shan Lao, Jingamo, Xian Can, and most importantly, the male lead's name, Jiang Han. Suddenly, everything clicks. He recalls it all. This is a fictional world, and the protagonist is indeed Jiang Han, who is an inept individual. After joining the Imperial Capital Academy at the age of 15, he was filled with ambition, only to awaken the lowest tier F-class ability at 18. A year later, an antagonist. An A-class ability user will emerge, obsessively pursuing Su Ming, being one of the descendants among the 8 present at today's meeting. Su Ming, timid and introverted, even though determined to choose Jiang Han, will, after 3 years of education, come to understand the significance of abilities. An F-class ability is destined to yield nothing noteworthy, leading to a life of mediocrity, incapable of becoming even a Tier 1 ability user. Although she remains steadfast, in Jiang Han's eyes, it is merely charity. After enduring several instances of harm inflicted upon her, the two ultimately sever ties. Without his presence, Su Ming becomes romantically involved with the A-class ability user from a year later. In the wake of losing Su Ming's support, Jiang Han returns to the Jiang family, subjected to inhumane ridicule. Yet, fortunately, his father continues to believe in him, providing silent support. After a year of diligent effort, Jiang Han astonishingly discovers that his ability can devour others' abilities, leading to his evolution. He eventually gains the upper hand. But that narrative abruptly ends. The book was left unfinished. I occupy a role in this story as a mere mention. Having once inquired about powerful ability users, Jingamo casually referenced an A-class ability user residing at Shanyai Academy, after which the character vanished from the narrative. Casting a glance at the residence where Su Ming is located, Taoyuan enters another dwelling, choosing to maintain distance from her. Fate has placed me in this world, yet I am determined to achieve something of significance. The hour is late. All this commotion has transpired in a single night. The teleportation array operated for a mere 10 minutes to reach the imperial capital, and the meeting lasted an hour. It is now nearly midnight, so it is best to rest early. Meanwhile, Taoyuan has been assigned to the Imperial Capital High School, the finest institution in the empire, where individuals are not only powerful but also among the top talents. Due to the late hour and the sudden unfamiliar environment, Taoyuan whispers, "Brother, where are you? I miss you." At midnight, as anticipated, he awakens, having dispelled his self-hypnosis, jolting upright in bed, drenched in cold sweat. This is madness. I have been prancing around in front of these formidable figures who could crush me at any moment, successfully fabricating their belief in my S-class abilities. Who will come to my rescue? Merely resisting the violence inflicted upon oneself and yearning for protection from others has inexplicably led one to the very heart of the empire. becoming one of its most pivotal objects of safeguarding. Drying the beads of sweat from one's brow, one gazes into the mirror, where the already captivating peach blossom eyes appear even more enchanting beneath the moonlight. Upon closer inspection, it seems as though a peach tree has taken root within those eyes, its leaves cascading down only to sprout anew. Presently, the self-induced hypnosis can only last until midnight. Having survived the most perilous day, there seems to be no need for daily self-hypnosis. With a fleeting blink, the vision of the peach blossom paradise vanishes into the depths of the dark eyes, and one reclines back onto the bed to rest. The night passes swiftly, and by 6 a.m., Xian contacts the two through the bracelet, issuing a command. Meet at the training ground within 10 minutes. Failure to arrive by then will not be tolerated. Acknowledged. After a sleepless night, Tao Yuan rubs his eyes, feeling a bit drowsy, consumed with thoughts about what lies ahead. The serendipities depicted in novels are largely unattainable in the present, and as long as he remains undetected. The current situation is rather astonishing. The greatest opportunity lies before him. The Empire's unwavering support far outweighs any trivial gains. Yet, this opportunity is also a double-edged sword, fraught with the risk of exposing his lack of S-class abilities. Indeed, enjoying the Empire's resources comes at a cost. Relentless training is imperative, for should the Empire catch wind of any inconsistencies in his progress, their wrath may lead to dire consequences. Only now does he comprehend the foolishness of disguising his abilities as S-class to evade culpability for murder. Simply revealing his A-class abilities would have guaranteed the Empire's protection. With a precedent of deception established, an outburst of anger from the Empire could lead to accusations that might result in his immediate execution for causing substantial losses to the Empire's future. After much contemplation throughout the night, he resolves to forge ahead with audacity. This path allows for no retreat. Once he absorbs the Empire's abundant resources, the inevitable exposure will only incite greater fury. Why dwell on it? The fleeting days of indulgence are but a moment. Whether as a pest or a parasite, he shall draw sustenance from the Empire's grand tree, flourishing as long as he retains the strength to protect himself. After a night of deliberation, he finds solace in the fact that, as a supernatural being, a single night's lack of sleep poses little threat. A quick 3-minute refreshment session ensues, and as per routine, he hypnotizes himself before the mirror. He knows himself all too well. After 3 minutes of fervor, he becomes languid, preferring to sit rather than stand, and to lie down rather than sit, with a rather irritable temperament. If he does not grant himself an illusion to compel relentless practice, he might end up quarreling with his superiors that very day. The training ground is vast, specifically designed for the two of them. Of course, should a new S-class supernatural being emerge, their training ground would expand to accommodate three upon his arrival. He finds their instructor, Xian Can, already waiting. Checking the time on his bracelet, he realizes he is not late. Su Ming has yet to arrive, and Tao Yuan comfortably takes a seat beside Xian Can. After a while, Su Ming finally makes her entrance, 5 minutes tardy. Apologies for the delay. 10 minutes is simply too brief. Xian Can's expression is stern, but understanding that this is her first time, he scolds her a bit before initiating the day's rigorous training regimen. The morning is spent honing supernatural abilities under Xian Can's guidance, followed by midday exercises to cultivate spiritual energy. In the evening, they engage in combat with a group of supernatural beings, pushing them to their limits, leaving them weary and bearing a few wounds before returning to their quarters for medicinal baths. Throughout this period, Tao Yuan recklessly decides to indulge in self-hypnosis at night to continue refining his spiritual energy. Chapter 11. Su Ming's Rebellion. A week passes, filled with both torment and joy, and he successfully ascends to the rank of a first-tier supernatural being. According to his bracelet, his spiritual energy has increased from 8 to 10 points. The week's duration results from his earlier identification of the most suitable cultivation method through the Empire's capital. Now, with the sensing complete, he can achieve 8 points of spiritual energy in a single day. The higher one climbs, the more arduous and slower the cultivation becomes, requiring ever-increasing amounts of spiritual energy. 1 to 10 for supernatural beings, 10 to 100 for first tier, and 100 for second tier. If one relies solely on personal cultivation without medicinal baths or materials, the maximum spiritual energy one can gain daily is merely 10 points, making it exceedingly challenging to become a formidable force. What perplexes Tao Yuan is that, despite becoming a first-tier supernatural being, Su Ming, who is also a first-tier, remains at 10 points and has yet to sense the most suitable cultivation method for herself. Remarkably, in just a week, he has identified his cultivation method and achieved first-tier status, the fastest recorded within the Empire, a feat linked to the strength of one's spiritual power. Those with greater spiritual strength can more readily perceive their appropriate cultivation methods. After spending several days together, it is evident that Xian favors Tao Yuan slightly more. He is diligent and hardworking, tirelessly training each day, almost a cultivation fanatic. Yet, he distinctly differs from the typical cultivation maniac, as he is not solely focused on training without thought. The longer they interact, the more apparent it becomes that Tao Yuan also possesses a keen intellect. For instance, even after feeling the surge of spiritual energy within him, he is not satisfied with the pace and inquires about swifter cultivation methods. Do not overthink it. You have already awakened your cultivation method. From here on, your resources will multiply. This necklace will assist you in cultivating automatically each day, though its effect will only equate to half of your own efforts. Its greatest advantage is that it affords you more time to practice your supernatural abilities. Xian produces a purple necklace from his bracelet. Once donned, it will aid the wearer in absorbing spiritual energy for personal use, one of the Empire's treasured artifacts. Every S-class supernatural being receives one upon emergence, a special privilege extended to them. When one reaches the 6th tier of supernatural ability, the necklace will be reclaimed by the Empire for the next generation of S-class supernatural beings, which is how the Empire continuously produces powerful individuals. The precious herbs used in medicinal baths alone cost 1 million spiritual coins daily, not to mention the invaluable knowledge held by the Empire, direct instruction from top-tier supernatural beings, and various treasures that facilitate cultivation. Any one of these resources, if offered externally, would be coveted by many, and even the herbs for medicinal baths are strictly controlled. Only the Empire has the capacity to procure them from various locations. And even if others could afford to buy them, the cost would be exorbitant. Unwilling to fall behind, Su Ming eventually senses the most suitable cultivation method for herself after several days, her initial spiritual energy high, resulting in rapid progress. With her initial capacity at 10 points, diligent daily practice allows her to reach her maximum limit of 10 points, unlike Tao Yuan, whose daily limit is only 8 points. In supernatural cultivation, aside from ability, the most essential requirement is spiritual techniques, which are categorized by color from 1 to 9, corresponding to the tiers of supernatural beings. After half a month of training, Xian has grown more familiar with his two students. Tao Yuan, your focus should be on spiritual power, as your ability complements the illusion techniques. All illusion skills from levels 1 to 7 are available to you within the Empire. You may explore these during your medicinal baths at night. Practice diligently. Tao Yuan nods in acknowledgement. Without needing Xian's prompting, he already reviews the Empire's illusion techniques and various other forms, such as body techniques and flexibility techniques, through his bracelet daily. He even begins to entertain the idea of combining body techniques with medicinal baths, believing it may expedite his cultivation speed. The accumulation from his past life floods him with inspiration, particularly regarding body techniques, and he recalls his illusionary abilities, naturally leading him to consider the sonic fist, by quickly hypnotizing himself into envisioning his entire body as composed of bones. He can unleash a punch. With each bone traversed, his speed doubles in his recollection. This can strengthen his entire skeletal structure and accelerate his cultivation. Regrettably, realizing this ambition will require considerable time and may hinder his rest, so he decides to set it aside for now. The method of exertion is inherently linked to one's physique. Rushing into creation while still possessing a frail constitution would render it unfeasible. Thus, accelerating the cultivation of spiritual energy remains paramount. Su Ming, your abilities are fairly balanced, strong in all aspects, and you possess the power to manipulate ice and snow. You should practice more skills related to ice and snow. After addressing Tao Yuan, Xian turns to Su Ming. Compared to Tao Yuan's industrious nature, Su Ming is somewhat lacking, often distracted by thoughts of Jiang Han, occasionally suggesting breaks to their instructor. Each time, Xian has firmly rejected her proposals, leading to her eventual tears and rebellious attitude, resulting in her slacking off in her training. After a week of cultivation, she insists on taking a day off. Ultimately, after discussions among 8 leaders, they decide to grant Su Ming's request. A concession made out of necessity. Despite her lackluster efforts, her daily training speed still surpasses that of A-class individuals. The leaders consider that Su Ming, being an early awakened supernatural being, has an unstable mindset, which is why they permit her to take one day off every 7 days to meet with Jiang Han.it, is essential to understand that spiritual energy cultivation manifests visibly in oneself, providing no benefit to others, unlike the slow progress of learning in previous lives. The effects of spiritual cultivation are immediate. The lower the supernatural level, the more one can relish the joy of training. A day of rest quickly concludes, marking the 7th day of cultivation. Wonderful! I can finally see Brother Jiang Han, Su Ming exclaims with excitement, eager to depart for the Imperial Capital High School, having forgotten about the medicinal bath. Were it not for Xian Can's stern warning about the necessity of the medicinal bath, she might have even attempted to bring it along for Jiang Han. After Su Ming leaves, Xian Can sighs. Despite her innate talent, her reluctance to train may limit her future potential, even as an S-class supernatural being. His gaze shifts to the diligently training Tao Yuan, bringing him a sense of comfort. Her time off does not equate to yours. Tomorrow, we resume training as usual. Do not create any trouble. Perhaps it is due to the fact that Tao Yuan is a boy, but Xian Can's tone when speaking to him has taken on a harsher edge. What need is there for you to remind me? This genius is destined to become the strongest of all. The matter of cultivation requires no prompting. The illusion of the peach blossom eyes excels at deception. Tao Yuan adeptly immerses himself in his role, practicing diligently until midnight each day. When the illusions fade, he resorts to slapping his own reflection in the mirror, vowing never to exert himself to such an extent again. Yet every morning, he awakens with renewed determination, casting an illusion upon himself, indulging in the art of self-deception to the fullest. Chapter 12. A year later, a year has passed. On the training ground, two individuals launch an attack against Xian Can, their coordination utterly lacking. Each strikes independently, ultimately falling victim to Xian Can's singular prowess. You are the worst cohort I have ever trained, he admonishes them. Your attacks lack synergy. As S-class ability users, when you engage with others, you will face S-class opponents. Without cooperation, how can you hope to secure a decisive advantage? A child who cannot be taught. After a few more scoldings, Xian Can finally grants them a brief reprieve. The two being reprimanded are none other than Tao Yuan and Su Ming, who arrived here a year ago. Over the course of the year, they have blossomed into striking individuals, particularly Tao Yuan, whose enchanting peach blossom eyes have captivated countless admirers. Although he has rarely left the training grounds, he has arranged daily sparring sessions with other ability users, both male and female. His reputation has spread throughout the imperial capital. Hailed as the hope for the empire's future, Su Ming, being a girl, often visits the imperial high school, and with the aura of an ability user, has garnered the admiration of several boys, who refer to her as a goddess. With the resources provided by the empire, nightly medicinal baths and occasional herbal supplements have allowed Tao Yuan to achieve an astonishing spiritual power of 9996. Su Ming, also an S-class ability user, has similarly surpassed conventional training speeds, achieving a remarkable 9993, even with moments of negligence in her practice. The rapid pace of their cultivation is due to a direct mandate from the empire. Those who fail to reach the 4th tier of ability within a year will see Jiang Han sent back to his hometown, away from the imperial capital. Thus, the impetus for their fervent training has been immense, with a daily cultivation rate of 10 o'clock, and today marks the final day of their 1-year deadline. Even the usually stern Xian Can feels a sense of satisfaction upon witnessing the growth of his two students. He retrieves 2 foundation pills from the storage space of his wristband. These are foundation pills provided by the empire. Many talented individuals cultivate rapidly and possess stable spiritual energy. With the aid of these pills, your internal energies will further solidify, allowing you to attain the 4th tier with greater ease. Now, consume them. I shall protect you as you do so. Without hesitation, Tao Yuan swallows the pill whole. Over the past year, he has consumed countless resources from the empire to achieve this rate of cultivation. Had he adhered to a more conventional pace, his spiritual power would likely have reached only around 3,000. A stark contrast to his current prowess. Observing Tao Yuan's swift consumption, Su Ming follows suit, having set Tao Yuan as her goal throughout the year. With her spiritual energy finally catching up to his, she grows increasingly frustrated as Xian Can repeatedly uses Tao Yuan as a benchmark for her improvement. Upon swallowing the foundation pill, they both feel their internal energies being refined anew, becoming more robust and pure. Half a day later, both surpass the 10,000 mark, becoming 4th tier ability users. Notably, Su Ming achieves this milestone slightly ahead of Taoyuan. Feeling the surge of energy within him, Taoyuan is momentarily convinced he could defeat Xian Can, but he quickly dismisses the absurdity of such a thought. After all, he is merely a 4th-tier user, while Xian Can is at least an 8th tier, if not higher. Wait, if this illusion can influence my thoughts, perhaps I can utilize it to create corresponding illusionary effects. Coughing twice, Xian Can interrupts Taoyuan's contemplation. Now that you have entered the 4th tier, you will be able to endure greater training intensity. Your training will no longer take place here, but rather at Longji Mountain in the imperial capital. Ah? Su Ming gasps in astonishment, having thought that reaching the 4th tier would conclude her training, only to discover that even more rigorous challenges await her. Conversely, Taoyuan, who has long been dissatisfied with his training speed, had previously inquired about the possibility of further advancement, only to be told that the time was not yet ripe. Do not be so pessimistic. Longji Mountain has already begun the construction of a training facility tailored to your needs since your arrival. The costs have been exorbitant, and it has taken a year to nearly complete the facility. You now have a 7-day holiday. After this week, the training ground at Longji Mountain will be officially completed. I grant you these 7 days to spend quality time with your family and friends. As he speaks, Xian Can's gaze lingers on Taoyuan, who has not visited his sister even once in the year since his arrival. If not for the occasional inquiries about her well-being, Xian Can might worry that Taoyuan is somewhat heartless. Upon hearing this news, Su Ming leaps from her seat, her excitement barely contained after a year of training. Yet the subsequent grim tidings strike her like a blow. After discussion, Su Ming, your holiday will only be once a month for 3 days, and that is non-negotiable. You are now 16. You must learn to take the initiative in your cultivation and not squander your S-class talent. Yes, Su Ming replies, her head drooping in response. A year of training has instilled a sense of fear towards her teacher, and her once lively demeanor has dimmed. Enjoy your well-deserved 7-day break. Su Ming bolts from the training ground, her sights set on the Imperial High School, while Taoyuan also plans to venture out. Having cultivated to this level and being in the imperial capital, he is confident that no one would dare threaten his life. The Imperial High School is a hub of talent, and typically at this hour, only one would arrive. Yet today, 2 have come, a striking pair, and it is fortunate they are not departing together, lest they be rumored to be a couple. Over the course of the year, Taoyuan has come to understand Su Ming's character better. Innocent and naive, tinged with a hint of romantic folly, often appearing foolishly preoccupied with Jiang Han, he has no desire to form any relationship with Su Ming. Throughout the year, their exchanges have barely exceeded 10 words. Piqiao, after all, is his sister. After a year, it is imperative that he visit her during this holiday, provided it does not interfere with his training. Unbeknownst to him, Piqiao has not fared well there, feeling subtly targeted or looked down upon by others. Of course, these are merely her perceptions. She lacks evidence to substantiate her feelings of being singled out. After all, it is a place brimming with talent. No one truly regards Piqiao as an ordinary person devoid of resources or background, especially since her academic performance at the Imperial High School appears rather mediocre. Ironically, her average grades lead others to suspect she has substantial backing. Some remain skeptical, having inquired into Piqiao's background, only to find her parents completely uninformed, which has fueled their subtle hostility towards her. Chapter 13. The current state of Piqiao in the first-year 3rd class of the Imperial High School. Today marks the day of the entrance examination. Standing at the podium is an ability instructor. His expression grave, except for Piqiao, who keeps her head down. The others seem unperturbed by the teacher's gaze. Han Feng, grade A, excellent, well done. Luo Yu, grade A, good, keep it up. Chen Hong, grade A-, your performance has declined. It seems you have been too comfortable lately and have neglected your studies. Piqiao, grade B. Instantly, the entire class turns to the girl with black hair by the window, Piqiao, who feels utterly humiliated, burying her head in her desk. Piqiao, I do not know what connections you possess, but with your current grades at the bottom of the class, no matter how the principal arranges things, if you do not improve, I will have no choice but to expel you from the Imperial High School. Her deskmate shifts away, attempting to avoid drawing attention to herself. This action deeply wounds Piqiao, who has never been considered a genius, yet has always excelled academically. Now, in an environment saturated with talent, her once commendable grades feel utterly mediocre by comparison. Well, the results of today's examination have been released. There will be another exam at the beginning of summer break. If anyone's grade falls below an A, they will not remain in my class for their second year. Class dismissed. As the teacher gathers his belongings and strides out, the classroom erupts into chatter. Groups of students gather to discuss where they will train during the summer or explore the world. The classroom quickly empties, leaving only a few stragglers. Just as Pichao prepares to leave, she is intercepted by others. You really suit Zhang Han from Class 4. Both of you are B grade. However, Zhang Han's grades have improved to an A. While you remain A B, you should study hard this summer. With that, the group departs, leaving her alone in the classroom. Experiencing cold bullying for the first time, Pichao's eyes brim with tears, droplets cascading down her cheeks. Why do they say I haven't tried? She has indeed put in the effort daily, yet the sudden change in environment has rendered her previous knowledge incompatible with her current circumstances. Maintaining a B grade amidst such talent is already a testament to her abilities. As Tao Yuan enters the Imperial High School, the staff initially attempts to stop him, but upon seeing his purple wristband, they cease their obstruction, allowing him to pass freely. What a jest! That is indeed a purple wristband. Who is unaware of which empire bestows such adornments upon every prodigy, with purple being the most prestigious of all? Over there stands a junior, proudly donning a purple wristband. Undoubtedly a genius. Good heavens! How can he be so handsome? One even jested to a friend, "Go and procure his contact information for me. Once I become a supernatural being, I shall add him, and we can share sweet confections together." How tiresome! Tao Yuan held no interest in this group of supernatural beings, regardless of their striking appearances. He had painstakingly cultivated himself to the 4th tier, temporarily stabilizing others' perceptions of his abilities, yet in merely 2 years, he would be subjected to an evaluation of his powers, leaving him unable to conceal his true prowess any longer. This 2-year period was his golden opportunity for cultivation. Should he miss it? It would be irretrievable. Matters of romance could be postponed indefinitely. His sole purpose for being here was to check on his sister, after all, his sister whom he had lived with for over a decade. If someone were to bully her, he would certainly speak up on her behalf. This was not only his nature but also a direction he had thoughtfully confirmed for himself. Historically, those with profound emotions grasp the world more fully, while those of absolute rationality, though they may control themselves flawlessly, often lack a comprehensive perspective on life. Without experiencing the full spectrum of human emotions, how could one fathom their terrors? Moreover, the practice of illusion is equally vital in this regard. Inciting the emotions of others is a fundamental aspect of illusion. Now that he had broken through to the 4th tier, he could influence others' emotions and senses through his illusions. One must not underestimate this. Achieving such a feat had required an immense investment of energy through a year of intensive study. Who could comprehend the formidable effects of self-hypnosis employed for deep learning? He had perused nearly every tome on illusion in the Empire's archives. An overview of the importance of illusion hypnosis through subtle suggestion utilizing illusion without awareness, the fundamentals of illusion, how to render illusions more authentic to this end. He had specifically developed an illusion termed pointing at a deer and calling it a horse. Akin to one of the 4 great Asian sorceries, transformation. Through illusion, he could obscure his true self, achieving an almost flawless disguise, whether in terms of others' impressions, psychological suggestions, or sensory perceptions. Are you all right? As Tao Yuan pondered, he inadvertently collided with a young lady, swiftly reaching out to assist her. She glanced at him, her face flushing crimson, and hurriedly departed. How peculiar! Navigating through the bustling crowd, some couldn't resist stealing a few glances, even turning back to look after they passed him. Finally, he arrived at Class 3 of the 1st year. As for how he knew? The information contained within the wristband was vast, and he possessed a high level of access. "My dear sister, have you missed your elder brother?" To his surprise, Tao Yao immediately embraced him upon recognizing him. "Brother, what is it? I preferred your previous defiant demeanor. Have you been wronged? Tell me, and I shall help you deal with that person." "You scoundrel, elder brother!" Tao Yao retaliated with a kick to Tao Yuan's foot, shattering the somber atmosphere, leaving only their playful chase. "All right, enough of this. Speak of your grievances. I have no such scoundrel for a brother. You've been here for over a year and haven't bothered to visit your sister even once. You clearly don't care about me." Tao Hua's eyes possessed not only the ability of illusion but also a remarkable enhancement of vision, enabling her to easily spot a fly from a kilometer away. With a mere glance, She noticed the low-scoring test papers still strewn across the table. Oh, I see. You scored poorly, which is why you're feeling downcast. If that were the case, how fortuitous. He happened to be the right person to ask. He had just the remedy for this situation. I happen to have a 7-day holiday coming up, and I can help you catch up. This was indeed true. Having reached the 4th tier, Taohua's illusion could keep someone in a state of hypnosis for quite some time. As for his waking up at noon daily, that was merely due to his self-imposed time constraint. With a single illusion directed at Taoyao, not to mention anything else, it would certainly enhance her learning efficiency, allowing her to enter a state of flow, boosting her grades significantly in this light. Taohua's abilities were indeed a boon for struggling students. Is that true? How can you still doubt your brother's prowess? You know very well the extent of my capabilities, for I am one of the 2 S-tier supernatural beings meticulously nurtured by the Empire. Chapter 14. The splendor of the imperial capital even for a genius who awakened their powers early. Such trifles may be a headache for others, but for me, they are utterly effortless. However, this matter can wait. I have a 7-day holiday. What shall you do with these 7 days while I study? Accompany me on a stroll, and I shall buy you something you desire. You had better, she exclaimed, her tone laced with playful reproach. Taoyuan felt a headache coming on. His sister showed him no respect whatsoever. Were it not for the decade of nurturing he had bestowed upon her, he would hardly care for her well-being in the bustling central business district, with its cultural entertainment, towering skyscrapers, dense business activities, convenient transport, and the hallmark of high consumption. This area accounted for 70% of the city's revenue. Brother, why have you brought me here? Have you really been so absorbed in your training that you've lost all sense of the world? This is the most vibrant area in the entire imperial capital. I only learned about it from my classmates. We are quite broke. Taoyao had been in the capital for quite some time and had yet to venture out, especially not to the most prosperous center, primarily due to a lack of funds. Taoyuan, exasperated, merely searched for the business district on his wristband. The first navigation point that appeared was this location, and he hadn't thought much of it. Simply following the directions, however, as they drew nearer, an unsettling feeling grew, the surroundings becoming increasingly opulent, and the tallest building in the city center looming ever closer. Since they had arrived, they might as well take a look. After all, he was not lacking in funds. Rather, she was the one who was. Taoyuan had no shortage of money. Although he might not possess cash, he could incur debts. As an S-tier genius, he had been given a golden card during holidays by Zhuanzhen, allowing him to own money usable anywhere in the imperial capital. With the backing of one of the 8 titans of the empire, what was there to fear? He strode in boldly. Is this the essence of wealth? Inside, there was an abundance of luxury goods, but even more so, resources for cultivation, including meat from beasts of the 6th tier. Little sister, this is your first time out. Lead the way. Having said that, he received no response from Taoyao. She had already become entranced in the luxury goods section. What are you looking at? These items are merely imbued with the significance bestowed by others, devoid of any practical utility. They are far less useful than a single medicinal herb. Taoyao's gaze remained fixed on a bracelet before her, the price likely containing an unfathomable number of zeros. Brother, my birthday is in a few days. You will get me a birthday gift, won't you? Taoyao was no fool, perhaps initially unaware of what it meant to be a supernatural being. After attending school for a year, she had long grasped the significance of supernatural beings to the empire. And her brother, presently one of the only 2 S-tier supernatural beings of the younger generation, could undoubtedly procure any bracelet within the capital, regardless of its price. Do not beat around the bush. Are you seeking to compensate for my incomplete childhood? Taoyuan swiftly pulled her away. He had no intention of being a fool and acquiring something utterly impractical, which would enhance no one's strength, merely to become waste. They exited the store, and only after leaving did Taoyuan realize that Taoyao already clutched a string of bracelets. Did you steal that? Taoyao looked at him, utterly speechless, her expression akin to one who was confronting ignorance. Police, what do you mean by stealing? Have you even considered the levels of the staff here? Do you think I could steal anything in this place? This is a complimentary gift. I have no idea why. But that staff member chose to give it to me while the others received nothing. Taoyuan remained perplexed. Logically, this should not be the case. He wore merely a purple wristband. There were many geniuses within the capital sporting purple wristbands, so there was no reason for her to receive a gift. The staff would have no way of discerning that he was an S-tier supernatural being. Only Tao Yao and Su Ming knew this. And perhaps Jiang Han had an inkling, but they would never leak any information about him. He held firm confidence in the Empire regarding this matter. Rather than dwell on the inexplicable, he headed directly toward the restaurant. Sister, you may do as you wish with that bracelet, but look at you now. You're so thin you probably weigh under 80 pounds. Come, let me treat you to a grand meal, at least you have some conscience. Noticing that your dear sister has grown thin. Let us hurry. Tao Yao tugged at Tao Yuan as they dashed toward the restaurant, where they enjoyed a lavish meal, the price of which was staggering. He simply chose not to look and swiped his card. Ultimately, he had underestimated the allure of the place for Tao Yao, arriving empty-handed but leaving laden with treasures. If this continued, he would soon lose his genius of a sister. She ought to consider that carefully. Tao Yuan found himself at an impasse. He could hardly employ illusions on her. That would betray his principles. Very well. Tao Yao placed her acquisitions down and followed behind him, her expression not one of bitterness, but rather one of delight. All those items had been casually obtained. She may not have particularly desired them, but this allowed her to gauge her standing in Tao Yuan's heart. Fortunately, the outcome was quite favorable. Tao Yuan did indeed care for his sister. Had the staff not recognized the purple wristband's significance, they would never have allowed Tao Yao to act so recklessly. In the following days, Tao Yuan devoted himself to testing his Tao Hua eyes, as for his younger sister. She had immersed herself in her studies, the enchanting allure of her peach blossom eyes hinting at a state of profound concentration, rendering her oblivious to the happenings around her, as if she had entered a moment of enlightenment. Her previously unfocused mind was now intensely concentrated, and the textbooks that had once seemed incomprehensible now appeared to come alive, akin to an elementary arithmetic table, simple and easy to understand, of course. Such an endeavor came at a cost. While the effects were not overtly apparent on Tao Yuan, they were strikingly evident in others. For instance, after merely 2 hours of study, Tao Yao collapsed onto the desk. Fast asleep, he had to carry her back to bed for a proper rest. Perhaps it was her fragile spiritual energy that caused her to succumb after just 2 hours of learning. An aspect that required fortification. On another note, this state bore resemblance to the moments of epiphany often depicted in novels. With a clear direction and inspiration, one could achieve an exquisite focus. How beneficial it was. After several attempts, he discovered that this method could only be realized when the other party offered no resistance, or even embraced it willingly, a valuable piece of data indeed. Usually, he was the sole subject of his experiments. However, the effects of his abilities manifested differently when applied to others. For reasons unknown, after several days of research, Tao Yuan felt an overwhelming fatigue, seemingly a consequence of his reckless use of spiritual energy. He dozed off on the sofa, and this slumber extended for 3 whole days, awakening only in the afternoon. He had anticipated side effects. Moving forward, he resolved to treat his body with greater care. Even with the assistance of medicinal baths, he could not withstand such excesses. During the training year, Tao Yuan had only afforded himself 5 hours of sleep each night, his spiritual energy thoroughly exhausted, necessitating restorative rest. Yet time was scarce. It was not until today, during the holiday, that he could finally indulge in a proper sleep. Chapter 15. The end of the holiday. From now on, he would aim for 6 hours of slumber. It is not to say that those with abilities must adhere to the same sleep requirements as ordinary individuals, yet his relentless training that depleted his spiritual energy each day was unsustainable without adequate recovery. By the way, where is my sister? Sister, he called out loudly, but received no response. Fortunately, he eventually spotted her on the bed, still soundly asleep. Tao Yuan gently slapped her cheeks twice to rouse her. What's wrong? She murmured upon waking. Nothing much. I just came to inform you that I am leaving. Startled by her brother's imminent departure, she quickly inquired, but isn't there a 7-day holiday? Why leave after just 3 days? Tao Yuan pinched her nose playfully. Did you not realize? You, my dear sister, have been sleeping like a log for 3 days straight. Were it not for my departure, I would have hesitated to wake you. His phone indicated that 3 days had indeed passed, yet she was convinced she had only slept for a day. Stop fretting. I have implanted an illusion in your mind that will activate after 1 day, at which point you will enter a state of enlightenment, likely elevating your grades to an A. Cherish this opportunity. He wondered when they would meet again. By the way, happy birthday in advance. Farewell. upon finishing his words, his entire being transformed into a flock of crows that soared out the window towards the training grounds in the capital. The illusion. Crow clone. Merely a parlor trick, it currently only produced sensory illusions, making it seem as if he had turned into a crow and taken flight. The crow clone was a technique recorded by the Empire, a skill he had taken time to master. And he believed that in due course, it would become a reality. Tao Yao stood by the window, watching the receding crows, lamenting, "When will I become an ability user?" As dawn broke, for individuals were already present at the training grounds. The original trio was joined by an A-rank ability user, an early awakener. Despite being an A-rank ability user, he had cultivated his innate spiritual energy for 2 years and had only just reached the 4th tier yesterday. While the distinction between A and S rank may not seem pronounced at present, it would become increasingly significant over time, potentially leading to bottlenecks. The newly added member, Chen Chu, an A-rank ability user, was not initially supposed to train alongside them, yet due to his early awakening 3 years prior, it was decided during an imperial meeting that he would train with them for a year before skipping college to head straight to the battlefield upon turning 18. After a few days apart, the scar on Xian Can's face appeared to have multiplied, leaving Taoyuan curious about his recent activities. However, Su Meng seemed discontent, retorting, "If he is allowed to train here, why can't Brother Jiang Han join us? He will surely awaken S-rank abilities in the future." Xian Can offered no explanation, firmly settling the matter, which only incited Su Meng's dissatisfaction. For the past 7 days, he had been with Jiang Han, and she had not anticipated that a girl would actively pursue Jiang Han, much to her displeasure. Taoyuan cast a glance at Chen Chu, silently assessing him. True to the role of a villain, he possessed a formidable background and A-rank talent, immediately fixating on the female lead upon his arrival. The way he gazed at her suggested he might even have considered names for their future children. His look held a hint of hostility. Could it be that he misconstrued my relationship with Su Meng? As he had surmised, Chen Chu continued to fixate on Su Meng, his ears reddening, before briefly assessing Taoyuan and retracting his gaze. Since his arrival, Taoyuan and Su Meng had exchanged no words. Initially, Chen Chu had speculated on their relationship, given that they were the only 2 S-rank ability users of their generation, training together, which was hard to overlook. "Hello, I am Chen Chu, an A-rank ability user, endowed with the power to manipulate darkness. Hello, I am Taoyuan." His response was neither warm nor cold, a brief handshake exchanged before he withdrew his hand, avoiding any awkwardness, merely giving the impression that the S-rank user was somewhat aloof. Su Meng ignored him entirely, adopting a demeanor befitting a high and mighty goddess, leaving Taoyuan astonished. Goodness, does a rivalry exist between the protagonist and the antagonist? Why does the female lead become so cold upon the villain's arrival? Previously, during their training sessions, Su Meng had shown no signs of superiority, even when expressing reluctance towards them. Deep down, she acknowledged that they were qualified to share the same platform. One a strong mentor, the other a peer of equal potential. Now, with the introduction of yet another A-rank ability user, she showed no desire to engage with him, as if he were an unwelcome outsider. With their introductions concluded, they set off for Longji Mountain. A spacecraft materialized from their wristbands, and once aboard, they sped swiftly towards Longji Mountain, which lay within the capital, reaching their destination in mere minutes. The mountain, true to its name, resembled a dragon's spine, twisting and coiling. Amidst the swirling snow, at its peak, lay a dreamlike paradise. This training ground has taken a year to establish for you. The snow-capped mountains are infused with abundant spiritual energy, promising you both a tenfold increase in your results here. However, such luxury came at a hefty price. The falling snowflakes were condensed from spiritual energy, and the paradise was crafted from dream peach wood. Anyone below the 4th tier would find themselves frozen or lost in illusions conjured by the dream peach wood. Such a setting could only be sustained for 3 years by the Empire's resources. And after that, regardless of your growth, this secret realm would cease to function. Make the most of your time here. After speaking, he led the group down to the interior, which housed 3 distinct accommodations. Originally intended for Taoyuan, Su Meng, and Xian Can, each designed as an ice fortress, a paradise, and a standard resting room. However, even the simplest resting space required substantial resources, without any shelter against the nightly chill emanating from the dream peachwood and the relentless spiritual snow. They would struggle to survive a night. Upon assigning the rooms, the presence of Chun Chu posed a dilemma regarding his accommodation. Taoyuan, may I share your quarters? Chin Chu interjected suddenly. As a descendant of one of the 8 prominent figures. He held a significant identity, yet it did not guarantee him a place to stay here. Thus, he approached Taoyuan, hoping to secure a shared living arrangement. Get lost? The retort escaped Taoyuan's lips without hesitation. Not only was training inherently personal, but allowing this individual to share his space would undoubtedly hinder his own progress, something he could never permit, though not mistake my silence for weakness. Taoyuan's refusal was echoed by Xian Can, who similarly objected. The agreement to bring Chun Chu along was contingent on not disturbing the training of the 2 S-rank users. How could that be turned on its head? Would he forsake the substantial for the trivial? You can share the resting room with me, and you two better familiarize yourselves with the environment. Training commences tomorrow. Chapter 16. The attributes of a love-struck fool. The biting cold of the snow, coupled with the occasional gusts of chilling wind, rendered both body and spirit uneasy. Yet, with each gust, his spiritual energy seemed to experience a subtle enhancement, while the falling snow invigorated his strength, a true luxury. Taoyuan could not help but scoff. Luxury? What do you mean by luxury? This is clearly the Empire's acknowledgement of my worth. Transforming the entire Longji Mountain into an incomplete secret realm was likely a considerable burden on the Empire. For the following week, Taoyuan dedicated half an hour daily to elevate his spiritual energy to 80 points before embarking on his conceptualization of spiritual techniques. The enhancement experienced by a 4th-tier ability user was most pronounced, with every bone, muscle, vein, and organ fortified, enabling him to possess the strength of a 3rd-tier ability user solely through physical prowess. With each punch he executed in the snow, the surrounding snowflakes dispersed outward, forming a large circle devoid of accumulated snow. When he landed a punch, it produced a sonic boom, and he felt his entire body vibrate, confirming that he had succeeded. Sonic Fist has been mastered. So further practice may not be necessary. However, it is essential to strike once daily, using both fists and feet to exercise the entire skeletal system. The challenge of Sonic Fist lies in transforming one's entire being into bone and successfully channeling the force of a punch. Now that the most arduous part has been accomplished, this skill can be cultivated to its utmost refinement. After several days of rigorous training, Taoyuan was astonished to discover that his cultivation results had increased from 10-fold to 11-fold daily. This unexpected delight raised a question. What might Su Ming's speed have reached? Could it be that the harder one trains, the greater the multiplication factor? Contemplating this hypothesis, Taoyuan promptly consulted his bracelet for relevant information, and eventually found a passage in an important imperial text. To enhance cultivation results becomes increasingly challenging. It necessitates the dual activation of both soul and body to propel spiritual energy. Daily exercise of both soul and physical strength can subtly stimulate the flow of spiritual energy, leading to gradual increases. This revelation served as a reminder for him. Strengthening both soul and body is crucial, and Sonic Fist can effectively condition the physique, while the cultivation of soul power should ideally be achieved through daily self-hypnosis. Few understand the precision and mental energy required for a full day of self-hypnosis. Since the beginning of his training, he had not measured his spiritual energy, physical strength, or soul power again. Perhaps his instructor had simply forgotten. Taoyuan had developed a habit of directly retrieving any information he needed from his bracelet, which possessed an extensive repository of knowledge. For those with prematurely awakened abilities, only the soul power and physical strength at the moment of awakening can be measured. Due to the nature of premature awakening, the soul power and physical strength do not fully connect with spiritual energy, resulting in inaccurate data. Force testing yields considerable deviation. The interconnection of soul power, physical strength, and spiritual energy can create a perfect cycle, further enhancing the abilities of the gifted. This understanding was indeed enlightening. However, the notion that the connection between soul, body, and spiritual energy could further bolster one's powers was encouraging. After completing his training for the day, Taoyuan made his way back, aware that the Empire's focus was on guiding individuals to comprehend their unique abilities and develop their applications accordingly. Thus, Xinshin did not visit daily, but rather once a month, providing pertinent guidance. However, every visit necessitated clear progress. Otherwise, additional training sessions would follow. As for Su Ming, the stakes were even higher. Failing the monthly assessment would render her 3-day leave void. Under such pressure, Su Ming diligently fulfilled her commitments, Fearing the loss of her meager reprieve, a saying circulated within the empire. The more spiritual techniques one develops, the greater their understanding of abilities becomes. This notion held a degree of truth. Without profound insight, how could one create corresponding skills? Moreover, the process of skill creation inherently deepens one's understanding of their abilities. This cycle ensures a strong comprehension. On his way home, Taoyuan noticed that the ice and snow fortress was not far from the peach blossom spring, allowing him to easily hear voices emanating from the former Xu Ming. I have brought you a spiritual elixir from my father. I hear you are an S-class. This elixir will be beneficial to you. Please open the door so I can deliver it. Chun Chu's arrival transformed the previously tranquil training environment into a bustling one. Yet this commotion felt unnecessary. Daily, he would pester Xu Ming, embodying the role of an eager admirer, often raising his voice, causing disturbances that once even disrupted Taoyuan's meditative practices. This incessant intrusion irked Taoyuan, who valued the peace of his training sessions. He believed that if Chun Chu desired excitement, he could easily seek it in the imperial capital. The current atmosphere only inspired Taoyuan to devise a means to rid himself of him. Leave. I have told you not to disturb me. If you continue this way, I shall inform the teacher and let them deal with you. Xu Ming was exasperated by his relentless attention. Despite his attempts to win her favor, Chun Chu remained undeterred, still lingering around her, even after being threatened with the teacher's involvement. Taoyuan recognized Chun Chu's background. He was a descendant of one of the 8 great figures, having gained prominence due to his parents' significant contributions to the empire, which afforded him a certain stature, especially in the absence of other S-class abilities. At this moment, Chun Chu, having called out for some time, appeared ready to abandon his efforts, but upon seeing Taoyuan, he approached him to forge a closer connection. Setting aside their differences, the mere fact that Taoyuan was an S-class made it prudent for Chun Chu to cultivate a relationship with him, particularly as it would facilitate his interactions with Xu Ming. Taoyuan, my brother, how goes your training? Would you care to join me for a meal? Chun Chu inquired, tossing the spiritual elixir he had intended for Xu Ming into Taoyuan's hands. Taoyuan caught it effortlessly and replied, Thank you for the elixir, but I am currently occupied. Please speak more softly and refrain from interrupting my training. Chun Chu's temper flared at this. For having been raised in nobility, he was accustomed to a certain level of respect and deference. Despite the loss of his parents due to his insistence on joining the battlefield after awakening his abilities, he still had a grandfather who represented the family's hopes, filling him with pride. Had it not been for his grandfather's countless admonitions to temper his demeanor and engage amicably with others, he might have lost his composure much earlier. However, in the days since, everyone had treated him with indifference. Xu Ming's rejection was understandable, given her gender, but the presence of this haughty youth constantly reminded him of his status as merely an A-class ability user. Even Xu Ming's attitude towards Taoyuan was markedly more favorable than her treatment of him, which stung deeply. Chapter 17. Instant kill people are often like this. According to the original narrative, Chun Chu had pined after Xu Ming for an entire year on Longji Mountain without losing his temper. Yet now, in light of the contrast, he could no longer endure it. I challenge you. Meet me at the arena for a one-on-one duel if you dare. Chun Chu, infuriated, let his reason slip into madness. Determined to confront Taoyuan, in Taoyuan's eyes, a glimmer of light flashed. How trivial from Chun Chu's perspective. They both made their way to the arena, where he had been mercilessly beaten by Taoyuan. Unable to bear it any longer, he resorted to taking a drug, swallowing a blood pill, which temporarily boosted his combat prowess at the cost of his health. However, at that moment, he cared not for the consequences. He was desperate to reclaim his lost dignity after being thoroughly humiliated. With a powerful punch, he aimed to strike, but Taoyuan effortlessly caught his fist, and a thunderous admonition resonated deep within Chun Chu's soul. Wake up, Chun Chu! What has happened to me? Chun Chu wondered, dazed, as he saw Taoyuan transform into Xinshin before him. In that moment, he realized he was not attacking Taoyuan, but rather Xinshin. Meanwhile, Taoyuan returned to his own sanctuary for training, where the chilling winds persistently honed his soul power. Sensing a powerful aura erupting from the arena, he deduced that his teacher had arrived and ceased his practice to head towards the commotion. When Chun Chu had initially challenged him, he had fallen into an illusion, and everything that transpired afterward was merely a fabrication of that illusion. From start to finish, he had been shadowboxing against thin air in the arena. Xu Ming, having sensed the disturbance, also emerged from the ice and snow fortress, and the two arrived at the arena in succession. Observing the evident progress made by both in just 7 days, Xianxin felt a swell of pride. You have not disappointed my expectations. Truly, you are S-class ability users. His gaze turned to Taoyuan, quickly deducing that Chen Chu's erratic behavior was a result of the illusion. And he mused to himself, no surprise, given Taoyuan's formidable soul power of 111. He only needed a single illusion to deal with an A-class ability user of equal ranked IT. Was worth noting that Su Ming had also fought Chen Chu. Yet he had only managed to last a few rounds before being frozen. This indicated that Taoyuan was indeed superior. Teacher, Chen Chu has been a constant disturbance during my training. I request that he be removed. Su Ming stepped forward to recount her experiences over the past few days. With each word, Xuanxin's brow furrowed deeper, and his anger grew, leading him to deliver a thorough beating to Chen Chu. Leaving him battered and bruised, Taoyuan watched this unfold with a furrowed brow, sensing an impending crisis. The public reprimand seemed to serve as a punishment for Chen Chu, yet it also prepared the groundwork for Taoyuan's continued training on Longji Mountain. Both Taoyuan and Su Ming sought a quiet training environment, desiring Chen Chu's absence. Their objectives were aligned in wanting to rid themselves of him. However, this was not solely their decision. The imperial establishment governed this place, and they had no authority to expel others, as anticipated. After punishing Chen Chu, Xianxin issued a warning to both Taoyuan and Su Ming. Rest assured, he shall not disturb you again. Should he do so, I will take half his life. After delivering this ultimatum, he produced a substantial amount of training resources, 30 portions in total. This is your allocation for a month's training on Longji Mountain. I will return monthly to provide resources and check on your progress. Do not let me down. After instructing them, he issued a final admonition to Chen Chu before storming off. Taoyuan, having collected his training resources, departed first, casting a meaningful glance at Chen Chu. The final warning implied not just a punishment, but an intention to cultivate Chen Chu further. With a heavy sigh, Taoyuan decided to focus on his own training. Time was of the essence. As a 4th-tier ability user, he needed to surpass 100,000 spiritual energy points to advance to the 5th tier. Yet he currently had only 10,611. It was imperative that he accelerated his cultivation. Taoyuan raced against the specter of death, a parasite of the empire, determined to absorb the nourishing essence of the great tree before being discovered. Su Ming diligently practices every day, accumulating a remarkable total of 100 points. While his normal training yields a mere 8 points, on Longji Mountain, the 10-fold amplification reaches an impressive 80, further enhanced by the influence of soul power and physical constitution, resulting in an augmentation of up to 88 points. Each day, the disparity in spiritual power alone amounts to 12 points. Even if Su Ming takes 3 days off each month, he can still secure a minimum of 2,700 points, and with the training tools continuing to operate during his rest days, he would attain a guaranteed total of 2,715 points for the month. Conversely, this individual achieves an 11-fold training output, garnering 88 points daily, culminating in 2,640 points over a month without any time off. Excluding the enhancement from other spiritual herbs, the monthly gap stands at 75 points, which may seem insignificant. However, if he were to succumb to infatuation and fervently train, he could potentially reach 3,000 spiritual points each month, transforming that gap from 75 to a staggering 360 points. Over time, this distance will inevitably widen. Mere hard work and training will not suffice, as it only addresses superficial issues. A more profound approach is essential to expedite training outcomes, thereby achieving fundamental results. A drastic measure must be taken. Half a year has swiftly passed, and Longji Mountain remains perpetually blanketed in snow, obscuring the changing of the seasons. The only memory that lingers is that Xianxin has visited 6 times since then, each time nodding in satisfaction. He has praised Taoyuan a few times, while reprimanding Su Ming. Su Ming, feeling quite indignant, is displeased with Taoyuan, which has caused Taoyuan considerable headache. Taking him as a role model may only incite resentment in others. Were it not for Su Ming's impression of them both being S-class psychics, he might have resorted to quoting Chen Chu, who would say, "I am an S-class psychic, merely lacking in daily effort. With dedication, I could easily surpass Chen Chu." Within the Peach Blossom Paradise, Taoyuan has been diligently cultivating his spiritual power, refusing to allow even a hint of complacency over the past 6 months. Upon completing his training, he promptly grasps his psychic abilities, creating a unique spiritual technique of his own. 4 months ago, the Sonic Fist was perfected, yet each punch resulted in bodily injuries, causing his flesh and bones to tremble and bleed. Fortunately, the Empire, with its ample resources, resolved any potential aftereffects early on, particularly when he proposed an increase in medicinal materials, which they readily agreed to, eliciting both surprise and a pang of regret. If a genius can absorb such resources, they would not hesitate to allocate these materials. Furthermore, utilizing imperial resources, he developed the 1,000 cuts technique, which he does not dare to use himself. Each cut toward the soul is intended to enhance soul power. Yet the agony it entails is unimaginable. Even after hypnotizing himself with his peach blossom eyes to endure the pain, once the illusion dissipates, he shudders at the mere thought of the soul's torment. Each time he promises it will be the last, yet he finds himself hypnotizing himself once more to undertake the 1,000 cuts. Chapter 18. The fruits of 6 months. Fortunately, all of this effort has borne fruit. While the exact improvements in physical constitution and soul power remain unquantifiable, the enhancement in spiritual power is measurable. Daily training has escalated spiritual output by 12-fold, achieving 96 points in a single day. Merely 4 points shy of Su Ming. After 6 months of training, occasional rare treasures have contributed to a slight increase in spiritual power, now reaching an impressive 31,130 points. Meanwhile, Su Ming, with his 3 days of leave, boasts a spiritual power of 31,200, maintaining a consistent lead. Throughout, Tao Yuan has remained steadfastly behind Su Ming, this powerful 10-point advantage proving significant. Should Su Ming intensify his efforts, he might even reach an 11-point pace. Another day of fruitful training unfolds, as the heavy snowfall enhances the absorption of spiritual power. Thus, the Sonic Fist training transpires amidst the snowy expanse. The snowflakes transform into spiritual energy, nourishing his body. After half an hour of executing the Sonic Fist with his hands and feet, Tao Yuan does not return to the Peach Blossom Paradise as usual. Today, he wishes to test his limits. Attempting the technique repeatedly, producing sonic booms that echo loudly, awakening Su Ming, who is encased in ice within the snowy fortress. Chen Chu, frozen in ice, trembles from the vibrations caused by the Sonic Fist. Yet it is not enough. The effectiveness of the Sonic Fist diminishes with each use, requiring more time to produce the desired physical training effects, which is not encouraging. Tao Yuan ponders various methods to enhance the Sonic Fist. Yet all attempts prove futile until he extracts a piece of multicolored stone from his possession. This stone embodies the power of the 5 elements, and he plans to correspond these elemental forces with the organs of his body for improved training results. Coincidentally, the Empire has conducted research in this area, and his wristband displays a technique, the 5 elements rotation technique. However, this technique operates at a sluggish pace, requiring several days for a single cycle. Thus, practicing it seems less beneficial than attempting to channel the elemental forces directly to the corresponding organs. Once he accumulates enough energy, he can then focus on mastering the 5 elements rotation technique. With the multicolored stone in hand, he unleashes the Sonic Fist. As his bones resonate, the elemental energy from the stone is absorbed into his body, flowing toward the corresponding organs with each swing, progressively increasing the intake. This marks the 3rd month of this approach, and he has consulted Xian Can, who has affirmed his innovative ideas, encouraging him to proceed boldly while expressing confidence in the inspiration behind the Sonic Fist. Although Xian Can is unaware of the operational principles of the Sonic Fist, he recognizes Tao Yuan's perceptiveness. 3 months have elapsed, yet the absorption of elemental energy remains insufficient. He hopes to master the 5 elements rotation technique before the Sonic Fist loses its effectiveness entirely, lest his training speed diminishes further. Fortunately, from an effectiveness standpoint, the Sonic Fist should remain usable for another year, allowing ample time to master the 5 elements rotation technique. Tao Yuan, your noise is too disruptive. Su Ming expresses her dissatisfaction. Ever since he conceived the Sonic Fist, the entire mountain has been filled with the sound of piercing air each morning. Although the noise is not overwhelming, its continuous duration of half an hour is unbearable. Su Ming's patience has its limits, having endured for 6 months before finally voicing her grievances. Apologies, but this is unavoidable. Starting today, I will practice the Sonic Fist for an hour each day. If you could suggest a specific time frame, we can avoid disturbing one another. Tao Yuan feels somewhat helpless in this regard. He cannot forsake his training due to Su Ming's requests. After all, the combination of the Sonic Fist and Thousand Cuts can yield double the training results, making it an unwise choice to abandon it. Alright, how about you train from 5 a.m. to 6 a.m.? That time aligns perfectly with my morning routine. Additionally, it would be best if you began your evening training at 11 p.m., finishing before midnight, so as not to disrupt my rest as Yu Ming proposes her plan. Over the years, she has matured significantly, transitioning from a 6 a.m. wake-up to a 5 a.m. start, capable of training throughout the day. Xianqan has become less critical of her, even praising her last month, and of course, this is relative to her past. Compared to Taoyuan, she still has room for improvement. Nevertheless, her talent and effort are undeniable. And even with such training, she cannot easily overshadow her S-class aptitude. Alright, I will begin my training at 5 a.m. every day. Taoyuan readily agrees, as the training grounds on Longji Mountain are not solely his domain. However, this does not mean he will not disturb others, as world-class psychics, they are all keenly aware. For those who train at the same location daily, it is best to maintain harmony, for if Su Ming were to seek trouble in the future, it would pose a headache for him. It seems he must adjust his training methods, starting at 4 a.m. to focus on soul power, followed by physical training at 5 a.m., aiming to complete his daily spiritual training by midday. Allowing for afternoon psychic training to integrate all knowledge and conduct experiments, while the evening can be dedicated to medicinal baths for vigorous training. Time flows unceasingly, and another 6 months pass. After a year of training on Longji Mountain, it appears Su Ming has also developed her unique spiritual technique. Given the timing of his Sonic Fist training, explosive sounds occasionally emanate from the icy fortress. Taoyuan does not investigate closely but can surmise that she is likely testing her psychic abilities. Eventually, Xianqan arrives to assess the training results of both individuals. Yu Ming executes an ice explosion technique, causing ice shards to scatter in all directions, simultaneously unleashing an intense cold that briefly immobilizes her target. Seizing the opportunity, the ice spikes dart towards Xianqan at incredible speed. While this attack poses no real threat to him, he acknowledges it with high praise, commending her technique as having the potential to defeat a 5th-tier psychic. In contrast, Taoyuan's illusionary techniques have become even more masterful, enabling him to confound 5th-tier experts, a testament to his theoretical absorption and practical application. Remarkably, he has also devised another technique, aptly named Peach Blossom Paradise. This technique directly transports opponents into the Peach Blossom Paradise for a battle of souls, stunning Xianqan with its brilliance, certainly a trump card among trump cards. Already possessing an extraordinary soul power, coupled with a skill that measures soul strength, he can easily achieve invincibility against opponents of the same tier and even challenge those of higher levels. Regrettably, the 5 elements rotation technique remains unmastered, and the Sonic Fist's effectiveness wanes, often requiring 50 minutes of practice to yield results. It is likely that after an hour of exertion, the technique's benefits will gradually diminish, although the multicolored stone has been sufficiently absorbed. Enhancing the body's energy pathways through bone vibrations, the elemental energy within remains inadequate to meet the prerequisites for mastering the 5 elements rotation technique. Chapter 19. Day of Psychic Awakening. On this day, Xianqan arrives to retrieve Chen Chu, who has now reached the age of 18. As per their agreement, it is time for him to depart Longji Mountain and venture into the battlefield for further training. Observing the 3 young men before him, Xianqan feels a sense of satisfaction. Over the past year, I have witnessed your training achievements, particularly those of Taoyuan, whose progress has been remarkably swift and ever-evolving. Naturally, your performance, Su Ming, has also garnered my admiration. The ice explosion technique you have created exemplifies the formidable power of S-class abilities. As for you, Chen Chu, in comparison to them, your advancement appears rather mediocre. According to our agreement, you shall now proceed to the battlefield and rely on your own fortunes. Xianqan was correct in stating that Su Ming has the highest spiritual energy this year. Having successfully cultivated both the soul training method and the physical enhancement technique, achieving an impressive 11-fold improvement. From the initial entry into Longji Mountain with over 10 spiritual energy points to the current 61. 117, you have traversed nearly half of the path to the 4th tier, with Taoyuan closely following at 61, 076. Had it not been for the time required to assimilate the rare materials, the figures would undoubtedly be even higher. Notably, Taoyuan has absorbed a greater quantity of such treasures. Chen Chu's progress is commendable, but only if he refrains from comparing himself to these two, with daily earnings of 7 o'clock and a 10-fold effect. His spiritual energy points have reached 41, 130. It is not that he lacks the desire to cultivate his soul and physique, but rather that he is unable. Not everyone possesses the genius required. And while he is an A-class talent, he conforms to the rules of genius. To cultivate these skills requires insight, and although he possesses high insight as an A-class talent before the age of 18, only S-class abilities have been able to master such techniques, as determined by years of statistical data from the Empire. The reason he has surpassed 40,000 is due to his substantial background, receiving occasional rare materials for absorption, which has allowed him to break through from just over 30,000 to above 40,000. Overall, the results are remarkable, justifying the Empire's significant investment in rare materials to reach this incomplete realm of heaven and earth. Chen Chu, your training time has come to an end. Today marks the annual Day of Ability Awakening, and you will join us at the Imperial High School for the Awakening Ceremony to assess your A-class ability. Su Ming and Tao Yuan, you two have a 7-day holiday. Accompany me to the capital's high school to observe if any prodigies awaken. Xianqin contemplated and decided to bring Su Ming and Tao Yuan along to the capital's high school. It would be beneficial for them to witness other talents in the Empire, as not all knowledge can be acquired from the wristband. Practice is the only standard for testing truth. Teacher, I wish to continue my training. The awakening ceremony at the Imperial High School holds little interest for me. Faced with the teacher's invitation, Tao Yuan promptly declined without a second thought. A 7-day holiday equates to nearly 100 spiritual energy points per day, totaling 700 points. While this may not seem substantial, in terms of regular training, it would amount to 87 days of cultivation. He was unwilling to forego such an opportunity. Conversely, Su Ming was brimming with enthusiasm, especially at the prospect of visiting the capital's high school, her face full of anticipation. Xianqin anticipated Tao Yuan's refusal, yet this time there was no room for objection. I understand your sentiments, but this is unavoidable. You have spent a year within, and now Longji Mountain requires renovations as certain formations have encountered issues. After a brief pause, Xianqin revealed significant news. Based on your performances over the past year, the Empire has decided to intensify its training efforts, necessitating a 7-day period for the maintenance and upgrading of formations. Remember, this upgrade involves substantial investment from the Empire, allowing the fruits of your cultivation to increase from 10-fold to 20-fold. A conclusion reached after numerous meetings. Of course, Xianqin withheld additional details. The discussions among the 8 individuals concerning the training of these two had become quite heated, ultimately deciding that their performances would dictate the outcome. This meeting had taken place 6 months prior, resulting in a stalemate with a 4-4 vote, and a bet was established. The terms of the wager stipulated that for them to achieve a 20-fold cultivation speed, they must exceed 60,000 spiritual energy points at this time a year later. Since both had succeeded, those who opposed had nothing further to say, granting them a 7-day holiday and ultimately approving the modifications. Wonderful! Long live the Empire! Tao Yuan's eyes lit up at the prospect of a 20-fold cultivation speed, a notion he had scarcely dared to dream of, and he exclaimed in delight. The other 3 exchanged smiles, while Chen Chu could only manage a wry smile of resignation. The reason for the 1-year delay in the bet was precisely due to his presence in the discussions. Nevertheless, he felt content with the 10-fold cultivation speed. In an external environment, that would translate to merely 3-fold, representing a remarkable 7-fold increase. Other A-class talents would gaze upon him enviously, as they could only rely on herbs to maintain a 3-fold cultivation speed. While he had surpassed them by an immeasurable margin, especially since he had only just turned 18, naturally, as his strength increased, attending university would no longer be necessary. As an early awakener, he had already received individualized education and could head directly to the battlefield for practical experience. For an A-class genius of 18, even on the battlefield, a 6th-tier powerhouse would be covertly assigned for protection until this A-class ability wielder reached the 5th tier. Enough pondering. We must depart early tomorrow morning. I will come to fetch you then. With that, Xianqin stepped into the air and vanished from sight. Only 1 day? That's unacceptable. I cannot afford to waste this chance for nearly 100 points of spiritual energy. Tao Yuan thought to himself, not out of stinginess but rather due to the vast disparity in training outside. 1 day felt like 10 if he did not seize the opportunity to cultivate. By the time the incomplete secret realm disappeared in 2 years, he would find himself without time to train. Thus, that night, Chen Chu and Tao Yuan remained awake, their commotion preventing even the weary Su Ming from finding rest. Ultimately, she encased the entire fortress in a layer of ice and snow before finally drifting into a peaceful slumber. Unlike the others, she could not fathom why Taoyuan, also an S-class ability wielder, was so diligent in his training, having never endured any cruel experiences and still retaining a youthful spirit. That night was particularly frenzied. The sound of sonic punches echoed through the night for a full 3 hours before he submerged himself in a medicinal bath to cultivate his spiritual energy. By the time Xian can arrived the following evening, he was still immersed in the healing waters. Such diligence! Xian can arrived early at Longji Mountain, having observed the trio's performances. One training, one resting, and one striving with all his might. He glanced around before returning to the arena, drawing upon the surging spiritual energy within him. Soon, all three were jolted awake by the overwhelming energy, a clear signal to rouse them. The group swiftly followed Xian Can down the mountain. Chapter 20. The awakening of abilities at the Imperial High School tonight was unlike any other. The Imperial High School was abuzz with excitement. The ability awakening ceremony was specifically arranged in the vicinity of the school, attracting not only younger students but also onlookers outside the school who peered through the fences to catch a glimpse of the proceedings within. Under Xian Can's guidance, the trio did not have to jostle with the crowd outside or sit in the lower stands. Instead, they occupied inconspicuous seats beside the high platform. The testing of abilities was about to commence, and Xian Can encouraged them to observe closely, as they might spot familiar faces among the participants. Do not underestimate the talents of the capital. Each year, several A-class ability wielders emerge from the Imperial High School. Although they may not match your prowess, they are nonetheless quite exceptional. As Xian Can provided commentary, the trio harbored differing thoughts. Su Ming frequently scanned the audience below, her gaze lighting up upon spotting Zhang Han, prompting her to attempt to descend, only to be halted by Xian Can. Chen Chu, on the other hand, surveyed the high platform below with an air of nonchalance, a privilege he earned. After all, simply being an A-class ability wielder afforded him the confidence to fear no one. Moreover, he had thrived in an opportune era. The secret realm established by the Empire had been his playground for an entire year, a feat unparalleled in history. Had his status within the realm not been concealed, many A-class ability wielders would likely have harbored envy towards him. At the age of 18, as an A-class ability wielder with over 40,000 spiritual energy points, no single aspect of his achievements seemed extraordinary. Even combining two of those factors would not raise eyebrows. However, when considered collectively, they painted an astonishing picture. He becoming arrogant. He had certainly outperformed his counterpart in the original narrative, where he had merely approached 30,000 spiritual energy points as a fourth-tier ability wielder, and that was only a year into his journey. Such growth could hardly be deemed excessive. Taoyuan cast a glance at Chen Chu before swiftly redirecting his attention to the stage below. His expression grave. Among the three, he was the one most focused on the awakening of abilities, never forgetting that he was, in fact, an A-class ability wielder. He was keenly observing the awakening platform, devising strategies to navigate the upcoming tests. The awakening ceremony commenced, and the first participant, Qi Hong, a handsome youth, rose from his seat and strode confidently toward the high platform. He ascended the 4 steps in haste, eager to discover his abilities. Wow, it's Qi Hong, the top student of the entire school. I wonder if he will awaken an A-class ability. Look, it's your crush. Could you refrain from saying that out loud? Excited chatter filled the air, predominantly among the first and second-year students, while the third-year students sat anxiously in their seats, fearing their names would be called. This was a pivotal moment that would determine their destinies. Step into the awakening formation. The instructor for the awakening process instructed. Once Qi Hong entered, the teacher activated the formation. A brilliant light flashed, then quickly extinguished, revealing the results above the formation. A-class ability, Swordsman. Possesses a personal flying sword, which unleashes power far exceeding that of his peers. Even ordinary swords can harness the capabilities of a swordsman, tripling the effectiveness of a standard swordsman. Excellent. Here is your acceptance letter from the Imperial University. Keep it safe. The teacher handed over an acceptance letter, devoid of a name yet containing a few lines of text. However, this admission notice is not something that everyone can obtain. It is exclusively reserved for A-level abilities, granting access to the most prestigious and resource-rich Imperial University in the capital. Within its hallowed halls lies the finest education and the most stringent instructors. The acceptance letter also includes a white wristband, which allows access to certain lower-tier books, specifically those pertaining to abilities ranked 3 and below, while more obscure and esoteric texts remain inaccessible. Oh my goodness, A-level abilities! The students erupted in excitement, gazing at Chuheng as if he were a deity. The boys envisioned themselves wielding A-level abilities, conquering the world, while the girls fantasized about being Chuheng's girlfriend. Hooray! I've awakened A-level abilities! Ha ha ha! Chuheng could not contain his laughter, for no one knew the immense pressure he bore. As the top student of the Imperial High School, should he fail to awaken a higher-level ability, he would certainly become the subject of ridicule, what is colloquially referred to as supportive killing. Now that he had finally become an A-level elite, he immediately summoned his beloved flying sword to showcase his prowess. The teacher, unable to intervene, realized that after dedicating half his life to cultivation, he had only achieved a 4-tier ability, while an A-level ability would undoubtedly surpass that in due course. There are also distinctions among A-level abilities that necessitate precise testing via the wristband, but those matters could be addressed later. The teacher's lack of intervention did not mean others would remain passive. For instance, Chen Chu on the high platform observed with displeasure as Chuheng squandered time in the awakening formation, brandishing his sword unnecessarily. What is there to boast about? It's merely an A-level ability. There might be other A-level ability users waiting to awaken. Tentatively, he muttered, only to find that Xuanzin did not reprimand him. Thus emboldening him, he conjured a small black sphere in his hand and lightly flicked it at Chuheng's forehead. You, get down here quickly after awakening. Others need to awaken too. All eyes were drawn to Chen Chu. Only then realizing that apart from the teachers and the principal, there were 4 unfamiliar individuals seated on the high platform. Who are you? Can't Chuheng enjoy his moment of joy after awakening A-level abilities? One of his admirers immediately retorted. All gazes converged upon her, yet Chen Chu remained undaunted, promptly revealing his identity. I am Chen Chu, merely an A-level ability user. But why are you so ecstatic? It's as if you are an A-level ability user yourself. How do you know that I am also an A-level ability user? Hearing the retort from the admirer, Chen Chu seized the opportunity to display his A-level credentials, capturing the attention of all present. Moreover, his position on the high platform attested to his claims, inciting fervent discussions below. He appears to be of our age and is already an A-level ability user, and he sits on the high platform. How impressive. I was just imagining myself as Chuheng, and now I find myself envisioning being Chen Chu. How did he come to sit on the high platform? Did he awaken last year? When you say you lack insight, you still refuse to believe. Are you unaware of a phenomenon known as early awakeners? They can awaken independently without the awakening formation. The clamor below gradually intensified as Xuanzin, being the most formidable presence there, caught the principal's gaze first. Chen Chu, it's fortuitous that you also need to test your abilities. Take this opportunity to do so. Sure thing, teacher. Chen Chu leapt down from the high platform, landing smoothly within the awakening formation, where brilliance once again illuminated the space, this time even brighter than before. Chapter 21. The notable package, A-level ability user, shadow manipulation, possessing the ability to manipulate shadows. It is an exceedingly powerful ability. Permit me to formally introduce myself. I am Chen Chu, a 4-tier ability user, soon to head to the battlefield. Should any of you encounter me on the battlefield in the future, feel free to seek my assistance. A hush fell over the crowd. Not just among the students, but the teachers and principal on the high platform also rose, their eyes filled with disbelief. 18 years old and a 4-tier ability user. The surrounding clamor dissipated, leaving only admiration in its wake. They were all geniuses of the Imperial High School. How could they not comprehend what an 18-year-old 4-tier ability user signifies? It must be said that Chen Chu's display left an indelible mark on all present. Perhaps that was his intent, to etch his genius into the minds of his peers at the Imperial High School, embodying the heroism of one destined for the battlefield. This also explains why he has a band of followers aiding him against Zhang Han. His advantages are simply too significant. Is it true? I know you don't believe it. I don't believe it either, but this is the truth. Did you not see the principal rise? Could there be any falsity in that? Ahem. Xuanzin stood up and called out. The testing continues. Chen Chu, please step forward. Only then did the principal and teachers return to their seats. Everyone assumed that Chen Chu had just recently broken through to 4-tier, yet they would never have guessed that he had already traversed a significant portion of that path. He still held back, not revealing his spiritual energy, a crucial point, especially since he was soon to head to the battlefield. His identity as an A-level ability user cannot be concealed, nor can his 4-tier status, but his spiritual energy points can remain hidden. Teacher. Please sit tight and continue watching, Zhuanzhen said with exasperation. With the farce concluded, the awakening resumed, yet all eyes frequently darted towards Chen Shu, including the contemplative Taoyuan and the icy Su Ming. Beside Chen Shu stood 2 younger individuals, perhaps also early awakeners, both strikingly attractive, particularly the one with peach blossom eyes. Irresistibly captivating. It's really him. What is his name? I haven't had the chance to thank him yet. I really like him. A girl standing amidst the crowd gazed at Taoyuan, recognizing her as the girl she had accidentally knocked over when Taoyuan came to the Imperial High School last year. A chorus of voices erupted in discussion, drawing the attention of both Taoyuan and Jiang Han. Brother. It's truly my brother. I need not worry anymore. Taoyuan innocently thought, especially after experiencing a year at the Imperial University, where the disparity between those with connections and those without was stark. She had previously belonged to the latter group, but now, her brother was there. Sister Su Ming, I hadn't anticipated your growth to this extent. Wait for me, I will surely catch up to you. Jiang Han silently vowed, eagerly awaiting the next opportunity to awaken his powers. Next up for awakening, San Chong. The student called quickly rushed to the ability awakening platform, where a flash of light appeared and vanished. C-level ability user, Fireball. By consuming spiritual energy, one can summon a fireball for attack, but the ability level is too low, limiting the fireball's power. Next, My Hin. D-level ability user, Claw. By consuming spiritual energy, one can grow sharp nails that rival blades, but the ability level is too low, limiting its power. Low-level ability user. The Imperial High School maintains strict control. Every year, there are over 3,600 students, with more than 1,200 in the senior year. After 6 hours of testing, they finally completed assessments for over 1,000 students. Yet, only one more A-level ability user emerged. After the teacher issued admission letters to Imperial University, no further A-level ability users appeared. Taoyuan, who had been deep in thought, finally grasped the underlying principle, blinking her somewhat weary peach blossom eyes, revealing a hint of understanding. The spiritual energy enters the body through the formation to test abilities. The more powerful the ability, the more channels the spiritual energy traverses. F-level ability users possess only a single line. This means that if I can manipulate the spiritual energy to circulate within my body through illusion, I can substantiate my identity as an S-level ability user. However, after observing the awakening of over 1,000 ability users, the flow of light exhibited no discernible order, as if destined to traverse specific channels. No, it's simply impossible to fabricate. I cannot control this spiritual energy, and its quality is exceedingly high, and I am utterly ignorant of the formation, and there is no way to achieve this. I will have to wait until I reach the 5th tier to see. Narrowing her eyes for a moment, she reopened her peach blossom eyes to survey the scene. Each additional experience provides greater potential for disguise. A dazzling light erupted, illuminating the entire awakening formation. Zhuanzhen abruptly sprang to his feet, gripping the railing as he gazed down at the awakening platform. S-level ability user, Beast Mastery. The ability to enslave magical beasts, boasting a rank of S, with unlimited potential in the future. This year has unexpectedly seen the emergence of an S-level ability. Including Xiao Yuan and Xiao Ming, there are 3 S-level ability users among the younger generation. Could it be that we are on the brink of a resurgence akin to the Golden Age from 10 millennia ago? Oh, I hadn't anticipated that this underachiever would awaken an S-level ability. Keep your voice down. We've previously been quite scathing toward her. After millennia of history, every enduring empire comprehends one truth. When an era is rife with S-level abilities, it is destined to be a brutal one. Following a brief moment of astonishment, their gazes shifted toward the individuals surrounding the school. People from various nations were present, issuing commands through their wristbands. Soon, a group encircled those outside, verifying their identities. Subsequently, Zhuanzhen descended from the high platform, leading the young girl back, and in an instant, they returned to their original positions. You need not attend the finest university in the capital. You shall train alongside me henceforth. All right. The girl appeared momentarily stunned, yet she had seen Zhuanzhen previously at the podium and was aware of the school's stance toward him. As a genius student of the Imperial High School, It was evident that such a prominent figure could sit alongside students during their ability awakenings, indicating his considerable status. Tao Yuan gradually emerged from the dazzling brilliance, squinting his eyes. This time, he truly comprehended the situation. Should there be no solution after a year, he would have no choice but to follow the awakening path of this S-class Esper and control his spiritual energy accordingly. It should not pose a significant problem. The crux lies in mastering this surge of spiritual energy. Following the awakening, no further prodigies emerged. Ultimately, the awakening concluded with numerous formidable Espers at the Imperial Capital High School, including 1 S-class Esper and 3 A-class Espers, sufficient to secure a place among the top 20 at the Historical Awakening Conference. Xiankan retrieved a black bracelet from his hand and presented it to the S-class Beastmaster Esper. This is the bracelet. Currently, I do not possess a purple one, but I shall provide it to you later. Chapter 22. S-class Esper Tang Lu. It's all right. My name is Tang Lu. Greetings to the teacher and my 3 senior brothers and sisters. Tang Lu politely accepted the black bracelet and greeted each of the 3 in turn. Chen Shu appeared somewhat displeased, harboring no fondness for the newly emerged S-class Esper. The emergence of an S-class Esper within the Empire inevitably diminishes the regard for A-class Espers. Fortunately, he had already benefited from a year of tenfold cultivation results and planned to venture to the battlefield for further training. Thus the impact on him was minimal. He extended his hand to shake hers, simultaneously feeling a secret relief. Had an S-class Esper emerged a year prior on the day of awakening, he certainly would not have been permitted to train at Long Ridge Mountain. In truth, every emergence of an S-class Esper within the Empire significantly influences Tao Yuan and the other S-class Espers. Initially, having only 2 was manageable, even beneficial. The Empire would provide abundant resources to cultivate 2 Espers at once. However, should a third appear, the Empire's resources would be divided among the 3, and no additional resources would be allocated. Consequently, Tao Yuan felt a twinge of dissatisfaction, though he did not express it outwardly. Moreover, the Empire had already commenced renovations at Long Ridge Mountain, which could not be halted. Most crucially, one could not train at Long Ridge Mountain without reaching the 4th tier of Esper abilities. Reflecting on how Su Ming had taken a year to reach Tier 4, there remained a year for the 2 of them to enjoy 20-fold results. Who knows what S-class Espers might emerge from other high schools in the meantime? All these possibilities loomed. Nevertheless, given that they were all S-class Espers, it was unnecessary to harbor animosity. He promptly greeted Tang Lu. I am Tao Yuan. Let us strive diligently in our training. In contrast, the only female among the 3 present, Su Ming, paid little attention, her gaze fixated on Jiang Han below. Tang Lu felt a bit awkward, and Xiankan naturally noticed, feeling a pang of embarrassment for Tang Lu's predicament. The emergence of an S-class Esper at this juncture was rather untimely. Had it occurred 2 years earlier, it would have been far more favorable. The Empire had already expended 1% of its annual income on the renovations at Long Ridge Mountain. Indeed, a considerable sum over 3 years. Xiankan resolved in his heart to expedite her training to Tier 4 so she could proceed to Long Ridge Mountain. Very well, you 3 may each pursue your own paths. Chen Chu, you shall accompany the university students heading to the battlefield this year. You are a Tier 4 Esper, so perform well there and take care of this group of fresh graduates. Rest assured. Teacher, Chen Chu assured, thumping his chest. As a Tier 4 A-class prodigy with a 10-fold cultivation speed, he was confident he would be the strongest among that group of university students in their university. The maximum cultivation speed would only reach double, with those of substantial backgrounds possibly achieving triple, but never exceeding that, as the Empire's training for A-class Espers was capped at thrice the normal speed. Of course, this was somewhat affected by one's physique. Tao Yuan and Su Ming had awakened their abilities early, and their capacity to digest spiritual medicines might not surpass that of others. However, as S-class Espers, their innate talents were sufficient to compensate, even surpassing such limitations. During 4 years of university, even the most elite A-class Esper would struggle to surpass Chen Chu's daily cultivation of 7 points. Multiply that by 3 over 4 years, and one would barely exceed 30,000 points. He, however, possessed 40,000 points of spiritual energy. It was also possible that those who trained both body and soul could accelerate their cultivation speed. But such individuals were exceedingly rare. This was his sole advantage. While he might not be as adept in utilizing his abilities as others, given that they had 4 years to familiarize themselves with their powers. As for Tao Yuan and Su Ming, they could pursue their own endeavors. They were to return to Long Ridge Mountain after 7 days, and a month later, he would conduct the usual assessment. He would first take his junior sister for training, hoping she could break through to Tier 4 and proceed to Long Ridge Mountain. Xiankan departed with Tanglu, and both had their conjectures about where they would go, presumably to their previous residence. After Xiankan left, Su Ming eagerly sought out Zhang Han, while Tao Yuan found himself lacking friends in this place, with the only person he could consider kin being his sister, Tao Yao. He wondered how she was faring this semester, and whether she was keeping up with her studies. In truth, Tao Yuan was indifferent to the level of academic knowledge acquired in high school. Utilizing his peach blossom eyes to enter a state of enlightenment, having already completed his university studies and even developed skills unique to himself. Thus, he was even less concerned. However, unbeknownst to him, Tao Yao had just learned that she would soon enter a state of enlightenment and immediately gathered all the textbooks from freshman to senior year, perusing them. Although she struggled to comprehend much, when the enlightenment state descended upon her, the chaotic knowledge in her mind coalesced into a coherent structure, allowing her to secure an A for the semester. The Imperial Capital High School was surely no easy feat. Having access to textbooks that were both assimilated and integrated, achieving an A was merely the outcome of hard work. They would test knowledge beyond the textbooks, leaving her with no choice but to rely on her own intellect. Brother, it's been another year since you last visited your sister. Look, I've gained weight. I'm almost 85 Gene now. Upon seeing Su Ming leave, Tao Yao approached her brother on the high platform to greet him. How have you been at school? Thanks to you, my grades are neither high nor low, and no one is making snide remarks anymore. Recalling this, Tao Yao could not help but feel joy, her eyes darting toward Tao Yuan, who promptly responded, do not dwell on it. Frequently hypnotizing yourself can harm your mental state. Since you have yet to awaken your abilities, I can only allow you to enter a state of enlightenment once, to help organize the chaotic thoughts in your mind. One understands a sister better than a brother. Tao Yuan was well aware of her intentions. Only his initial spiritual power of 111 could withstand endless hypnosis. Had it been anyone else, they would have long lost the distinction between reality and illusion. Very well, let us go to our home. What do you mean by our home? Isn't the place where my sister resides our home? Tao Yao's residence had been adorned with new decorations since his last visit, the entire wall painted a vibrant pink. Reminiscent of his peach blossom eyes, brother, hurry and let me be hypnotized. This time, I should be able to endure longer. Don't let it be that you leave again next time. Since his sister had urged him, Tao Yuan hesitated no longer. A flicker of peach hue danced in his eyes, and his sister instantly entered a state of enlightenment before he departed. He arrived at the training room of the Imperial Capital High School, which was equipped with soundproofing formations, unlike Long Ridge Mountain, likely due to its structural differences. Time flowed like water, and as Tao Yuan had anticipated, after 3 hours of studying, Tao Yao fell into a deep slumber for 3 days and nights. He seized this interval to cultivate his spiritual energy in the training room for 4 days. Most importantly, he absorbed some elemental energy from the colorful stones. Completing this, the outside world had already turned to midday, marking the end of his training for the day. Chapter 23. The transformed Long Ridge Mountain. In the following days, he accompanied his sister on shopping excursions whenever he had time, though these outings were confined to the afternoons. As he continued his morning hypnosis for training, there was no motivation to cultivate without hypnotizing himself. He was simply that lazy. However, during these shopping trips, he encountered several individuals from the Imperial Capital High School. A number of girls approached him, noticing Tao Yao's presence. Is this the new Long Ridge Mountain? This millennial-old ice would be better referred to as Long Ridge Snow Mountain. Tao Yuan was the first to return to Long Ridge Snow Mountain, even arriving a day early, making his way there on the night of the 7th day. He was unwilling to part with the benefits of his training. Renovations had been completed by then, and upon ascending the mountain, he observed a throng of people departing. That night, he engaged in a vigorous training session. The 20-fold increase in results was truly miraculous. Astonished by the training outcomes, he could not help but cultivate through the night. The following day, adhering to the schedule, Su Ming returned to Long Ridge Snow Mountain the next evening. The entire Long Ridge Snow Mountain had reverted to a state of training for the two of them, with neither disturbing the other, both content in their endeavors. As Xiankan had indicated, after a month of training, he returned to Long Ridge Snow Mountain to conduct one-on-one assessments. He first tossed 2 pills for them to consume. These are yin-yang transformation pills, classified as 6th grade pills. Ideally, at your 4th tier stage, you should use 4th grade pills, but given your exceptional circumstances, it is safer to use 6th grade ones. Tao Yuan and the others were puzzled, unsure of what dangers might lie ahead. They swallowed the pills one after the other, and shortly thereafter, the effects surged throughout their bodies. At that moment, Xian Can, who had been seated quietly, rose to his feet. Very well, we can commence the test now. This time, I shall not hold back. I will suppress myself to the 4th tier to spar with you. Should you fail to defeat me, an A-class Esper, you may as well abandon the notion of being S-class Espers. Unlike before, this time he bore a chilling intent, imbued with the resolve to eliminate S-class Espers. A bead of cold sweat trickled down their foreheads. It was the first time Xian Can had revealed such murderous intent before them, in the presence of Tao Yuan. The illusionist crow conjured a doppelganger that split into two, launching simultaneous assaults from different directions, rendering him unable to discern reality from illusion. Xian Can's foot struck the ground with such force that it shattered the earth beneath him, while the doppelgangers transformed into crows, encircling him. There was a semblance of skill, albeit minimal. Xian Can broke free from the encirclement of crows, poised to seek Tao Yuan, when suddenly, a pair of peach blossom eyes flashed before him, erupting with blinding brilliance. The fabled peach blossom spring. Xian Can was drawn into an illusion, forcibly extracting his soul from his body as he suppressed his power to the 4th tier. Master, soul power is my forte. I doubt you can best me. With a mere wave of his hand, Tao Yuan summoned countless blades, showing no mercy. This was the method of his cultivation rooted in his soul, 1,000 cuts. Within his illusion, Tao Yuan maintained the upper hand in terms of soul power. As long as Xian Can did not unleash a force that surpassed his own, escape was futile. Initially, he attempted to evade the onslaught of blades. But when evasion proved impossible, he resorted to striking them away with his fists. Yet, the blades were innumerable, and his soul power was finite, resulting in countless strikes landing upon him, leaving him in a state of disarray. Indeed, within the peach blossom spring, without an overwhelming surge of soul power, escape was unattainable. However, one must never underestimate the abilities of others, even if one possesses S-class powers. A surge of murderous intent emanated from Xian Can's soul, and the tide of the battle shifted instantaneously. Wherever the murderous aura touched, the soul power was nullified. Little Tao, let me impart another lesson. Soul power has various applications, such as murderous intent. You are still too young to comprehend. Chen Shu chose the battlefield to cultivate his murderous intent. Otherwise, with his abilities, he could continue training within the empire for another decade. Tao Yuan remained unfazed, continuing to summon blades that formed a tempest, leaving Xian Can with no avenue of escape. Utilizing his refined murderous aura as a shield, he found himself retreating against the overwhelming force of Tao Yuan's soul power. Master, while murderous intent is indeed formidable, it seems that I currently hold the advantage. As the situation grew increasingly unbalanced, Xian Can was compelled to unleash his own abilities. A sword, imbued with murderous intent, materialized in his grasp, so potent that its mere appearance rendered his soul somewhat translucent. Who could have predicted that this fellow's initial soul power was so extraordinary? This is my ability, not unlike that of a swordsman. I wield a sword, but mine grows stronger with each foe it claims, he declared, plunging the sword into the ground, the dense murderous aura causing the peach blossom spring to collapse, inflicting backlash upon Tao Yuan's soul, nearly rendering him unconscious. You have truly exceeded my expectations. Your strength has compelled me, a formidable opponent, to resort to my abilities, surpassing the majority of S-class practitioners. Upon finishing with the sword, he sheathed it. For one of his caliber, dealing with a 4th-tier opponent did not necessitate the use of his abilities. Were it not for the Peach Blossom Spring's relentless nature and Little Tao's extraordinary mental fortitude, he would not have needed to employ his abilities to breach its confines. With the sword put away, he leaped forward like a cannonball, charging at Tao Yuan. Tao Yuan stood firm, adopting an offensive stance, envisioning every part of his body as small, rigid bones. The essence of the 5 elements flowed through him, coalescing in his right fist. Xian Can, undeterred, mirrored the action, aiming to overpower Tao Yuan's elemental sonic fist through sheer strength. However, as they drew near, A long-honed instinct honed by years on the battlefield warned him of imminent danger. Instinctively, he withdrew his right arm, leaving his left arm to guard against the attack. Bang! Before he could fully comprehend, the elemental sonic fist struck from the left, its trajectory redirected by his left hand. Xianqian was sent spiraling through the snow, completing 2 rotations before regaining his footing, while a crimson mark appeared on his left hand. When he turned to face Taoyuan, the latter had vanished from his previous position, leaving only the Taoyuan standing to the side. Ha ha ha, little Tao, you've made remarkable progress. Your illusions are so deft that even I, your master, find them hard to detect. Well done. Taoyuan's expression soured. The punch aimed at him had inexplicably adhered to his spiritual energy, proving impossible to eradicate. Xianqian pressed his attack. No matter how Taoyuan wielded his illusions, he could discern the true location of his opponent. Illusions are certainly effective against a master like you when your power is suppressed to the 4th tier. Thus the issue lies with the spiritual mark on your right fist. Realizing this, Taoyuan narrowed the scope of his illusions. If he merely marked his arm, he could only approximate a 1-meter radius around him. To eliminate the spiritual mark on his hand, he would need to wash it away with even greater spiritual energy, and the elemental sonic fist was perfectly suited for this task. Little Tao, don't shy away. Your fists are swift and powerful. Let us engage head-on. Chapter 24. Dislocated limbs and severely wounded soul's master. As you wish, he envisioned his entire body as 1,000 bones. A feat he had never attempted before. A cacophony of cracking echoed as his right fist was marked, rendering it impossible to evade with illusions, yet it did not preclude him from mounting an offensive through them. Xianqian, now within striking distance, chuckled, Little Tao, let me teach you a lesson. As an adversary, you should never trust the words of your enemy, just as I suggest a direct confrontation. Suddenly, Xianqian's form left behind an afterimage, appearing to Taoyuan's left, employing a certain spiritual technique. Oh no! I truly did not foresee my usually rigid master resorting to trickery in battle. Experience cannot be entirely trusted. The thousands of bones were no longer within his control. Aiming for the side would only result in injury, albeit with slightly greater force. Sensing a lethal threat emanating from Xianqian, Taoyuan instinctively hypnotized himself to forget the pain and the fact that his master would not kill him, simultaneously launching a soul attack. This momentary lapse in focus for Xian allowed Taoyuan to pivot, planting a single foot on the ground and altering his attack's trajectory, landing a punch squarely in Xianqian's abdomen. As the effect of the soul attack dissipated, its impact had already manifested. Xianqian's assault was no longer lethal, striking him instead on the side of his ribcage. Both combatants were sent reeling. The difference lay in that Xianqian merely bore a crimson mark, while Taoyuan's body lay in disarray, ribs shattered beyond count, and sustaining internal injuries that rendered him incapable of resistance. Unexpectedly, instead of advancing, Xianqian unleashed a flurry of punches upon Taoyuan's incapacitated form. Unable to contain himself, he resorted to invoking the peach blossom spring once more, but it was swiftly countered, resulting in further soul damage. And he spat blood, succumbing to unconsciousness. Witnessing Taoyuan's pitiable state, Xianqian finally relented, casting him aside onto a slab of millennium-old ice, allowing the creation pill within him to mend the fractures and hidden injuries. Now, it is your turn, Xu Ming, having observed the entire ordeal, stood in shock. This was no mere contest. It was a slaughter. No. Thank you, Master. I shall continue my training in ice muscle and jade bone and return to spar with you later. Alas! The creation pill has already been ingested. There is no escaping this beating. Before long, Xu Ming succumbed to her grievous injuries. The ancient ice could neither impede Xianqian's advance nor confine him. Only the ice explosion technique posed a genuine threat, compelling her to attack while retreating, leveraging the cold of the ice to hinder Xianqian's movements. Simultaneously, she utilized the slickness of the ice to hasten her own escape, evading him. Yet, ultimately, due to her lack of experience and the disparity in strength, she was caught off guard. Without a shred of mercy, Xianqian's fist pierced her abdomen, leaving a gory wound, followed by a barrage of blows that sent her crashing into another slab of millennium-old ice. The potent effects of the creation pill coursing through their bodies resonated with the sound of bones being realigned. Having completed these actions, Xianqian sighed. There is no way around it. Without facing the threat of death, how can one truly grow? The Empire can only do so much to nurture you. How far you can go ultimately depends on your own efforts. With that, he departed from the Long Ridge Snow Mountain, needing to train Tanglu, and on this very day next month, he would bring the creation pill along and reduce both to half their lives. The potency of a 6th-grade pill was immense, and it would suffice to heal 4th-tier practitioners in no time. Within half a day, both of their injuries would be fully restored. How painful! Upon awakening, Taoyuan sensed something amiss throughout his body, yet found no lingering traces of harm. Opening his eyes, he saw Su Ming watching over him and inquired with confusion, "What's the matter?" "Nothing," Su Ming replied before departing. Unbeknownst to him, the youthful naivety that had once characterized his visage had diminished significantly due to a year of growth. Revealing his true potential, Taoyuan, not pondering further, assumed that Su Ming had simply been concerned for his safety, thus watching over him during his unconsciousnness. He soon realized that the power of the 5 elements within him had reached perfection, enabling him to officially cultivate the 5 elements rotation technique. As a 7th-tier spiritual technique, the 5 elements rotation technique represented the pinnacle of what a 4th-tier practitioner could learn. Initially, during his training, Xianqin had advised him to opt for a 6th-tier technique, but he had declined. His reasoning was that as a genius S-class practitioner, he would soon ascend to the 5th tier, at which point mastery of a 6th-tier technique would not be far behind. Only a true 7th-tier technique would prove useful at that time, allowing him to save time on retraining in the 7th-tier technique and focus on cultivating spiritual power. Ultimately, he could not be swayed, and thus he chose the arduous and time-consuming 5 elements rotation technique. However, this recent bout of rigorous training had inadvertently honed his 5 elemental power, fortifying his internal organs. Indeed, practical combat was the most effective means of enhancing one's prowess. As for the 5 elements rotation technique, Taoyuan had been diligently cultivating it for a year, and only now had he achieved success. Had it not been for the sonic fist that accelerated his training, he would surely have lagged behind Su Ming. Utilizing his wristband to gauge his spiritual power, he discovered that the recent beating had directly augmented his power by 1,000 points, undoubtedly strengthening both his physique and soul. Though the latter remained undetectable, returning to the idyllic paradise, Taoyuan sat cross-legged, the elemental forces within his internal organs circulating in harmony, astonishingly discovering that his speed had escalated from an original 22 times to an impressive 25 times. Enveloped in a hypnotic trance, he entered a state of self-forgetfulness, dedicating half a day to integrating the sonic fist into the 5 elemental rotation technique. With each cycle, the elemental forces cleansed his internal organs while simultaneously fortifying his entire skeletal structure. To his surprise, the multiplier surged from 25 to 26, prompting him to continue his training with renewed vigor. During this time, Taoyuan finally noticed subtle changes in his appearance. He seemed to have become more handsome, and the allure of his peach blossom eyes resembled the charm of a succubus, breaking the limits of human beauty. Preferences varied among individuals. Some favored the slender, others the plump, some the short, and others the tall, each person having their own ideal visage. For instance, some admired the delicate, the cool, or the sunny demeanor, indicating the inherent limitations of human attractiveness, as it would be impossible to cater to everyone's tastes. Yet, the charm of his peach blossom eyes, true to their name, radiated an enchanting aura, enhancing his romantic prospects and shattering those limits, exceeding expectations. Upon realizing this, Taoyuan felt confident that his illusionary abilities would only grow stronger in the future. Having returned to the icy fortress, Su Ming dispelled her distracting thoughts and focused on cultivating her ice skin and jade bone, also a 7th-tier spiritual technique. Lacking personal conviction, she followed Taoyuan's choice of the 7th-tier technique. Being of the same S-rank as she practiced, Su Ming emanated a bluish-white chill, perhaps due to her innate talent. She had trained for a shorter time than Taoyuan yet was nearing success. Chapter 25. 5 months, a month later. Xianqin arrived as scheduled, and the two engaged in a fierce battle. Thanks to the successful cultivation of the 5 elemental rotation technique, Taoyuan had become more resilient, absorbing more heavenly treasures and enduring a beating for a full 10 minutes. Su Ming, however, was the first to face Xianqin, her fear of bloody scenes rendering her timid. Unfortunately, she did not show significant improvement, lasting only 3 minutes, even shorter than her initial attempt. Yet, after this rigorous training, she successfully cultivated her technique by the time Xianqin returned the following month. The effects of the yin-yang transformation pill were immediate, and Xin Can's relentless assault ensured that every bone in her body was well attended to. However, each time he arrived, Su Ming's gaze towards him grew a touch more fearful, though she did not shy away, garnering Xin Can's appreciation. Tao Yuan, on the other hand, remained unfazed throughout, prompting Xin Can to intensify his strikes instead of offering praise. Unbeknownst to others, Tao Yuan was acutely aware that he perhaps lacked the courage of Su Ming. While she confronted challenges head-on, he merely hypnotized himself into complacency. Time flew by, and 5 months had elapsed since he began his training on the newly established Dragon Spine Snow Mountain. Today marked Xian Can's 5th visit, but unlike previous encounters, both their spiritual powers were on the brink of breaking through 100,000. Tao Yuan anticipated his own breakthrough, yet he found it astounding that Su Ming was also on the verge. From their conversation, he learned that Su Ming had achieved a 5-fold increase in her results through the cultivation of the 7th tier technique, while he had managed a 6-fold increase with the 5 elemental rotation technique. Every time he was about to surpass Su Ming, she would inevitably catch up, leaving Tao Yuan feeling quite frustrated. The gap had narrowed significantly. Initially, Tao Yuan possessed only 8 points of spiritual power, far exceeding that of A-rank geniuses, while Su Ming's starting power was a perfect 10. For every doubling of power, she would surpass him by 2 points. With her current rate of 25 times, she could gain 250 points in a day, while his 26 times only yielded 208 points. Despite his higher multiplier, the disparity in initial spiritual power left him at a disadvantage, trailing behind by 42 points. Were it not for his accelerated absorption of heavenly treasures, he would have long been outpaced. It was imperative to devise a strategy to enhance his initial spiritual power. Were others to discover his thoughts, they would undoubtedly ridicule his naive aspirations. Initial spiritual power was immutable. This was precisely why even the world's top 5 empires, particularly the new farmer empire renowned for cultivating spiritual herbs, sought out S-rank anomalous individuals for training. A slightly higher initial spiritual power could prove fatal in later stages, as the slightest difference could become a devastating downfall. After much deliberation, we have brought forth a 7th tier pill for each of you. The Spirit Cultivation Pill. The Spirit Cultivation Pill, a 7th tier elixir that refines the spiritual power within, generally suited for 6th tier experts aiming to break into the 7th tier, stabilizing their foundation. I trust you are both well aware of the effects of this pill through your wristbands, so I will not elaborate further. Simply consume it. The two ingested the pills, and suddenly, the snowstorm of Dragon Spine Snow Mountain enveloped them, forming massive snowdrifts. The Empire sought geniuses without flaws, not mere figures of high rank lacking true strength. You two are the Empire's carefully selected prodigies, destined to flourish, Xian Can muttered to himself, remaining nearby to protect them. The snowdrifts surrounding them gradually melted, transforming into spiritual power that both absorbed completely. The influx of energy did not immediately enhance their power points. Instead, it refined their internal spiritual energy into purer forms. Waves of spiritual power surged within. A qualitative change occurred, and the storm of wind and snow enveloped them before subsiding at a certain moment. Their spiritual powers officially ascended to the 5th tier, with the wristband displaying Tao Yuan, 5th tier anomaly, spiritual power, 101390 Su Ming, 5th tier anomaly, spiritual power, 102,001, soul power and physique remain unknown. After their breakthrough, Xian Can refrained from continuing to pummel them. Having reached the 5th tier, their bodies had undergone a thorough reconstitution, and such methods were inefficient. Moreover, they had entered the historically slowest stage of cultivation. The 5th tiered IT is no exaggeration to say that if you encounter a powerful individual, declaring them to be at the 5th tier would be entirely accurate. Once you break through the 5th tier, you will have a year and a half before you must head to the battlefield for practical experience. This decision has been made by the Empire. Utilize this year and a half to diligently enhance your cultivation. In the following year and a half, the Empire would provide you with the flesh and blood of magical beasts for sustenance, accelerating your training significantly. Tao Yuan's spirits dwindled as he couldn't help but lament the cultivation system of this world. He held no hope for Xian Can's words. Even Su Ming, the genuine S-rank anomaly, faced insurmountable challenges in her quest to break through the 6th tier. 1 million points of spiritual power, and even with Su Ming's full capacity, she would only gain 10 points a day, requiring 100,000 days to achieve her goal. By then, she would be old and frail. The 20 times cultivation speed boost of Dragon Spine Snow Mountain proved futile. Even with the enhancements from her physique and soul, she would only see a return of 25 points, necessitating 11 years. The time left to survive on Dragon Spine Snow Mountain was merely a year and a half, as the lifespan of a 5th-tier anomaly was only 1,000 years. Without the multiplier enhancement, a regular individual with 3 points of spiritual power would take approximately 913 years, and even they would encounter bottlenecks. The world was undeniably harsh. However, fortunately, methods existed to expedite cultivation, else there would be no beings surpassing the 5th tier. Yet, once one broke into the 6th tier, the circumstances would be entirely different, allowing one to achieve a maximum cultivation speed of 30 points per day by combining anomalies with physique and spiritual power. In other words, if an S-rank genius possessed an initial spiritual power of 10 points, soul power of 100 points, and physique of 100 points, the 100 points of soul power would equate to 10 points of spiritual power, as would the 100 points of physique. Adding together the 10 points of inherent spiritual power, this individual could cultivate at a rate of 30 points per day post-6th tier. Of course, after reaching the 6th tier, all techniques would lose their efficacy in providing speed boosts, allowing individuals to directly siphon spiritual energy from the heavens and earth, meaning the fastest cultivation speed post-6th tier would yield 30 points of spiritual power without external aids. In the absence of complete secret realms, each individual's cultivation multiplier is limited. The S-rank cap is 10, the A-rank cap is 7, the B-rank is 5, the C-rank is 3, the E-rank is 2. And the F-rank has none, though not be so pessimistic. The Empire has already considered the slowing of cultivation speeds. Chapter 26. Preparing for the sacrifice of the incomplete secret realm. When Dragon Spine Snow Mountain was initially established, the possibility of this scenario had been anticipated. Now that you have reached the 5th tier, the mountain has fulfilled its purpose. Qian scooped a handful of snow from the ground, watching as it melted into water upon contact. The snow here had fallen for a year and a half, and with another year and a half remaining, it was time to absorb all the snow from the ground. He produced 2 bracelets from his pocket. Distinct from the purple necklaces given earlier, these bracelets immediately began to voraciously consume the surrounding snowflakes. From now on, wear these bracelets daily. They are effective only in incomplete secret realms, capable of exponentially enhancing your cultivation results by approximately 7-fold. Even the teachers are envious of you. However, the incomplete secret realm, built with considerable resources from the Empire, would ultimately vanish, so strive diligently. For this, you must break through to the 6th tier within a year and a half, or you will not do justice to the Empire's immense support. 7-fold. Originally, on top of the daily multiplier of 26, an additional 7 was added, a speed that Taoyuan could scarcely imagine. How astonishingly swift it must be, he silently calculated in his mind. Cursed be it, so close yet so far. Had it been 8 times, he would undoubtedly have reached the 6th tier. He envied Su Ming, whose 10 points of spiritual power posed no challenge for her. She merely required 6.5 times to attain the 6th tier. Concurrently, a lethal danger crept into Taoyuan's consciousness. The Empire was relentlessly pouring resources into nurturing S-class abilities. If they were to discover that he was merely an A-class, his demise would be inevitable. It was a grave situation. He had not anticipated the Empire's audacity. He felt doomed. A sense of despair washed over him. In 6 months, it would be time to assess the levels of the ability users, and there would be no escaping it. Moreover, his advancement to the 5th tier would not alter the operation of the Awakening Formation's spiritual energy. Well, he must diligently cultivate. Every day, they would send him the flesh and blood of 6th-tier magical beasts. He needed to accelerate his growth. Ha ha ha. Sensing the tension in the atmosphere, the usually serious Xuanzin attempted to shatter the awkwardness with laughter, though this method was ill-suited for him. Cultivate well. I shall take my leave. Only Su Ming and Taoyuan remained in place. Hey, you, aren't you usually full of fighting spirit? Why the long face now? Typically, the two seldom spoke, but upon seeing Taoyuan's despondent expression, Su Ming took the initiative to engage him. It's nothing, just that the pressure of having to complete 1,000,000 points of spiritual power within a year and a half is suffocating me. What is that in comparison? I haven't even had a month's break. I must seclude myself for a year and a half here. I just want to break through the most arduous 5th tier as soon as possible, and then have my own time. Su Ming had initially intended to mention her lack of time for attending the Imperial Capital High School but refrained, opting instead to say my own time. Thank you for your not-so-reassuring consolation. I shall take my leave to cultivate now. Taiyuan expressed his gratitude and made his way toward the peach blossom paradise. Though he felt disheartened by the weight of the 1,000,000 points of spiritual power, it did not signify that he would remain in despair. The illusion of the peach blossom eyes was worth exploring. In the next moment, Taiyuan fell into self-hypnosis. He had lost count of how many times he had hypnotized himself. But whenever he felt a hint of complacency, he would resort to self-hypnosis. Wait a moment. You don't think I'm unaware of what your initial spiritual power of 8 points signifies. I have done some research on the Empire's records. Never before has there been an S-class with an initial power of 8 points. I've calculated it. Your current multiplier is approximately 180 times, which is still far from the required 900. 000 points. A ripple of emotion appeared in Taiyuan's eyes, but fortunately, the enchantment of the peach blossom eyes concealed any signs of his inner turmoil. But remember, with your soul power soaring to 111, how can you not be considered a genius? You are the first person in human history to surpass 100. Pull yourself together. Having clearly articulated his thoughts, Su Ming proceeded toward her ice and snow fortress, needing to exert effort with her own initial spiritual power of 10 points. Taiyuan, left behind, revealed no trace of vulnerability. His peach blossom eyes effectively masked his inner fluctuations, though the bracelet on his wrist continuously monitored his emotional state. How dull, Taiyuan uttered nonchalantly as he made his way toward the peach blossom paradise. He cloaked himself in an air of indifference, exuding an aura of a prodigy, which was also a form of self-protection. Taiyuan always remembered one thing. The illusion of the peach blossom eyes was deceptive. Where there was deception, there was a possibility of being uncovered. This was why he had initially focused on self-hypnosis through reflection in mirrors upon beginning his cultivation. In the Imperial Conference Room, the 8 individuals observed the situation at Longji Snow Mountain, acutely aware of every action between the two. This was a protective measure for the genius S-class ability user. Even if they discovered it later, they would undoubtedly give him a sound thrashing, but it was a necessity. Even their own bracelets had the function of monitoring themselves. This bracelet was primarily designed to detect whether the promising ability user would develop psychological issues due to the pressures of cultivation, rather than for any other form of surveillance. Taiyuan's emotional fluctuations are quite significant. Could it be that the immense pressure from cultivation is causing his psychological defenses to crumble? That is indeed a possibility. Though I think it is more likely due to his low initial spiritual power causing him stress. Yet this little fellow has truly overlooked the significance of his soul power being 111. Sigh. Once this young man breaks through the 5th tier, he should grasp the formidable nature of his ability. Although it remains unverified, ancient texts suggest that once an ability surpasses 100, there will surely be a double initial enhancement. Based on this young man's figures, soul power of 111, physique of 89, and spiritual power of 8, upon breaking through to the 6th tier, the fusion of soul, body, and spiritual power, which originally only provided a 28-point initial enhancement, might yield a doubled effect due to his soul power exceeding 100, potentially resulting in a 56-point initial enhancement. Old fellow, we have lived for thousands of years and have never seen anyone achieve a cultivation speed of 56. Besides, that is merely a legend. Without confirmation, it is best not to harbor excessive hopes. The group deliberated for quite some time before eventually shifting the topic back to Tang Lu. How has that little girl been progressing in her cultivation? Jing Imo inquired, glancing at Zuansen. Zuansen shook his head slightly. It is estimated that it will take another 6 months. This cannot be blamed on her. Her initial spiritual power is only 9 points. And she cannot enter a cultivation state as swiftly as Taiyuan. However, her growth is rapid. A sigh escaped one among the 8, a seemingly cultured middle-aged man. Not just him, but a sense of regret lingered in the hearts of the others as well. If only she had appeared 2 years earlier, she could have received the best resources alongside Taiyuan and the others, enjoying the cultivation in the fragmented secret realm. Alas, she was 2 years late. Chapter 27. The White Cloud Azure Dragon. After much contemplation, the 8 individuals in the Imperial Conference Room could not decide where to send Tang Lu for her training following the destruction of Longji Snow Mountain. The Empire could only allocate 1% of its resources to construct the fragmented secret realm, and the Longji Snow Mountain had reached its limits. The other S-class ability user, a guardian of the Empire, was currently on the verge of breaking through to the 9th tier, leaving the Empire with scant resources to spare. The populace could not provide sufficient support for the growth of an S-class user, and the Longji Snow Mountain project was established only after that S-class user willingly sacrificed some of their cultivation resources. It could not be further exploited without jeopardizing their relationship. Yet the newly awakened S-class user was still in her youth, her psyche not fully matured. Could the unfair treatment lead to psychological issues? This needed further investigation. The discussions of the 8 would determine the resources for Tang Lu's subsequent cultivation, yet it was destined to yield no resolution. The Longji Snow Mountain had a lifespan of merely 3 years. Even if it were not destroyed, it would rapidly collapse after that period, for constructing a secret realm was no easy feat. Perhaps we should appeal to her emotions and reason with her, to see if we can persuade Tang Lu. Then the Empire can pay the price to enable her to achieve a 10-fold cultivation speed. This way, the S-class user's training would not be delayed, and it would also represent a fair distribution of the Empire's resources. I think you're getting old. We have lived for over 10,000 years. It is a shallow understanding to worry about scarcity rather than inequity. If this S-class user cannot grow due to unfair treatment, and if her youthful heart develops issues, her future achievements will be hard to come by. After deliberating for an extended period without reaching a conclusion, the 8 were well aware that until Longji Snow Mountain completely collapsed, Tang Lu could only cultivate there. Bang. In the training ground, Tang Lu was engaged in sparring with other ability users, all of whom were prodigies recruited from the Imperial Capital University, employing geniuses to train even greater geniuses, mirroring the training that Taoyuan and Su Ming had undergone. Yet the outcomes were starkly different. Tang Lu was knocked to the ground, ultimately suffering the disadvantage of her ability, as she had yet to master beast taming. The Empire was investing in her growth, and her first tamed magical beast must possess the finest bloodline. Otherwise, she would struggle to keep pace with her cultivation speed. All right, the training is over. You may leave now. Xuanzin called an end to the match. After the other ability users departed, only 2 remained. Follow me. After half a year, the Empire has successfully captured a top-tier bloodline magical beast. The rest is up to you. Xuanzin led her to a laboratory with an exceptionally favorable environment, where a pool sat in the middle. The water in the pool was from the fountain of life, and above it lay a patch of grass, the soil of which was not ordinary but rather fetal soil, upon which rested a massive egg. The blue and white egg was covered in numerous cracks, appearing poised to hatch. This is the magical beast egg the Empire sought out as soon as you awakened. Your ability can perfectly command this beast. However, mere perfect command is insufficient. Magical beasts have a trait where they become particularly affectionate towards the first person they see upon hatching, significantly strengthening the bond between you both. This magical beast was the White Cloud Azure Dragon, which the Empire had spent 6 months searching for. It possessed a 9th-tier bloodline, ensuring rapid cultivation without any bottlenecks before breaking through to the 8th tier. Xuanzin gazed at the dragon egg, recognizing it as a stroke of luck to have encountered the White Cloud Azure Dragon's egg. Tang Lu's eyes sparkled with excitement as she fixated on the dragon egg. Let me test your knowledge from the past 6 months. What are the strengths of the White Cloud Azure Dragon? And what are its weaknesses? I know this. Xuanzin had ensured that she watched all the records of magical beasts maintained by the Empire over the past 6 months, familiarizing her with their strengths and weaknesses to lay the groundwork for her future mastery over magical beasts. The other A-level supernatural abilities related to beast mastery do not enjoy the same privileges as his. They may possess a wealth of knowledge, yet some information is scarce and must be exchanged through personal contributions to the Empire. In contrast, S-level beings require no such exchange, for they are inherently a contribution to the Empire themselves. The Baiyun Songlong symbolizes freedom and leisure, embodying a natural inclination towards independence, frolicking amidst the clouds without dietary restrictions. As an invincible beast of the skies, it boasts 2 renowned innate spiritual techniques, Xiaoyao Yu and Sangqiong Bian. The former grants unparalleled speed, enabling it to traverse even the most forbidden grounds, while the latter serves as its primary offensive means, transforming its form into the heavens themselves, imbued with celestial power in every movement. However, a notable weakness lies in its excessive reliance on the sky. When grounded or submerged, its strength is diminished by 80%. Thus, despite its title of Sky Conqueror, it can only rank equally among a few other beasts. When discussing this vulnerability, Tang Lu's excitement was somewhat dampened. as it could be said that land and sea represented its Achilles heel. Xiankan nodded somberly, deeming Tang Lu's response barely satisfactory, as it consisted mainly of rote memorization. Do you know how to overcome these weaknesses? Overcome weaknesses? Her expression faltered, as if recalling that the data had mentioned methods to counteract such shortcomings, though the specifics eluded her memory. Xiankan sighed. Tang Lu's performance was rather conventional, even somewhat mediocre compared to the other two. Lacking the insight of Tao Yuan and the 10 points of spiritual energy possessed by Su Ming, he lamented that had Tao Yuan been present, he could assuredly have provided answers to any query, seamlessly integrating and comprehending the information available. Reluctantly, Xiankan proceeded to elaborate. Due to its innate tendencies, Baiyun Songlong is highly attuned to the sky, rendering it weak on land and in water. However, our Shinong Empire, renowned for its spiritual herbs, possesses profound knowledge of the Earth's characteristics and even encompasses marine spiritual flora. Through the use of fetal soil and life springs, one can enhance its formidable aerial prowess without compromising its celestial dominance. Experimental evidence suggests that, if successfully hatched, it could potentially exhibit 70% of its original strength on land and in water. This represents the Empire's best approach. Even at 70%, it would stand a chance against the top terrestrial beasts, ensuring that while it may not secure victory, it would not face utter defeat. As the two conversed, another crack appeared in the eggshell. It was estimated that within 3 days, the shell would shatter completely, allowing Baiyun Songlong to emerge. During this interval, it was crucial that the first sight it beheld upon the shell's fracture was Tang Lu, with no one else present in the laboratory. Having said this, Xiankan turned to leave, leaving Tang Lu alone in the lab while he stationed himself at the entrance, confident that as a third-tier individual, Tang Lu should be capable of forging a contract with Baiyun Songlong. Yet, given the creature's reputation for freedom and leisure, there was a possibility it could escape the laboratory. To mitigate this risk, Xiankan remained outside, prepared to intervene should the need arise. Chapter 28. The contract is formed 3 days past in the blink of an eye. And on the 4th day, Baiyun Songlong finally hatched from its shell, its blue-white form mirroring the color of the eggshell. Upon emerging, Baiyun Songlong's first sight was Tang Lu, who fixed her gaze upon it intently. The creature affectionately nudged her hand with its head before consuming the remnants of its shell, its originally 1-meter-long body swelling to 2 meters. Tang Lu immediately employed her S-level supernatural ability to establish a contract. As long as Baiyun Songlong consented, it would willingly connect with the contract, ensuring its success. Yet, it was evident that the Baiyun Songlong displayed signs of struggle towards the contract, its innate desire for freedom urging it to resist. Nevertheless, its instinctual affinity for Tang Lu compelled it to remain close. Be at ease, little dragon. Even if we form a contract, I will not exert control over you. That is our agreement, she reassured it, sensing the turmoil in its eyes and feeling a swell of fear within her. Meanwhile, Xiankan, stationed outside, sensed the emergence of Baiyun Songlong with his formidable power, ready to intervene and enforce the contract should it become necessary. Although such intervention could jeopardize the bond between the contractor and the beast, it was deemed unavoidable. Acquiring Baiyun Songlong was already a stroke of luck. The Empire had invested vast resources in seeking out this creature, and it could not afford to let it slip away. Furthermore, with Tang Lu now a third-tier individual lacking a contracted beast, any delay in her supernatural training would only hinder her progress. Leaving her behind her peers, Baiyun Songlong, endowed with a natural sensitivity to its surroundings due to its inclination towards freedom, sensed that should it not voluntarily engage in the contract, it would be coerced into doing so. Coupled with its fondness for Tang Lu, it hesitated upon the contract array. Ultimately, after half a month's efforts to cultivate a bond, today marked the successful establishment of their contract. With the contract finalized, Baiyun Songlong became her destined beast, and the strength of her S-level ability began to manifest, resulting in an unprecedented level of affinity between the two. Occasionally, Baiyun Songlong would affectionately rub its head against Tang Lu's face, eliciting a sigh of relief from Xiankan after a prolonged period of tension. During subsequent training, Tang Lu noted a slight increase in her cultivation speed, reaching 10 points of spiritual energy, prompting the Empire's capital to convene a meeting. Ultimately, the consensus determined that Tang Lu had always possessed 10 points of spiritual energy. The delay in her progress had merely stemmed from the absence of a contracted beast, a gap now filled by Baiyun Songlong. However, differing opinions arose regarding Tang Lu's future training. Some proposed elevating Baiyun Songlong's cultivation to S level, only to be swiftly countered by others, citing the astronomical resources required for a beast's evolution, resources that far exceeded those needed for a human. Nevertheless, an unspoken understanding lingered among those present. None dared to suggest constructing a flawed secret realm for her, believing that an S-level supernatural being should not commandeer resources intended for other S-level individuals. Moreover, the aforementioned S-level individual was currently in seclusion, striving to break through to the 9th tier, rendering it even less feasible to allocate resources on her behalf. The ultimate decision was to expedite Baiyun Songlong's training by placing it within the Longji Snow Mountain, a compromise that represented the Empire's utmost limits. As half a year slipped by, the training yielded an astounding increase of approximately 180 times. However, it fell slightly short of the anticipated 7-fold enhancement, instead reaching a total of 180 times when combined with the initial 26-fold increase. This left Tao Yuan feeling emotionally wounded once more, especially on this day, his 18th birthday, when he would inevitably undergo the supernatural ability test. For this reason, he had spent the past 6 months diligently researching illusion techniques through his wristband, aiming to complete the Jilu Weima spell. While he achieved some progress, he remained uncertain of its efficacy. Jilu Weima was not merely a means to alter one's appearance. It could also manipulate others' perceptions of his spiritual energy, though it could mislead others into erroneous conclusions about their assessments. It remained a theoretical construct that had never been practically tested, leaving Tao Yuan in the dark regarding its true effectiveness. Exhaling slowly, he completed his spiritual training for the day that, as scheduled, Xiankan arrived, bearing a peculiar item. Placing a stone plate in the snow, it soon transformed into an awakening array. Unlike the awakening array used at school, this one featured numerous intricate patterns, appearing far more complex. Tao Yuan had anticipated changes in the awakening site, yet he had not expected alterations to the array itself. Sensing his unease, Xiankan elucidated, "You are unlike the others. Each A-level supernatural being must undergo a re-evaluation in this array post-confirmation of their level to gain a more detailed understanding of their abilities. Tang Lu has already undergone testing, and if I calculate correctly, she will also arrive at Longji Snow Mountain tomorrow for training. It will be essential to foster a good rapport." Tao Yuan nodded, his illusion technique already in play, hypnotizing himself into believing he was an S-level supernatural being while simultaneously conditioning himself to regulate his spiritual energy. His expression remained composed as he stood in the snow, awaiting Xiankan's directives. "Among the two of you, you shall go first," Xiankan instructed Su Ming, who stood slightly ahead, embodying the principle of ladies first. Subconsciously, Tao Yuan harbored a lingering fear of the awakening array. Instinctively positioning himself behind Su Ming without attracting attention, his face still adorned with pride. Now, 6 months later, with a 160-fold enhancement, Tao Yuan's spiritual energy reached 367,016. Su Ming, benefiting from a 154-fold boost, had surpassed 406,791, resulting in a nearly 40,000-point disparity between them. This difference was primarily due to Tao Yuan's exceptional talent for absorbing resources, allowing him to maintain the gap at around 40,000 points. With only a year remaining, the prospect of breaking through to the 6th tier seemed utterly fanciful. Throughout the past 6 months of training, Tao Yuan had often found himself thinking this way, especially as the date drew near, plunging him deeper into despair. As the awakening array radiated its light, Su Ming appeared akin to an ice and snow sprite, powerful, pure, and proud. S-level ability, ice and snow manipulation. Possessing the ability to control ice and snow, one may transform into an ice and snow sprite, where each movement influences the very fabric of the world. Your boundless imagination can manifest in the realm of ice and snow, with your accomplishments determined by your creative vision. Chapter 29. Has the level of abilities been exposed? Ah, splendid. Keep up the good work. The reason S-Class can surpass A-Class lies in its myriad of ingenious abilities. As long as you dare to think and act, it can manifest your desires, something A-Class abilities lack. Xiankan was quite pleased, even sporting a long-lost smile. From what he knew, Su Ming had been experimenting with another method of soul cultivation during this period. Named 9 Nether Ice Soul, if she were to master it, perhaps due to its remarkable compatibility with her own essence, it could synergize with her icy constitution, thereby accelerating her cultivation speed once more. Upon receiving this news, Tao Yuan felt increasingly despondent. The only advantage he had was about to be surpassed by his opponent, highlighting the true value of S-class abilities. Now, let us test your initial capabilities with the wristband. After awakening your abilities at the age of 18, your fundamental spiritual power will also undergo changes. Su Ming nodded, well aware of this situation, for the wristband was not merely ornamental. The knowledge it contained was of great significance. She manipulated the wristband to display the interface. S-class ability, Ice and Snow Manipulation. Constitution, 99. Spiritual power, 10. Soul power, 98. Her constitution had risen from 96 to 99. Her spiritual power remained unchanged, while her soul power had increased from 90 to 98. Such statistics are exceedingly remarkable even among S-class. Excellent, keep pushing forward. Within a year, you should be able to break through to the 6th tier. The Empire has high hopes for you. Xiao Tao, step forward. Upon hearing the call, Tao Yuan moved, immediately entering a state of complete hypnosis, ready to proceed as planned. The formation activated, and spiritual power surged chaotically within him. Although he intended to control it, no amount of effort could alter its course. The spiritual energy continued to traverse the path of the peach blossom eye. Yet, curiously, this path did not yield immediate results. As the spiritual energy continued to swirl within him, why is there no outcome? Logically, the measurement should have concluded by now, yet the results remain unshown. Xianqian was perplexed, while Su Ming observed the situation, intrigued and puzzled. Why was this individual's brilliance not as pronounced as hers? Following their gazes towards Tao Yuan, they noted his spiritual power still coursing chaotically. Ultimately, after half a minute, it began to navigate a route outside the peach blossom eye, albeit one that appeared complementary to it. Finally, the spiritual energy departed from Tao Yuan's body, marking the end of the test. S-class ability, Peach Blossom Eye, due to innate talent, possesses exceptionally strong soul power. With a plethora of ingenious abilities, yet seemingly only half developed, awaiting further exploration. If the other half is successfully unlocked, potential is limitless. As the test concluded, Tao Yuan stepped out of the awakening formation. The moment he exited, the conditions for breaking the illusion were met, and he regained consciousness. To ensure he woke up early, he had set the condition within the illusion that leaving the awakening formation would dissolve it. That's more like it. This radiance is what we expect from an S-class. Su Ming felt joy for Tao Yuan, as the unforeseen occurrence had unwittingly made her worry for him. Xianqian gazed at the S-class ability reminder. This was within his expectations, yet he was slightly baffled by its half-developed state. Not only was he puzzled, but even Tao Yuan, the awakened one, found himself in a state of confusion. The illusion had dissipated, and he assumed his identity had been exposed. Little did he know, he truly was a genius of S-class. Sensing the path taken by the spiritual energy, as he exited the awakening formation, he felt a change within himself, akin to awakening a new ability. Calming his mind, he finally understood. He was not an S-class ability wielder. He was a dual A-class wielder. Who would have thought that due to my crossing over? I possess two abilities, the other being my soul? Now, no one can uncover my identity as an A-class wielder. The awakening displayed that I possessed the Peach Blossom Eye because it was the ability I initially cultivated. Or does it merely show one ability? Just as the awakening formation indicated, the two abilities complement each other. The Peach Blossom Eye heavily relies on soul power, while the soul power can be released through the Peach Blossom Eye. Combining both may lead to the manifestation of S-class abilities. Now, let us test your initial values. Lost in thought, Tao Yuan was interrupted, reminded to use the wristband to check his starting values. After a series of operations, the data panel emerged from the wristband. S-class ability, Peach Blossom Eye, Constitution, 97, Spiritual Power, 10, Soul Power, 120. Such remarkable progress in initial values, while the increase from 89 to 97 in Constitution is understandable. And soul power being your forte is also comprehensible. I cannot fathom why your spiritual power jumped from 8 to 10 in an instant. Su Ming felt a sense of threat for the first time. Previously, she had considered him comparable only due to his soul power, but her lackadaisical training had always kept her ahead, leaving her without a sense of urgency. Ha ha ha, well done. I knew there was something amiss with your spiritual power. Who would have thought it was due to your incomplete awakening? Earlier, I thought it impossible for you to break through to the 6th tier within a year with your initial power of 8. Yet you've surprised me. Now, I am confident that both of you will become 6th-tier ability wielders within a year, surpassing 1,000,000 points of spiritual power. Ha ha ha. Xianqin couldn't help but laugh. Previously, the Empire had been fixated on Tao Yuan's spiritual power, even suggesting he might not be an S-class wielder, but now he could rest easy. Familiarize yourself with your abilities. I shall take my leave, as I anticipate not returning in the coming year. Your primary focus now is to cultivate your spiritual power, though feel free to contact me if you need anything. Having walked quite a distance, Xianqin paused as if recalling something and admonished the two, by the way, inform me when you are about to break through to the 6th tier. The Empire has prepared a surprise for you. Do not attempt to break through to the 6th tier on your own and miss out on this surprise. With that, he turned and departed. Xu Ming gazed at Tao Yuan's fully matured face at 18, along with the aura of confidence bestowed upon him by his soul awakening. The radiance of the peach blossom eye shone even more brightly, akin to a siren's allure, drawing the attention of all in the crowd. I never imagined you would become this formidable, nearly surpassing me. Secretly comparing their statistics, she found that only in terms of constitution did she surpass Tao Yuan, experiencing defeat for the first time. You not too shabby yourself. In my pursuit of you, I scarcely dared to sleep. Now that my spiritual power is also at 10, don't let me catch up to you. Ha ha ha. With her spirits lifted, the words flowed freely. The heavy burden that had weighed on her for 3 years finally lifted. Work hard on your cultivation until we meet again. Tao Yuan was eager to return and test his soul ability. Leaving without further ado. This fellow, Chapter 30. The high-level meeting in the imperial capital. Upon returning to the Peach Blossom Paradise, Tao Yuan commenced his search for a suitable method to cultivate his soul. Among the myriad of 7th-tier cultivation methods, he selected Black and White Wuchang, which is exceptionally suited for soul cultivation, leaning towards the properties of the soul and incorporating the concepts of yin and yang reincarnation. If successfully cultivated, the yin and yang of the soul would enhance the body's 5 elements, thereby strengthening all essential attributes of the human body. The 5 elements in yin-yang are indispensable to the human body. Cultivating them is never a misstep. However, should there be options leaning towards abilities, they must align with one's own abilities, much like Xu Ming. Ultimately, illusions tend to favor the soul, thus he opted for the essential 5 elements for physical cultivation. His approach is to cultivate the yin-yang of the soul, and upon reaching the 6th tier, to establish a cycle, laying a solid foundation before refining the soul while supplementary practicing illusions, forgoing the 5 elements thereafter. This was the path Tao Yuan had charted for himself. In the bustling imperial capital, within the central towering building, Xianqin entered through the door. Using the wristband for communication, he found that the other 7 had already gathered in the meeting room. Making him the last to arrive. In recent years, they had convened numerous high-level meetings, with discussions that typically occurred once every decade now happening 7 times within 3 years, confirming the existence of S-class abilities. Chun Chu had joined the cultivation, and the construction of Longji Mountain and Longji Snow Mountain had been discussed, alongside the re-emergence of S-class abilities, Tang Lu's Baiyun Songlong, and the current meeting. Xianqin got straight to the point. I have conveyed the news through the wristband regarding their subsequent arrangements, as well as the 2 treasures formed from the Longji Snow Mountain, and I propose they be allocated for use by these 2 individuals. The remaining 7 listened in silence, occasionally nodding in agreement, as if tacitly approving his suggestion. It is worth noting that aside from a few key treasures, the only 2 of utmost importance are those 2 items, the ice flower and the old peach tree. To establish the incomplete secret realm, both the ice flower and the old peach tree had already sustained some damage. However, they would be sufficient to solidify the foundation for Tao Yuan and Xu Ming as they broke through to the 6th tier, rapidly merging their essence and spirit to achieve the multiplier for 6th tier cultivation. We have reviewed the data you provided, and we have no objections to utilizing those 2 treasures. After all, the damage done to those items was necessary for constructing this secret realm for them. But are you certain they can successfully absorb them? The refined middle-aged man first affirmed Xianqin's assertion before expressing his doubts. He, how could you be so muddled? Those 2 treasures have been familiar to them for 3 years. They will undoubtedly absorb them without issue, correct? Xianqin asserted. What followed in Xianqin's speech left the other 7 in shock. If they were to absorb them now, it would undoubtedly lead to their demise. The other skilled individuals fixated their gazes on him, bewildered by his intentions. Do not look at me in that manner. I am merely speaking the truth. However, these two children are indeed known for performing miracles frequently. Trust me, it is wiser to believe in their S-class abilities than to leave their fate to chance. A shorter, elderly man stood up, reprimanding the others. "Asa teacher, do you not feel that your previous words were irresponsible?" Xianqin pulled out a chair and took a seat. The air in the chamber was thick with tension, and no one knew what was being deliberated within. "Please, everyone, allow me to speak. I in my guidance. I have led Su Ming in cultivating her ice physique and soul through the 9 nether ice soul, both of which are aligned with the ice attribute, coupled with her S-class ice attribute. It can be said that after a year of absorbing the ice flower, she should face no significant dangers. Even so, what about Tao Yuan? He is cultivating the 5 elements rotation technique," the shorter elder continued to argue. "Yet, the soul cultivation method he has chosen is the black and white impermanence. You may consult your wristbands to verify its authenticity," another voice chimed in. Upon hearing this, several individuals activated their wristbands and confirmed that Tao Yuan had indeed just chosen black and white impermanence. A refined and amiable middle-aged man spoke first. "Are you suggesting that the 5 elements yin-yang reincarnation links the essence, spirit, and vitality together?" The other 8 were all astute individuals. Upon hearing 5 elements, they instinctively thought of yin-yang. The dual cultivation of yin-yang and the 5 elements could indeed fuse the body's essence, spirit, and vitality, accelerating comprehension after reaching the 6th level. Very well, let them absorb it after a year. Next, we must send Tang Lu to the Dragon's Spine Snow Mountain for her training. I concur. War is on the horizon, and with no years of peace ahead, we must hasten the growth of these children. A young man seated at the round table remarked, and the room fell silent. The new agricultural empire fears no power. He added. The meeting concluded hastily, and each returned to their respective domains. Xianqin rose and departed. "First, I shall escort Tang Lu to the Dragon's Spine Snow Mountain." To everyone's surprise, the process went remarkably smoothly. Tao Yuan ceased his cultivation, successfully achieving yin-yang impermanence. The method of 1,000 cuts and 10,000 slices was not a legitimate means to cultivate soul power. It was merely a hastily concocted technique he developed to enhance his soul. Now, with the practice of yin-yang impermanence, his initial soul power of 120, combined with his consistent training, allowed him to achieve success overnight. After testing, it was found that Tao Yuan's soul power could rival that of a 6th-level ability user, and his physique had reached the pinnacle of the 5th level, knowing that he had only traversed half of the 5th-level path. After the 5th level, the forces of the 6th-level ability user advanced simultaneously and ceaselessly, indicating the extraordinary strength of his soul power. A powerful spiritual force descended upon the Dragon's Spine Snow Mountain, prompting Tao Yuan and Su Ming to investigate. "Not bad. Your perception abilities are commendable. You detected my presence without me concealing my spiritual energy, indicating progress." Xianqin appeared before the two. "From now on, Tang Lu will train here, and her quarters will be the lounge. Please do not bully her," he instructed, while Tang Lu shyly greeted the two behind Xianqin. "Hello, Brother Tao Yuan." "Hello, Sister Su Ming." Ha, this little girl's personality is just like that. You two should get along well," Xianqin chuckled. "I previously mentioned I would not disturb you, but I must correct that. For the next month, I will come daily to train Tang Lu. Should you encounter any issues in your cultivation, do not hesitate to seek my assistance." "Teacher, Tang Lu is considered our junior sister, correct? As the elder brother, I will certainly take good care of her," Tao Yuan assured. "Me too," Su Ming added, her icy demeanor reflecting her affinity for the ice attribute. "May I take a few days off? The awakening day for the high school in the imperial capital is approaching, and I wish to witness it." Xianqin regarded Su Ming, finding himself momentarily hesitant. It would be difficult to refuse her desire to see Jiang Han awaken his abilities, but this was also the best opportunity for daily cultivation. Missing even a single day equated to foregoing 155 days of progress, which was utterly unacceptable. Tao Yuan looked at Su Ming in astonishment, not expecting her to possess such resolve, willingly sacrificing a day of extraordinary cultivation gains. Truly, she was remarkable. Chapter 31. Crow Avatar Teacher. "What is it?" Xianqin's gaze bore into Tao Yuan, as if to say, "If you dare to ask for leave, you will be in trouble. I'm off to cultivate." Tao Yuan quickly excused himself, fearing the wrath would be directed at him. He had intended to train anyway. As for his sister awakening her abilities, it paled in comparison to his own cultivation. After all, his sister had her own fortune. Ultimately, it was unclear what they discussed. But Su Ming managed to secure a day's leave from Xian Qin. Meanwhile, Tao Yuan remained engrossed in his training until the following day. I see now. My cultivation gains have increased tenfold solely from my efforts. The yin-yang 5 elements have formed a cycle, and with a year remaining at the Dragon's Spine Snow Mountain, could I not reach the 6th level within 10 months? Furthermore, using his abilities became increasingly effortless, affecting both his soul and physique positively. Moreover, Tao Yuan's gaze fell upon the 4th-level magical beast, the illusory crow, he had purchased in the market. Crow avatar, a flock of crows gradually formed into a silhouette, identical to Tao Yuan, creating an impression of him. By sharing visions through the illusory crow, he could also access its memories, thus achieving a true avatar. Go tend to my sister. The avatar was in sync with Tao Yuan's thoughts. Whenever he wished, it could receive his intentions. Upon hearing the command, the avatar sprouted crow wings and took flight down the mountain. This avatar could remain for a maximum of 10 days, after which it would dissipate into a flock of crows. Tao Yuan watched the departing avatar with delight, momentarily understanding how Su Ming persuaded Xian Qin she must have constructed a cycle similar to his, enabling her to achieve a 30-fold cultivation speed. Now, having optimized the techniques pointing a deer as a horse, peach blossom spring, crow avatar, and soul surge, as well as several illusions, he could focus on cultivating to the 6th level with peace of mind. Sister, I am truly concerned for you. Turning back, he continued his daily routine of cultivation. The Imperial Capital High School. Today marked the annual Awakening Day, when all eligible high school seniors could undergo the awakening process. Each year, this day brings both joy and sorrow to many families. Oh no, I'm going to have to face school with dark circles under my eyes, Tao Yao lamented as she gazed into the mirror. Noting her prominent dark circles and slightly sore eyes, unable to resist, she rubbed her eyes, only causing them to redden further. Bang, 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 little sister. Open the door for your brother. The avatar knocked violently at the door, startling Tao Yao. After a moment, she recognized her brother's voice. It had been a year since she heard her brother's voice, but it was still distinguishable. Out of caution, she peeked through the door, confirming his identity before reluctantly opening the heavy mechanical door. Brother, with your busy schedule, how do you have time to see your pitiful sister? Her sarcastic words flowed naturally, yet she still grasped his hand and pulled him into the room. Little sister, you speak the truth. I am indeed busy, with no time to visit my useless sister. What you see here is not the real me, but my avatar. You wouldn't understand, Tao Yuan replied. He had never indulged his sister, and their banter had become second nature. Though his brotherly affection was evident, he remained indifferent to her expressions. Now, his striking appearance left Tao Yao momentarily dazed. His peach blossom eyes radiated an alluring charm. Fortunately, her years of witty repartee had fortified her against his allure, though she was astonished by his growth. After scrutinizing him, she feigned vulnerability. Brother, if I do not awaken a powerful ability, will you abandon me? Never. Tao Yuan gestured an okay sign with his hand, his enchanting peach blossom eyes filled with mock disdain. Fine. You have lost the world's best sister. Enough of this. Quickly awaken your ability. The sun is about to rise. Humph. I will settle the score with you later. After a hasty breakfast, Tao Yao set off for school, her dark circles betraying her lack of sleep. Upon closer inspection, it was apparent that nearly every student entering the Imperial Capital High School bore dark circles under their eyes. None had enjoyed a restful night. Accompanying Zhang Han, Su Ming spotted Tao Yuan amidst the crowd at first glance. What is he doing here? Did he sneak out? Is he not afraid of Xian Qin? Su Ming considered herself bold, always seeking permission from teachers before venturing out, but she was surprised to see Tao Yuan's audacity. What's wrong? Zhang Han inquired. I see someone who should not be here. Su Ming replied. Zhang Han followed her gaze and immediately locked onto Tao Yuan in the crowd, a figure that stood out distinctly, impossible to overlook. The flicker of displeasure crossed his mind. No one could endure seeing a girl they fancied gaze at another boy, especially when that boy was extraordinarily handsome. Is he the S-class ability user you mentioned, the one who sat on the high platform last year? Indeed, Su Ming continued, oblivious to Zhang Han's discomfort. But do not underestimate him. He is a cultivation fanatic and has already reached the 5th level. Zhang Han felt a surge of jealousy. Oh, what if he relied on the Empire's resources to reach the 5th level? I could do the same. P.S. Just a pretty boy. Suppressing his thoughts, he shifted his focus back to Su Ming, a hint of inferiority hidden in his gaze. Who is stronger, him or you? Of course, I am stronger. Although we have not competed, my spiritual energy surpasses his. Is that so? My Su Ming is truly impressive. The inferiority hidden in Jiang Han's eyes was even more pronounced, yet he quickly concealed it. Ah, is that so? Su Ming was bewildered, feeling an inexplicable resistance towards Jiang Han's remark about my family as Su Ming. Momentarily at a loss for words, I've left, Brother Jiang Han. You will surely awaken your S-class abilities. The awakening venue gradually filled with numerous attendees, Tao Yuan sitting beside Tao Yao, casting glances left and right. Brother, that fellow over there is stealing glances at you, Tao Yao exclaimed, seemingly having discovered a delightful surprise. Pointing at Su Ming and scrutinizing her from head to toe. Indeed, if she treats me well, I might consider allowing her to take advantage, perhaps even let my elder brother marry her. A hand swiftly landed on her head. Brother, that hurts. Tao Yao glowered at her elder brother, cradling her head. Who told you to tease me? Besides, if I'm to marry, why should I be good to you rather than to myself? Don't you think I deserve a scolding? Amidst their playful banter, a shy little girl approached Tao Yao. Tao Yao, is this your brother? Oh, indeed, elder brother. You're in my friend's seat now. Ha, a friend who forgets her brother. I curse you to awaken. Cough, cough, let me rephrase that. I wish you well. The little girl, blushing deeply, extended her hand towards Tao Yuan. Hello, my name is Luo Lian, and I'm a good friend of Tao Yao. I often hear her speak of you. Chapter 32. I feel like I've seen you somewhere before. My name is Tao Yuan. Did my sister speak ill of me in your presence? Don't heed her nonsense. Tao Yuan never declined the goodwill of others, promptly rising to offer her seat to the little girl. After all, this school was notoriously stingy. Only the senior students had seats, while those in the first and second years were left standing. Despite being the wealthiest high school in the imperial capital, it lacked even the most basic seating arrangements. I feel like I've seen you somewhere before. I remember now. The first time I came to the imperial capital, I bumped into you in high school, didn't I? You were walking too swiftly for me to apologize back then. I'm sorry. Hearing his apology, the girl lowered her head. It's all right. I can stand. No way. How can you take someone else's seat and let them stand? Tao Yuan stood and made his way to the elevated platform. After all, he was the pride of the empire, deserving of his place anywhere he went. Silence, students. The annual awakening day officially commences. Maintain decorum. After the awakening instructor spoke, the principal stepped forward to offer a few words of encouragement. Students, you are the pride of the imperial capital. Last year, under the gaze of all, our high school witnessed the awakening of an S-class ability user and two A-class ability users, all of whom received the Empire S recognition. I believe there are also geniuses among you. Even if you lack extraordinary abilities, it matters not. The Imperial Capital High School will always be your home. You are always welcome to return. A wave of applause erupted from below, the students' previously tense emotions slightly alleviated. The awakening officially begins. The first participant, Huang Jun. Upon hearing his name, Huang Jun immediately stood up from his seat and rushed to the platform. A look of anxiety etched across his face. Last year, he had watched the top student, Chu Hong, awaken as an A-class ability user from the podium. That moment, he had silently vowed to become like Chu Hong, to also be recognized as a genius of the empire and achieve A-class abilities. Through relentless effort, he had finally elevated his rank from third to first. Calm down, just step into the awakening array, the instructor reassured him. Huang Jun trembled as he awaited the judgment of fate, his legs involuntarily shaking. B-class ability, Soundwave, a commendable ability. If utilized wisely, it can lead to significant achievements. Huang Jun slumped to the ground, utterly defeated. He had always envisioned himself as Chu Hong, having fantasized about being an A-class ability user. Now, gazing at the admission letter from the Imperial University before him, he felt unworthy to even grasp it. Next, Enchin, B-class ability, Clone, a commendable skill. Next, Shurya, E-class ability, Sharp Teeth. A succession of names was called, and finally, it was Tao Yao's turn. So soon. It seems my little sister has put in some effort. The peach blossom eye illusion had allowed her to assimilate all the knowledge she had learned. And even with some discrepancies, it enabled Tao Yao to achieve commendable results in school. I'm so nervous. As her name was called, Tao Yao stood up, glancing nervously at her close friend Luo Lian. Her gaze shifted away from Tao Yuan as she comforted Tao Yao. Don't be anxious, you can do it. Standing within the awakening array. As the array activated, spiritual energy surged into her body, swirling within, only to dissipate swiftly. C-class ability, Flame. A decent flame ability. However, the ability level is too low, limiting potential. Crack! The sound of a heart shattering resonated within Tao Yao, disbelief washing over her. Her elder brother possessed S-class abilities with the Peach Blossom Eye, while she was relegated to a mere C-class flame ability. The stark contrast left her momentarily dazed until the awakening instructor called the next participant, prompting her to return to her seat, her gaze longingly fixed on her brother up on the stage. Tao Yuan offered her an encouraging glance, momentarily alleviating her sense of disappointment. There was no need to weep over a C-class ability. After all, awakening a C-class skill wasn't life-threatening, unlike Tao Yuan, who had already woven a grand deception, necessitating an S-class status. A C-class ability surpassed that of most ordinary individuals, as the majority awakened were E-class. Thus, a C-class was indeed commendable. However, within the Imperial Capital High School, a C-class was akin to being an ordinary person, especially given that she had an S-class elder brother. Such a disparity was overwhelming, leading her to believe she was at least an A-class ability user. The awakening ceremony would not pause to accommodate Tao Yao's thoughts. Next, Tao Ji. C-class ability, Intimacy. Easily garners affection from others, including magical beasts. When used wisely, it can lead to smooth sailing. A multitude of names were announced, the majority being E-class, with a small fraction being C-class, until finally, it was Zhang Han's turn. Next, Zhang Han. Zhang Han stood up, feeling immense psychological pressure. The Su Ming who had come with him was already a 5-tier ability user, an S-class ability, and while it would be acceptable for him to awaken as an A-class ability user, given the rarity of S-class abilities, anything below A-class could lead to public derision. Relax, don't be nervous, believe in yourself, the awakening instructor consoled him, acknowledging Su Ming's influence. After all, Su Ming had always sought out Zhang Han at the high school, hinting at her significant background. In contrast, Tao Yao's brothers seemed to have completely neglected her training. The transmission array emitted a faint white light. The protagonist was indeed unique. While others awakened their abilities directly, he was enveloped in a myriad of firefly lights that streamed into his body. The principal, instructors, and even the security personnel in the shadows were all astonished. Would another S-class genius emerge? The radiance was blinding. F-class ability, Dagger. Able to summon a small dagger at any time and place, albeit slightly duller than an ordinary dagger. It turned out to be merely an F-class ability. Expectations had been so high. What a disappointment. My goddess is so captivated by him. Indeed, just because he threw a few sarcastic remarks my way, he thought he could take me down. I thought being E-class was the lowest. But now I realize there are weaker ones. I suppose my goddess is merely attractive. Her judgment must be clouded. From now on, Su Ming shall no longer be my goddess. Just like someone who once adored flowers might turn away upon discovering their tainted nature. The students below were chattering incessantly. Even those who initially harbored feelings for Su Ming began to associate her with Zhang Han's lackluster abilities. Below, Su Ming clenched her hands tightly, as though feeling the weight of his despair. Silently resolving within her heart, Brother Zhang Han, do not worry. Su Ming will always stand by your side. Yet, no one felt more heartbroken than Zhang Han himself. An F-class ability was the lowest tier, leaving no room for decline. No one present could be weaker than F-class. The awakening continued, and upon returning to his seat, Zhang Han remained silent, unresponsive to Su Ming's attempts at conversation, lost in his thoughts. Chapter 33. My sister is a C-class ability user. Next, Luo Lian. B-class ability, Thieving Hands. A peculiar skill that allows one to effortlessly acquire any item from others, but caution is advised when targeting A-class ability users. One by one, abilities of varying strengths were awakened, concluding the ceremony after 8 hours. Upon returning to his room, Zhang Han examined the small dagger summoned by his ability, attempting to cut vegetables and meat, but finding them utterly unyielding, resorting to smashing the vegetables instead. Brother Zhang Han, don't worry, with Su Ming here, you will surely become a powerful ability user. Su Ming patted her chest reassuringly, but Zhang Han was too overwhelmed to respond. Teetering on the brink of despair, unsure if he could even cultivate Su Ming handed him a bracelet, kindly helping him put it on. Brother Zhang Han, this bracelet can test all your data, allowing for a more detailed examination of your abilities. Try channeling your spiritual energy into it. This test was typically reserved for new students entering university, but Su Ming's possession of the bracelet meant they could proceed without issue, and even with greater accuracy. Following Su Ming's instructions, Zhang Han focused his energy, and the purple bracelet promptly displayed all his data in meticulous detail. F-level ability, small knife, physique, 5, spiritual power, 0.5, soul power, 4. It is widely acknowledged that everyone in the world possesses some form of ability. Yet not all can attain the status of a first-tier ability user. A modicum of spiritual power is essential, no matter how minuscule. With initial data so abysmally low, and capabilities barely reaching 0.5, it is evident that universities will not admit those with a mere 0.5 in spiritual power. As a mediocre student from the imperial capital, how could I remain oblivious to such data? The three metrics are tragically balanced, all lamentably insufficient. Minger, am I a failure? No, Brother Zhang Han is certainly not a failure. He is a great hero, Su Ming asserted with conviction, though the fleeting image of Taoyuan crossed her mind. Perhaps in the depths of his heart, true genius is akin to her and Taoyuan. Practicing the 5 elements rotation technique in the snow, engaging in a fierce contest with the teacher without yielding, compelling the instructor to unleash their abilities. All these instances undeniably highlight his status as a favored child of destiny. Achia, is anyone thinking of me? On the Dragon Ridge snow mountain, Taoyuan's main body sneezed, wiped his nose, and resumed his training. Above, the soaring white cloud azure dragon frolicked through the clouds, while Tang Lu, seated atop the dragon, meditated to cultivate her spiritual power. The white cloud azure dragon, thanks to the rapid training acceleration provided by the Dragon Ridge snow mountain, swiftly ascended to the 4th tier. Unlike humans, magical beasts can cultivate rapidly due to their bloodlines, yet they can also be hindered by them. However, the silver azure dragon, possessing a 9th tier bloodline, undoubtedly stands out among its peers. Tang Lu, perched atop the dragon, felt as if she were on solid ground, unaffected by the swift movements. Through shared vision, Taoyuan observed everything from the perspective of his crow clone. Brother, I'm a failure. Please don't abandon me. Taoyao, who had just awakened her sea-level ability, clung to her brother's leg, refusing to let go despite his struggles. Rest assured, in your future training, I will be here for you. Here, take this. It's a ring I procured from the Empire. Try it on to test your initial data. Producing a white ring from his pocket, it was evident that it was of a lesser caliber than his own purple ring, which remained with his main body. Nevertheless, the white ring still possessed the capability to measure data. Following the instructions, Taoyao adorned the ring. Sea-level ability, flame, physique, 31, spiritual power, 3, soul power, 27, A rather standard failure S attributes. However, it is still feasible to cultivate to the 4th tier, so do not be too disheartened. Really, despite the 3 initial attributes being on the lower end, achieving the 4th tier with ample resources is certainly within reach. As for the 5th tier, well, that may be a distant dream. He pondered further, calculating in secret. If cultivated normally, these attributes should allow her to reach the 4th tier in about 91 years. With even a slight multiplicative boost, the time could shorten a little, but not by much. So, let us persevere and rest. There is always hope. Ultimately, this was the only way to offer comfort. With 3 points in spiritual power, even a multiplicative increase would not amount to much. For him, even with the Empire's abundant resources, he could only enhance his cultivation speed by 3-fold. Thereafter, by increasing offense and defense, he could reach a 6-fold speed. In the end, a rough cycle would yield 10-fold cultivation results. Alas, even if he provided resources, he could only facilitate Taoyao's training at twice the speed. Achieving a cycle would necessitate nearly 6th-tier strength. After all, imparting the methods for cultivating the flame body and flame soul to her, with the existence of the peach blossom eye's hypnotic enlightenment, would still lead to merely 5-fold results he had overestimated. It would likely be less than 5-fold, with a 4-fold training speed being a formidable challenge. Even if one comprehended the methods, executing them was another matter altogether. Taoyao, too, recognized her data was indeed lacking. Her eyes dimming with disappointment. Brother, let it be. It's all right, talent is predetermined by fate, and there's little we can do. Sister, alas, do not succumb to despair. With my presence, I will find a way for you to become a fourth tier in 3 years. This is certainly feasible. Through the ring, Tao Yuan conveyed information, selecting 2 fifth-tier physical and soul cultivation methods that were particularly suited to the fire attribute for Tao Yao. This was his utmost authority. Beyond the 5th tier, he was not permitted. Brother, how powerful are you now? Have you reached the 5th tier? In her sorrow, Tao Yao could not help but compare herself to her brother. Tao Yuan, wishing not to dampen her spirits, replied vaguely, "It's about that. Don't dwell on it too much. Focus on your training and trust in your brother. Coincidentally, my clone has a few days left here." The following days were exceptionally busy for the clone. After awakening his abilities, each moment of enlightenment sent Tao Yao into a full day of unconsciousness. With the 5th-tier techniques being numerous and complex, it took her a full 9 days to fully memorize the flame body technique. If she could just obtain an illusion technique, she would transition from unfamiliarity to familiarity. However, today held even more pressing matters. This was the last day the clone would remain in the world. And after today, she would have to cultivate on her own. "Brother, I'm ready. Let us go procure cultivation resources." Tao Yao, noticeably less vivacious due to her ability's level, addressed her brother with newfound respect. "Yes, sister, let us go." In the most opulent area of the imperial capital's commerce, an array of goods dazzled the eye. "I'll take this fire crystal, and this flame liquid, and that flame spirit wood, everything. Package it all." Tao Yuan, with ample wealth, thought nothing of accruing debt, believing that as long as the empire footed the bill, he could indulge freely. They spent the entire evening purchasing numerous items, effectively acquiring a year's worth of resources. Awaiting delivery from the merchants. Chapter 34. Procuring resources. Who would have thought you'd be here too? Aren't you afraid the teacher will give you a good thrashing? As they strolled happily, Tao Yao's hard-won ease was abruptly interrupted when Su Ming approached with Zhang Han. "Greeting, Tao Yao." This is Su Ming's gaze shifted towards Tao Yao. She certainly recognized Tao Yao but was unaware of the relationship between Tao Yao and Tao Yuan. "This is my sister. You must be Zhang Han, right? A pleasure to meet you." Zhang Han's expression was somewhat unfriendly, merely nodding in acknowledgement, while Tao Yuan remained unconcerned, continuing his conversation with Su Ming. "If memory serves, you requested a day off from the teacher, correct? Why are you still here?" Su Ming furrowed her brow, momentarily at a loss for how to respond. "Don't inform the teacher, and I'll be fine. I suspect the teacher is oblivious. Otherwise, I would have been dragged back by now. Rest assured, even if I don't tell the teacher, he will find out to be why the way. How long do you plan to stay?" "Today is the last day. I'll return tomorrow." "Oh, then see you tomorrow." Zhang Han seized the opportunity to interject into their conversation. "Su Ming, you're leaving tomorrow. We should hurry and buy some items to take back. Indeed, I imagine you have much to tend to today. See you tomorrow." After bidding her farewell, Su Ming departed with Zhang Han, who had accompanied her to purchase cultivation resources. That poor fellow, it's been 10 days, and he hasn't returned to the Dragon Ridge Snow Mountain. If the teacher finds out, he'll be in trouble. Tisk tisk tsk. After the two walked away a short distance, Zhang Han's emotions were evidently stirred. With an F-level ability and only 0.5 in spiritual power, he could only gaze longingly at Su Ming's retreating figure, perhaps not even catching a glimpse of her back. Zhang Han kept all these feelings bottled up, not daring to voice them. As a boy, he could sense Tao Yuan's lack of interest in Su Ming. Yet, seeing Su Ming converse so freely with another boy and even take the initiative to greet him stirred a hint of jealousy within him. "Server, I'll take this Baidu liquid." After much effort, Su Ming finally spotted an item that would benefit Zhang Han's abilities and promptly purchased it, completely oblivious to someone else eyeing the Baidu liquid. "Excuse me, but I was the first to notice the Baidu liquid. Shouldn't we observe the order of purchasing?" A fair-skinned youth sidled up, still clutching the Baidu liquid. Upon turning to see Su Ming's face, his tone softened slightly, yet he still remained intent on acquiring the Baidu liquid. "I see you're about my age. I'm a student from Xingnong High School. You must be here to procure cultivation materials after just awakening your abilities, right?" Xingnong High School is renowned alongside the Imperial Capital High School, with the two frequently exchanging the top 2 positions. However, due to the emergence of an S-level ability user from Imperial Capital High School last year, it temporarily claimed the first place. As Su Ming watched the youth lift the Baidu liquid she wished to buy, her frustration mounted. In a fit of anger, she used her purple ring to search for information on the boy before her. A-level ability user, Kong Xin, age, 18, ability, physique, admitted to Xingnong University this year. The purple ring held immense authority. After a few days of transmission, the information on these students was now accessible. The details of the youth were laid bare before her. The revelation drew the attention of passers-by, as those who could afford to shop here were either affluent or prodigious talents. In an instant, a shared thought crossed everyone's mind. This girl is not to be underestimated. Confirming the information, she realized he was someone she could easily intimidate. I apologize, but this Baidu liquid is of great importance to my friend. Could you kindly let it go? I'll offer double compensation. The Baidu liquid is among the rarest medicinal materials, complementary to the 100 refinements grass, capable of enhancing physique. Aside from those who often frequent the luxurious commercial district of the imperial capital, many are unaware of its existence. Given its rarity, Kong Xin could not afford to relinquish it, especially since he had already procured the 100 refinements grass, making it all the more crucial to retain. This young lady, you too must be a genius, but I am equally a genius, and I cannot forsake the opportunity to enhance my strength simply because of your words. We are both well aware of the immense value of the Baiduan liquid. Although I am uncertain as to why your bracelet is capable of investigating my information, I believe that the spirit of fair competition still prevails in the Xingnong Empire. I witnessed the other party preparing to make the payment for the Baiduan liquid. Su Ming felt a surge of anxiety. After much effort in persuading Jiang Han to join her in the pursuit of cultivation resources, how could she possibly give up? Xian Shun could appear at any moment to take her back to the Dragon Spine Snow Mountain, which would undoubtedly tarnish her reputation in the Empire and could potentially implicate Jiang Han as well. Without hesitation, she acted. I have stated before that I shall take this item, and in return, I will compensate you twice the amount, which is only fair, especially considering you have yet to possess it. Just before the payment was finalized, the merchant, having noticed the escalating conflict between the two, stepped forth to mediate. Why, dear lady, I must apologize, but we uphold a principle of trust in this establishment. The arrangement for this item has already been made with this young man. Shortly, we shall refund you double the amount you paid. And should you find other treasures within our store, I would be more than happy to present you with a gift. Any discerning observer could see that Su Ming was not to be trifled with, and the seasoned merchant was no exception. He even harbored a fleeting suspicion that Su Ming might be an S-class ability user, but he quickly dismissed the notion. It was common knowledge that those who awakened as S-class users would be reported. Just as the Empire had disseminated information about the S-class user Tang Lu who awakened last year, including details of her appearance, with the possibility of her being an S-class user ruled out. The next classification would be A-class, and among A-class users, reason must prevail. The merchant could not show favoritism and decided to side with Kong Xin, striving to avoid offending Su Ming. After Kong Xin successfully completed the payment using the yellow bracelet, he prepared to leave with the Baiduan liquid. Wait, that item belongs to me. I owe you a favor. Su Ming attempted to struggle, but Kong Xin showed no signs of hesitation as he began to depart with the Baiduan liquid. Suddenly, a chilling air enveloped the space, and Kong Xion's feet became encased in ice. Even with enhanced physical abilities, he could not break free. Seizing the opportunity, Su Ming secured the Baiduan liquid for herself and, using her bracelet, transferred double the payment to him. This time, no one intervened, and the merchant remained silent, absolving himself of any responsibility. Swiftly, she grabbed Jiang Han and made her exit, eager to avoid any further complications. Stop with your strength. There is no need for you to bully the weak. Although the Baiduan liquid is precious, it is of no use to you. It is clearly intended for your companion. Have the courage to compete fairly. Wait, don't leave. Su Ming paid him no mind and quickened her pace. You only know how to hide behind a woman like a coward. Have the guts to compete like a true man. Kong Xin swiftly assessed the situation. As the most outstanding student of Xingnong High School this year, he immediately noted the self-deprecating yet defiant expression on Jiang Han's face. Chapter 35. Jiang Han versus Kong Xin. Jiang Han hesitated, his pride compelling him to step forward. Brother Jiang Han, let us hurry and leave. The Baiduan liquid is crucial for you. Fearing for Jiang Han's pride, Su Ming merely wished to distance them from the scene. Kong Xin seized this chance immediately. What's the matter, afraid? Where has your youthful spirit gone? I tell you, regardless of your abilities, if you lack the courage to stand up when it matters, winning the Baiduan liquid will be of no consequence. Anger flashed across Jiang Han's face, yet he found himself unable to retort. Kong Xian had seen many expressions before, especially during the awakening ceremony, and he roughly deduced that Jiang Han's abilities were not particularly strong, often leading to an inflated sense of self-importance. As a commoner without a background, Jiang Han had some understanding of reading people, and the opportunity to obtain the Baiduan liquid now lay in his hands. Prior to this, Kong Xian had borrowed money from his teacher to ensure that he would not be left behind by other privileged students when school resumed in February. He could not let such an opportunity slip away. "All right, I'll compete with you." Brother Jiang Han Su Ming expressed her concerns, wishing to dissuade him. "Trust me, at the beginning of their cultivation, he cannot surpass me by much. I refuse to believe my blade fears his physique." Having spoken her piece, Su Ming stepped aside and released the ice binding Kong Xian's feet. Now free, Kong Xian promptly checked for any injuries, and upon confirming he was unscathed, he turned to Jiang Han. "It seems you do possess a modicum of courage." Kong Xian flexed his legs to regain sensation, and fortunately, Su Ming was judicious enough to allow him to recover. As he regained feeling, Kong Xian's mind raced. Although that individual was formidable, he would undoubtedly refrain from openly attacking me within the Empire. After this, I doubt I will have further dealings with her. Why not take this opportunity to gain something? That fellow likely has no money, but the one behind him does, and it appears that girl is quite concerned for him. I could wager the Balian grass I possess. Resolute, Kong Xian retrieved the Balian grass from his storage bracelet and placed it before them. "You seem to be in dire need of the Baiduan liquid. Would you dare to make a wager? I happen to have a portion of Balian grass that complements it perfectly. Should I lose, I will give it to you. If I win, however, I shall not return the money you previously gave me. What say you?" Jiang Han was infuriated, perceiving this as a blatant provocation, convinced of his inevitable victory over Kong Xian. His grip on the knife tightened, leaving an imprint in his palm as he gritted his teeth in agreement. "Minger, is that acceptable?" "Of course, Brother Jiang Han has saved my life. This small matter is entirely up to you." Once he received her consent, he summoned a small dagger, which posed a significant threat at this stage. Su Ming enveloped the area in her icy power, creating a battleground amidst the bustling crowd, provoking stares of outrage from onlookers. Yet, she remained unfazed, her gaze fixed on Jiang Han, hoping for his victory. "Brother, who do you think will win?" "How should I know? I'm merely your brother, not a deity." They haven't even started fighting yet. At this stage, either could win. I'd say it's a 9-to-1 chance. Tao Yuan and his sister watched from above, and upon separating, they had gone upstairs, only to sense the unmistakable chill of ice. Familiar with it, Tao Yuan grew curious to see what was happening, only to discover a brawl unfolding in the marketplace. The commotion drew the attention of security personnel, and 5 fifth-tier ability users swiftly surrounded the scene, all immobilized by ice. The Empire's carefully cultivated prodigies faced no challenge against ordinary individuals of the same level. The duel officially commenced, with Jiang Han summoning his abilities first, charging forward with the dagger. His 3 years of education at the capital S high school had equipped him with knowledge of advanced mathematics, and his attacks with the dagger were intricate and relentless, managing to breach Kong Xian's defenses several times, though they were ultimately thwarted by his physical prowess. Realizing that his physical strikes could not penetrate, Jiang Han shifted tactics, targeting Kong Xian's vulnerabilities, his eyes, ears, temples, chin, and throat, areas known for their fragility. Kong Xian attempted to block with his hand, unprepared for Jiang Han's dagger, which could indeed pierce his vital spots before he became a first-tier ability user. "I never anticipated such a turn of events. If I were to falter now, I would find it difficult to catch up with others." After a brief respite, Kong Xian swung his arms, one hand deflecting the dagger while the other aimed to strike at Jiang Han's weapon hand. Jiang Han reacted just in time, attempting to target Kong Xian's eyes, but his speed fell short. With a powerful blow, Jiang Han was forced to the ground, his initial attack on Kong Xian's eyes instead striking his chest. Inflicting minimal damage, Kong Xian pressed his advantage, seizing Jiang Han's dagger-wielding hand and flinging him to the ground. Bang! Jiang Han cried out in pain, feeling as though his body had shattered. His pride compelled him to rise. Yet his right hand remained firmly grasped, leaving him unable to escape. Lying on the ground, devoid of hope, a voice echoed in his mind. Persevere. It seemed that even his abilities could not bear to witness his dismal state. Instinctively cooperating with him in his attacks, and he suddenly felt a surge of control over his powers. Just as Kong Xian prepared another assault, the dagger that had been in Jiang Han's right hand vanished and reappeared in his left. With a swift motion, the dagger struck Kong Xian's temple, and seizing the moment, Jiang Han broke free from Kong Xian's grasp, transferring the dagger back to his dominant right hand and aiming for Kong Xian's eyes. Injured at the temple, Kong Xian realized Jiang Han had escaped his control, and in a daze, he watched as the dagger lunged toward his eyes, wielded by Jiang Han. "Oh, you wish to test my resolve? Who fears whom? If you cannot defeat me, how can I ever conquer the other prodigies?" Kong Xian, undeterred, retaliated with a punch aimed at Jiang Han, who remained resolute, focused solely on victory. His eyes reddened, his condition deteriorating. And upon closer inspection, blood could be seen trickling from his scalp. "I will win. Do not think that being an A-class prodigy grants you the right to act arrogantly before me. I will take down an A-class." The clash between the two culminated in Jiang Han being propelled from the battleground. He was struck in the abdomen by Kong Xian, while simultaneously, Kong Xian suffered a wound on his left cheek from Jiang Han's dagger. "I have won. Hand over the goods," Kong Xian demanded, extending his hand to claim the Baiduan liquid. Yet, at that moment, Su Ming's gaze was entirely focused on Jiang Han, oblivious to him. Jiang Han flew back. She caught him with her icy power, simultaneously using ice to dull his pain, then retrieved a healing elixir from her bracelet to administer to him. Once she had completed her tasks, she turned her icy demeanor toward Kong Xian, conjuring a long spear of ice. Chapter 36. Enough! This is bad. This lunatic has lost his mind. Tao Yuan leaped down, attempting to intervene and halt Su Ming. It was absolute madness for someone who had just awakened their abilities to unleash an ice explosion. In his grasp, the long spear coalesced into a tangible form, an eerie blue energy surging within, embodying the ice explosion technique. Should this be unleashed in a densely populated area, only those of the 5th tier might survive. The rest would perish. Wait, have you lost your mind? To employ ice explosion against our own. Amidst the astonished gaze of Tao Yuan, the spear darted towards the hollow figure, and there was no time left to intervene. Instinctively, his priority became the preservation of as many lives as possible. His doppelganger transformed into countless crows, enveloping those nearest to him. At that juncture, those encased in crows would likely still have a chance of survival. The icy spear halted before the hollow's vacant stare, as a robust hand seized it, crushing it into motes of starlight. Enough! How much longer must this chaos continue? As the frost mist dissipated, Xianqan emerged before the crowd. His eyes brimming with fury, fixated on Su Ming. He'll lay hands upon one of his own compatriots. "Very well, you possess such vigor. I shall send you to the battlefield for some rigorous training." A colossal hand extended towards Su Ming, leaving her with no avenue of escape, ensnared by the spirit power manifested in that hand. It was evident that Xianqan was genuinely incensed. "Xianqan, is this the student you have taught?" Truly negligent, then. Descending from the staircase, a cultured and affable middle-aged man appeared, though his gaze no longer bore warmth, tinged with a hint of ferocity. The newcomer was Mu He, accompanied by another middle-aged man, presumably the overseer of this area. The illusory crows converged to form Tao Yuan, the danger averted, and he unconsciously sighed, glancing at the two familiar figures below. I had suspected that the most prosperous commercial district of the imperial capital would not lack formidable ability users to safeguard it. They likely awaited the opportunity to observe my and Su Ming's performance before making their entrance. Caught within the confines of the spirit power, Su Ming was taken aback. She had intended to retract the spear the moment Tao Yuan manifested. But it was too late. She could not withdraw the spear, though fortunately, the ice explosion technique within it had been nullified. Now witnessing her teacher's arrival, she collapsed to the ground, apologizing. "Teacher, I'm sorry. I was wrong. It was unintentional. I apologize." Sob. Tao Yuan quickly approached his teacher, anxiety etched across his face. Ultimately, this matter bore no relation to him, save for his failure to timely prevent Su Ming from employing the spear against the hollow. "Teacher, I'm sorry for disappointing you." The acknowledgement of their mistakes by the two students did not elicit even a flicker of change in Xian Kin's expression. However, Muhi gestured for Taoyuan to step aside. Xian Kin utilized his spirit power to retrieve the 100 forging liquid from Su Ming and, under the pretense of an apology, presented a fourth-tier flowing spirit pill to the hollow dumb wise student lacks discretion. Consider this bottle of fourth-tier elixir a token of apology, and I beseech you to forgive her imprudence. The hollow had never encountered such a grand display. Although he was unaware of the identity of the person before him, the might he had exhibited upon arrival, coupled with the absence of any guarding personnel thus far, made it evident that his status was undoubtedly elevated. Senior, I shall accept this bottle of elixir. But it would be best for her to offer her own apologies. The hollow understood the formidable presence they commanded, yet that did not imply he would cower. Achieving first place in Xingnong High School as a civilian was not solely reliant on talent. The pride within him was the true catalyst for his relentless efforts. Strangely, this declaration did not incite Xian Kin's wrath. Rather, it signified his fearless stance against authority. Su Ming, upon hearing this, was reluctant to apologize. Having harmed Jiang Han, why should she be the one to apologize? Moreover, she had already moderated her strength. The ice spear would have merely inflicted severe injury, not death. Otherwise, a mere show of pressure would suffice to eliminate the hollow, who was not yet a first-tier ability user. Now, Su Ming realized that she had merely utilized the spear to discipline someone, without intent to kill. Her teacher could not take severe action against her. The atmosphere grew increasingly tense, and the hollow's heart raced. He had not anticipated Su Ming's continued refusal to apologize in such circumstances, and he regretted his earlier impulsiveness. Regardless, the other party was undoubtedly a carefully nurtured ability user of the Empire. Etiquette had been duly observed, and even her teacher had personally compensated for her actions. Yet, he was contemplating how to step forward and apologize on Su Ming's behalf. After much deliberation, he ultimately chose to stand up. I sincerely apologize. Su Ming acted excessively just now, and I offer my apologies in her stead. As a gesture of sincerity, please accept this essence of second-tier medicinal herbs. The essence of second-tier herbs could enhance physical prowess while also purging impurities from abilities. It was a necessity for any genius at the second tier. The hollow accepted the essence, his expression unchanging, though his tone softened slightly. I sincerely apologize. Had I not previously faced a life-threatening situation, I would not have been so confrontational. The younger generation extends their apologies to you, esteemed seniors. He nodded, signaling for him to depart, and shortly after, the middle-aged man beside him also exited. Just as the hollow was about to leave, a staff member appeared before him, retrieving the money he had spent on the 100 forging grass. We apologize for the occurrence within our establishment. We bear some responsibility for this incident. We feel compelled to return the funds for your herbal purchase. And upon your next visit, our establishment shall extend a 10% discount to you. The hollow was taken aback by this unexpected boon. After accepting the money, he hurried back to his residence to refine the herbs. You fool, who asked you to apologize on my behalf? I had already dismissed any murderous intent towards him. It was merely a lesson. Even if I was in the wrong, it hardly warranted such severity. Xian Kin remained silent, taking Su Ming away, destination unknown. It was likely back to the Dragon Ridge Snow Mountain. Brother. Taoyao appeared visibly concerned, witnessing her brother's serious demeanor for the first time. Do not fret. It is but a trivial matter. Besides, Su Ming believes she is in the right. What fault could I possibly have? I am merely a doppelganger. It is entirely normal that I could not intervene in time. The pressing concern is procuring cultivation materials for you, my foolish sister. I have just run out of second-tier essence and must purchase another batch. For ability users, each type of herb is only truly effective the first time. Subsequent uses yield diminishing returns. Hence, Taoyuan had purchased a variety of single-use cultivation herbs. However, the empire is vast and bountiful, with an abundance of herbal varieties, making selection an arduous task. Following the commotion, all present recognized that Taoyuan was no ordinary individual. Many merchants even discerned Xian Kin's identity and hastily produced their treasured cultivation resources. Taoyuan did not disappoint them, accepting all without reservation. Finally acquiring sufficient materials for your cultivation up to the 4th tier. Enough to last you a year, my doppelganger has reached its final day. After casting the illusion upon you, it shall dissipate. Are you prepared? Imicha. Tao Yao nodded, for the first time appreciating the benefits of having a powerful backing. Chapter 37. Imperial Judgment. Upon her next appearance, Su Ming found herself at the Imperial Capital S Assembly, surrounded once again by the familiar 8 elders. Xian Can and Mu He took their seats. And Su Ming was released, her face betraying her unease. Yet, recalling that she had not taken a life provided her with some solace. This incident is severe, and I bear an irrefutable responsibility. The punishment for Su Ming shall be determined by you 7. I shall not partake in this matter. Xian Can made his stance clear, and the other 7 followed suit, engaging in their own deliberations. Ultimately, the diminutive elder spoke. After our discussions, the ramifications of this incident are severe. Preparing to kill in the imperial capital is an unforgivable crime. Su Ming panicked for the first time, feeling the sharpness of the imperial beast's fangs. It was the first time it had displayed its might towards her. She attempted to speak, but her voice was stifled by spirit power. However, upon further investigation and considering Mu Hie's assertion that the spear no longer possessed lethal force, it was deemed an intentional act of harm. The consequences of this were exceedingly grave, warranting judgment. Upon reviewing the records, we discovered that Su Ming would not officially reach adulthood for several more days. Thus, we have decided to mete out a lighter sentence, ultimately determining that she shall head to the battlefield in 1 year to atone for her misdeeds. Once the final verdict was pronounced, Su Ming's heart, which had been in turmoil, finally found some peace. Thankfully, I still have a few days until I reach adulthood, and I am relieved that I had diminished the spear's power to avoid taking a life. Following the pronouncement of punishment, Xian Can grasped Su Ming and headed toward the Dragon Ridge Snow Mountain. The other 7 had released her, but he had no intention of doing so. This also reflected the sentiments of several others. Su Ming had always believed that she was spared due to her impending adulthood. In truth, her status as an S-tier ability user was far more significant. Had any other genius been in her place, they would have long been imprisoned and dispatched to the battlefield, never even granted an audience with the 7 elders, as their subordinates would handle the situation, merely requiring a report. After all, the nature of this incident was entirely different from the murder at Taoyuan 3 years prior. One was a retaliatory strike against an initial aggressor who posed a lethal threat, not a premeditated act of murder, occurring in a chaotic area where crime was frequent, with minimal impact. Conversely, Su Ming had acted in plain view, in the most prosperous area of the imperial capital, launching a proactive assault, thereby casting the Empire's regulations aside. Teacher, please do not be angry. Ultimately, this incident did not culminate in a grave error. The student merely intended to teach that fellow a lesson. Was such anger truly warranted? Xian Can, in a fit of rage, raised his right hand before lowering it, suppressing his impulse to strike her face, and admonished, "You remain unrepentant even now. I have been observing your conduct in the marketplace throughout. Your performance has left me utterly disappointed. Had Taoyuan not appeared in the nick of time, were you truly prepared to use ice explosion to obliterate him? And you dare to quibble here? The Empire has expended enormous resources to cultivate you, not to have you turn against your own people. What did you say when you left? A day? However, you have spent a full 10 days outside, during which time you must have made no progress whatsoever. From this day forward, you are forbidden to leave Longji Snow Mountain for an entire year." Su Ming was immediately filled with anxiety. She could not bear the thought of being away from Longji Snow Mountain while being unable to see her brother Zhang Han. Now that Zhang Han had awakened, and as an F-grade ability user, he was in dire need of comfort, the impact of her sudden departure would be monumental. With an unexpected surge of courage, Su Ming dared to retort against Xian Can, saying, "Why should I be punished? My original intention was merely to scare him. I never truly intended to harm him. Besides, Taoyuan has also been out for 10 days. Why am I the only one being punished?" The thought of being placed under house arrest while Taoyuan faced no consequences at all left her feeling quite indignant. Oblivious to the fact that Taoyuan had never entertained the notion of leaving Longji Snow Mountain, and that being confined there was far from excessive. How can you still say that? You don't even understand the details. You mistakenly believe that Taoyuan is like you. Let me enlighten you. The fundamental difference between the two of you is that one cares most for themselves, while the other cares most for others. Xian Can was provoked by her words and resolved to sternly awaken Su Ming to the reality of their disparity. Has Taoyuan ever mentioned wanting to leave Longji Snow Mountain to you? From the very beginning, His primary concern has always been himself, diligently honing his skills. Think carefully. Since you met him, has he ever slacked off in his practice? Even when not on Longji Snow Mountain, he still performs his training with unwavering dedication, day and night. For 3 years, Su Ming found herself unable to refute the truth. It was indeed as he said. Ever since she had known Taoyuan, he had behaved like a machine, consistently exerting boundless energy towards his training. Yet, she remained unconvinced, questioning why only he was reprimanded while Taoyuan continued to frolic outside. Do you not understand? You two have trained together for 3 years. And you have forgotten his capabilities? Upon Xiancan's reminder, Su Ming paused, as if a revelation dawned upon her. During her previous match against Xiancan, she had seen 2 Taoyuans more than once. It all began to make sense. Could it be that the Taoyuan outside was merely his doppelganger? Now realizing that the 2 of them had no personal connection outside their training, Xiancan rubbed his forehead in exasperation. He recognized that their relationship resembled that of familiar strangers, but he had not anticipated that they had no interaction at all. 3 years had been wasted. Think carefully and do not let the Empire down any further. With that, Xiancan departed. At Longji Snow Mountain, Su Ming sought to validate her suspicion by visiting the Peach Blossom Paradise. Knock, knock, knock. Taoyuan, are you home? The door to the courtyard opened, revealing Taoyuan, who looked somewhat puzzled upon seeing Su Ming standing outside. What brings you here at such a late hour? The moment Su Ming truly laid eyes on Taoyuan, she could no longer deceive herself. It's nothing. I'll head back to the ice and snow fortress to train. She turned and walked slowly towards the fortress. Strange, but the fact that Xiancan isn't here is rather fortunate. It seems I may escape any punishment and can continue my training. Taoyuan returned inside to resume his practice, as petals from the peach trees drifted down, landing softly upon him. As Su Ming made her way back to the ice and snow fortress, her spirits were low. Although she had not faced any substantial punishment, her pride had taken a blow. Initially, Taoyuan's training speed was only 8 points while hers was 10, yet he had persistently kept pace with her. She had once thought that as long as her level increased, Taoyuan would eventually be left behind. But reality had dealt her a harsh blow. At the time of his ability awakening, Taoyuan's spiritual power had already matched hers. And even his soul strength had reached 120 points, completely surpassing her. Unknowingly, she arrived at the arena where they usually trained, her heart heavy with bitterness. Gradually, she made her way towards the ice and snow fortress, where the snow of Longji Snow Mountain grew thicker with each passing year. This year, it lay thick beneath layers of ice. Chapter 38. The Empire's controversy. After leaving Longji Snow Mountain, Xiancan returned directly to the conference room in the imperial capital, where the 7 members were seated, unmoving. I'm back, Xiancan replied, taking his place. The short, elderly man spoke first, inquiring of Xiancan and Mu He. It has been 3 years. Those 2 little ones have unknowingly grown during this time. Xiancan, what do you think of their talents and character? The individuals present were already aware of the answers as they posed their questions. After 8 years, they had gained some understanding of the 2's personalities. Today, Su Ming's public act of violence served as a wake-up call for the 8 of them, who had long prioritized their strength while neglecting their character. In their hearts, both young individuals were regarded as arrogant geniuses with no issues of character. But today, they could no longer overlook this concern. Su Ming was not of ill character, merely lacking life experience and struggling to control her temper, ultimately driven to act due to Jiang Han's influence. After some contemplation, Xiancan provided his assessment. That may not necessarily be the case, he interjected with his perspective. Su Ming's heart is entirely occupied with Jiang Han, and concerning Jiang Han, during these 3 years at the Imperial High School, one can observe that he possesses an arrogance that does not align with his ability level. This character trait is prone to lead one astray, especially with Su Ming being an S-grade ability user. It becomes even more likely for him to stray into darkness. Just like today when he publicly attacked with hollow-eyed intent, it does not imply he advocates murder, but rather that he has poor emotional control, which is a point worthy of consideration. After Mu He shared his thoughts, he took a sip of tea and awaited the others' contributions. The youngest among them cleared his throat twice. Thus, to summarize, Su Ming is a person of simple character, inherently good, yet lawless and prone to extremes. The others concurred with this sentiment, and it was now time to discuss Taoyuan. I believe Taoyuan is a genius solely interested in cultivation, with few flaws in his character. He has a younger sister, and their relationship seems quite good. From today's performance, it appears he has a sense of belonging to the empire. He was the first to speak, clearly favoring Tao Yuan. I also find Tao Yuan commendable, though he still has minor flaws. I have always believed that when faced with the empire and his own interests, Tao Yuan would unhesitatingly choose himself. Xiancan responded, having spent the most time with Tao Yuan. As an ancient being of 10,000 years, he could discern the slightest nuances, even if Tao Yuan was skilled at concealing them. He sensed Tao Yuan's underlying desire for resources and superiority. The young man across from him held a differing opinion. Xiancan, I maintain that this is not a flaw. When the empire faces a life-and-death crisis, it is acceptable for individuals to step forward without sacrificing themselves for the empire. Guangbai, how can you still think this way? The empire supersedes all. In the face of the empire, anyone can make sacrifices. Xiancan countered, clearly at odds with Guangbai. Guangbai stood up, being the youngest among the 8, intentionally preserving his youthful demeanor. Xiancan, you have it all backwards. The empire exists to protect everyone, not to sacrifice others for its preservation. If it comes to a life-or-death situation, we old folks can stay behind as a sacrifice. The hope of the younger generation must be nurtured. The others, witnessing the impending argument, quickly intervened. Xiancan snorted dismissively. Only with the empire can there be a steady stream of new generations. I hope you understand that when it comes to the empire's survival, anyone can be sacrificed. Guangbai scoffed in retort, it is not the empire that guarantees a new generation. It is the new generation that ensures the empire's continuity. The empire's destruction is but temporary. Securing the growth of the next generation is paramount. As long as they are here, we must allow them to thrive, and the empire shall not be utterly destroyed. Enough, the short old man bellowed, compelling the two to quell their emotions and take their seats. Every time we meet, we end up arguing about this. What is there to argue about? After the meeting concluded, the next one was scheduled for a year later, during which time they would assign someone to ensure the 2S grade geniuses were protected. Xiancan, it is your failure in education concerning Su Ming. Let Guangbai take on the role of her protector. Ultimately, the proposal from the short old man was passed with 6 votes, successfully enacted. Months later, in the expansive sky, the white cloud dragon grew increasingly formidable, with Tang Lu seated atop, engaged in cultivation. Having learned from Su Ming's experience, Xiancan was even more stringent with Tang Lu's training, granting no holidays and adhering strictly to the previous schedule established for Tao Yuan. On this day, she achieved a breakthrough to 99987. Thanks to her beast mastery talent, Tang Lu could share her cultivation with the white cloud dragon, which was also on the verge of breaking through to the 5th tier. I have witnessed your efforts during this time. Focus on your breakthrough, Xiancan remarked as he handed her a pill, the 7th grade spirit refining pill previously consumed by Tao Yuan and Su Ming. Yes, master. The arduous training over these 10 months posed a significant challenge to Tang Lu's youthful spirit. Whenever she felt like giving in, she recalled Xiancan's tales of the 2 seniors. Countless times, every bone in her body had been broken, and severe injuries had become a common occurrence. Each instance had been life-threatening. Yet once again, she had been reborn through the power of the yin-yang transformation pill. This led her to regard her seniors with deep respect, as she struggled to imagine how they had endured such trials. At last, the days of hardship were coming to an end. She was on the verge of breaking through to the 4th tier and achieving the 5th tier. Upon consuming the refining spirit pill, the internal spiritual energy surged within her, akin to a fervent cleansing. Xian Shun, unaware of the nature of the pill administered to Bai Yun Songlong, witnessed the creature coiling itself in a manner reminiscent of its master. It was not until the passage of a full day and night that their breaths finally stabilized. She had managed to breach the 5th tier a year and 2 months prior. A testament to the advantages of possessing an initial high spiritual energy. Today marked not only his ascension to the 5th tier, but also the momentous occasion of Tao Yuan and Su Ming reaching the 6th tier. The snow upon the dragon's spine Snow Mountain had thinned drastically. Although still a blanket of white, it would not be long before it melted, revealing the earth beneath. One could not discern whether it was mere coincidence or design. But their breakthroughs consistently coincided on the same day. Tao Yuan was perplexed, and even Su Ming shared in his confusion. Su Ming gave Tao Yuan a gentle pat on the shoulder, their interactions having increased significantly over the past 10 months. You still have the gall to say that, before long, we shall be heading to the battlefield. So do take care of me then. Tao Yuan rolled his eyes, reflecting that were it not for a certain individual's involvement, he would not have been hastily summoned to the front lines. Chapter 39. Breaking through the 6th tier. After a brief interval, Tang Lu successfully attained the status of a 5th-tier supernatural being. Teacher, I did it. Xian Shun cast a glance at Tao Yuan and Su Ming, more specifically at the necklaces they bore. Artifacts capable of consuming the essence of the Dragon Spine Snow Mountain to enhance their training speed sevenfold. However, with the mountain's imminent melting, the multiplier could only reach 7. Ultimately, Xian Shun retrieved a similar necklace from his bracelet to present it to Tang Lu, imparting a solemn warning. This fragmented secret realm is on the verge of vanishing. And you have but 2 months remaining. During this time, the necklace will amplify your training speed sevenfold. Strive diligently, for afterwards, this sanctuary for cultivation shall cease to exist. Tang Lu was momentarily taken aback. Having presumed that this treasure would suffice for her to reach the 6th tier, much like her senior peers. The revelation that only 2 months of training time remained was staggering. She was no longer a novice in cultivation. The information from her purple bracelet had enlightened her on the arduous nature of reaching the 5th tier. Currently, she possessed a mere 100,000 training points, a sum accrued with the Dragon Spine Snow Mountain's 20-fold training speed and her own 5-fold enhancement. Do not be so astonished. The Empire has been guiding you to optimize these 20 days by emphasizing the cultivation of your soul and physique. The resources for the insight pills had been procured by the Empire. And now that she had ascended to the 5th tier, their effects should enable her to achieve a 10-fold training efficiency. Make the most of these 2 months. Upon seeing the insight pills, Su Ming's expression shifted to one of envy, though she quickly regained her composure. After all, she had enjoyed a full 4 years of training on the Dragon Spine Snow Mountain. What was there to envy? A year and a half of that had been spent with an 8-fold training yield, surpassing Tang Lu's results. With 2 months, the insight pills, a 20-fold increase combined with her 10-fold, amounted to a staggering 30-fold training speed. When multiplied by 7, it translated to 9 spiritual points per day. With additional rare materials, she could potentially amass up to 120,000 spiritual points over 2 months. The insight pills were a rare commodity, with the Empire possessing their formula, only producing one every century. Were it not for the impending disappearance of the Dragon Spine Snow Mountain, the Empire would not engage in such a costly transaction. Teacher, where will I cultivate in the future? Will there be any similar enhancements? Xian Shun, unable to meet her gaze, felt the weight of the previous day's revelation regarding the insight pills. Tang Lu, your future cultivation will depend solely on your own efforts. The Empire has done all it can for your training. After a unanimous decision, your subsequent progress rests upon your shoulders. In the absence of a complete secret realm, every individual's cultivation multiplier is limited. S-tier beings are exempt from this restriction, while A-tier has a cap of 7, B-tier 5, C-tier 3, E-tier 2, and F-tier has none. With a 5-fold training speed plus the insight pills 10-fold, her overall speed would be merely 10-fold, a mere drop in the bucket when facing the monumental challenge of 1 million points. Without any bottlenecks, reaching the 6th tier would require nearly 30 years of diligent effort. By the time she reached that level, the figures of Tao Yuan and Su Ming would be but distant memories. Xian Shun, unable to bear the sight of Tang Lu in such a fragile state, she resembled a delicate pottery piece, liable to shatter with the slightest touch, gestured for her to follow. Come with me. The speed of cultivation should be even swifter there. Let us strive to amass more spiritual energy within these 2 months. Under Xian Shun's guidance, the trio ventured toward a secluded location. He abruptly halted, gathering spiritual energy in his hand before delivering a powerful strike to the ground, revealing a path concealed beneath the snow. As they proceeded, Xian Shen elaborated. This subterranean cavern has been constructed by the Empire using substantial resources. The droplets you see are the essence of the Earth's core. Each drop is invaluable and rare. The cavern's entrance was narrow, allowing only 2 individuals to walk side by side. After traversing several hundred steps, they emerged into a vast expanse. To their astonishment, a peach tree and enormous snowflowers thrived in the dim depths below. This is the ice flower and the ancient peach tree, rarities of nature. Akin to treasures of the cosmos in the entire world, only one exists at a time. A second can only emerge after the first has vanished. With your abilities, you could manage a meager 30% absorption. But with my presence, I can guarantee 70% safety while you attempt to absorb them." The trio stood speechless, captivated by the stunning scenery before them. Two such treasures could create a secret realm, however imperfect, underscoring their extraordinary nature. Moreover, their purple bracelets yielded no information on these artifacts, leading Tao Yuan to assert that he had never encountered any data regarding the ancient peach tree or the ice flower in his bracelet. This only served to highlight the treasure's rarity. Under Tang Lu's envious gaze, Tao Yuan hastened toward the hollow of the ancient peach tree, with Su Meng closely trailing to stand amidst the snowflowers. Employing the absorption techniques imparted by Xian Shun, they commenced their absorption. The snowfall on the dragon-spined snow mountain ceased, and the chill converged upon the cavern. Peach blossoms lifted from the ground. Gracefully swirling toward the cave's interior, Tang Lu quickly consumed the insight pill and cultivate. This is an unparalleled opportunity. Originally, Xian Shun was to guide the two into the cavern, yet he privately led Tang Lu to this subterranean sanctuary, ensuring that cultivation would be expedited within these confines. The underground cavern remained a domain of nature's secrets, offering swifter results than the exterior. Without hesitation, Tang Lu swallowed the insight pill, settling into a meditative posture, merging her soul force, spiritual energy, and physique with remarkable speed. Xian Shun refrained from absorbing any energy himself, recognizing that in their current state, they were vulnerable, and it was imperative to ensure their safety. As he watched the Empire's budding talents flourish, a swell of pride filled his heart. His gaze drifted beyond the horizon toward the Imperial Capital University, one of the finest institutions in the Empire. Renowned for nurturing the nation's most gifted individuals, only A-tier supernatural beings and a select few exceptionally talented B-tier beings had the privilege of studying within its halls. Under the Empire's tutelage, every graduate achieved at least the 4th tier. With summer vacation merely 2 months away, the 2 premier universities in the Imperial capital were set to host a supernatural competition, coinciding perfectly with the presence of 2 students who had leveraged connections to gain entry: Tao Yao and Zhang Han. Initially, Tao Yuan intended for Tao Yao to pursue her studies independently, avoiding the university altogether, as he surmised that, with her C-tier abilities, she would face ridicule from all quarters at the Imperial Capital University. However, her determination to attend, coupled with the Empire's intention to grant her a spot, secured her admission into the Imperial High School. After 10 months of training, she had accumulated 3,000 spiritual points, a feat achieved through relentless resource investment. Propelling her to the 3rd tier, she had encountered minor bottlenecks along the way, but each was overcome with the application of resources, marking her progress as the fastest possible. Chapter 40. The anomaly of Zhang Han in stark contrast to her journey. Another F-tier individual caught the Empire University's attention. Zhang Han, merely an F-tier supernatural being, had managed to achieve 3rd-tier prowess, making him a contender in the supernatural competition. His painstakingly slow training speed of 0.5 had allowed him to reach 2,000 spiritual points, astonishing all who witnessed his ascent. Consequently, the Empire dispatched personnel to assess his capabilities. To their astonishment, his original F-tier powers had transformed into C-tier abilities, and the data remained elusive. Ultimately, they attributed this anomaly to a possible error during the awakening process. They even employed the same awakening array used for testing Tao Yuan and others, which indicated his final skill as C-tier ability, Bloodstained Tang Dao. A commendable supernatural power, sharper and more resilient than the Tang Dao, with enhanced capabilities for widening wounds, ideal for combat, though regrettably limited in rank. Physique, 29, Spiritual Energy, 3, Soul Force, 28, after multiple confirmations. Even one of the 8 distinguished figures visited the scene to ascertain that the awakening array had indeed malfunctioned, as previous cases in the Empire had suggested. Zhang Han, who seemed more protagonist-like than the actual protagonist, had relied on his external advantages. Following his awakening a year prior, he returned to the Jiang family, where he faced mockery from all. Only his father offered encouragement, providing resources for his cultivation. Defying the opposition of others, he resolutely chose his own path. At one point, an audacious individual openly ridiculed him, prompting Zhang Han to summon a small blade in a fit of rage, eliminating the mocker with a single strike. This incident was ultimately resolved discreetly by the Jiang family. That single act irrevocably altered Zhang Han's trajectory. The following morning, he awoke to discover his powers had ascended from F-tier to E-tier. and his initial spiritual energy of 10 points had surged by 20, reaching a total of 30 points. Consequently, the bottlenecks that had previously hindered his cultivation dissipated alongside his enhanced abilities. Moreover, the small blade became exceptionally resilient. Ultimately, upon inadvertently witnessing the powers of those he had slain, he discovered that their abilities were of E-class tenacity, which instantly sparked a notion within him. He contemplated the breakthrough of spiritual energy and thus devoted himself to 3 months of rigorous training at the academy. It was only when his spiritual energy reached 380 that he encountered yet another bottleneck. Taking advantage of the winter break, he returned to the Jiang family, specifically seeking a second-tier ability user whose power was aligned with blades. However, after an entire night, he found himself without any gain in spiritual energy or progression. Through relentless trials, he realized that he could only absorb abilities equivalent to his own level. Consequently, he shifted his focus to another target. Also an E-class ability user, but one who had survived for over a decade and had cultivated their powers to 716 despite facing a bottleneck. After dispatching this individual, he experienced excruciating pain throughout the night, yet fortunately sustained no serious harm. The following day, his ability successfully ascended from D-class to C-class. That night's ordeal, after much reflection, led him to conclude that he could only absorb powers of the same level. The spiritual energy absorbed could not exceed twice his own, or it would pose a lethal risk. He could only absorb an ability once. Future absorptions would require precise timing to maximize benefits. And fortunately, his wristband, gifted by Su Ming, could confirm the ability levels of others. Since that incident, his blade underwent a transformation, becoming both resilient and sharp. During his first year at the Imperial Capital University, students were instructed in various cultivation techniques, most of which were of 5th tier and incredibly obscure, with some 3rd and 4th tier techniques available for reference. Thus, only a select few students managed to achieve a multiplicative enhancement during their freshman year. Among those were Tao Yao and Zhang Han, the former relying on her comprehension of the techniques and resources, while the latter depended solely on resources. The upcoming competition allowed participation as long as one reached the 3rd tier. And both Zhang Han and Tao Yao would be contenders. In the next match, Zhang Han from the Imperial Capital University was set to face Kong Xian from Xingnong University. The applause echoed. Welcoming them. As Zhang Han recognized his opponent as the one with whom he had a grudge, he could not help but let out a cold laugh. Kong Xian, a mere A-class ability user, would be the first to lose his life once he grew stronger. His physique was unworthy of his blade. Otherwise, it would be a privilege for him to become the sustenance for Zhang Han's abilities. He entirely overlooked the fact that Kong Xian was a genius A-class ability user, a contender for the championship in this competition. In contrast to Zhang Han, Kong Xian maintained a steadier demeanor. Upon learning that he was up against Zhang Han, he felt a slight headache as Yu Ming had learned a lesson last time. Yet there was no telling if she would attempt to take action against him again. Moreover, he had acquired a 4th-grade healing elixir, which had been his sole remedy for various lingering injuries sustained during his training over the past 10 months. His strength had escalated from an initial 7 points of spiritual energy to an impressive 2996, having spent more than half a year grasping a double cultivation speed from the technique. Only now had he comprehended a 3-fold cultivation speed, coupled with 3rd-grade medicinal materials like Bailian grass and Baijuan liquid, as well as the essence used for 2nd-tier cultivation, enabling a swift breakthrough to the 3rd tier. Upon reaching the 3rd tier, he had purchased a 4th-grade medicinal material with the compensation provided by Su Ming, ensuring a doubled cultivation speed. However, once he entered the university, he faced setbacks. Some students, like him, had not lacked resources, allowing them ample time to practice their abilities while he had not. Were it not for the free training rooms provided by the university, he might have struggled to maintain even a doubled acceleration. I must seize the championship, Kong Xian resolved, embodying the spirit of a commoner genius. Despite being in the imperial capital, he still felt a disparity when compared to other A-class users with backgrounds. Fortunately, the gap was not too pronounced, and he could rely on sheer determination to claim victory. According to his sources, the student with the highest spiritual energy in the freshman class boasted 3,601 points, leaving him with a chance. If he could break through to 3,000 points tonight, the difference would be negligible, with the finals set for tomorrow. Clearing his mind of distractions, he stepped onto the arena. Zhang Han, facing him, summoned his blood-stained Tang knife. Long time no see. I didn't expect to encounter you here. Likewise, I never anticipated you'd gain admission to the Imperial Capital University, but your good fortune ends here. Kong Xin amplified his physique with his abilities and, in a flash, closed the distance between them. Is this all you've got? Jiang Han, wielding his long knife, parried against Kong Xion's iron fist, resulting in their first clash. Jiang Han was sent stumbling back several steps but remained undeterred, twirling his long knife as he approached Kong Xion. His understanding of the blade had evolved dramatically compared to a year prior. The blade gradually turned blood-red as it met Kong Xion's fist once more, this time successfully inflicting a wound that bled profusely. What a fool! I've already warned you about the bloodied Tang knife. And yet you still dared to engage me head-on. Chapter 41. The clash resumes. The two engaged in several rounds of combat, the arena illuminated by flashes of blades and fists, accompanied by the heavy gusts of their strikes. After countless exchanges, Kong Xion held the upper hand. Ultimately, he suffered from a lack of resources. What he had acquired paled in comparison to Jiang Han's training resources. He had failed to land a single hit after a barrage of punches. Jiang Han moved with the agility of a monkey, occasionally delivering a light strike. Blood trails marred the training ground, all carved by the Tang knife. Just as Jiang Han reveled in his confidence, a cold chuckle echoed from behind him. Feeling quite pleased with yourself? It's understandable. I almost forgot you're merely a C-class ability user. Injuring me, an A-class user, certainly gives you reason to gloat. By the time he saw Kong Xion's fist coming toward him, it was already too late to evade. He took the blow full force, feeling as though his entire waist had shattered. Seizing the opportunity, Kong Xion unleashed his A-class abilities, demonstrating their true might by sending Jiang Han crashing to the ground. Jiang Han struggled to rise multiple times, but failed. The match concluded with Kong Xion's victory. The instructor stepped forward to announce the results, while fellow students assisted Jiang Han off the stage for treatment. Don't be too hasty. Those who laugh last often have the most satisfying smiles. As he departed, Jiang Han uttered a final remark, his gaze serene. The outcome of this duel was as he had anticipated. He lost. His defeat was unfortunate, yet also a blessing in disguise, providing a glimpse into the stringent hierarchy of ability levels. He yearned for the depths of ability levels to grow even more profound. For when he reached S-class, it would be a mere pipe dream for others to surpass him. The competitions continued, while the snow on Dragon Ridge Mountain fell persistently. The snow continued to descend gently, the cycle of day and night passing. As the mountain shed its winter coat. 2 months slipped by in an instant. The ice flowers had melted, and Su Ming, glowing like fireflies, would soon completely absorb the ice flowers. The peach blossoms on the old peach tree withered, their remnants dissipating into the IT would not be long before both individuals completed their absorption, and the Empire would gain 2 6th-tier ability users. Both classified as S-class. Days later, verdant grass began to emerge on Dragon Ridge Mountain, though patches of white snow still lingered atop it. The chill within the cave receded, and Tang Lu awoke from her cultivation. Her spiritual energy had reached its limit at 210,000. Proceed to the Empire's capital building. There you will find your next training plan. As Tang Lu regained consciousness, Xian Shen appeared before her. Yes, teacher. Bai Yun Songlong answered her call, descending from the clouds to escort her away from Dragon Ridge Mountain. After her departure, the others in the cave gradually awakened. Spiritual energy at 1.1 million. Quite impressive. Emerging from the old peach tree, Tao Yuan yawned, feeling fatigued after 2 months of intense focus. As he stepped out of the tree hollow, his peach blossom eyes sparkled even more brilliantly, exuding an intoxicating allure, akin to a lethal poison that could induce hallucinations merely by gazing upon them. All of his previously perceived flaws had been rectified, his appearance enhanced to a level of perfection. The fully opened peach blossom eyes captivated those who beheld them. Once he stepped away from the peach tree, the once rough trunk seemed to lose its vitality, rapidly fading into nothingness. Teacher, I have successfully broken through. During his time in the tree hollow, Tao Yuan not only achieved a breakthrough in rank, but also perfectly integrated his spiritual energy, physique, and soul, feeling his cultivation speed surge from 10 to 64. This was extraordinary news, and upon sharing everything with his teacher, Xian Shen expressed immense praise. Had it not been for Su Ming still undergoing her breakthrough, he would have undoubtedly taken Tao Yuan to the Imperial Capital Conference Room. "Teacher, my soul power is exhausted. I need to rest." Without waiting for a response from his mentor, Tao Yuan chose a stone to lie down on. He was utterly fatigued, and before long, he fell into a deep slumber, even dreaming in his dream. There was nothingness, yet he found he could conjure his thoughts into existence, shaping the unreal into reality. Crack, the sound of ice shattering echoed. After 80 days of cultivation, Su Ming finally achieved her breakthrough, opening her eyes as the temperature in the room plummeted, her gaze devoid of any emotion. Her appearance had also ascended a level. Though not perfect, she had outgrown the title of goddess that once brought her joy, now bearing the weight of that title with ease. "Teacher," Su Ming first called out to her mentor before checking her stats. Spiritual energy at 1.2 million, with both soul power and physique reaching the peak of the 6th tier. My cultivation speed has increased from 10 to 30, and the obstacles that once loomed on my path have now become frail due to this transformation. Her spiritual energy surpassed Tao Yuan's by a full 100,000, as her soul and spiritual cultivation methods were exceptionally compatible, resulting in that additional boost. However, for a treasure that can exist solely in this world, the additional 100,000 is merely a trifling sum, serving only to highlight its benefits in the realm of extraordinary abilities. Awakening from her cultivation, Su Ming glanced at the spot where the ancient peach tree once stood, only to find no trace of the peach blossom spring. Her gaze roamed in search, and it was upon a stone that she discovered his figure. "Teacher, what has happened to him?" Xianqin looked at the wide-awake Su Ming, feeling a tinge of disappointment before explaining. "This is an exceedingly rare occurrence. After absorbing the extraordinary treasure, one typically enters a profoundly unique state. It cannot exactly be termed enlightenment, but rather a special dream realm that bestows a certain uniqueness to their extraordinary abilities. Alas, you were not fortunate enough to encounter it." Su Ming, having seen little of the outside world, was unaware of the rarity of such a state. Perhaps in the future, as she ventured forth, she would come to understand. The slumbering peach blossom spring had a complexion as fair as jade, with long eyelashes concealing dreamy peach blossom eyes. They waited a full day and night. During this time, Su Ming had the urge to take a look, but was dissuaded by Xianqin. In such circumstances, it is best not to disturb. Finally, the lashes fluttered, and upon opening his eyes, he was startled to find Su Ming merely 20 centimeters away, staring intently at him, nearly prompting him to employ an illusion. "You look quite charming even in slumber." "Thank you. You too." The response was devoid of emotion, the tone unwavering. Living amidst the Longji Snow Mountain, where one could see their reflection through the ice daily, one becomes desensitized to such sights. "Since you are awake, let us proceed to the Imperial Capital's Empire Building. It is time to arrange your training. Rest assured, teacher, I am currently terrifyingly strong." The fragmented secret realm of the new agricultural empire's capital, the Longji Snow Mountain, had completely vanished this year. Chapter 42. Special mission. They swiftly arrived at the Empire Building, where the 8 individuals present had already become familiar with one another. There was no need for excessive pleasantries as all their cultivation tools were collected, including necklaces capable of automatic cultivation and bracelets that could voraciously absorb the secret realm's spiritual energy. Even the purple bracelets they had brought were replaced with red ones, unveiling all imperial secrets to them without reservation. It was also made clear that the bracelets possessed tracking and detection capabilities. Should the user show no signs of life, the bracelets would self-destruct. This signified the conclusion of their 4-year-long cultivation journey. From nameless individuals to renowned 6th-level extraordinary beings, they had matured from naive 14 or 15-year-olds to vibrant 18 or 19-year-olds. The youth had blossomed, embodying both dreams and lethality. According to the judgment from a year prior, Su Ming would join the military personnel on the battlefield in a month's time. While for you, Peach Blossom Spring, we have other arrangements. He retrieved a document from the bracelet and transmitted it to Peach Blossom Spring. "I regret to inform you that just after completing your cultivation, a mission awaits you. The Empire's Demon City is hosting a martial arts competition organized by the ancient Shen family, seeking to recruit some talents to serve them." The Shen family was somewhat unruly, even referred to as local tyrants, with the current head's eldest son awakening an A-level extraordinary ability and breaking through to the 6th level this year. "I need you to give them a subtle reminder, lest they become too presumptuous." The Shen family, the most powerful ancient clan in Demon City, could certainly be considered nobility among the nobility, with considerable influence even in the capital. However, without evidence, the empire could not act rashly, yet a slight admonition was feasible. Hence, it was decided to send Peach Blossom Spring to showcase his talents, essentially flexing his muscles to make it known that in the empire, the capital is paramount. All right, I understand. I will set off tomorrow. Remember, the mission is special, and you may employ any means necessary. He gazed at Peach Blossom Spring with a hint of envy. The youthful vigor emanating from him reminded him of his own past. How nostalgic it is to witness. Fortunately, I have managed to cultivate 2S-level talents. In a few years, the empire will boast 2 towering pillars of jade, bridging the seas with golden beams. Behind him stood a somewhat distinguished middle-aged man. Whom he glanced at. You, of all people, wish to suppress your own family? Are you not afraid they will disown you as their ancestor? It is precisely because I am their ancestor that I must suppress their reckless ambitions. Until they truly act against me, I remain their ancestor. However, should they ever rebel, they must not blame me for my ruthless nature. The Shin family in Demon City is the foremost power, with one of the 8 eminent figures hailing from there. This plan to suppress the Shin family was proposed personally by Shun Qingming. On another note, the red bracelet information is even more secure and comes with certain privileges, such as the ability to purchase tickets for airships bound for Demon City without the need for advance reservations. There are always seats reserved for those with red bracelets. Exiting the Empire building and amidst the bustling capital, he found himself uncertain of where to spend the evening. Thus, he resolved to visit the Imperial Capital University to see his sister. Unsure if she would be there, he attempted to search for her location using the red bracelet, and was pleasantly surprised to find her position marked in a relatively inexpensive commercial street. Oh, my foolish sister, without your brother, you are too timid to even shop. It was indeed true that this commercial street was far from the university, and the closer one got to the center, the more prosperous it became. Only by moving away from the center could one find relatively cheaper goods. If he were to take a vehicle to her location, it might take half a day to arrive. And he had only a single day, roughly 20 hours, before he had to depart for Demon City, leaving no time for a leisurely journey. Concealing himself with an illusion that rendered him invisible to others, he flew swiftly through the air as a 6th-level extraordinary being in the commercial street outside the capital. Gazing at the exorbitantly priced goods, he couldn't help but chuckle at his own foolishness. While the prices were lower, they were still unaffordable. This was still within the capital, where every inch of land was precious, and even the cheapest items were not that cheap. Beside him stood 2 companions, one being Luo Lian and the other, a university acquaintance, Lung Shuangyue, who were new friends of Peach Blossom Spring. They had come here because Peach Blossom Spring had previously lamented about the exorbitant prices in the capital's most luxurious mall. Although it had everything, she couldn't afford a single item. Upon hearing this, Luo Lian recommended this place, and despite knowing it would likely still be expensive, she was curious to see it for herself, only to find it was merely a visit. Lian, I told you to come with me. Why did you follow her instead? You know she has no money. Lung Shuangyue cast a disdainful glance at Peach Blossom Spring. As a B-level extraordinary being, she was nothing special in the talent-laden Imperial Capital University. Fortunately, her family held some power, ensuring she had ample resources for cultivation, allowing her to reach the 3rd level. Initially hoping to befriend Luo Lian, she sensed that the latter seemed quite interested in Peach Blossom Spring. This was not their first visit to the commercial street. They had come many times, but each time, Peach Blossom Spring merely looked without buying. Luo Lian was aware of her circumstances and said nothing, but Long Shuangyue was oblivious. Peach, look, you can actually see a fire spirit here. Let me buy it for you. Consider it a debt you owe me. The fire spirit would be very beneficial for your abilities. This time, you mustn't refuse. As Luo Lian spoke, she approached the merchant to make a purchase. Peach Blossom Spring felt embarrassed. The resources left for her cultivation from her brother had already been spent extravagantly. This month, she had no choice but to rely on the Empire's yearly allowance to buy some cultivation resources. The prices here made it difficult to acquire even 2nd-level materials, let alone 3rd-level ones. Fortunately, the university distributed a relatively leveled medicinal herb to them each month for cultivation, ensuring they did not fall behind. Please, Luo Lian, although your family is wealthy, it can't sustain such extravagance. The price of the fire spirit is not cheap. Once you buy it, it might take you years to repay the debt. This was no longer a subtle mockery but an overt display of disdain. Peach Blossom Spring could hardly tolerate such indignity. She was not a novice without a background. Right, right, right. You are impressive. You have money. Do you truly believe me to be simple? Think with that brain of yours that never seems to function. It is evident from my extraordinary ability level that I have a background to qualify for Imperial Capital University. Only you would be so foolish, allowing the cold energy to infiltrate your mind, rendering you incapable of thought. Chapter 43. Brother, give me money. Stop arguing, you two. Luo Lian quickly intervened. The two had nearly come to blows, flames and frost clashing, with the frost clearly gaining the upper hand. Enough! Peach, let's go. Unable to separate the two, Luo Lian pulled Peach Blossom Spring away, still clutching the wooden box containing the fire spirit. Were their feelings for each other particularly deep? Not really. Their personalities were not overly abrasive. But they could still enjoy each other's company. Luo Lian's interest in Peach Blossom Spring was largely due to her brother. The Luo family held some influence in the capital, though certainly not comparable to the top-tier families. Their power was modest, barely affording 4 homes and some minor businesses in the capital, considered a wealthy family but hardly noticeable. 3 years ago, when she was just entering her teenage years and starting high school, she encountered Peach Blossom Spring, whose allure, coupled with those enchanting peach blossom eyes, captivated her instantly. Initially believing Peach Blossom Spring to be just another student in high school, she searched high and low for him, only to discover a year later that he had emerged on a high platform, exuding the aura of an immensely powerful young master. Leaving a profound impression on her heart, she later learned of the connection between Taoyao and Taoyuan. She took the initiative to approach Taoyao, solely to gather information about Taoyuan. Over the course of a year, she subtly probed, occasionally mentioning her brother in front of Taoyao, who was completely unguarded and revealed nearly everything she knew. Of course, some aspects were optimized, such as her own character at that time. Thus, in her eyes, Taoyuan transformed from a noble young man into a pitiable figure, burdened by a gravely ill mother, a gambling father, a playful sister, and his shattered self. Later, Taoyao informed her that Taoyuan awakened his extraordinary abilities at the age of 14, though she was unaware of the specific level of his powers, only knowing that the Empire had sent someone to escort him away at that time. The imagination of a young girl is boundless. All this information coalesced in her mind into a tale of a boy with a tragic background who never gave up, achieving genius status through the awakening of his powers. Then, with the emergence of Qin Shu, an A-grade 4-tier genius, it became evident that Taoyuan was extraordinary. However, when she anticipated witnessing Taoyuan during the awakening test, he did not appear. Yet, from Taoyao's words, she learned that her brother was already a formidable ability wielder. Though the specifics of his power remained unknown, Taoyao was quite indignant about being taken away. She was waiting to boast about her brother's name and to strike back at those who underestimated her. Luo Lian, why are you pulling me? You have no idea how disdainfully that guy looked at me just now. I must give him a piece of my mind. Taoyao was unconcerned about the repercussions. All she knew was that her brother was the most talented existence in the Empire, and no one could bully her. My lady, please don't act like this. The Lung family is far wealthier than mine, and I really can't afford to offend them. They have 2 brothers, both of whom are B-grade ability users, yet they are incredibly powerful. I'm not worried about you being bullied by them. That's why I pulled you away. She felt helpless. If she hadn't known about Taoyao's brother, she might have thought of her merely as an ignorant young girl who believed that everyone would adhere to the rules. Just accept this fire spirit. I have utilized your training resources quite a bit, and if you refuse, I will be quite uneasy. She directly handed the fire spirit's wooden box to Taoyao and led her onward through the shopping center. In truth, this fire spirit had already consumed all their money, leaving them with nothing to purchase further items, yet it did not deter them from continuing their browsing. Alongside the path, Taoyuan observed the entire quarrel between the 2 sisters. How has this little sister gone so astray? I thought she was a frail little flower, but to my surprise, she has become a thorny red rose. He refrained from intervening during their argument. Having focused on his training over the years and paying little attention to his sister's growth, seizing this opportunity, he took the chance to observe her closely. Who could have imagined that his sister would be so innocent? To be frank, such beings are not uncommon in the imperial capital, but they are swiftly expelled to remote regions. Tio put it bluntly, if she were not Taoyuan's sister, and if the empire were not secretly protecting her. She might have already been driven out of the capital. Lung Shuangyue held the simplest white bracelet while contacting her family. Dad, what is going on? Wasn't it promised that Taoyao would be expelled from the capital? Why is she still here? A hoarse voice came from the other end of the line. My daughter, let this matter go. That little girl has an extraordinary background. I have investigated all available information and only found that she appeared in the capital 4 years ago. After that, I could find nothing more. It was evident that someone was concealing her information, and the force behind it was at least more powerful than the Lung family. Dad, is there really no way? Do you know that she dared to use flames against your daughter today? Silence fell on the other end of the line, followed by a long pause. Dad, are you listening? Enough, Xiaoya. This matter ends here. You have been spoiled too much. Don't forget that in the capital, a single strike can crush countless small forces of the Long family. You still have 2 brothers who have yet to mature. Once they grow stronger, the Long family's influence will increase even more. The voice on the other end lost its previous warmth, laced with anger. A B-grade ability user, focus on your training. How many A-grade ability users exist in this world? B-grade ability users are already considered upper-tier forces. Do not neglect your cultivation. With that, the call ended. After the Long family's patriarch hung up, he contacted others through the bracelet to bring Lung Shuangyue home, intending to personally supervise his daughter's training. Honestly, when I get home, I'll make sure to tell Mom. Lung Shuangyue muttered, turning away from Taoyao and the others. How boring. How can such trivial antics manifest in my sister? Taoyuan sighed, refraining from using illusions on Lung Shuangyue. Who has ever seen a 6th-tier ability user engage with a 3rd-tier ability user? Moreover, given Taoyuan's current capabilities, he was not worried about any mishaps occurring with his sister in the capital. His peach blossom eyes had exceptional vision, allowing him to see through the obstacles ahead to Taoyao, who was perusing items in a shop. Most of his abilities were derived from his peach blossom eyes. He had also developed his soul abilities, but they still lagged behind the peach blossom eyes. He had only learned soul searching and phantoms, one for information gathering and the other for speed enhancement, perfectly compensating for his shortcomings. Typically, he treated the peach blossom eyes as a source of power to amplify his illusions. Silly sister, have you thought of your brother? Taoyuan's sudden appearance brightened Taoyao's eyes. Brother, I missed you so much. Brother, can you give me some money? Chapter 44. The fractured sibling bond. Without hesitation, she directly asked for money, but Taoyuan had none to spare. Even if he did, he would not indulge such an audacious request from his sister. He was not wealthy. He merely had the ability to accrue infinite debts, and he was unaware of how much he owed the empire. Thus, when he left last time, he did not plan to leave any money for his sister. Instead, he intended to take her to purchase some training supplies. He could buy on credit, but could not transfer money. In a sense, he possessed boundless wealth. What kind of sister demands money from her brother right away? Go away. He was astonished at how quickly training resources could be depleted. Taoyao blinked her innocent eyes, looking pitiful. Brother, you're not angry, are you? How could I be? It's just that, my dear sister, we are not wealthy. Taoyuan chuckled. Taoyao was dressed in designer clothes, some of which were quite expensive. It was likely that she had exchanged training resources for money to purchase them. Let us not dwell on that. I have limited time. Today, I'll take you on a good shopping spree. Buy whatever catches your eye. Who knows when we'll meet again? This time, Taoyuan was exceptionally generous, no matter what Taoyao desired. He did not question it, directly purchasing it. Even at Taoyao's request, he bought a considerable amount of training resources for Luolian. Brother, I really want that newly released space bracelet. The gray one. It's a new product launched by a company in the capital. It's better than my white one, with double the storage capacity. Brother, can you buy me one? The bracelet Taoyao referred to was indeed a gray one endorsed by celebrities, and it was superior to the white one. Yet its price was 10 times higher. Upon seeing the style of the bracelet in his hand, Taoyuan scrutinized it closely to see if there were any other options, discovering that the best available on the market was indeed this gray bracelet. It seemed the only items permitted for sale in this area were gray bracelets. Taoyuan purchased 2, one for Taoyao and one for Luolian, as Taoyao had requested. During this time, when Luolian attempted to add him to her contacts, he repeatedly declined. It's getting late. Are you sure you want to keep wasting time here, or should we head to the capital's most luxurious commercial district for purchases? Let us go to the luxurious commercial district. He guided them through the extravagant commercial area of the capital. Indeed, the luxurious places had higher privileges, even featuring black bracelets that surpassed the gray ones. Tao Yao's eyes lit up, and without needing her to voice her thoughts, Tao Yuan decisively bought her one. Thank you, brother. He purchased 10 fire spirits of 4th-tier medicinal materials and a significant quantity of 5th-tier fire essence, even acquiring a fire spirit pill that could only be used upon reaching the 4th tier. With these medicinal materials, she should be able to progress without bottlenecks before reaching the 4th tier. Brother, today is my birthday. I want a birthday gift, specifically the Flame Star. This time, Tao Yuan was taken aback. The Flame Star was a necklace, advertised to slightly increase cultivation speed, crafted with ingenuity, and said to emit dazzling beauty when worn by fire attribute ability users. The advertisements claimed that with it, one would become the most beautiful fire ability user. With all beautiful words thrown at this product, however, Tao Yuan, examining it through his red bracelet, realized that the product was utterly worthless, merely a piece of extravagant boasting. The red bracelet possessed the highest authority in the empire, and to deceive it was nearly impossible, not to mention his peach blossom eyes, which could thoroughly investigate its details. Most importantly, its price was comparable to 5th-tier medicinal pills. Buying this was less useful than purchasing a 1st-tier herb. Are you certain? This item has virtually no function. It's merely aesthetically pleasing, and it's as expensive as a 5th-tier medicinal pill. Brother, it's my birthday. I'm begging you, please. The brilliance of his peach blossom eyes flickered as Tao Yuan struggled to control his thoughts, repeatedly suppressing his emotions within. Calm down. She is my sister after all, and no matter how foolish she may be, she is still my sister. Indeed, she is my sister Tao's younger sister, Tao Yao, although not by blood. Yes, she is Tao Yao, my sister with no blood ties. Contemplating this, Tao Yuan suddenly realized that there was no reason for her to be angry. If Tao Yao wanted to buy something, she might as well indulge her, especially since it was her rare birthday. Thus, with a grand gesture, she purchased the item, adding another substantial debt to her account. Well, the cultivation resources bought this time will suffice for you for the next decade. Shortly, I will leave an illusion in your mind that you can activate any time within 3 days, enabling you to comprehend that cultivation method for the soul. I shall take a rest now. You can return with your friend. Tao Yuan could no longer tolerate the foolishness of Tao Yao. Staying any longer might drive her to exasperation. All right, thank you for the birthday gift, brother. I'm sure tonight's birthday party will be splendid. See you next time, brother. Tao Yao, accompanied by Luo Lian, boarded the intelligent vehicle homeward. Once settled in the car, Luo Lian could not contain her curiosity and asked Tao Yao, "Aren't you inviting your brother to your birthday party?" "Ah, I forgot, but it should be fine, right? My brother is quite easygoing. Being easygoing doesn't mean he shouldn't be invited. Why not try using your wristband to contact him and invite him to your birthday party?" It was only upon this reminder that Tao Yao employed her newly purchased black wristband. The information within the wristband was transferable. Her original white wristband had sent its data to the gray one, which in turn had transferred it to the current black wristband. To her dismay, she realized she did not have her brother's contact information. Oh no, I don't have my brother's contact details. What? Now it's Luo Lian's turn to be bewildered. Wait, sister, when you wanted to add your brother's contact earlier, you saw me looking too. Why didn't you add your brother's contact? She was momentarily at a loss for words. You were so adamant about the Flame Star. Didn't you notice your brother's expression changed? My goodness, sister, are you sure that's your brother? How can siblings be like this? Reflecting on their interactions, she found it difficult to articulate. So what do we do now? My brother was so upset, yet he still bought it for me. There shouldn't be any issues, right? Luo Lian, feeling helpless, tried to console her seemingly clueless friend. Don't worry. It's fortunate that you are blood siblings. Next time it's his birthday, just give him a gift. Those words left Tao Yao utterly despondent. Blood siblings? Tao Yuan's birthday? While still wandering the mall, Tao Yuan received 2 messages through her wristband at Su Ming. Happy birthday, Wood. Tang Lu. Happy birthday, senior brother. Chapter 45, Journey to Magic City. These 2 characters. Tao Yuan chuckled softly. Her birthday coincided with Tao Yao's, which is today. The red wristband contained only 10 contacts, 8 significant figures and 2 S-rank ability users. Tang Lu referred to him as senior brother, as their teacher was Xian Can. So calling him senior brother was quite acceptable. Su Ming had a more casual approach, directly calling him Wood. As they were both taught by Xian Can, however, judging by their bone ages, he seemed to be just a tad younger than Su Ming. Merely a few days. What made it even more awkward was that he wished Su Ming a happy birthday days prior, but he had been engrossed in cultivation and had no time. Otherwise, it would have been quite embarrassing. As the capital city. The city that never sleeps was his basic moniker. Boredom had set in while wandering, so he casually purchased some interesting trinkets. Naturally, he saw no need to buy cultivation resources. Even without support, the daily herbal empire still provided the best. He would occasionally buy a couple of intriguing herbs, but with debts accumulating, it hardly mattered at 4 a.m. This city that never sleeps had begun serving breakfast. After a light meal, he headed directly to the airport. Upon purchasing a ticket through the red wristband, the highest-ranking official at the airport personally came out to greet him. Successfully boarding the airship, the upper half of it was exposed, shielded by a protective barrier formed by spiritual energy, ensuring safety. Moreover, the airship was remarkably spacious, featuring a luxurious playground and even hosting parties on board. The lifestyle of the wealthy was truly unimaginable. However, he considered himself superior to the affluent. For someone of his genius, the concept of money had long since faded. He could simply use his red wristband to purchase whatever he desired, navigating effortlessly within the empire. The capital was located quite far from the capital city, and even with an airship, it required a day's journey, which indirectly demonstrated the empire's might. It was said that millions of years ago, the world collided, forming this vast realm, with a subsequent historical gap leaving humanity with merely 1,000,000 years of history. What transpired over 1,000,000 years ago was entirely buried, and no matter how many sought to investigate, not a trace could be found. In the confines of his private room, after completing his daily cultivation, Tao Yuan stepped out, yearning to engage with something novel, pondering aloud, if only I could create a teleportation array. I wouldn't have to waste a day on this airship. It's such a hassle. The grand airship was filled with social elites, the Armée de l'Armée of nobility, with hardly anyone aboard discussing business. Groups of 3 or 4 mingled and conversed, while some noble children, though young, already exhibited a distinct air of aristocracy. "Hello, big brother, are you alone?" Tao Yuan looked down to find a little girl standing by his feet, her soft voice inquiring. Her features were exquisitely delicate. Despite being a child, she showed no signs of fear. "Yes, little one. Are you alone as well?" The little girl hung her head, as if recalling an unhappy memory. "I am alone too. My parents said I'm already 5 years old and can ride the airship by myself." The thought of her parents caused her brows to furrow. They had sent her off alone under the pretense of training, providing her with a charging wristband that could be used without spiritual energy, requiring only periodic recharging. After leaving her, they told her that someone would be there to meet her at the airport, as if she were merely a burden. This was her first time flying alone, surrounded by unfamiliar faces. When the little girl saw that Tao Yuan was also alone, she approached him to strike up a conversation. "Big brother, you can call me Xiao. Is this your first time on an airship as well? I noticed you seemed a bit uncomfortable." She gestured, struggling to find the right words. In essence, she was as curious about everything here as he had been during his first flight. Indeed, Big Brother is also on his first airship ride, unlike you, who is so small yet flying alone. He, don't be disheartened. Xiao Ti will show you around the airship." This little girl was completely unreserved. At least in his presence, she tugged at his pant leg, eager to lead him on a tour. They explored from the front to the back of the airship, inside and out, ultimately revealing her true intention when they arrived at the dining area. She seemed a bit hesitant, unsure how to express herself, but finally paused just before reaching the restaurant. "Big brother, do I count as your tour guide on the airship? Would you be able to treat me to a meal? My parents left in a hurry and didn't give me any money to eat, and they don't answer when I try to contact them through the wristband." "What?" Tao Yuan was taken aback by such outrageous parents. Allowing her to ride the airship alone was one thing, but to neglect giving her money was quite another. He had reason to suspect the child might have been abandoned. "All right, it seems you've had a long day. Let me take you out for a nice meal." Upon entering the restaurant, he was surprised to find that although meals on the airship were free, the little girl was asking him to treat her. "Big brother, I want to eat that super delicious dessert, but I don't have any money, and that dessert is the only item on the airship that requires payment." The luxury of the airship was primarily due to its free offerings. Naturally, the airship even held auctions, with only the auction items requiring payment. The dessert Xiao Ti mentioned looked unique, and just the aroma hinted at its delightful taste. With a sweep of the red wristband, All the information was neatly laid out. It was created from a combination of 47 herbs, leaning towards sweetness, yet the recipe was rather complex, so each airship was equipped with only 100 such desserts. Each was priced extremely high, not less than 4-tier herbs, yet demand still outstripped supply. By the time they arrived, 75 had already been sold, and it was only half a day in. Tao Yuan paid for 2 desserts. Feeling inexplicably inclined to purchase despite having privileges that allowed him to take them freely, he handed one to Xiaotai. By the way, after all this wandering, why are you not afraid of me at all? This question had puzzled Tao Yuan. He sensed that the little girl had shown no wariness towards him from the very beginning, so he seized the opportunity to ask directly. Because Big Brother is wearing a red wristband. My parents told me before that anyone wearing a red wristband is a good person, so Xiaotai can trust them without worry. They are all heroes of the Empire and would never harm me. Also, Big Brother, you are the most handsome person I've ever seen. You must be a hero among heroes, just like the great heroes in fairy tales who save the world. Chapter 46, Arrival in Magic City. A great hero? Ha ha, my brother is certainly not, but I indeed consider myself a person of trustworthiness. Tao Yuan humbly believes he cannot be deemed a great hero, nor even a hero at all. However, he does acknowledge that he possesses exceptional talent. Xiaotai enjoys her desserts with grace, delicately using her utensils to savor each bite, a clear indication of the rigorous upbringing she has received at home. Meanwhile, Tao Yuan, being a novice to airship travel, had the audacity to indulge in breakfast on the way to the airship, only to regret not dining aboard instead. After their meal, the two departed, with Xiaotai hastily retreating to her room after satisfying her sweet tooth. Claiming she needed a nap, the airship moved swiftly, maintaining a rapid pace, and at midnight, Tao Yuan awakened from his slumber. How utterly refreshing it was to have a nap lasting a full 12 hours. It had been ages since he had enjoyed such a prolonged rest. However, after such a lengthy sleep, he found himself a bit reluctant to rise, as was customary. The brilliance of his peach blossom eyes flickered momentarily, and Tao Yuan sprang from his bed with the agility of a carp leaping from water. Time for cultivation. Ever since the fusion of the 3 initial data sets, not only had his capacity to absorb spiritual energy increased, but his cultivation speed had also accelerated. What once took half a day to cultivate could now be accomplished in just 4 hours. With a daily yield of 64 points and the Empire's resources, he could reach a peak tenfold. Despite being 2 A rank abilities, they could achieve an effect equivalent to 10 times that of S rank, meaning he could cultivate 640 points of spiritual energy in a single day. Additionally, the Empire provided various rare materials. Though they would no longer supply the extraordinary Dragon Spine Snow Mountain remnants, they would occasionally offer some rare treasures without side effects. With 365 days in a year, accumulating 640 points daily, plus the sporadic rare materials, he could amass 250,000 points in a year. Conservatively estimating, reaching the 7th tier would take 38 years, which, while daunting, was not entirely hopeless. He did not place his hopes on serendipity. The vast empire required 38 years just to support him to the 7th tier. How could he expect to rely on the ruins left by others? A lingering doubt had always gnawed at him. Why did the Empire not allow them to absorb the Dragon Spine Snow Mountain until now? It was only after receiving the red ring that he could confirm the vague answer in his heart. Aiding an individual to reach a 5th-tier cultivation realm was far easier than facilitating a 6th-tier ability user's absorption. Moreover, it was significantly more cost-effective to support a 5th-tier cultivator. After breaking into the 6th tier, the cultivation speed would double, thus making it more advantageous to focus on the 5th tier. For the 6th tier to gain enhancements, it must be within a complete secret realm. Yet, the Empire possessed only one such complete secret realm, where the sole S-rank powerhouse resided. In this age where combat power was quantified by data, witnessing someone challenge beyond their rank would surely elicit scorn from him. At his level, he could only ensure his invincibility among those of the same tier. Each breakthrough demanded tenfold spiritual energy, and the disparity between realms exceeded mere tenfold. Both soul and physique were significant barriers. Sometimes, the gap within the same tier could reach ninefold. However, a qualitative transformation had yet to occur, and the possibility of challenging beyond 1's rank still lingered. At 4 in the morning, the airship arrived punctually in Modu. After reviewing the information, he discovered the Shin family, the foremost family in Modu, boasting a 7th-tier powerhouse. The heir of the Shin family, Shin Xiuxin, An A-rank ability user had cultivated for 22 years to become a 6th-tier ability user. The more he scrutinized this data, the more it seemed fabricated. Was there tampering involved? Without a secret realm, how could an A-rank ability user reach the 6th tier in just 22 years? Ridiculous. Taoyuan examined the data closely, finding it utterly implausible. An A-rank individual would require at least 55 years to reach the 6th tier. Completing it in just 22 years defied all logic. Even if he replaced his data with that of an S-rank user, it would still necessitate 27 years without the aid of a secret realm. Wait, substituting the data for an S-rank ability user made much more sense, yet he still seemed to be faster by a few years. Something was amiss. How could this task be so incongruous? Achieving the 6th tier in 22 years was an anomaly the Empire could not have overlooked, yet they summoned him to suppress his momentum. While there was a possibility of that, it seemed not to be the entire truth. Far away in the imperial capital, Muhi sipped his tea, gazing towards Modu, little one. I hope you understand. And as for the old companion, he thought, please, do not act foolishly. After disembarking from the airship and greeting the locals, he could enlist the full support of this outpost. 10 days swiftly passed, during which the outpost gathered all pertinent information regarding the Shin family. Tao Hua's eyes entered a state of hypnosis, unlocking a mode of enlightenment. It was not until nightfall that he had organized all the data. During this time, he had inquired about Mu He, but the response had been to act according to his own judgment, with no assistance forthcoming from the capital this time. Shin Xiuxin, the heir of the Shin family, had secluded himself since awakening his abilities until this year when he resurfaced. No one knew of his whereabouts during this time, nor what he had learned. However, when he reappeared, he had already attained the 6th tier. This upcoming competition seemed more a means of establishing dominance, intending to eliminate all dissenters against the Shin family in Modu. After extensive investigation, he had found not a single clue. The only lead remained within the documents provided by Mu He at the outset. This mission was perilous, but surely my safety is somewhat assured, right? It must be, he mused, lacking confidence. For 10 days since his arrival, he had awaited the commencement of the competition, hoping to swiftly complete the contest and depart. A persistent intuition within his soul warned him of the danger lurking here. Regardless, a split consciousness would be detected, but what about a fragment of the soul, given the perilous nature of this battle? With a 7th tier presence, no amount of preparation would suffice. With a 7th tier individual present, he could not alter the situation. Today marked the grand banquet of the Shin family, to which anyone receiving an invitation was welcome. Taoyuan, of course, possessed an invitation, but prior to attending, he left a fragment of his consciousness at the outpost. The Shin family, on this day, slashed prices on all their goods by 50% and invited everyone in Modu to dine. Showcasing the grandeur of a millennia-old family, the elder of the Shin family, Shin Xiuxin, appeared at the entrance. He was the only existing 7th tier ability user in the family. Present were not only him, but also another family with a 7th tier ability user, the Jiang family. Jiang Han's Jiang family. The elder of the Jiang family had broken through to the 7th tier just a month prior, significantly impacting the Shin family. To his surprise, Jiang Han was also present. Indeed, this seemed to be Jiang Han's inaugural battle of resurgence. At the banquet, Taoyuan spotted acquaintances, Jiang Han and Su Ming. Su Ming needed to head to the battlefield in 20 days. Thus she had time to return to Modu. Chapter 47. The Grand Banquet of the Shin Family. Once all the guests were seated, an elderly man appeared on the grand dais. His hair was white, yet his face bore few wrinkles, resembling a playful old child. The elder immediately took his seat at the head table, followed by another person who bore a resemblance to him. This was the current head of the Shin family. Welcome, everyone, to our banquet. This gathering primarily serves to introduce the next generation heir of the Shin family, Shin Xiuxin. The martial arena would be established in half a month. Should anyone claim the first position, our Shin family would bestow a 7th grade elixir as a reward. I welcome all to challenge our heir. A youth seated in the front row stood and approached the podium. Those of the 6th tier. Anyone under 500 years was still considered youthful. Greetings, I am Shin Xiuxin. I look forward to seeing you all at the martial arena in half a month. His words were succinct and clear, yet they left a profound impression. One could overlook the formidable presence of a 6th tier ability user. After stepping down, Shin Xiuxin's gaze fell upon Taoyuan, who sensed that among all present, only one person could evoke a feeling of danger in him, Taoyuan. Shin Xiuxin's eyes briefly glanced at Tao Yuan before subtly shifting to Su Ming. Tao Yuan felt a twinge of frustration after all this time. He had yet to clarify his true mission and had not received any provocations from others. Since trouble was not seeking him out, he decided to seek it. Tao Yuan rose from his seat and approached Shin Xiuxin, boldly sitting beside him, adjusting his tone to one of mockery laced with disdain. "I've heard you are quite the arrogant one." Is that so? With such audacity, did you think to belittle me by relegating my position? Or perhaps you simply lack discernment? Tao Yuan, undeniably the most audacious, dared to openly challenge Shin Xiuxin using telepathy, especially within the confines of the Shin family. If discovered, he might not even make it past the door. He placed a hand on Shin Xiuxin's shoulder, and to the uninitiated, they might appear as close friends. "Release me," Shin Xiuxin barked, showing no regard for Tao Yuan, drawing the attention of everyone in the vicinity. Seizing the opportunity, Tao Yuan raised his voice, abandoning telepathy. "It the Shun family's custom to be so tyrannical. I merely came to offer him a toast and engage in conversation, yet you treat guests with such disdain. What, do you look down upon me? Shin Xiuxin, I summon you to duel with me. Don't presume that just because you've broken through to the 6th tier, you can act superior. I could easily best you with one hand." The atmosphere ignited instantaneously. All present could hardly contain their anticipation at Tao Yuan's daring public challenge to Shin Xiuxin, showing utter disregard for the Shin family's reputation. The head of the Shin family's face darkened at the public affront. "Nonsense! Who is this insolent brat? To dare disrupt my Shin family's banquet? Throw him out," he commanded, calling for guards to expel Tao Yuan. There's no need to rush, in my humble opinion. It's merely the playful antics of the youth. As the head of the family, one must exhibit patience toward guests. Observing the venerable elder of the Shin family seated above, Shin Xiuxin unexpectedly stood up, breaking from his usual demeanor. With the elder having spoken, the family head dared not utter another word. In truth, those present were aware that Tao Yuan was deliberately provoking a confrontation, but what of it? They had no evidence. The red ring on his hand signified his background. No one would dare to expose him without proof. Shin Xiuxin removed the hand resting on his shoulder, transforming it into a dragon claw, intent on crippling Tao Yuan's arm. Gripping Tao Yuan's hand with sudden force. Tao Yuan was no weakling. If Shin Xiuxin were to incapacitate him with a single hand, he would be unworthy of being considered a genius of the empire. The contest of strength unfolded before the gaze of the banquet attendees. And for the first time, Shin Xiuxin was astonished to find Tao Yuan standing firm against his prideful heir of the Shen family. Is such anger truly warranted? You resort to your abilities at the slightest provocation. Displaying a complete lack of decorum, Shin Xiuxin finally rose, their eyes locking in a fierce standoff. "If we speak of decorum, you, my dear, are even more unreasonable. If you wish to engage in battle, do not wait for the 15th day. It can commence at this very moment." Shin Xiuxin's body began to transform, dragon scales emerging with distinct layers that, though not thick, imparted a sense of heft, alongside arms that had grown more robust after the change. His powers clearly granted him an advantage in strength, while Tao Yuan felt no fear. With two A-grade abilities complementing each other to achieve S-grade effects, he was undaunted as long as his opponent was not at the S-grade level. The collision of fists enveloped in spiritual energy met Tao Yuan's hand. In that instant of impact, Tao Yuan inwardly lamented the peril he faced. This overwhelming force far surpassed A-grade. It became evident to him what the Empire's mission entailed. Engaging his 5 elements sonic fist in a clash, a tremendous shockwave rippled through the banquet hall, with only a few scattered tables remaining undisturbed, thanks to the individuals seated upon them who countered the force. The fleeting illusion of Tao Hua eyes left Shin Xiuxin feeling disoriented, on the brink of collapse, only to be caught by Tao Yuan just in time. "Ha ha ha, a misunderstanding. Upon encountering a prodigy far exceeding my tier, I couldn't help but wish to spar. Surely, the Shun family, being a prestigious clan, would not hold this against me?" As he spoke, he waved the red ring on his hand. The elder of the Shun family paid him no mind. But the family head maintained a cordial demeanor, stating, "If you wish to duel, it can take place on the 15th day. However, I understand your eagerness, young friend. You shall be the first to challenge on that day." Tao Yuan's actions were undoubtedly a considerable risk. He had even supported Shin Xiuxin, making it evident to any discerning observer that he had incapacitated him. Achieving such a feat meant he had already accomplished the surface-level task assigned by the Empire. The red ring signified his origin from the imperial capital, and soon, his background would spread throughout Modu. Inevitability, it remained uncertain how meticulously the individuals from the imperial capital had concealed his information. The Shin family remained remarkably composed, which could stem from one of two possibilities. Either they were aware of the Empire's perception of Modu, prompting a low profile, or perhaps the timing was simply not right. Following the commotion, the banquet resumed its proceedings. Taiyuan sensed glances directed toward him from various attendees, drawn to discern his true nature, yet he disregarded them entirely. The imperial ring served as a shield. They dared not act recklessly. Taiyuan, what brings you here? Su Ming approached, appearing eager to converse. Just out for a stroll. I heard this is the second most prosperous place in the Empire, so I came to see what sets it apart. The mission was confidential, and even Mu-He had not clarified the details. Thus, he would not carelessly expose himself to in truth. The likelihood of his mission being revealed was minimal, as even he, the executor, remained unaware of its specifics. At the front, Shun Xiuxin had departed to the rear, using the venue's equipment to scrutinize everything that had transpired, the footage clear, yet it revealed nothing about Taiyuan's methods that had left him momentarily disoriented. Truly, a being with a spiritual power of 120 points from the Empire. However, daring to venture into Modu, he would find it impossible to return. In his heart, Shun Xiuxin had already sentenced Taiyuan to death. The door to the surveillance room swung open, and the elder of the Shin family appeared before Shun Xiuxin. The winds are tumultuous lately, Xiuxin. You must ensure your safety. Great ancestor, I understand in the coming days. I shall keep a low profile until the contest on the 15th. The elder nodded in approval, satisfied with Xiuxin. The family's most exceptional talent, was precisely due to his lineage that the Shin family had opted for a high-profile approach in recent years. To create momentum for him. Xiuxin, you have endured much these years. It was our misjudgment that delayed your breakthrough to the 6th tier. Upon hearing this, a flicker of regret crossed Shun Xiuxin's eyes before he masked it with a smile. Great ancestor, what are you saying? My accomplishments are entirely due to the family. As for the Empire, I have neither possessed nor lost anything. Haha, that is the spirit of my Shun family's heir. Rest assured, the family has devised a plan. Your cultivation speed will surely skyrocket thereafter. The elder's eyes gleamed with a fierce light as he gazed at the footage of Taiyuan and Su Ming, a glimmer of malice surfacing in his gaze. Taiyuan, why must you show yourself? Why must an S-grade like you appear? Otherwise, the future of the Empire would belong to the Shun family. For the sake of our family's future, you must perish. His gaze shifted from Taiyuan to Su Ming. Su Ming, why must you? A splendid S-grade prodigy, associate so closely with the Jiang family. This path leads to certain death. Meanwhile, the two conversing at the banquet remained unaware that they were being observed from the surveillance room. Yet, Taiyuan occasionally glanced toward the concealed cameras. These could evade the red ring's scanning, yet they remained exposed to his Taohua eyes. Su Ming, I heard you are heading to the battlefield. Why do you still have worries in Modu? Su Ming's eyes dimmed slightly, as if recalling some sorrowful memories. I return to revisit familiar places. I shall depart for the battlefield soon. Enough of the sad subjects, and you, who need not go to battle. How enviable! Su Ming forced a bitter smile. While Taoyuan could avoid the battlefield, she had no choice but to go. It was the bitter fruit of her own sowing a year prior. What are you thinking? I will certainly go to the battlefield. It's merely a matter of timing. Besides, as an S-grade prodigy, are you truly afraid of the dangers of war? As long as you are cautious and bring healing potions, barring some seasoned 6th-tier opponents, you can dominate the battlefield. While the statement held truth, an S-grade 6th tier could indeed sweep through the battlefield, but warfare differed from tournaments. Thousands would surge forward, and relying solely on one's strength could lead to exhaustion. Su Ming, what brings you here? Jiang Han approached, holding a wine glass. With the two seated too closely, he could only sit beside them, awkwardly interjecting. What are you two discussing? Taohua eyes revealed to him that Jiang Han's abilities were nearing the 4th tier. With at least 9,000 points, and it seemed his powers had transformed, it was likely he had absorbed abilities once more to reach B grade, thus escalating from 3,000 to 9,000 points. However, his aura was unstable, indicating a recent breakthrough. Nothing much, Su Ming replied coldly. For reasons unknown, she no longer harbored any infatuation towards Jiang Han. Having progressed from F grade to C grade, she no longer required consolation, and during this time, she had gradually distanced herself from him. Jiang Han sensed this shift, albeit subtly, and with the Jiang family's elder having reached the 7th tier, he was preoccupied and had not noticed. Jiang Han could only chuckle awkwardly. With Taoyuan's presence, he felt restrained from asking too many questions and shifted his focus to Taoyuan. You were impressive just now, holding your own against Shin Xiaoxin before all those eyes. You flatter me. Taoyuan replied indifferently, offering a curt response to someone who clearly harbored animosity. Perhaps Jiang Han believed he possessed strength comparable to S grade, capable of absorbing abilities to evolve. That was his greatest advantage. Yet, his growth had been somewhat sluggish. If allowed to develop fully, he would not fear anyone. Upon reaching S grade, he intended to experiment with absorbing abilities of the same grade to see if transformation would occur. Currently, Jiang Han kept this secret well. Even the Jiang family remained unaware that his abilities had naturally evolved. His present state served as his best protection. Was he lacking in resources? Not at all. When he eventually encountered a bottleneck, he would absorb an ability from an equally ranked individual, not only breaking through his ability but also his spiritual energy. In this world, there are no impenetrable walls. Even in the Jiang family, exposure remained a possibility. The fewer who knew, the better. When he could no longer satisfy his cultivation needs, he would inform the family. There was no rush. Initially, their conversation had been lively, but following the arrival of the three, it dwindled to sporadic exchanges. As the grand banquet of the Shen family neared its conclusion, guests began to depart. Taoyuan too decided to take his leave. For he intended to cultivate tomorrow. Having gleaned the intelligence he sought, he needed to return and organize his findings. Feel free to remain. I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. Taoyuan rose to bid farewell to Su Ming. Su Ming appeared to contemplate leaving as well, but after glancing at Jiang Han beside her, she ultimately resolved to stay. Once they stepped onto the battlefield, any ties to the Jiang family would likely be severed. Thus, a proper farewell was essential. After all, Jiang Han had lent her a helping hand during her most desperate times. With her decision made, she exchanged heartfelt goodbyes with Taoyuan. Taoyuan exited the now somewhat desolate banquet hall, where a designated vehicle awaited him outside. As he settled into the car, a knock on the window caught his attention. It was Shin Xiaoxin, who sought to challenge him once more, feeling aggrieved over having been outmatched for the first time in the same realm. Apologies, but perhaps another time. Shin Xiaoxin. Chapter 49. Preparing to strike as the vehicle departed. Taoyuan had no intention of engaging in another battle. He typically refrained from unnecessary confrontations, and his previous victory over Shin Xiaoxin had been a stroke of luck. After all, as fellow S-class beings, such ease was improbable. Leaning against the car window, the cold wind brushed against his face as he reminisced about the details from the banquet. There had been an overwhelming force, one that had not been fully revealed but was undeniable. The vehicle sped through green lights and swiftly returned to the base, where he secluded himself in his room to organize the information he had gathered. Shin Xiaoxin, scion of the Shin family, was an S-class ability wielder, while the patriarch of the Shin family was a 7th-tier practitioner. The Shin family held influence in the imperial capital. He could ascertain 3 key points, of which the first was a personal conjecture with a high probability of being true. The Shin family's highest combat strength could not merely be 7th tier if it posed a threat to the imperial capital. There must be at least an 8th-tier practitioner. Moreover, Mu He had informed him of the Shin family's clout in the capital. If Shin Xiaoxin was indeed an S-class ability wielder, what could be the reason for the Shin family not reporting this to the empire? Did they believe they could cultivate S-class individuals independently without relying on imperial power? In pursuit of further information, Taoyuan opened his red ring, having perused its contents numerous times. Yet, in his subconscious, he felt he had encountered someone with the surname Shun within his red ring. Upon checking his contacts, he discovered that among the 8 influential figures, one was indeed named Shin Qingming. This revelation suggested that the empire might perceive the Shin family as overly ambitious, possibly having noticed Shin Xiaoxin's accelerated cultivation pace. The lack of direct communication could be linked to Shin Qingming's involvement. All 8 notable figures had been present when the tasks were assigned, and they had made it clear that their red rings were under surveillance. If Shin Qingming were indeed affiliated with the Shin family, then the pieces fell into place. 20 years prior, An S-class ability wielder emerged from the Shin family, and if Shun Qingming had been the primary decision-maker then, he might have received insider information and realized he could also cultivate S-class ability wielders. Uncertain of the reasons behind the omission of this information to the Empire, the concealment of Shun Xiu Xian's status could indicate significant issues, especially considering the involvement of one of the Empire's 8 leaders. The most considerable variable was the emergence of himself and Su Ming. The Empire had invested in his training, providing the incomplete heavenly secret realm, likely a source of discontent for the Shin family. This might also explain why Tang Lu had not received more resource allocation. Even as an S-class, without the aid of the heavenly secret realm, Shinshio Xian's speed had far surpassed the Empire's limits. This method might be what the Empire sought, yet it entangled various factions. He resolved to entrust this task to his fellow S-class genius. Mu He, you truly understand me, knowing that I am ambitious and eager to cultivate faster. I did not expect you would present me with such a grand opportunity. If Tao Yuan could acquire this method to accelerate his cultivation, he could significantly shorten the timeline of 35 years. Upon returning to the base, under the cover of darkness, he utilized a doppelganger, infusing it with a portion of his soul force. Should the doppelganger perish, he could access its memories. This was an enhancement he had made after awakening his soul abilities, ensuring that even a 7th-tier ability wielder would not discern its true nature in a short span. The doppelganger assumed the guise of an inconspicuous passerby on the street, while the original body made its way to the Imperial capital's airship. For safety's sake, he transferred his red ring to the doppelganger and donned a golden wristband, a tier above the red one. To mitigate risk, it was prudent to leave before potentially acquiring any sensitive information, lest the Shin family become incensed and initiate a manhunt against him. This time, he did not carry his red ring, rendering it impossible for the Imperial capital to track his location and information. That night, he boarded an airship bound for Kyoto. Meanwhile, the doppelganger sought detailed intelligence on the Shin family estate through the red ring. He hoped the Imperial capital had safeguarded his information. Otherwise, his presence in the Shin family would be entirely exposed. Given the circumstances, he needed the red ring for assistance. Using his peach blossom eyes to hypnotize an individual exiting the estate, he extracted all pertinent information through soul searching, then transformed his appearance and re-entered the banquet. The unsuspecting individual divulged all information, feeling a brief daze before departing in a vehicle. Tao Yuan then entered the banquet, disguised as that individual. The gathering had yet to disperse. With the primary family members still present, Tao Yuan observed for a while and soon spotted Shinshio Xian engaged in conversation with others. The patriarch of the Shin family appeared to have left, leaving the family head to preside over the proceedings. Those who remained were generally families with vested interests in the Shin family, all extending their congratulations. As the drinks flowed and the crowd thinned, the banquet gradually came to a close, and word of Shinshio Xian's existence had spread throughout the city. Tao Yuan exited the banquet to await Shinshio Xian's movements. His actions were impulsive, lacking any strategic finesse, as he sought to forcefully delve into Shinshio Xian's memories. After a time, the banquet concluded, leaving only the staff inside. Shinshio Xian emerged, boarding a specialized vehicle. Tao Yuan marked the driver with his soul force. Maintaining a measured pace while extending his soul's probing range to track, he followed for a distance, discovering that the direction was towards the Shun family estate. What a letdown. It was merely the Shun family. He had anticipated a hidden locale, only to find his efforts in vain. Tao Yuan felt a wave of discouragement, realizing that following them to the Shun family would yield no results, rendering him a mere fool. After further contemplation, he recalled Muhi's words, "Remember, the task is special. You may employ any means necessary." The vehicle carrying Shinshio Xian was surrounded by numerous others, yet it would still be feasible to act. After careful consideration, he concluded that if he could swiftly eliminate Shinshio Xian and extract information before the Shin family could react, the mission would still be deemed successful, and he could acquire the method to accelerate his cultivation. Why not? The potential gains outweighed the risks. Even if he lost a doppelganger, he could dissolve the situation before his true identity was revealed, ensuring that no one would know he was involved. Thus, he resolved to take action. The doppelganger did not transform into a crow but instead accelerated towards the vehicle, now capable of traversing the air at the 6th tier. His formidable spiritual power enveloped him, ensuring that he would not be detected before approaching his target. Chapter 50. Taking direct action inside the vehicle, Shinshio Xian suddenly sensed something amiss and turned to look back, spotting a figure that appeared like a phantom. Gliding through the air, a sixth-tier ability wielder. It seemed he was the intended target. While proud, he never trifled with his life. He first notified the Shun family through his wristband, then vanished, appearing above them as he took to the sky. Tao Yuan wasted no time. He unleashed his signature technique, Peach Blossom Paradise. Shinshio Xian was forcibly drawn into an illusion, unable to escape as he endured a flurry of attacks, his soul assaulted by a barrage of ethereal blades. Though merely a doppelganger, its soul remained formidable. One hand delved into Shinshio Xian's mind to probe his memories, but a sharp pain pierced his arm as Shinshio Xian's abilities manifested. Golden wings sprouted, and dragon horns adorned his head. The source of the piercing pain was those very dragon horns. As his powers awakened, a furious roar erupted from the dragon, solidifying the essence of his soul. His hand transformed into a claw, repelling all blades and malevolent spirits, while his pupils shifted to slits, fixated on the soul form of Tao Yuan. With a roar infused with dragon might, he launched an assault on Tao Yuan. But the residual echoes of blades and spirits merely brushed against him, causing no harm. Golden light radiated from his claws as he unleashed 4 golden crescent blades, rending the ground asunder, while surrounding peach trees and blossoms swirled in the air. The effect was apparent. The golden crescent blades began to dissipate, even as Tao Yuan's form vanished amidst the falling peach blossoms. The blossoms fell in increasing numbers, and despite their delicate appearance, they acted like blades, creating sparks as they grazed his dragon scales. Shinshio Xian summoned his powers, a massive golden dragon coiling around him, its wings gleaming gold, dispersing the troublesome peach blossoms. The petals fell to the ground, only to reform into 6 indistinct figures, real and fake, indistinguishable. With a flick of his dragon tail, Shinshio Xian scattered the 6 figures, transforming them into petals that surged towards him. His claws swept through the petals. Yet before he could discern a figure, a club-like object materialized before him. Tao Yuan, now in a different shape, held it in hand. Caught off guard, Shinshio contemplated using his dragon horn to deflect the strike. But his head was no match for the speed of the incoming blow. The rod struck directly against his dragon-scaled forehead. In that fleeting moment, Shinshio lost control of his body. However, being an S-rank superhuman, his form remained in a dragonized state. The battle concluded without a single word exchanged, creating a heart-stopping spectacle, with the final blow delivered by the weapon of the black and white impermanence, the Morning Staff. A genius with 120 points of soul power, he was adept in matters of the soul after years of cultivation. The Morning Staff emitted a mournful sound, and the once resolute gaze of Shinshio gradually dissolved. Seizing the opportunity, the 1-meter long, 1-centimeter thick Morning Staff struck his forehead once more. His eyes shattered completely, and Tao Yuan summoned a little ghost to clear the path, entering his soul realm to explore his memories. Shinshio memories were sparse but exceedingly significant. After only 22 years of cultivation, he had little life experience. His soul was more resilient than the average person, and fortunately, the 2 strikes had dismantled his resistance. Allowing for an effortless exploration of all his memories, time flowed differently in the Peach Blossom Paradise. While a considerable duration passed there, only a second elapsed in the outside world. It was in this 1-second difference that the patriarch of the Shun family appeared on the scene. Obliterating Tao Yuan's avatar, the Peach Blossom Paradise began to collapse, and the avatar dissipated entirely, returning Shinshio's soul to his body. Awaken, child. The patriarch of the Shin family struck Shinshio on the back of his head. As his dazed eyes regained clarity, an avalanche of memories from the battle in the Peach Blossom Paradise flooded his mind. He saw his ancestor beside him and quickly bowed in respect. Ancestor, what has happened to me? The patriarch, relieved to see him return to normalcy, recounted how the avatar's explosion had attempted to assault Shinshio but was swiftly annihilated by him. Tell me in detail what transpired just now. Who dares to act so boldly against the Shin family? Shinshio felt a sharp pang in his soul, struggling to recall the events. After a pause, he relayed everything he could remember to his ancestor. Though I could not discern the assailant's visage, the skill they employed was capable of drawing my soul into another realm, a world filled with blooming peach blossoms. I suspect it is the work of Tao Yuan. While feeling that this conjecture might be somewhat exaggerated, Shin Xiuxin voiced his suspicion. Gaining an upper hand through soul manipulation within the same rank was not extraordinary, but overpowering him through the use of an avatar to defeat him was utterly unfathomable. Shin Xiuxin's ability was not that of a flying dragon. He had concealed the truth when reporting. His power lay in the dual-winged celestial dragon, an existence imbued with draconic might, possessing means to manipulate the soul. How could such a one-sided trend have emerged? Thus, he found it hard to believe, unwilling to accept it. Did he acquire any information? Or was he able to probe into your memories? Shin Xiuxin felt a wave of panic. In his recollections, he only remembered being struck unconscious by the assailant. With no subsequent memories, I have no recollection of what happened afterward. I only remember losing consciousness after he knocked me down. As for whether he took the opportunity to investigate my memories, I cannot guarantee that. Upon hearing this, the patriarch recognized the assailant's formidable nature, elevating Taoyuan's threat level in his mind. If they were to encounter him again, he must be eliminated without a trace. The Shen family was prepared for the worst, and from Shin Xiuxin's vacant gaze and his previous stupor, the patriarch understood that Shin Xiuxin's memories had undoubtedly been pried into, exposing their family's hidden secrets. Returning from the heights to the ground, the patriarch gazed at the devastated red ring below, sighed, and directed a message through his wristband. Elder ancestor, I have failed in my duty. The family's secrets have been uncovered. I beseech you for judgment. Meanwhile, on the other side of the capital, Shun Qingming received this message through his concealed wristband. He stood up, pacing back and forth in his room, editing a message on his wristband only to delete it repeatedly until dawn broke. As he gazed towards the east, he finally made a resolute decision. The plan must be executed ahead of schedule. Just yesterday, the patriarch of the Shin family had already led a team to the stronghold. Based on their intelligence, believing Taoyuan resided there, despite their rapid arrival, they found no trace of Taoyuan. Truly, a prodigy emerges from youth. Let us depart. He has already escaped. We must ensure Su Ming's containment. Chapter 51. Secret Art, Dragon Absorption. Meanwhile, Taoyuan was aboard an airship, having received the memories from his avatar. The method he employed to fulfill his task was far from commendable. It was rather reckless. Yet, what did it matter? Achieving the goal was the best approach. As a genius, surviving was the ultimate success. Organizing the chaotic memories revealed various secrets of the Shin family, although most of the time consisted of solitary cultivation. While there were secrets, they were not numerous. It was certain that Shin Xiuxin was not fully aware of all the Shin family's secrets. The information he obtained was recent. For a long time, he had been honing a secret technique. The Shin family possessed a secret art passed down over millennia, known only to the most powerful member of each generation. When the strongest member approached the end of their lifespan, they would pass it on to the next most formidable family member. Currently, only 3 individuals were privy to this technique: the family ancestor Shan Qingming, the modern heir Shin Xiuxin, and this thief. The secret art was called Dragon Absorption Technique. Taoyuan meticulously recalled the cultivation method of the Dragon Absorption Technique. It was not a conventional practice but a method for absorbing rare materials. How troublesome! This technique had numerous restrictions and was specifically designed for dragon-type powers, with limitations even for dragons. Taoyuan felt a headache coming on. The price paid for the avatar's demise had yielded a technique laden with constraints. Dragon power, dragon chi, and dragon might were the 3 essential components to skillfully absorb the rare materials, achieving a forced absorption effect. Naturally, a secret art with such extensive restrictions and ingenious concepts would possess extraordinary effects, allowing one to absorb an additional 2 points of spiritual power daily from rare materials. If he could incorporate these 2 points of spiritual power, he would confidently break through to the 7th tier within 36 years, 2 years ahead of the original plan. It was known that at his level, the availability of materials that could facilitate rapid advancement was exceedingly scarce. Even within the empire. Even if they existed, their quantity would be limited. Furthermore, the empire would provide him with such materials, but in significantly reduced numbers. Committing the secret technique to memory was crucial, as it encompassed the Shun family's accumulated wisdom over thousands of years. Even if it could not be utilized immediately, it could be adapted to suit his needs. Fortunately, in the previous battle, he had gained a slight advantage, resolving the conflict quickly while Shin Xiuxin had not utilized his dragon chi, leaving him with considerable informational gaps, truly a stroke of luck. Lacking dragon chi, dragon power, and dragon might. Tao Yuan's knowledge of these elements was purely theoretical, without practical application. However, all three were related to superhuman abilities. If he were to explore these aspects from the perspective of superpowers, there might indeed be a glimmer of possibility. With this thought, Tao Yuan's eyes brightened. Since they were all related to superpowers, could he not leverage the peach blossom eyes manifested in his body? The soul abilities evident in his spirit, and the interplay between the peach blossom eyes and the soul. There was a potential for surpassing limitations. This endeavor would require immense effort, likely taking millennia to perfect. Gazing towards the capital, the Dark Knight did nothing to obscure his vision as he rhythmically tapped his fingers on the chair. Was returning to the capital a wise choice? Perhaps it was better to wait. In battles above the 7th tier, his presence would only serve as cannon fodder. Having reached this conclusion, Tao Yuan swiftly appeared outside the airship, seeking an idyllic realm to tentatively test his hypothesis. What if it succeeded? In the capital, within a dimly lit secret chamber, two 8th-tier individuals confronted an 8th-tier superhuman. Shen Qingming, what are you plotting? Do you intend to betray the Empire? Stand down now, and I may plead for leniency later. Allowing you to atone for your actions. Shen Qingming's deep-set eyes flickered with a hint of malice as he exerted force with his dragon claw, prepared to erase the individual before him entirely. Clang! The dragon claw was deflected, and three figures materialized within the chamber. Shen Qingming, you have greatly disappointed the Empire. He appeared alongside his two 8th-tier colleagues, presenting a book that had just blocked Shen Qingming's dragon claw. Shen Qingming gazed incredulously at the three people before him. How could this be? How did you arrive here? Did you perceive everything from the start? Muhi did not respond but turned towards his companion. Hui Hong, stand down, Hui Hong. Before a grave mistake is made, there remains room for negotiation. Hui Hong dared not meet Muhi's gaze, his eyes darting nervously. Yet, the intensity of Muhi's stare compelled him to look back. I apologize, but there is no turning back now. Jingwu has already been killed. There is no way to reverse this. I am sorry for betraying your trust after all these years. What? The three were taken aback. Even Jingwu had been slain, and it had occurred within the capital. Muhi was enraged. Enough. Even if capturing you would weaken the Empire, I must ensure your complete apprehension today. The celestial book radiated a brilliant light, enveloping the area in a massive formation. Attempting to escape this formation would require every ounce of strength, even for an 8th-tier superhuman. Even at this point, Muhi's foremost thought was to prevent the repercussions of the battle from harming others. This was the imperial capital, where a single shockwave could obliterate countless prodigies of the Empire. Behind him, one of the two individuals was an ability user named Hong Fei, who was crouched down, examining another ambushed 8th-tier ability user. As he drew closer, he placed his palm on the fallen warrior, assessing all of his injuries. The more he examined, the graver his expression became. There was no breath left. The soul had dissipated in the span of a single day. The Empire had tragically lost two 8th-tier ability users. He has already gone, hasn't he? I'm afraid you've arrived too late. Your advantage is no longer evident. The heart-wrenching pain of having to slay a friend with whom I've worked for a millennium is indeed excruciating. But this is who I am. This is Shen Qingming. An immense aura erupted, sending several buildings flying until it finally ceased at the edge of the formation. Muhi, originally my primary target was you, but your cleverness made me aware of your caution towards me. Reluctantly, I had to shift my focus to these two. Come, let us battle. After declaring this, the ethereal form of a dragon enveloped Shen Qingming, indicating he was prepared for combat. How narrow-minded. For the sake of your Shen family's S-class genius, you would upend the entire empire? Truly madness. How can a single family withstand an empire formed by countless households? At this moment, Shen Qingming was deaf to all reasoning. Events had already unfolded, and since the moment he had slain his two comrades, there was no turning back. Chapter 52. A devastated empire. Perhaps I am indeed narrow-minded, but what of you? In my actions, is there not a trace of your own deeds? Why? Why do you favor those two S-class ability users so? Tell me why. Transforming Longji Mountain into the fragmented secret realm of Longji Snow Mountain. What a grand undertaking. I dare say, even if the heir of the Shun family had revealed their S-class talent back then, would there have been a secret realm of heaven and earth? I believe the answer is a resounding no. Everything was perfectly fine, So why have two S-class prodigies suddenly emerged? It is precisely because of their emergence that I am compelled to act as I have. Shen Qingming finally voiced the frustrations he had long suppressed, his expression shifting from rage to calmness. He understood that a mere S-class was hardly worthy of the Empire expending its rare resources to forge a secret realm, even one that was incomplete, in which two divine artifacts had been absorbed. He saw the truth clearly, yet it eluded his comprehension. 22 years of daydreaming shattered in an instant, a blow he could scarcely endure. How dare you claim that even if the Empire would not utilize the secret realm, the appearance of two S-class ability users would still lead to the creation of a fragmented secret realm? You truly are senile. With S-classes not reported to the state, you foolishly attempt to cultivate them on your own, truly believing that the Empire would neglect its S-class geniuses. Indeed, if you weren't senile, how could you commit such folly? It is too late to speak now. Surrender quietly and spare yourself further humiliation. He uttered these words. It seemed as though he had exhausted his last vestiges of strength. Everything had become too late. Xian had already proceeded to the battlefield, while the Empire had lost two 8th-tier ability users, and two had turned traitor. 3 to 2. Even if victorious, the Empire would suffer indelible scars. When chaos ensues, the new agricultural empire shall undoubtedly face devastation. And all of this is due to the two before me. At any moment, traitors must be eradicated without mercy. You continue to prattle on. Guangbai stepped forward, his 8th-tier aura no longer concealed. He was the youngest among them, yet not the weakest. Clad in armor forged from steel, a manifestation of his ability, Steel Torrent, his power was profoundly formidable. Though regrettably only A-class. Otherwise, he would have undoubtedly been the strongest among the 8. Shen Qingming is mine to deal with. Hui Heng is yours. Guangbai initiated the assault, wielding a laser of annihilation crafted from his Steel Torrent. Any minor wound would compromise the entirety. Shen Qingming's expression grew grave. Among the three, the one he feared most was not Mu He, nor Hong Fei, but rather the youngest, Guangbai. The clash of mech and colossal dragon resonated, reverberating in all directions with the formation holding firm. Outside the formation, a multitude gathered, unaware of the events transpiring within, yet sensing that something monumental was unfolding. Damn it! The imperial capital is under attack at this moment. And combat has ensued. One of the officials commanded the other ability users. Everyone, evacuate the area. Aside from state personnel, no one is to approach even half a step. Better to err on the side of caution than to let anyone escape unpunished. Within the formation, Mu He controlled the formation to assist Hong Fei, who was enveloped in ghostly energy, his ability, which he had tested upon arriving in Taoyuan. The ghostly energy was highly corrosive, countering the opponent's abilities. As the light of the stars clashed with the ghostly energy, neither side able to gain the upper hand. The three 8th-tier users found themselves in a stalemate against the two 8th-tier opponents. Mu He began to exert more power, the formation on the ground becoming increasingly intricate, with various patterns intertwining and overlapping. This is bad. We must interrupt him. Shen Qingming sensed the perilous aura, momentarily distracted. And Guangbai seized the opportunity, the annihilation laser striking the dragon scales on his chest, exploding in a shower of golden scales and crimson blood. Do not divide your focus when battling me. I've long held a grudge against you for ranking second among us 8 despite your age. I cannot accept this. The Steel Torrent transformed into sharp spikes, crackling with lightning, exuding a terrifying aura of destruction. As the spikes surged forth like a torrent, Shen Qingming found himself exposed before the onslaught, unable to evade. Dragon aura, dragon strength, dragon majesty coalesced in his claws. Guangbai, do not think I fear you. If I cannot evade, then I shall confront you head-on. The dragon claws carved out a safe zone of foot in front of him, remaining unyielding against the torrent's relentless assault. Ha ha ha, you old fool. You truly have become senile. The torrent of lightning has always been my means of controlling others. Those who cannot resist merely make it appear as a method of attack. As for my next move, let us see how you hold your ground. The torrent of lightning that had already passed adjusted its trajectory, soaring into the sky. Guangbai continued to unleash the Steel Torrent, while Shen Qingming, ensnared within the lightning, found his mobility severely restricted, surrounded by the crackling energy. The torrent of lightning ascended to a certain height. It culminated in a colossal sword, descending toward the ground. Mu-He strengthened the formation to prevent damage from the residual attack. Mu-He silently exerted his power, intensifying the formation's radiance, expanding its scope for good measure. At that moment, the steel torrent in the sky reached its zenith. And Guangbai scoffed disdainfully. Divine retribution? The colossal sword plummeted, and Hui Hong sought to assist but was ensnared, forced to watch helplessly as the divine retribution descended. Faced with this lethal threat, Shen Qingming ceased to evade, beginning to swell under the pressure of the steel torrent, expanding several-fold before finally halting. Let us see who is stronger then. Sacred Dragon Manifestation? His entire being was enveloped in a crimson glow, his might swelling with his size. Yet, this form was still insufficient against the steel torrent, akin to a child unwittingly swept away by a stream, only to be carried farther and farther away. Do you have confidence in subduing him with this move? Mu-He felt a twinge of concern, aware that the opponent's Sacred Dragon Manifestation was no trivial matter. Ha ha ha, when did you become so timid? The strength garnered through time. I went so far as to develop a controlling ability to ensure this attack lands. Do you think its power is lacking? Guangbai remained nonchalant, unconcerned as he watched the divine retribution descend. He was utterly confident in his technique. Having seldom used it in past battles, he had often dispatched opponents before this technique could fully form, if not for the glaring weakness in this move. Should he allow a flaw to be exploited, the preceding steel torrent would have been for naught. The colossal sword, imbued with the might of thunder, descended, striking the red glowing manifestation. Chapter 53. Escape. The divine retribution did not betray Guangbai's faith. Shattering Shen Qingming's manifestation and piercing through his entire form, the destructive power of the thunderstorm invading his body. This strike left him with indelible injuries. The tempest unleashed by the divine retribution flattened all remaining ruins, creating a basin. The overwhelming residual force caused cracks to appear in the already reinforced defensive formation. A golden opportunity. Hui Hong seized this fleeting moment, utilizing the unique, penetrating ability of the starlight to break through a gap. Seizing the grievously injured Shen Qingming and fleeing outward. Their speed was so swift that few could discern their figures. I leave the management of the situation to you two. I shall pursue. Guangbai's figure vanished, yet distant skies occasionally erupted with violent sparks, returning shortly thereafter. They allowed their escape. One heavily wounded and the other lightly injured, their combat effectiveness significantly diminished for the time being. Guangbai had initially intended to continue the pursuit, but the Empire's predicament compelled him to return and assist in the cleanup. The Empire's 8 top combatants had now dwindled to just 4, one of whom had already departed for the battlefield. Should he continue the chase, in the event of a war, the Empire would be left in a precarious position. Once firmly seated among the 5 great empires, it now began to waver. The surrounding army of ability users remained oblivious to the unfolding events, pressing forward with inquiries. My lord, what transpired here? Was it a surprise attack from an enemy nation? The Empire finds itself in a precarious state. The external battlefield is rife with chaos. Should our enemies discern the truth of our situation, those who have long coveted the Empire may well be unable to restrain themselves from striking. The 3 individuals present are equally reluctant to reveal the Empire's vulnerabilities at this juncture. Fear not, it is merely a few insignificant pests that have infiltrated. They have been dealt with, and you may continue your work here under our supervision, rest assured. All shall remain orderly. Having exchanged a few reassuring words to calm the others, the trio proceeded to the conference building. Of the original 8 seats, only 3 were occupied. The expressions of the 3 were grave. Though compared to the first 2, Guangbai appeared somewhat more composed. Do not be disheartened. Our empire still relies on us old-timers to hold the fort for a while longer. For the time being, we are safe, yet we urgently require fresh strength to emerge. As for the 2 traitors, I have already wounded them, and they are unlikely to cause further trouble in the short term, for they are well aware of my methods. Should they attempt to act, I will take their lives. It was only upon mentioning the need for new strength that the countenance of the 3 brightened slightly, with Tao Yuan and Su Ming present. And further back, Tang Lu, the potential for the turbulent situation to stabilize was tangible, provided that just one of the 3 S-class individuals managed to reach the 8th tier successfully. How is that esteemed individual's condition? Hong Fei inquired of Mu-He, a sense of foreboding creeping over him. If that esteemed one were in good health, Shen Qingming would not be behaving so recklessly. He shook his head slightly. The worry etched deeper on his face. That individual had expended vast resources in pursuit of breaking through to the 9th tier, yet ultimately fell just short. The attempt to force a breakthrough led to severe repercussions. And it was feared that at this point, even without continuing, the gravity of the situation was palpably clear. Moreover, when I attempted to locate the two S-class individuals, I found Su Ming's signal in Modu, which has since fallen under the control of the Shen family, leading me to believe she may have met with misfortune. Tan's signal has vanished. His red ring has been destroyed, yet I have faith in him. He will surely return in due time. Bad news followed in rapid succession. With the only semblance of good news remaining uncertain, he held a flicker of confidence in Taoyuan. Otherwise, he would not have dispatched him to Modu. However, it was perplexing that Su Ming had ventured to Modu even before the battle had commenced. This thought only intensified Hong Fei's frustration. Damn it, in such times of strife, with two S-class individuals missing, they truly are ungrateful wretches. Guangbai stood. Addressing the two, I shall attempt to use the teleportation array to reach Modu. Let us hope I am not too late. He promptly summoned his tome, a radiant light illuminating the teleportation array beneath Guangbai's feet. However, as the brilliance faded, Guangbai remained in place. The teleportation has failed. The array has been sabotaged, preventing direct transit to Modu. I can only send you to a general vicinity. I hope you can manage to arrive. Take care of yourself. In this dire situation, your presence is more crucial than that of an S-class. He strained to rise, activating the array once more. This time, Guangbai's figure vanished without a trace. Xian Can had already departed for the battlefield, and it was impossible to summon him back at this time. They could only relay the Empire's circumstances to Xian Can, ensuring he remained informed of the situation. Aside from that, they could only manage to maintain the Empire's operations and bolster the defenses of the imperial capital, which unfortunately resulted in numerous spies suffering dire fates, receiving harsh penalties upon discovery. The Empire has significantly intensified its efforts in training all ability users, doubling the investment, willing to bleed the Empire dry to ensure the next generation grows swiftly. All that could be done has been accomplished. Now, they must devise ways to buy time for the new generation to mature. Hong Fei, we have much to attend to going forward. As tensions mounted, external reconnaissance of the new agrarian empire surged exponentially, yet the empire itself maintained an air of composure, remaining inscrutable for the time being. A year later, in a secluded paradise, beneath a magnificent and resplendent peach blossom tree, petals drifted down, landing softly on a young boy's nose. He seemed oblivious to the outside world, unaware even of the falling blossoms. Suddenly, the boy's eyes opened, an intangible aura radiating from him, causing the leaves of the peach tree to detach in fright. I have finally completed it. Taoyuan stood, brushing the peach blossoms from his attire, and began to operate the modified dragon absorption technique. This, too, was a manifestation of abilities, intertwining both body and soul, yet the results were not markedly different from the conventional dragon absorption technique. Taoyuan practiced the secret art for a full 3 hours before pausing. The technique he had painstakingly crafted could enhance his abilities by 2 points daily, an impressive acceleration in his cultivation speed. Achieving effects comparable to the ancient dragon absorption technique, refined over millennia, was no small feat, yet advancing further remained beyond his current capabilities. This success had been made possible through the synergy of his soul abilities, the peach blossom eye ability that resided within him, and the complementary nature of the two abilities. Having completed his training, Taoyuan surveyed the dwindling resources within his storage ring, sinking into contemplation. Recent developments, gleaned through the peach blossom eye, had revealed that the Empire was intensifying its efforts in nurturing students. Coupled with his own knowledge, it was evident that something was amiss within the Empire. The absence of news from the capital could be construed as a positive sign. The lack of communication suggested that the Empire had yet to undergo a cataclysmic transformation. Chapter 54. Successful training were a transformation to occur. It would undoubtedly be announced, revealing to all who currently led the Empire. Thus, it seemed feasible for him to return and ascertain the situation. But what if I am mistaken? After much deliberation, Taoyuan resolved to return to the capital. He had accomplished all he could, and with the secret art modified, it was indeed time to return. The once lavish conference room of the capital, designed for 8, now accommodated only 4. After a year of fierce combat, Xiankan had succeeded in making the Empire's adversaries pay a heavy price for their provocations along the borders, and he had finally returned to the capital a year prior. Guangbai had ventured to Modu in search of Su Ming, only to discover that Modu had been irrevocably lost, with the Shun family having taken refuge elsewhere, becoming the highest authority within the empire. Perhaps even they had come to terms with the stark reality of their dwindling hopes for victory, preparing for contingencies as they swiftly retreated upon Shan Qingming's failure. By the time Guangbai reached Modu, for days had elapsed, and the culprits had long since vanished and the Shun family's grand estate, he found the teleportation array in ruins. Having searched for months without a trace of Su Ming, there's still no news of Taoyuan? Xiankan's expression remained somber. Recent turmoil on the battlefield had erupted once more, as other empires sought to provoke the new agrarian empire. Attempting to discern the truth of its condition, before long, he too would have to return to the front lines to inflict pain upon them, perhaps even to annihilate them entirely. He produced his ability tome and glanced at it. The tome, which had previously shown only two dim lights with no signals, suddenly illuminated one of the lights brightly. Found him. Taoyuan is on his way to the capital. We must go to meet him. Muhi rose, followed by the others, as they made their way toward Taoyuan's signal. The tome possessed the unique capability to verify whether the recorded individuals were alive. However, due to the distance, they could not ascertain his precise location. Su Ming's light remained aglow, indicating she had not perished. Yet her whereabouts remained a mystery. The speed of an 8th-tier ability user was remarkable, within the span of a single incense stick's burning time. Taoyuan appeared before them, accompanied by 4 others, startling him momentarily. Upon recognizing their faces, he felt relief wash over him. It has been a year. How have you all fared? Taoyuan greeted them with a smile. The expressions of the others were grave, devoid of pleasantries, as they seized his body and soared into the air, not releasing him until they reached the Empire's conference room. Now, speak honestly. Where have you been this past year? And why did you not return to the capital? Muhi was the first to question him. Initially, they had been concerned for Taoyuan's safety, but upon seeing him now, it seemed he had enjoyed his time. Perhaps even indulging in some leisure while they had worried for him. Do not say such things. I realized that with my mere 6th-tier strength, I could exert no influence over the happenings within the Empire. Thus, I resolved to enter seclusion for a year. Now, my spiritual energy has improved. I was just preparing to return to the capital when you all came to welcome me. What an honor! They could only look at Taoyuan with a mix of exasperation and admiration. He was indeed an exceedingly rare S-class ability user, yet in the face of 8th-tier powers, he was regrettably powerless to resist. I was just teasing you. You are our Empire's most cherished prodigy. Your decisions have been commendable. A genius who survives is the greatest kind of genius. Guangbai tousled his hair playfully, relishing in the presence of this gifted young man who was both talented and pragmatic. Xiankan's expression remained unchanged, as stern and serious as ever. Well, as long as you are alive, that is what matters. Were there any gains from your last mission? Indeed, Taoyuan responded promptly, retrieving the secret art he had compiled from his storage ring. This is the Shin family's secret technique, dragon absorption, which can double one's cultivation speed. I obtained this information from Shan Xiuxin's memories. He too is an S-class ability user, yet has spent his life solely within the confines of his family. And I have compiled all pertinent details about the Shin family in this ring, which I now share with you. A series of operations successfully transmitted the information from the wristband, compiling all known details about the Shin family into a record. Muhi first read through the information, then compared it to what they already knew. The 2 sets of information were quite similar, with only slight discrepancies due to additional secrecy. Taoyuan, I must convey some unfortunate news. The Shin family has defected and fled the Empire. Their whereabouts unknown. According to our deductions, Su Ming has been captured by the Shin family, leaving you as the only S-rank genius to have emerged in the Empire. For an ability user, reaching the 6th tier is already considered a significant achievement. The vast empire boasts only a little over 100 individuals at the 7th tier, and even fewer in other empires. Thus, it can be said that attaining the 6th tier signifies substantial growth. Xiankan's gaze bore a weight that made Taoyuan feel somewhat breathless. Teacher, I will diligently cultivate and strive to become a 7th tier, or even 8th tier, ability user. This statement was devoid of any semblance of insincerity. It was a heartfelt vow. Xiankan's stern expression softened slightly, Yet he could not deny that Tao Yuan, as a 6th-tier ability user, was still too weak to influence the situation. The other individual, Tang Lu, was even weaker, currently only a 5th-tier ability user, and it would take her decades to reach the 6th tier, far too long. According to the Empire's estimates, Tao Yuan would also require over 35 years to break through to the 7th tier. Although the Empire wished to assist, it was powerless to do so. For those who have reached the 6th tier, the best method for rapid advancement is through the secret realm of heaven and earth. And it must be a complete one. The Empire possesses only one such realm, which, after all, has its own mission and cannot be utilized by Tao Yuan just yet. Tao Yuan, join me on the battlefield. What? No way. Before Tao Yuan could respond, Mu He immediately countered Xian Can's suggestion. Tao Yuan's current status was too sensitive. Nearly all hope of the Empire rested upon him, and with the surrounding nations intensifying their attacks against them, they needed to prioritize stability and victory. The other two remained silent. While there are both advantages and disadvantages to going to the battlefield, surviving such an experience would undoubtedly enhance one's control over their abilities. Mu He, what sort of stability can we hope for? Even if we were to establish a flawed secret realm of heaven and earth, it would be of no use. Since this method is ineffective and there is no immediate way to elevate one's realm, we must start from a position of strength. Undoubtedly, the battlefield, which serves as a meat grinder, is the optimal place to unleash one's potential. How could one hope to attain extraordinary power without facing inhumane dangers? Chapter 55. Dispute. So what? Must one increase their combat prowess by going to the battlefield? You know very well Tao Yuan's talents. Which of the skills he's developed is not formidable? Mu He was not an obstinate individual, but he refused to judge the battlefield solely based on experience as the best place for power enhancement. Moreover, given Tao Yuan's exceptional talents, he could just as easily triumph over Shen Xiuxin, who also holds the S rank. Without being on the battlefield, Mu He, which strong individual has not emerged from a sea of corpses? You, I, and even the two of them have all traversed such paths. Until one experiences the battlefield, they will never comprehend its cruelty. This is not mere child's play. If you dare to send him on a mission in Magic City, why not allow him to go to the battlefield? Furthermore, he will receive our protection on the battlefield, which will significantly reduce the likelihood of death. Why are you so rigid? Mu He, in a fit of frustration, stood up to retort. You are aware that reducing the probability of death does not equate to eliminating it entirely. Stop with the nonsensical arguments. This is a different time. The Empire is in disarray, and your actions place its hopes in jeopardy. The reckless pursuit of a slight increase in strength does not justify the risks taken, as the potential gains and losses are utterly disproportionate. The two continued to argue. Guangbai intervened directly, stating that such disputes would yield no results, as neither could convince the other it was best to vote according to the rules. Now, the four of us would simultaneously write our choices on the table. This was the most effective solution, as well as a means to prevent further internal strife within the Empire. Regardless of whether the decision was to go or not, Tao Yuan's strength would still experience growth. As for the dangers of the battlefield, let us consider the hypnotic abilities of Tao Hua. 1 for going, 1 for not going, 1 abstaining, and 1 for going. 2. 1 indicates that Tao Yuan must go to the battlefield. This time, Mu He could no longer prevent it. Then let him go, but I have a suggestion. After a certain period, if his name becomes known, we should change the battlefield. This proposal received no objections, as it would indeed enhance Tao Yuan's chances of survival, making it less likely for him to be targeted by other empires. Simultaneously, this action would also be beneficial for his training, allowing him to gain insights into the abilities of practitioners from different empires. As knowledge must be put into practice to achieve precision. Without delay, we shall set off now. I will head to the northern battlefield, where the situation is most urgent. I entrust the other 3 fronts to you. Remain vigilant, and I will resolve matters swiftly, putting those wretched individuals to rest. Upon finishing, Xian Can took Tao Yuan and departed, soaring into the sky without using any transportation. Technology was restricted. Once one reached the 7th tier, the wristband would no longer receive any information, which was a drawback of the device. He retrieved an 8th grade pill and tossed it to Xian Can. This is an 8th grade pill, the Tuing creation pill. Remember to give it to Tao Yuan. The two figures vanished entirely, and Mu He gazed after their departing silhouettes. Oh, not worry. The Empire will recover. We old folks are still alive. Guangbai patted his shoulder. As if to comfort him, Yet it was equally a means of self-reassurance. In truth, the crisis facing the Empire was greater than anticipated, which is why Xian Can took Taoyuan away so abruptly. Having just returned to the Empire for a day, he was already leaving, hinting at the undercurrents of schemes at play. After a day and night of travel, Xian Can, carrying Taoyuan, finally arrived at the main northern battlefield. Here is the Tuyin creation pill given to you by the Empire. Take it now. The Tuyin creation pill, renowned among 8th grade elixirs, bears similarities to the Yin-Yang creation pill, though it is even more formidable and ingenious. It is well known that geniuses often excel in challenging those above their level, which can lead to irreversible injuries. The purpose of the Tuyin creation pill is to heal such injuries. However, it is rather dangerous. It will not take effect until one has one foot in the grave, remaining dormant within the body until then. Okay. Taoyuan swallowed the pill whole, having long since created a vague impression of all the knowledge through his hypnosis. He certainly recognized this life-saving elixir. Upon ingestion, there was nothing particularly extraordinary about the experience, akin to the refreshing sensation of wearing a short-sleeved shirt in October, which quickly faded. All right, you now possess the strength of a top-tier 6th-tier user, giving you the foundation to understand what will transpire on the battlefield next. The current situation is dire. We must take the initiative and strike hard, ensuring they are deterred from harboring any thoughts against the Empire. Several surrounding empires have united to act against us, and individuals are stirring restlessly throughout the Empire. We must shatter their bones in this battle to intimidate other potential aggressors. As Xian Can spoke, a chilling aura emanated from him, and Taoyuan sensed this murderous intent more intensely than ever before. The battlefield is straightforward. It consists solely of ability users without any convoluted strategies. Taoyuan, take a small team and annihilate this small nation. Xian Can indicated the location of the small nation on the map. It was minuscule, merely one the size of the Xiannong Empire. Yet they dared to attack the Empire, having been emboldened by previous kindness. This insignificant territory hardly merited the title of an empire. The strongest ability user among them was merely their decision-maker, a pair of 6th-tier ability users whose powers were only at the A rank. Were it not for the presence of an 8th-tier ability user in a neighboring empire, there would be no need for battle. Xian Can alone could crush them. Xian Can brought Taoyuan to the battlefield. Yet he did not wish for Taoyuan to perish there. Muhi's assertion held truth. Taoyuan was the Empire's hope. Taoyuan was eager to engage. He had yet to experience such a massacre, having only faced one-on-one encounters or received direct tutelage from Xian Can, often suffering alone without ever entering a life-and-death confrontation. Teacher, shall I take some individuals to prevent their 5th-tier ability users from causing disruptions and instigate some minor actions, while I directly eliminate that 6th-tier user? Is that the intention, teacher? Logically, to enhance one's strength, engaging in life-and-death battles is never a disadvantage. Thus, Taoyuan surmised that his teacher wished for him to eliminate that 6th-tier ability user. Regrettably, it is not as you envision. If you were to battle a 6th-tier user, it would yield no effective results in a standard fight. You would undoubtedly emerge victorious in the end. The current situation is critical. There is no time for you to engage in leisurely trials. As an S-rank genius, even having just advanced to the 6th tier, you possess the capability to take on 2 opponents simultaneously. Hence, the decision is made. You will fight 2. Chapter 56. 1 against 2, 1 against 2? If I recall correctly, their spiritual energy is close to 6 million, right? Quickly locating that piece of information on the table, one has 5.6 million and the other 5.4 million. Staring blankly at Xian Can, one hand pointed at himself as if to say, me? Exactly 1 against 2. Xian Can's affirmation utterly crushed any remaining resistance within him. In the face of overwhelming odds, with a disparity of spiritual power amounting to a staggering 4-fold. Taoyuan found himself momentarily unsettled. His current spiritual energy was merely around 1.34 million, a stark contrast to his adversaries, and the thought of confronting 2 opponents he had never truly battled before was daunting. His only experience in combat against a 6th-tier ability user was with Shun Xiuxin, and even then, it had been a surprise attack, rendering their powers nearly equivalent, with Taoyuan possessing a slight edge. Observing his student's lack of confidence, Xuanzin delivered a sharp rap on his forehead, prompting Taoyuan to instinctively shield his head with his hands. Do not belittle yourself, Taoyuan. You possess a remarkable ability, which is your undeniable advantage. Does a 4-fold difference in spiritual energy truly matter? Tao Yuan yearned to respond in the affirmative, yet the intimidating presence of Zhuanzhen's fists loomed large, leaving him wary of any rebuttal that might invite further consequences. You must have encountered numerous descriptions of S-rank abilities in your studies. The term invincible within the same tier is exclusive to S-rank. And remember, there is another 6th-tier ability user, 1 against 3. Believe in yourself. The thought of facing 3 opponents was daunting enough. Should he refuse, it would escalate to 1 against 4. Rest assured, teacher, it's merely 3 opponents, just a 4-fold gap in power, a slight difference in experience. And a matter of AGE.AT worst, I may suffer some minor injuries. Zhuanzhen paid no heed to Tao Yuan's jest, interpreting it as consent. Very well, you shall launch your attack tonight without delay. Bring a few allies to prevent them from utilizing formations. Off you go. The profiles of the 3 adversaries had been transmitted to Tao Yuan via his wristband, 2 A rank and 1 B rank. With the enchanting allure of the Peach Blossom Eye illusion, he activated his Dragon AOT on mode. With such odds, they would not survive the night. Tao Yuan's tone shifted dramatically, brimming with confidence. Though it was deep night, for ability users, the darkness held little sway. He could clearly perceive the movements of all around him. He boldly infiltrated the Empire, leading several 5th-tier allies, and soon found himself amidst a fierce battle at the city gates. With a swift strike, he obliterated a 5th-tier opponent and ghosted deeper into the fray. This is too easy. Perhaps I have been overly cautious. With such effortless ease in dispatching a 5th-tier adversary, Tao Yuan questioned whether he had indeed been too guarded. As small squads attempted to form defensive formations. They met with futile ends, each meeting their demise at their own hands. The Peach Blossom Eye's illusion thrived in deception, rendering those ability users incapable of distinguishing friend from foe. Bombardments of various abilities rained down. Yet the misdirected energies wreaked havoc upon their own ranks. Unimpeded, Tao Yuan swiftly reached the heart of the Empire. Boy, do you think yourself invincible? A middle-aged man resembling a general brandished a long spear. Blocking his path, he was a 6th-tier powerhouse, exuding palpable pressure, surrounded by soldiers forming a tight perimeter. Finally, a worthy opponent had emerged. He hoped this 6th-tier would last longer. With the successful casting of his illusion, the 6th-tier warrior found himself disoriented, stumbling forward only to find himself in a state of utter confusion. His hand movements morphing into wild kicks, his spear striking only at himself. Tao Yuan felt disheartened. How could a 6th-tier be so feeble? If this was their caliber, then death awaited. A fist filled with oppressive force collided with the warrior's armor. Though it absorbed some of the impact, it was insufficient to escape the fate of death. Pierced through the chest, the general bore an expression of disbelief, having fought valiantly for the Empire, only to perish within its very capital. Tao Yuan's caution had become second nature, and still unsatisfied, he launched a lethal strike at the warrior's neck, severing it cleanly while igniting flames to consume the remains. How disappointing! I had anticipated a challenge from Zhuanzhen, yet it appears he holds me in such low regard. Thief, I shall take your life. As a castle gate swung open, a swarm of bats erupted forth, shrieking piercingly, leaving the nearby 5th-tier ability users momentarily dazed. Tio toy with spiritual energy before me was to play with fire. The Peach Blossom Eye illuminated the darkness, drawing out those who cowered within the castle's depths, rendering them utterly defenseless against his onslaught, dispatched without requiring any strategizing on his part. Logic dictates there should be another. Where could they be? Oh, it seemed they were right here. Employing the Peach Blossom Eye's detection alongside his spiritual perception, he located a third 6th-tier powerhouse, who had believed himself well hidden. I shall contend with you. Contend with me? Do you possess the strength for that? Abruptly, the 6th-tier warrior was beset by excruciating pain within his soul, losing control of his body as he collapsed to the ground, his essence torn asunder, rendering him incapable of rising again. Was it truly this simple? I could take on 10. Any soldiers within his attack range were doomed, either falling to their own blades or succumbing to the chaos wrought by others. They could no longer discern reality from illusion. Well then, that wraps it up. Tao Yuan prepared to depart, having collected all valuable items into his wristband, leaving the remainder for the other 5th-tier ability users. Yet, unexpectedly, his wristband illuminated, projecting a holographic screen before him where Zhuanzhen appeared. Well done. You have exceeded my expectations as my student. The night is still young. and I believe you mentioned wanting to take on 10 adversaries. Conveniently, I have received intel regarding 14 6th-tier locations. Resolve this before dawn. Once Swanson concluded his instructions, the holographic display retracted into the wristband. Very well, if I am to embark on this expedition, I might as well eliminate as many foes as possible. The coordinates aren't far. Assuming 10 minutes per opponent, I should manage to complete it before dawn. The locations were logged from several hours prior and not highly accurate, however, as long as they had not drastically relocated. Taiyuan could still track them down through his perception. Yet he had aimed to fight 10 at once, rather than sequentially. Alas, the tasks assigned by the teacher must be fulfilled, and they are not overly challenging. The night air was cool, and many 6th-tier ability users would find themselves chilled to the bone before the night was through. The first light of dawn broke over the horizon. Taiyuan returned to headquarters, his perspective irrevocably transformed. He had always believed himself weak, only to discover that he was indeed extraordinary. No one had been able to withstand even a single blow from him. Reflecting on his past encounters, he realized he had only ever faced his teacher. Swanson surely understood his true strength, perhaps withholding such knowledge to prevent him from becoming arrogant. Chapter 57. The Tide of People at Headquarters. Swanson beamed at Taiyuan's arrival, a smile of pride gracing his features. It had been worthwhile to withhold the truth of his own power from Taiyuan all these years, ensuring he remained unscathed when encountering adversaries. Teacher, did you deliberately withhold the truth of my strength from me? It has left me devoid of confidence. Only now do I realize that those 6th-tier ability users were no match for me. Taiyuan wasted no time with pleasantries, pouring himself a cup of tea from the pot on Swanson's desk. Yesterday was merely a warm-up. Today, I will launch a full-scale assault. I will keep that 8th-tier ability user occupied, while the remaining 7th-tier opponents will also be engaged. Your task is simply to inflict as much damage as possible. Taiyuan felt a twinge of suspicion. Such a simple task was uncharacteristic of his teacher. Do not look at me like that. You will soon understand the difficulty. There will be an unending stream of ability users, capable of draining your spiritual energy entirely. By the way, I neglected to remind you yesterday, do not overthink while killing. It will only slow your actions. Taiyuan pondered this, realizing that discerning an opponent's weaknesses would indeed increase his chances of victory. This was a battlefield, after all, and he could sweep through with sheer force. Remember, your primary objective today is to survive for 3 hours on the battlefield. Taiyuan wished to inquire further, but the assembled troops outside had completed their preparations. Swanson donned his armor, exuding the presence of a formidable general. Citizens of the Empire, their spears and arrows are aimed at us. Let us ensure they are prepared to pay the price of death. This time, we must shatter any chance they have to breathe. Do we have confidence? Yes. The multitude of assembled ability users responded in unison, their voices resonating throughout the headquarters. Onward. This time, the entire force moved in unison, their collective speed reverberating through the ground. After half a day of relentless advance, they finally reached the outskirts of the enemy empire. From atop the high walls of the imperial buildings, a sentinel sent a distress signal to the headquarters, bellowing downwards, "Who are you?" Such audacity. The Gervan Empire is home to an 8th-tier ability user. If you wish to remain unscathed, retreat at once. Such a nonchalant declaration held no power over the advancing army. Rather, it only fueled their resolve. Swanson led the charge, shattering the fortified city gates with a single punch, paving a path for the army's onslaught. Men, attack. All ability users surged forth, launching a full-scale assault on the rival empire without any warning, unleashing their full strength in a decisive first strike. Swanson, how dare you bring chaos to my Gervan Empire? We have always coexisted peacefully. Why instigate an assault? Is this the manner of the new agricultural empire? The 8th-tier powerhouse of the Gervan Empire finally stepped forth, having faced Swanson in direct confrontation thrice before, twice by sheer luck, narrowly escaping with his life. This time, however, he stood alone, devoid of allies, whereas previously, he had always had 2 or more to aid him in survival. Once action is initiated, bolstered by the advantage of home ground, the opponent becomes no match, leaving only the hope for their mercy. The new agricultural empire values peace above all. The prior words spoken were mere trifles. Talk of harmonious coexistence is non-existent, merely a facade under which the new agricultural empire refrains from tyranny. As long as they do not harm the subjects of the opposing empire, Retaliation is unlikely, emboldening him to act defiantly before this colossal entity. Enough of this idle chatter. Months ago, a citizen of the new agricultural empire went missing while traveling in your realm. And the intentions of treacherous ministers are well known to all now. Two choices present themselves. Either cease resistance and allow us to search for the lost citizen, after which we shall withdraw, or if you refuse entry, it will signify that the missing individual is under your control. The new agricultural empire upholds equality among all. Your actions blatantly disregard its principles. The empire has been dishonored, and blood is the only means to cleanse it. Xian Can, seemingly not one for eloquence, surprises with his articulate discourse, leaving behind a stark contrast to his previous demeanor. The eighth-tier powerhouse from the Gawan Empire, Gawan, bears a countenance as dark as storm clouds. This is nothing short of a brazen provocation. What missing tourist? Such nonsense is but empty chatter. To suggest allowing their army to invade for a search only leads to the annihilation of the Gawan Empire, like wolves among sheep. The flock is destined for devastation. Though puzzled by the new agricultural empire's sudden ferocity, Gwen realizes he cannot resist. His demise is inevitable. To fabricate charges is no challenge. Should I survive today, the new agricultural empire will surely face obliteration tomorrow. Gwen grasps the situation clearly. As the absolute leader of the empire, failing to comprehend this would render him unworthy of being an eighth-tier powerhouse. With the opposing forces pressing in and dispatching their most skilled eighth-tier warrior, it is clear they aim for total annihilation. The wave of despair surges within him, leading to the resolution to preserve his own life for a future opportunity. He intends to abandon the Gawan Empire and flee alone. Yet Xian Can would not allow an eighth-tier powerhouse to escape. With a sword radiating murderous intent in hand, the battlefield tilts overwhelmingly in favor of Xian Can, blood staining the entire Gawan Empire. Where do you think you are going? As the absolute leader of the empire, you would abandon it in its time of peril? Truly, you disgrace the eighth tier. You are unworthy of being a powerhouse of a nation. Today is not a day for leniency. Should you wish for the new agricultural empire to suffer, you shall not leave unscathed. With a single step, Xian Can transforms the battlefield. The desolate ruins morph into a gory hell. His sword, infused with resentment and fury, arcs toward Jiuan. An eighth-tier battle is not something just anyone can witness. Only those of seventh tier might glimpse the fleeting shadows during their charged moments. Remarkable! This is the power of my master. It seems I, as a disciple, am still far from his level. Taoyuan, with slightly aching peach blossom eyes, recalls his earlier audacity in attempting to hypnotize millions on the battlefield, which now burdens him. Having forcibly observed the eighth-tier conflict, his eyes suffer from strain and discomfort. As he opens his eyes once more, he finds another sixth-tier warrior has perished, numb to the count of enemies he has slain. Each foe defeated is swiftly replaced by another, seemingly endless. With millions in the fray, even the slightest exertion of his mental energy would render him incapacitated. Taoyuan resolves to alter his strategy. Chapter 58. The massacre. He leaps from the battlefield. No longer lost in the ecstasy of slaughter, now purposefully hunting down the strong point. 1, 2, 3 to soar through the air requires sixth-tier strength. Thus, as he springs from the ground, the gaze of the sixth-tier warriors in the opposing empire shifts toward him. After he dispatches a few, these sixth-tier combatants abandon their foes, gradually surrounding Taoyuan. Alas, alas, alas. Having killed to the point of exhaustion, he realizes his ambition of defeating 10 foes at once. Now, his energy wanes, and amidst the throngs on the battlefield, his soul power cannot extend to hypnotize even a single individual. Just as he prepares to rest, he notices several sixth-tier warriors have gathered nearby, their eyes gleaming with murderous intent. Ants, what does it matter if more come? Taoyuan remains undaunted, summoning his dwindling spirit energy to unleash excessive damage. The more adversaries he dispatches, the clearer the disparity between him and the sixth tier becomes. Observing the aerial duel between the two eighth-tier warriors, Xian Can maintains the upper hand, while Gawan, gravely injured, clings to futile resistance. The realization dawns on him. The chasm between individuals can be so vast, and the gap between empires equally so. The mightiest empires invest heavily in nurturing their successors. Undoubtedly, Taoyuan receives the finest training in the world, even absorbing the unique divine essence of the ancient peach tree, which fortifies his foundation with each breakthrough, enabling him to effortlessly defeat 6th-tier warriors without exerting much effort. This disparity reflects the Empire's strength, and when concentrated in the hands of exceptionally gifted individuals, the effect magnifies infinitely, rendering them beyond reach. You are defeated. From above, Xian Can's voice resonates, as an inert body descends from the heavens, crashing heavily to the ground. It is Gawain, the 8th-tier powerhouse, lifeless and unseeing. The victory, held steadfast in hand, is on the brink of full realization. As the army's assault intensifies, as my master foretold, you are defeated. Tao Yuan, like a specter, claims lives with each fleeting disappearance. Even when the enemy perceives the attack, evasion is impossible. His soul power, constantly under duress, prevents him from fully engaging in battle. In a short time, dozens of 6th-tier abilities fall beneath his blade, dominating the battlefield with an invincible presence among his peers. Little brat, even in death, I shall take you down with me. Unbeknownst to Tao Yuan, a figure rushes toward him. By the time he notices, it is too late. The attack has already struck, with no possibility of defense. The speed displayed is not that of a 6th-tier warrior. Activating his peach blossom eyes, Tao Yuan barely perceives the assailant's trajectory. Undoubtedly, this is a 7th-tier powerhouse. At this moment, the 8th-tier conflict has concluded, and those of the 7th tier stand no chance before the 8th, like Tao Yuan before them. The all-out strike is merciless. Tao Yuan, already depleted, is caught unaware of the adversary's 7th-tier status until just moments before impact. Unable to evade, he prepares to fight back desperately. With this thought, Tao Yuan steels himself, donning minimal protection while channeling all his offensive means into his peach blossom eyes, a resplendent illusionary assault targeting the 7th-tier foe. To strike the enemy is to save oneself. I refuse to believe you are truly indifferent to your own life. Utilizing the soul attack released through his peach blossom eyes, with his innate talent and extraordinary soul power, the opponent will undoubtedly suffer if struck by this blow. Whoosh! The 7th-tier warrior's palm halts before him, a mere breath away from claiming his life. Yet, in that decisive moment of life or death, the 7th-tier warrior freezes, unable to advance a single inch. Has the illusion of the peach blossom eyes taken effect? Tao Yuan himself cannot fathom how a 7th-tier warrior could so easily lose their life. As he opens his eyes once more, he realizes that it was not the illusion's doing, but rather an insurmountable mountain that has intercepted the attack. Xian Can has firmly grasped the 7th-tier warrior's hand. Upon closer inspection, the once formidable 7th tier now exhibits no sign of life, devoid of any injuries. Xian Can has employed some method to obliterate the opponent without leaving a trace, presumably utilizing a soul-based attack. Keep up the good work. His demise stems from your illusionary assault. I merely relaxed his soul defenses. Tao's incredulous expression is vividly reflected in his eyes. Yet this is the battlefield. After a brief exchange, he charges back into the fray. The addition of 8th-tier abilities resembles a meat grinder on the battlefield. Each swing of their blade claims vast numbers of abilities. As the sun sets, the sky darkens into night. This massacre has persisted from the searing midday sun to the cool evening breeze, leaving everyone utterly exhausted. Fortunately, the objective has been achieved. The northern front is temporarily secure, and the Gawain Empire lies utterly annihilated, nearly devoid of survivors. The vast array of abilities unleashed upon the battlefield is indiscriminate, and given that the conflict is within the opposing empire, casualties are bound to be severe. If the adversary shows no concern for their own subjects, Tao Yuan will hardly lose sleep over them. Henceforth, the Gawain Empire will serve as the battleground for the new agricultural empire's conflicts with other formidable empires. As night fully envelopes the land, the army retreats to headquarters, leaving behind a few 7th-tier abilities for vigilance and maintaining a small force to thwart any potential infiltration unnoticed. Xian Can leads Tao Yuan away, this time not by direct flight, but rather utilizing a vessel toward the northern teleportation array. The battlefield hosts a teleportation array, situated at the rear, a vital last line of defense for the Empire. This array connects 4 locations. One is the capital, while the others lie in the southeast, southwest, and east, all of which are battlegrounds. Just moments ago, the wristband of Xian Shan received a message. The battlefields in the southeast, southwest, and northeast were all subjected to enemy ambushes, and now the enemy forces are pressing in. Hong Fei and Guang Bai have proceeded to the 2 battlefields in the southeast, while Muhe remains in the imperial capital to prevent internal chaos. Xinshan, the western region of the empire has been attacked. Please proceed immediately to suppress the situation. The wristband conveyed these terse words. Having just transmitted the information from the northern battlefield, he promptly received this new mission, indicating that the situation there is equally urgent. Leave it to me, Xinshan declared, a serious expression crossing his face. The northern battlefield of the empire is the weakest, and he intended to conquer it thoroughly to free up his hands to deal with the other three battlefields. Chapter 59. The southern battlefield and the northern battlefield. The only force that could be considered part of the empire is the Gaoan Empire, which has now been decisively dealt with. Unlike the other three fronts, each of those empires boasts at least two, and some even three, eighth-tier entities. Even for Xinshan, this was a matter to be taken seriously. The north is so desolate primarily because just beyond it lies the wasteland, a forbidden zone devoid of any spiritual energy and barren of any treasures of nature. Only lifeless soil remains. This wasteland holds no value, incapable of supporting any vegetation, and is utterly deserted, harboring unique and dangerous monsters of the forbidden zone. That land appears to have been drained of all vitality, rendering it a realm of deathly silence. This young fellow is truly reckless, unaware of the dangers that lurk. To face dozens of sixth-tier opponents alone is audacious indeed. Exposing oneself in a fatigued state on the battlefield is a grievous error. Currently, Taoyuan is asleep aboard the spaceship, having overexerted his spiritual energy, leaving him utterly exhausted, with his internal energy depleted and in dire need of rest. Xinshan refrained from disturbing him, occasionally probing the surroundings with his own spiritual energy, for such caution is imperative on the battlefield. Eighth-tier beings are formidable, and it is possible to encounter ambushes from eighth-tier foes. In this world, there exists a phenomenon known as formations, which, once established, wield tremendous power and can often challenge those of higher tiers, necessitating vigilance. 6 hours later, Taoyuan awakened from his slumber, the clock now striking midnight. This was the first time he had expended his energy to such an extent, leaving him in discomfort. Feeling the recovery of his internal spiritual energy, he began to stretch his sore body, akin to the aftereffects of exhausting all his strength. Initially intending to move about, he unwittingly fell into a meditative stance, drawing the surrounding spiritual energy into his body, as if a parched throat had suddenly encountered a refreshing spring. Time spent in cultivation always seems to fly by. 10 hours vanished in an instant, and it was now nearly 3 in the afternoon when Taoyuan finally ceased his practice. The surrounding spiritual energy ceased to flow into his body, prompting Xinshan to sense that Taoyuan had concluded his training and enter his room. It seems satisfactory, Xinshan remarked. Although there appeared to be no immediate difference, the long-term benefits would be substantial. Upon seeing Xinshan enter, Taoyuan was unperturbed by his sudden appearance, instead reflecting on the life-and-death crisis he had faced on the battlefield. This was real. It was his first encounter with someone genuinely intent on killing him. And he had truly felt on the brink of death. Teacher, you must have known about that seventh-tier individual beforehand, allowing me to be bullied by him, he ventured. Indeed, Xinshan affirmed, much to Taoyuan's surprise. If you don't experience such trials, how can you grow? Rest assured, you will encounter formidable opponents on the battlefield, and seventh-tier foes will be no exception. You should gradually acclimate to this. Xinshan patted Taoyuan's shoulder, clearly pleased with his performance. Faced with a seventh-tier adversary, Taoyuan's willingness to consider a mutually destructive outcome instead of merely surviving was commendable. Meanwhile, Xinshan was internally assessing his student's capabilities. Based on today's performance, he had yet to ascertain Taoyuan's true limits. Tio easily defeat sixth-tier opponents, yet falter against seventh-tier ones indicated that further honing was necessary. At the very least, Taoyuan must last 10 rounds against a seventh-tier foe. Otherwise, it would be a disgrace to speak of it. When the time comes for the next confrontation, the sixth-tier opponents will be managed by others. You only need to engage with one seventh-tier foe. You must survive until I conclude the war. Otherwise, no one will be able to save you. Xinshan's tone turned stern, devoid of jest, and Taoyuan understood that his teacher was serious about this matter. At that moment, the plan became clear. While Xinshan fought an eighth-tier adversary, Taoyuan would face a seventh-tier opponent, and Xinshan would assist him after defeating the eighth-tier foe. This meant Taoyuan needed to endure against the seventh-tier opponent until Xinshan dispatched the eighth-tier threat. Teacher, I will die, he lamented. No, you will not. You are an S-rank genius. Do not speak such despairing words. I have high hopes for you, Xian Shen retorted. Taiyuan felt tears welling in his eyes. He had encountered 7th-tier foes on multiple occasions. The first was the elder of the Shen family, against whom he had only deployed a clone, fleeing towards the imperial capital with his true form. The second encounter was a fleeting 7th-tier adversary on the battlefield, who had genuinely sought his life. Each of these opponents was a true dragon among men, with the strength to challenge those of higher tiers. For him to engage them was an insurmountable challenge. Lost in his thoughts, the spaceship had already arrived at the western battlefield, where they would confront the Holy Empire, which possessed 3 8th-tier superpowers. The disparity in strength between the two sides was vast. Fortunately, no battle had yet erupted, or else their defenses would have crumbled. Once they reached the battlefield, Xian Shun had already entered a state of alert, his furrowed brow remaining tense. Our highest combat power consists of 1 8th-tier and 41 7th-tier warriors. While this seems formidable, the enemy is even more fearsome, with 3 8th-tier beings and numerous 7th-tier superpowers. A third of the new Agriculture Empire's forces were concentrated in the western battlefield, while a majority of the Holy Empire's military strength was assembled here. Thus, the mission was clear. Prevent the outbreak of war, and if the opportunity presents itself, eliminate one of the enemy's 8th-tier superpowers. The gap in strength was immense, yet the task at hand was daunting. How could they possibly prevent the onset of war? The enemy's forces had already gathered. Relying solely on verbal persuasion to dissuade them seemed futile, leaving only the option of displaying strength. Could they truly depend on the enemy's conscience? Teacher, what kind of mission is this? Can you really take on 3 opponents? It seems utterly impossible. I can indeed take on 3, Xian Shen declared confidently. What? Taiyuan stared incredulously at his teacher, incredulity etched on his face. To take on 3? Are you jesting? However, I must clarify that the 3 8th-tier foes I refer to are the ordinary kind. The Holy Empire's 8th-tier entities are evidently not of the same ilk. Although the Holy Empire's history does not rival that of the new Agriculture Empire, it is nonetheless long-standing, and its 8th-tier beings are unlikely to be weak, unlike those in the Goan Empire. I can handle 3 ordinary foes, but if they are of the Holy Empire, I could manage to tie against 2, escape from 3, and hold my ground for a while. Teacher, I am not as formidable as you presume. With so many opponents, and all being A-rank superpowers, how could I continuously vanquish them? It is merely due to the profound foundation laid by the Empire in nurturing its talents that I can manage to contend against 2, and withstand against 3 while finding opportunities to retreat. This war is exceedingly unfavorable for us. Be prepared for sacrifice. Xian Shan's gaze grew solemn, as the Empire faced a dire moment of survival. Would they be able to endure? Chapter 60. Conversation. The 4 8th-tier beings of the Empire each had their respective duties, leaving no excess high-end combat power to deploy. Fortunately, the northern region had been provoked for years, allowing them to weaken the enemy significantly without falling into a forefront siege. Yet facing 3 fronts was equally despairing. Mu He, with his abilities, could relay messages to the battlefield at any moment, thus exerting the combat power of 2 superpowers. Just imagine, the might of 1 8th-tier could appear at any one of the 3 battlefields, greatly influencing the situation. This essentially meant that at any moment, 2 8th-tier superpowers could manifest across the Empire's 3 battlefields. At that moment, Xian Shan's wristband lit up again. It was a message from Mu He. The situation is clear. I in the east, Guangbai is holding his ground against 3 8th-tier superpowers without succumbing. In the south, Hong Fei faces only 2 8th-tier adversaries, so there is no cause for concern. However, you face 3 formidable 8th-tier superpowers. Be cautious. Moreover, please resolve the situation quickly. According to intelligence, 2 empires in the south are preparing to join forces, and soon their 8th-tier superpowers could number 4. Upon the completion of the transmission, the already dire situation became even more precarious. The surrounding empires resembled sharks sensing blood, baring their teeth in readiness to tear a piece of flesh from the colossal new Agriculture Empire. Taoyuan's expression grew grave. The situation had spiraled beyond the Empire's control, and the information indicated the Empire's limitations. Do not worry. Those factions cannot inflict any substantial harm upon the Empire, Xian Shen reassured Taoyuan. Clarifying the situation, do you understand why I had you attack the north first? Taoyuan, uncertain, gazed at Xian Shen, awaiting his explanation. Our empire's northern border adjoins the wasteland. If absolutely necessary, the Empire will dispatch some geniuses and hopes to the northern region we have secured. However, during that time, the Empire would undoubtedly suffer devastating losses. Yet, as long as there are 4 8th-tier superpowers remaining, they will never be able to completely obliterate us. There was one more thing Xian Shan did not articulate. Merely gazing at the contemplative Taoyuan. Taoyuan, oh Taoyuan, for the Empire, these are merely transitory matters. When the time comes for you to mature, you shall undoubtedly possess the ability to effortlessly annihilate the 8th-tier foes. For you are indeed a once-in-a-millennium S-class prodigy. Indeed, the Empire's preparations to access the northern territories are merely a strategic retreat. They are not devoid of hope, especially with the existence of this S-class Esper. There is no need for desperate measures. As long as we allow Taoyuan to grow, those who once made choices will inevitably pay the price. We need only to secure sufficient time and ensure that the Empire's citizens remain unharmed. And that constitutes our greatest victory. Being bullied during times of misfortune is a frequent occurrence, an unavoidable reality. Yet when one truly becomes powerful, how could those who once tormented you escape unscathed? Now, my dear Taoyuan, go rest. Tomorrow we shall engage in discourse with the Holy Empire, and you shall accompany me. After much contemplation, Xuanzin ultimately decided to allow Taoyuan to join him, fully aware of the risks involved. Before 3 8th-tier Espers, he could not guarantee he could protect Taoyuan completely. He could assure her escape, perhaps sustaining minor injuries from the aftermath of battle, but death would be out of the question. This confidence stems from the profound legacy of the Empire, and he possesses not only that assurance but also the requisite strength. There are disparities even among 8th-tier warriors on the following morning. Dewdrops still adorn the weeds. Teacher, is it true? You want me to join you? Doesn't that seem a bit too presumptuous? Is it really safe? Taoyuan expressed her concerns for her safety, recalling how just yesterday, her teacher had stated he could handle 2 opponents but would have to flee against 3 in such circumstances. How could she ensure her own safety? Moreover, would her presence distract her teacher? If the 8th-tier warriors were to detect a flaw and attack her, could that not hinder her teacher as well? This was no jest. Any slight misstep could lead to catastrophic failure. Taoyuan found herself astonished. After confirming with her teacher multiple times, she finally breathed a sigh of relief. I have considered this aspect as well, but rest assured, you will inevitably encounter such situations. I am confident in safeguarding your life. As for the rest, that depends on your own performance. Haha, do not worry too much. The likelihood of conflict is low. Furthermore, what teacher would harm their own student? Students should have a bit more faith in their mentors. Realizing that the decision had been made and that she lacked the power to resist, Taoyuan resolved to experience and learn. The negotiation site was located at the border between the 2 nations. The Holy Empire had dispatched 2 8th-tier warriors and 1 7th-tier, seemingly leaving another 8th-tier behind to deter any opportunistic attacks from other empires. Both parties arrived almost simultaneously, entering the conference room in succession. Esteemed friends from the new agricultural empire, after deliberation within the Holy Empire, if you wish for us to cease hostilities, you must compensate us with 1/10 of your empire's cultivation resources. How do you respond? Xuanzin's sword had already materialized in his hand, thrusting directly at the opposition. Caught off guard, the adversary nearly fell victim to Xuanzin's strike, only to be intercepted by another 8th-tier Esper. Nonetheless, he still sustained some injury. The new agricultural empire sought not merely to halt the war but to achieve peace. They were not afraid of conflict and would never accept any form of compensation. To those who sought to extort the new agricultural empire, they would show no mercy. The sword of slaughter was deflected back into Xuanzin's grasp, and in an instant, he and his blade fused as one, launching an even more ferocious assault than before. At such a short distance, evasion was impossible. As the long sword emerged, it aimed directly at the opponent, its murderous aura intensified. This time, the entire force of the attack was unleashed, while a nearby 8th-tier Esper, regaining his composure, employed his ability, the Sacred Spear, to strike at the sword of slaughter. The long spear successfully deflected the blade's edge, yet the proximity was too close. The attack still landed on the Esper, who then coughed up blood, the white of his bones faintly visible. He was injured. 3 waves of pressure erupted, shattering the conference room, as the 8th-tier might engulf the area. Taoyuan was the first to be swept away by Xuanzin's force, propelled far from the battlefield until he finally came to a halt. Our Holy Empire, in good faith, requires merely 1/10 of the resources to cease hostilities. The new agricultural empire has proactively undermined this peace agreement. Are they seeking to initiate war? Chapter 61. The unforeseen battle, what a pity. Such a splendid opportunity has been squandered. Zhuanzhen lamented internally. This moment, when the enemy let down their guard, was a rare chance for an attack. But it was thwarted by another companion. Such opportunities are fleeting and may never arise again. Meanwhile, on the side of the Holy Empire, after the eruption of 8th-tier might, another terrifying aura swiftly approached. Was another one coming? It seemed he had time for one more strike. He wondered if it could ensure the complete demise of that foe. The once tranquil battlefield transformed into a hellscape, a manifestation of his comprehension. Concurrently, the sword reappeared, looking even more fearsome than before, akin to a reaper's scythe, proclaiming its thirst for blood. The blood shadow loomed ominously. This strike was executed with utmost swiftness, and its elegance was unparalleled. The terrifying blade carved a graceful arc before striking heavily against the opponent's chest, its ferocity magnified. The sword struck with such velocity that it landed squarely upon the wings formed by the opponent's powers. This was indeed his ability, burning wings. The wings absorbed much of the sword's overwhelming force, and just when the divine wings believed themselves unscathed, the blood shadow erupted, unleashing a surge of crimson light. It pierced through the wings, penetrating straight through the opponent's chest. Simultaneously, Zhuanzhen's once robust physique became emaciated, though he still maintained a semblance of a normal human form. The greater the power, the more one must expend to wield it. Lacking the requisite energy would only lead to adverse consequences. The blood shadow was a double-edged sword, inflicting 800 damage upon the enemy while also wounding the wielder by the same amount. It was a test of endurance, and this sword pierced the divine wings, causing countless feathers to cascade down. Finally, the last 8th-tier esper of the Holy Empire arrived. A brilliant golden light suddenly illuminated the once crimson sky, transforming it into a resplendent golden hue. Those who breach contracts and strike at the esper of the opposing faction shall meet with no mercy. The figure that emerged wielded a dazzling golden sword, the Sword of Eternity, with the authority to judge all in the world. The bearer was none other than the highest leader of the Holy Empire. Shenhui, Zhuanzhen, you and I have been rivals for some time. Today, since you initiated the strike, do not blame us for ganging up on you. Shenyu and another 8th-tier esper, Shenxi, swiftly surrounded Zhuanzhen. If you wish to see my ultimate move, you must first restrain me. I fear you shall be disappointed. Zhuanzhen cast a glance at the severely injured Shenyu. Should they combine their strengths, the wounded individual would become his point of breakthrough. Coughing, he felt his injuries flare up, and his once expansive wings retracted, leaving him standing in the void, clutching his wounded chest, where blood flowed incessantly, and the injury continued to spread. Shenhui gazed at Zhuanzhen with ill intent, raising the sword in his hand, a radiant golden light shimmering along its blade, which then shone upon Shenyu, suppressing his injuries. Zhuanzhen would not allow this to transpire. Though he too had been wounded, his defenses were high, his vitality robust, and his resistance formidable. Shenyu's severe wounds manifested as mere light injuries to him. This was also why he dared to employ such a technique. Otherwise, should he be gravely injured in this situation, the southern battlefield would fall into utter chaos. For his own sake and the Empire's, he could not afford to be injured, nor could he lose his fighting capability. The Sword of Slaughter also radiated a blood light, fixating its gaze upon Shunzi as expected. With his movements, Shunhui's holy light dissipated, plunging the scene back into a 3-on-1 predicament. No one dared to act recklessly. After all, they were not alone. Any misstep could lead to dire consequences for their respective empires. And the risk was far too great. It was not that they were unwilling to gamble. They simply could not afford to do so. Zhuanzhen recognized that this was not the optimal moment for battle. Despite his light injuries, they still impacted his strength. He resolved to recuperate before launching a swift counterattack. Meanwhile, the opponent, having sustained severe injuries, possessed lesser strength and would recover more slowly. Why then, he would hold the advantage, enabling him to achieve a balanced confrontation against three foes. Shenhui felt a pang of concern for Shenyu. Every 8th-tier warrior was hard won for the Empire. The Holy Empire was not without its challengers, as several 8th-tier espers lurked nearby, waiting for their opportunity. If the cost of losing one 8th-tier warrior were to secure the desired resources, he would rather forego it. Let us call for a truce. The battlefield involves more than just us. Those lurking in the shadows are quite bothersome. None of us are at our peak, and we must avoid falling prey to opportunists. Zhuanzhen, possessing formidable strength, detected the presence of 8th-tier espers in the vicinity almost immediately. He trusted that among the three from the Holy Empire, they too had sensed the situation. When two tigers fight, one will inevitably be injured or perish. Very well, but we must establish a contract, 30 years. For 30 years, regardless of how the Holy Empire develops, your new agricultural empire shall not intervene. Shan Hui raised his sword, channeling his energy into its tip, creating an endless chasm that thoroughly divided the two empires. If the Holy Empire wished to refrain from attacking the new agricultural empire, they must sign a 30-year non-aggression pact and also compensate for the injuries inflicted upon their 8th-tier warriors. Over the past 3 decades, the new agricultural empire has refrained from dispatching its grand army across this chasm, just as we shall not. How could we? This treaty appears to favor the opposing side, particularly since their 8th-tier powerhouse has sustained injuries and was the one to instigate the conflict, yet now they seek peace, seemingly at a disadvantage. However, upon further reflection, does the Holy Empire genuinely aspire to vanquish the new agricultural empire? Are they merely intent on gnawing away a piece of flesh from us? While such an endeavor may seem advantageous, it carries immense risk. Among the 3 representatives of the Holy Empire, a plan has long been in place to first subdue the opposing side with military force before finalizing a treaty. However, the agreement at that time would certainly not be as equitable as it is now. Shinken gazed at the treaty, solidified by the power of heaven and earth. Once signed, it would bear witness from the cosmos, rendering it irrevocable and devoid of any loopholes. To have one individual represent the entire empire in signing the treaty requires the consent of all the empire's leaders. Otherwise, the treaty cannot be executed. And once signed, it binds all leaders of the empire. Shinken pondered quietly. The Holy Empire's actions likely aim to exert pressure on several neighboring small nations, fearing that the new agricultural empire might deploy forces to seize territory. Hence the military buildup at our borders to compel us into signing. Upon examining each word of the treaty, its phrasing indeed posed no issues. This matter cannot be decided unilaterally by me. However, should you be able to offer compensation to the new agricultural empire, then within 5 minutes, a response will be forthcoming. Chapter 62. Negotiation. The two great empires stood at an impasse, neither willing to yield. The Holy Empire was confident, believing their opponent to be weakened, eager to impose a treaty that would restrict their freedom. Conversely, the new agricultural empire adopted a different stance, recognizing that in such dire circumstances, they could not afford to display any semblance of cowardice. The opposing army loomed large, followed by a proposal for a peace treaty that would curtail their liberties. How could they possibly agree without any concessions? Alas, it seemed futile in the end. Shan Hui decided to take a step back and produced an item resembling a ray of holy light. Upon seeing it, Xuanzan's expression shifted, though he quickly masked it. The reason was simple. The item presented by Shan Hui was a treasure of their empire. Not a supreme artifact, but one of limited quantity, appearing only once every millennium. You must be aware of what this item is. I propose we exchange it for our agreement to sign the treaty. As an apology for the military pressure we have exerted. The item he produced was called Shan Hun, a highly practical treasure that, when utilized, would imbue one's soul with a touch of divinity. By merging this divinity with one's humanity, it would significantly enhance the soul's power, granting it characteristics previously unattainable. Since you demonstrate such goodwill, I shall make contact now. Unbeknownst to them, the communication device had already connected with headquarters, where Mu was in a state of frenzy. The reason was simple. A major offensive had been launched on the Western Front, and Hongfei had unfortunately fallen victim to an ambush, sustaining severe injuries. The Western battlefield had swiftly succumbed. Had he not arrived in time, Hongfei's life would have been in jeopardy. At that moment, his device chimed, illuminating the screen as Shinken appeared before him, accompanied by the other two through their devices in the Imperial Assembly Room. A tangible presence alongside 3 virtual forms composed of information. Shinken recounted the entire sequence of events in detail. I see potential in this. 30 years is precisely enough time for our next generation to mature. Given that 4 of our 8-tier individuals encounter no bottlenecks within this period, They should be able to break through to 7th tier status. Hong Fei was the first to speak, outlining the advantages of the situation. The others nodded initially, then fell silent. 30 years are indeed crucial, and not only for them. If Taoyuan puts in the effort, they might very well achieve 7th tier status within that time frame. It is well known that S-tier practitioners face no bottlenecks before reaching 9th tier. Meanwhile, Longji Shueshan has been re-established. Although still incomplete, Tang Lu, training within, is rapidly advancing. Naturally, those cultivating in Longji Shueshan are not limited to Tang Lu alone. In this era of war, resources are poured in profusely, all to nurture more powerful individuals. There are many A-tier practitioners, yet most resources of Longji Shueshan are allocated to Tang Lu, while other A-tier practitioners benefit from double training efficiency. Since you all are hesitant to speak, I shall voice my thoughts. Mu began. I understand everyone's concerns. Signing a peace treaty that restricts our freedom is tantamount to allowing the Holy Empire to develop before our eyes, which would bring shame upon our empire. I also recognize the fear that if they are granted 30 years, they might absorb all the neighboring small nations, significantly enhancing their strength and posing a threat to the new agricultural empire. Even I am uncertain whether this course of action is right or wrong. It may very well invite trouble, leaving us in a dilemma. But consider this. Even if they were to pursue such a path, do we have the time and capability to suppress them? Mu's words left the assembly feeling powerless. In their heyday, the 8th tier practitioners had been so carefree, each capable of taking on 2 opponents. Now, having suddenly lost half their fighting strength, it was left to just 4 of them to uphold the vast empire, while the strongest among them remained sequestered, nursing their wounds and uncertain of recovery. Under such circumstances, they could hardly take action. Yet, if they were to endure, could they just stand by and watch as the opposing side rapidly grew stronger over these 30 years? They were neighbors, and their newfound strength would spell danger for them. Hong Fei continued, his tone calm yet lacking the usual steadiness, sounding feeble. One could make a decisive choice, and ultimately Guangbai called for a vote. 2 in favor, 2 abstained. Not a single vote opposed. All were acutely aware of the current predicament. 8th tier practitioners struggling to maintain the vast empire left little room for concern about others. Mu cast a guilty glance at Xiancan. The empire consents. Xiancan, it falls upon you. Sign it, for you alone possess the ability to represent the entire empire. In the annals of the new agricultural empire, should someone sign this treaty, it would undoubtedly be recorded in history, and if the nation were to grow powerful later on, it would be cited as a source of shame. This would inevitably impact the decision-maker who signed it, burdening them with ignominy. Ha, Mu, you know what sort of person I am. It is merely a matter of reputation, of no concern to me. Since we ascended to this position, we have long been prepared to bear the burden of blame. And you and I are no different. If those who pursue fame and fortune could attain this position, then the empire would be doomed. Xuanzang's eyes betrayed no emotion. If the Holy Empire were to rise in the future, to a point where it could rival the new agricultural empire, the stigma of such blame would be unavoidable. Someone must serve as the outlet for their grievances, and what of eternal disgrace? The 3 virtual forms dissipated, leaving only Mu in the assembly room. Xiancan, it matters not. Even if blame were to follow, none of us 4 decision-makers could evade it. His voice echoed in the empty chamber. Met with silence, on the southern battlefield, Xiancan appeared once more before the 3, channeling his spiritual energy to inscribe the 4 magnificent characters of the new agricultural empire upon the treaty. The empire's name must be inscribed for the treaty to take effect. And even if the name were to change thereafter, it would be of no consequence. After securing the Shenhun, he cast a glance at the 3 representatives of the Holy Empire and uttered a final remark. Do not entertain any inappropriate thoughts. The strength of the new agricultural empire surpasses your imagination, of course. Until we meet again in 30 years, Shan Hui replied with a smile, while the 2 8th-tier practitioners beside him departed, vanishing from view in the eyes of the other imperial observers. The seemingly deserted battlefield occasionally bore the traces of bloodshed. There would always be a few 7th-tier practitioners foolishly attempting to challenge the authority of 8th-tier ones, only to leave behind a trail of blood. Ultimately, they managed to capture a significant target. To expedite this capture, Shan Hui was compelled to intervene. Meanwhile, Xiancan merely observed, refraining from crossing the chasm. This target was formidable enough to resist 8th-tier practitioners, yet no matter how great, it stood no chance against the encirclement of 3 Chapter 63. Conclusion of the Southern Affairs. Should the opposing side wish to survive, the solution is simple. They need only traverse this chasm before them and enter the territory of the new agricultural empire, and then they would be spared. Alas, confronted by an eighth-tier practitioner from the Holy Empire, they were already on the brink of collapse, and facing three, they lacked even the capacity to retaliate or flee. Severely injured, they could not even take their own life, falling prey to the Holy Empire. You may mock us, but these barbarians of the Holy Empire will be thoroughly dealt with within 30 years. We hope they refrain from any attempts to contravene the treaty. Shunhui led the captured 8th-tier practitioner back toward the Holy Empire. A living 8th-tier practitioner is worth far more than one deceased. Should any means of enslavement arise, the Empire would gain a formidable ally. Xiankan chose to turn a blind eye, departing the southern battlefield. With this chasm in place, the opposing side could not violate the treaty. The situation of facing three adversaries transformed into two, and the new agricultural empire finally ceased to show weakness. With 4 8th-tier practitioners confronting two battlefronts, they were poised to alter the course of the conflict. Such is the terrifying power of the 8th tier. Taoyuan, once brimming with pride as a peerless force of the same tier, now felt a slight shiver of humility. The 8th-tier practitioners could carve a chasm separating the two empires with a mere flick of their wrist. Such effortless might left Taoyuan certain that they had no hope of contending with it. They would vanish like fleeting golden light, dissipating with the brilliance. He stood at a considerable distance from the battlefield, able to witness the events unfold, thanks to Xiankan's means, which left a fragment of soul energy within him, serving as his eyes. The perilous circumstances he had just experienced had thoroughly startled him. Xiankan materialized as a dark shadow before Taoyuan, his expression far from pleasant. His robust physique had returned to normal, yet the transformation was profoundly significant. Taoyuan hurriedly approached. "Teacher, are you all right?" While others may have been oblivious, he was acutely aware of the situation. The blood shadow technique inflicted heavy damage on the enemy while equally harming himself. Inflicting severe injuries upon an opponent of the same 8th tier came at a cost to him as well. Executing such a strike required a price, and the cumulative toll had indeed left him considerably wounded. Upon appearing in front of Taoyuan, Xiankan felt a wave of relief, previously concerned for Taoyuan's safety. Now, witnessing him unscathed, he could focus on his own recovery. He coughed up a mouthful of congealed blood, and his once pallid face regained some color. The chaotic and tangled aura emanating from him was suppressed, allowing him to reassure Taoyuan, "Do not worry. I have merely sustained minor injuries. My combat effectiveness has been slightly affected, yet I am still capable of taking on two opponents. The crisis on the Imperial battlefield has been mitigated by half. The remaining half should be manageable. We shall confront them in a straightforward 2-on-2 engagement." A long-lost smile graced Xiankan's face, absent since the onset of war. Perhaps the threat on the battlefield had finally subsided, granting him a moment to breathe. "Let us go, young one. I find you quite commendable. Despite being knocked back so far, you emerged unscathed, which speaks volumes about your physical resilience and the seriousness of your training." The next battlefield lies to the north. Upon returning to the western headquarters with Taoyuan, he briefly outlined the defensive arrangements. The greatest threat to the Holy Empire had dissipated, yet many imperial forces remained vigilant, posing a potential risk. Over the years, the Holy Empire had sought to eradicate other empires, just as those empires sought refuge within the new agricultural empire. Those without the means to resist could only pray for the new agricultural empire's protection. However, they remained unaware that the new agricultural empire, bound by treaty, could not cross the abyss, inevitably leading to complications. After I depart, continue your operations without a hint of negligence. Should any irregularities arise, report directly to the Imperial headquarters. The Empire shall always be your steadfast support. Do not fear any adversary. After conveying numerous instructions, he refrained from mentioning the treaty's restriction against crossing the abyss. The Imperial army would not act recklessly without the Empire's command. Xiankan, alongside Taoyuan, journeyed toward the western battlefield, where the situation was dire. There, the stakes were not merely dramatic. Real conflict had ignited, and Hong Fei had sustained injuries as a result, marking it as a fierce struggle. Along the way, Xiankan felt compelled to remind Taoyuan to exercise heightened caution. Unlike the weaker northern front, the western front posed formidable challenges. According to the latest intelligence, the alliance of two empires boasted 5 8th-tier abilities. Unlike the discussions with the South, which left no room for negotiation, the Southern forces had yet to engage aggressively, merely amassing troops. In contrast, the West had already initiated hostilities against the Empire. Unless they paid a bloody price, they could not afford to relent. Tao Yuan, the swift resolutions in the North and South may lead you to believe that the battlefield is uncomplicated. Understand that the rapid resolution in the North was due to my prior year of engagement there, where I dismantled all their weaponry, allowing us to subdue them in just one day. The South's swift resolution stemmed from the alliance of the two most powerful empires, rendering the surrounding smaller nations utterly defenseless. The true battlefield lies in the West. Prepare yourself for the possibility of dying in combat. On the Western Front, both Hong Fei and Mu He are present, striving to slow the pace of defeat. Although Mu He is not adept in battle, he can hold his ground against two opponents for a time, a testament to the foundation laid by a great nation. Hong Fei, how severe are your injuries? Can you continue to fight? Today, they would launch their final offensive. Unbeknownst to them, they had acquired precise intelligence regarding the new agricultural empire's vulnerabilities, planning to obliterate its defenses that very night. Listening to Mu He's words, Hong Fei's countenance darkened. He wished to assert his capability to fight on, yet his wounds were indeed grave. 5 8th-tier adversaries were no trifling matter. Only his formidable strength had allowed him to escape the encirclement. Yet he remained severely wounded, his combat effectiveness halved, rendering him incapable of unleashing his full prowess. In my current state, I can hold off two opponents for a while, but to secure victory as he trailed off. Hong Fei refrained from continuing. He understood the severity of his injuries. Even though the Empire had deployed precious healing elixirs, full recovery would take time. Hong Fei could afford to wait, but the Empire could not. What troubles me even more is that 3 8th-tier abilities have emerged on the Eastern battlefield. In an instant, the Eastern Front teetered on the brink of collapse. Just as the Empire believed the Eastern Front would succumb, Guangbai displayed remarkable prowess, facing 3 foes without faltering, preventing any further advance from the enemy. Yet, what truly concerned Mu He was the sudden appearance of an 8th-tier ability. This indicated the involvement of another empire. Though it remained uncertain whether a fourth would emerge, No1 could accurately gauge the presence of a potential 4th 8th-tier adversary. Chapter 64. Perilous Defense. Guangbai's combat prowess had indeed been underestimated. It was astonishing that the youngest 8th-tier individual within the Empire had already surpassed us seasoned veterans. Truly, heroes emerge in youth. In the face of adversity, achieving the feat of facing 3 opponents is unimaginable, revealing the rigorous training he must have undergone. What a tumultuous season it is! Mu He rose, casting his gaze afar, towards the ominous mass in the distance. Simultaneously, Hong Fei stood, stretching his injured body. War was about to commence anew. Preparations were imperative, for the entirety of the battlefield was converging upon them. If they could withstand this assault, the subsequent engagement would favor them in a 3-on-5 scenario, tipping the scales in their favor. This is the confidence derived from a great nation. Facing 2 opponents is a commonplace occurrence, a view shared by not only the new agricultural empire but also by other empires. It is an undeniable fact that it requires 2 8th-tier abilities to match one from the new agricultural empire. The ominous mass approaching from afar consisted of numerous allied abilities from the southern empires, a diverse array, while the 5 prominent figures ahead were their trump cards, 8th-tier abilities seldom seen in the ordinary course of affairs. Ha ha ha, what a delight, my friends! This assault on the new agricultural empire is based on intelligence gathered by our Gehenna Empire. How shall we divide the spoils? I propose a 40-60 split. I take 40, and you take 40. The remaining 20 shall be divided among the empire of the 8th-tier abilities and the surrounding smaller nations. Among the 5, one named Guru A was one of the 2 formidable figures from the Gehenna Empire. While he conversed with 2 8th-tier abilities from another powerful empire, the Zixing Empire, whose might was equally formidable. Yet, between the 2 empires, the 8th-tier abilities from the Gehenna Empire were slightly inferior to those of the Zixing Empire. Should a conflict arise, they would find themselves at a disadvantage, though the opposition would be hard-pressed to counter them. Friends, why bother with such meticulous calculations? Let us adhere to the proposal of a 40-40 split. This was not the first time the 40-40 division had been suggested. However, the Zixing Empire consistently sought to claim a greater share, leading to prolonged negotiations. Now that they had recognized the new agricultural empire's vulnerabilities, they had demonstrated their corresponding capabilities. Should they refuse to agree this time, the alliance would likely dissolve. Remarkably, they had yet to secure victory in the war, yet they were already discussing the distribution of spoils. A clear sign of their contempt for the new agricultural empire. As they approached the enemy's defensive perimeter, they steeled themselves. In critical moments like these, complacency could not be afforded. They must continue until the new agricultural empire could offer reparations. Or else the conflict would endure indefinitely. The eighth-tier powerhouse of the Zixing Empire, Zixing, called out loudly. His gaze was resolutely fixed on the defensive line before him, which solidified under his scrutiny. Mu He emerged before them, holding an ability tome that emitted a radiant glow to bolster the defenses. As long as they were not confronted by an eighth-tier attack, any seventh-tier abilities would find it impossible to breach this wall, which stood immovable like a celestial body. Depart. The new agricultural empire cherishes peace, and should war arise, I assure you, your demise shall precede ours. Mu He stood solo before the assembly, embodying the strength of a lone sentinel. Unafraid, however, Zixing paid him no heed, instead issuing a cautionary shout, "Everyone, be vigilant. The enemy has deployed one eighth-tier ability, while the other eighth-tier possesses ghostly powers, adept at stealth and ambush. Do not let him succeed." Thanks to his warning, the other four redoubled their focus on the defensive strategies already in place. The previously inactive Hong Fei now stood beside Mu He. With their vigilance, I cannot land a solid blow on any of them. I can only adopt a defensive posture, he lamented, frustration evident in his tone. Unable to incapacitate one foe in a single strike, he risked becoming ensnared in the encirclement of 5, especially given his injuries. Fear not, Hong Fei. Xianqin has already reached the southern battlefield via the teleportation array and will arrive shortly. We simply need to maintain my current technique, Heaven's Gate, and preserve our combat strength. When Xianqin arrives, the battlefield will no longer be at our doorstep, but rather at theirs. Your decision not to engage in ambushes is indeed wise. When the time comes, the 3 of us 8th-tier abilities shall confront their 5, granting us the advantage. Just moments ago, Xian Shan had successfully arrived on the battlefield through the teleportation array, needing only a brief period to reach the site. The anxious heart of Mu He finally found solace. As the gravest crisis had dissipated, as long as the 2 8th-tier practitioners remained uninjured and capable of fighting, the time would soon come to strike a heavy blow against the enemy. The Purple Star Empire could hardly wait. As the aggressors, they had yet to reap any substantial benefits, merely shifting the battlefield to the enemy's doorstep. Soldiers, advance. After issuing the command, he turned to the 4 8th-tier ability users beside him and spoke. That defensive technique is one of Mu He's signature skills, known as Tianmen. It cannot be traversed and must be forcefully broken. Among those present, only we 5 possess the strength to breach Tianmen. I will engage Hong Fei to hold him off, while you all devise a way to dismantle Tianmen. Among the 5, it was Zixing, the de facto decision-maker, who spoke, and the other 3 offered little dissent. Hong Fei was already injured. 2 individuals confronting him would pose no significant challenge. The greater concern lay with Mu He, an 8th-tier powerhouse who wielded the advantage of home ground and was adept in formations, thus exerting even greater intimidation. Point 1 among them must breach Tianmen, while the remaining 2 distract Mu He. Once Tianmen is dismantled, we will have the advantage of 3 against 1. However, it carries a degree of peril, as it is far more challenging than encircling Hong Fei with 2. Very well, it is settled. The 2 representatives of the Purple Star Empire approved this strategy, and the 2 took to the skies, charging toward the opposing 8th-tier ability users, with the 3 following closely behind, hoping to leverage their numbers to overwhelm the enemy. Heaven and earth suppression. Waves of light appeared before Tianmen, illuminating the formation. In an instant, the formation was completed. The 5 within the formation suddenly realized that their movements had become sluggish, clearly entrapped within a highly perilous array. While the others were unaware, Hong Fei understood fully. As he was intimately familiar with the secrets of their 8, this technique was Mu He's most formidable method of ensnaring foes. However, due to its excessive power and prolonged preparation time, it was largely ineffective in one-on-one confrontations. Yet on the battlefield, with the formation laid in advance, the situation was entirely different. Has your array ability strengthened? Where is it? It simply relies on Tianmin and the geographical advantage to swiftly channel the might of heaven and earth. Otherwise, it would not have manifested so quickly. Chapter 65. Mu He loses combat capability. The sole purpose of the heaven and earth suppression array is to render the enemy sluggish in every conceivable way. Do not panic. The Purple Star Empire is not without its own trump cards. Watch as I dismantle this formation. The essences of Ji Yi and Ji Xing gradually fused, and before them appeared a colossal, pockmarked star. This star, known as Ji Xing, is the origin of the Purple Star Empire and possesses formidable capabilities to break free from confinement, akin to the defection of Hui Hong from the new agricultural empire. Ji Xing possesses immense penetrating power, and it pierced through the carefully arranged formation that Mu He had crafted, alleviating the pressure in an instant. Yet curiously, despite the array being breached, it did not shatter. The suppression had merely reduced from tenfold to double. I have truly underestimated them. Indeed, heroes and talents abound. Hong Fei, be cautious from here on. The 5/8 tier ability users on the opposing side had already broken free from their control and were now advancing toward them. Both would have to face two opponents each, one unskilled in combat and the other gravely injured. Defeat was merely a matter of time. I knew it. Hong Fei, your injuries from your previous encounter with Ji Xing have yet to heal. Have they? How is it that you appear so much weaker than when we first met? Is it that your wounds hinder you from exerting your full strength? Such a pity, for it seems you shall meet your demise on the battlefield. Ji Xing, you must strike Hong Fei with a single blow. Even with ghostly energy to defend, he cannot withstand such torment. From the very beginning of the battle, the tide had turned against them, and now they were merely holding on to prevent their defenses from collapsing entirely. Mu He's situation was equally grim. Relying on the advantages of the formation, he continuously traversed within it, seizing opportunities to strike at the enemy. 1 against 3, the opponents were not without merit, and it was not long before they anticipated his position and dismantled the array that confined them. Gray. Understood, Cly. The two 8th-tier practitioners from the Gehenna Empire shared a telepathic connection and, without knowing what techniques they employed, unleashed a massive blade upon Tianmin the moment the array was breached. Tianmin collapsed with a resounding crash. Without it, the array could not be restored, and the geographical and temporal advantages dissipated in a short span. Not only that, but inexplicably, despite targeting Tianmin, Mu He also sustained injuries, bearing the mark of the blade upon him. He was sent flying, his aura weakened, having lost all combat capability. Ha ha ha, the Gehenna Empire is renowned precisely for this maneuver. How does it feel? The once mighty new agricultural empire is tasting defeat for the first time. Is it not? Not so pleasant, I presume. Mu He lay ensnared within a deep pit, his entire being sunken into the earth. And upon observing this, Hong Fei instantaneously transformed into a phantom, appearing beside him. How severe are your injuries? Mu He offered a bitter smile. I regret to inform you that I have lost all combat capability. From here on, it is truly up to you. With that, he strained to prop himself up, nearly succumbing to unconsciousness, and forced a smile at the two in the sky. How unfortunate. Those two managed to synchronize their attack on Tianmin with the force directed at me. Yet even thus, they have failed to kill me, merely inflicting wounds. 2 against 1. What is there to boast about? Ah well, what a pitiful state. Finding joy in downing one foe with 2, I surmise that you can no longer utilize that technique. Can you? So, after employing it, how much battle strength do you retain? An overwhelming aura momentarily captivated the two. His guess was not far from the truth. After using that technique, they had lost 70% of their spiritual power, and their current combat strength was less than half of what it once was, leaving them equally vulnerable. Suddenly, Gray gazed intently into the distance. His ability granted him keen perception, which is how he had learned the ins and outs of the new agricultural empire. In that direction, not far away, an extraordinarily potent aura was rapidly approaching. From its essence, it resembled Xian Shun, with whom they had clashed several years prior. This indicated that reinforcements were on their way. Retreat. This battle has already severely injured one of their 8th-tier practitioners. That is sufficient. Next time, we will annihilate them entirely. With that, Gray and Cly swiftly departed, disregarding the thoughts of the other 3 present. As they were intent on leading all of Gray's forces away, having inflicted heavy injury upon Mu He, they were already far from peak condition. Should any unforeseen events arise, Their demise here would mean the Empire would lose its 8th-tier powerhouse, making it inevitable for them to be eradicated by others. Now that you wish to leave, have you sought my consent? Before the figure arrived, the voice had already echoed, and even faster than the voice was the sword. A blade forged solely for slaughter pierced the center of the battlefield. Hell on earth! Ji Xing. The two from the Purple Star Empire reacted swiftly, employing their trump card to redirect the sword's trajectory. The blade was sent flying, and simultaneously, Hell on Earth vanished without a trace. Flee! Several figures transformed into beams of light, retreating in haste, while the weak ability users far from the battlefield withdrew in an orderly fashion. The skirmish among the few was entirely on a different level. A single wave could easily massacre the weaker soldiers, and it was evident that those present were predominantly 7th and 6th tier practitioners. With not a 5th tier in sight, only those capable of withstanding the battlefield's residual forces could swiftly evacuate when the commander issued the retreat order. This was the true battlefield, not a child's play. Sacrifice was a constant possibility, including for 8th tier practitioners. Xian Shan's figure materialized before Mu He and Hong Fei. In the heat of the moment, he had dropped off Tao Yuan and hurried here alone, arriving just in the nick of time. The once favorable circumstances had reversed. Among the 4 8th-tier practitioners of the new agricultural empire, one was uninjured, one lightly wounded, one severely injured, and one had lost all combat capability. In the east, Gu Bai held formidable strength, managing to hold his own against 3 without sustaining a scratch, thus safeguarding the eastern front and maintaining his peak condition. Xian Shan had traversed through 2 battlefields, the southern and northern fronts, and after a grueling journey and several encounters with powerful adversaries, he bore some injuries. Particularly, his own blood shadow technique had affected his strength, allowing him to exert only 80% of his full power. There was no need to mention Hong Fei. Surrounded by 5 8th-tier ability users, surviving was already a stroke of luck, leaving him gravely injured, showcasing his remarkable capabilities. Meanwhile, the only one who had suffered a treacherous ambush was Mu He, whose full strength could not be exerted, leaving him incapable of participating in the 8th-tier conflict. Upon closer inspection, the western battlefield had one severely injured, one lightly injured, and one who had lost all combat capability. The once favorable situation had now devolved into a 2 against 5. The enemy had merely exhausted their spiritual power without sustaining injuries and would soon recover their full strength. Chapter 66. The plan to infiltrate when they are healed and return to attack. How much strength will they regain? 1/10 or 2/10? Even Xian Shan, who had been wounded by his own hands, might not be able to return to full strength, let alone the gravely injured Hong Fei and the incapacitated Mu He. Mu He, you should rest for now. Striving to recover swiftly, it was only due to the 2 8th-tier practitioners of the enemy losing their combat capability that they managed to retreat. Otherwise, a confrontation would have been inevitable. And we currently lack the certainty of victory. The battlefield is indeed a treacherous realm, where the tides of war shift with alarming rapidity. The once dominant new agricultural empire finds itself ensnared in a predicament once more. Without any forewarning, merely due to the incapacitation of 2 8th-tier combatants, the situation has turned dire. Xian Can's gaze is tinged with bitterness. After enduring the rigors of 3 separate battlefronts, he is utterly fatigued, bombarded with a deluge of disheartening news. Even for them, facing fellow A-class 8th-tier ability users, achieving a 1-on-2 or 1-on-3 advantage is exceedingly arduous. Presently, he can barely muster the strength reminiscent of his prime. While Hong Fei retains only half of his combat prowess, confronted by 5 8th-tier adversaries, resistance appears futile. After escorting Mu He back to the western headquarters, Tao Yuan arrives late, hindered by the considerable distance. Utilizing her ethereal speed, she has only just reached them, beads of perspiration glistening on her forehead. Upon arrival, she witnesses Mu He and the others entering the headquarters, successfully gaining access after presenting their credentials. Mu He's pallid complexion betrays his condition. Upon entering the headquarters, he can no longer maintain his composure and, with Hong Fei's assistance, sinks into a seat to recuperate. "Teacher, what has transpired?" The expressions of the trio are grim, and Tao Yuan senses something significant has occurred. Before their arrival, she had worn a cheerful countenance, but now worry has eclipsed her demeanor, rendering her nearly unrecognizable. "Little Tao, take good care of yourself. There is no one left in the Empire to shield you in the shadows." The room is occupied solely by 4 individuals, the 3 high-ranking officials and the Empire's S-class hope, all of whom are allies. Xian Can's countenance is grave as he contemplates deeply, struggling to articulate his thoughts. What troubles you? Speak your mind. Let's discuss it. Hong Fei, observing the scene, interjects promptly. Although the situation has deteriorated to an abysmal state, in terms of combat strength, the enemy has outmatched us with their 2 8th tiers. I propose infiltrating their empire to swiftly eliminate one of them. If successful, you, Hong Fei, can provide support from the outside, thereby bridging the gap in our combat capabilities, especially regarding the 8th tier powerhouses from the Gehenna Empire and the Purple Star Empire. If we can eliminate one of them, their formidable abilities will be rendered ineffective. If successful, the tide of battle may yet be turned. Xian Can's plan is straightforward but perilous. He suggests stealthily infiltrating to eliminate an 8th tier foe, only to rely on Hong Fei for extraction if discovered. Is it truly so simple? The enemy undoubtedly possesses means of surveillance unknown to us, just as we utilize Muhi's formations to discern friend from foe. To think one could sneak in unobserved is sheer folly. Seeing the others remain silent, Xian Can understands their apprehensions, namely, the fear of failure leading to his demise. Rest assured, my confidence in this plan is unwavering. While I cannot guarantee deception of all their defenses, I estimate a 40% probability of success. 40% is not an insignificant figure, especially considering the enemy's superior combat strength. Our ability to contend with them is rooted in the Empire's profound foundation and our capacity to engage 2 at once. The current predicament is dire, and the harsh reality must be faced. If we continue down this path, the southern battlefield will suffer damage, allowing the enemy to penetrate our heartlands. At this juncture, we cannot disturb that esteemed individual. The Empire also requires our steadfastness. It is this very trifling matter that could lead them to our core, prompting intervention from that esteemed figure, thereby affording the other 4 empires a clearer view of our strengths and weaknesses, an eventuality that would spell disaster. Muhi coughs lightly, casting a concerned glance at his old friend. He finds himself unable to reject this course of action, for it is the one he cannot refuse. It is precisely because he has fallen victim to the enemy's stratagem that he finds himself bereft of strength, shattering any semblance of parity, compelling him to resort to desperate measures. Hong Fei, seething with anger over his injuries, laments the fact that he cannot even harness half of his capabilities. Had both of them been at their zenith, they could have dictated the battlefield, advancing or retreating at will. Even if you possess a 40% chance of remaining undetected, how will you ascertain the whereabouts of an 8th tier's quarters? How can you eliminate one in the shortest possible time? And how will you determine if they are alone? The myriad uncertainties loom large, casting doubt over the plan's viability. The reality is stark. How can one infiltrate and locate the enemy, and once located? How can one ascertain their solitude? How does one strike decisively to claim their life? Fear not, Hong Fei. I have devised a method to locate them. The rapid dismantling of my previous hell on earth was due to my inability to retain the enemy. I was unable to keep them there. Thus, they have been marked by my hell on earth. As long as I do not actively activate the mark, it can remain for a month. The trio erupts into a heated debate, even reaching out to Guangbai, stationed far on the eastern battlefield. The situation there is equally grim. Not long ago, he sensed the presence of an unfamiliar 8th tier energy, and the outlook is far from promising. Ultimately, they cast their votes, 3 abstentions, 1 in favor. This unavoidable method is thus resolved for implementation. Seizing the remaining time, they must act swiftly during the enemy's moment of recovery. 8th tier ability users can disguise themselves. But aside from face-to-face encounters, it is exceedingly difficult for other 8th tier users to detect them. That very night, preparations for action commence. N01 will place sentinels against 8th tier powerhouses, allowing Xian Can to infiltrate with ease. The closest empire to the battlefield is the Purple Star Empire, where the other parties have also forged an alliance. Several key figures are gathered there, primarily to prevent ambushes. Secondly, under the alliance's auspices, any faction that dares to strike against another's capital will face collective retribution, dissuading most from targeting one another, allowing them to focus on the new agricultural empire. The core of the Purple Star Empire is housed within a chamber that resembles a small world, where their most treasured artifact, the Star of Celestial Bodies, is enshrined. Every generation of their strongest cultivators refines their abilities through the heart of the stars, which can be said to be the very foundation of their nation. Yet now, this sanctum is covertly infiltrated, with the intruder's identity obscured. The figure, clad in black, surveys the surroundings cautiously. According to the intelligence I have gathered, the star of celestial bodies is located here. But where exactly? The black-clad intruder scans the area. This small world is a veritable paradise, its most striking feature being the cascading Milky Way. He searches beneath the celestial waters for the Empire's treasure. Capturing a sizable rat, he declares, "Since you dared to intrude, you shall pay with your life." Zixing and Zi appear before the black-clad figure, their gazes sharp and wary. This is the sacred ground of the star of celestial bodies. How could it be unguarded? The moment you stepped into this domain, you revealed your presence. State your identity. Concealment is unbecoming of a true powerhouse. Ah, so you believe that a true powerhouse must unveil their identity? If I remain shrouded, what might my purpose be? The black-clad figure strikes first with astonishing speed, yet his opponent narrowly evades the blow. Was that a miss? Quite unexpected. Let us see how you fare together. I shall gauge the mettle of those who wield the power of the stars. Foolish. Do not presume that a modicum of strength grants you the right to be so arrogant. Zixing, Zi and Zixing exchange glances. And in the next moment, the star of celestial bodies materializes in their grasp, their strength augmented beyond that of daylight. Sensing the power emanating from their strike, the black-clad figure inwardly curses his overconfidence. This should have been a simple task of dispatching one. Now, faced with two, even I am at a disadvantage. He feels the palpable aura of death closing in. If struck, he might genuinely perish here. Ha ha ha, merely jesting. You imperial folk are far too entertaining, but I shall take my leave now. Consider this my greeting, my salute to you. The black-clad figure attempts to depart, but they will not allow it. You wish to leave? Then you must relinquish your life. The formation of the small world activates, rendering escape particularly challenging. How amusing! I shall go where I please. None can detain me. The black-clad figure's hands glow with a radiance akin to stars, striking the barrier of the small world, piercing it like a blade to create a conspicuous breach. Until we meet again. This time, I concede defeat, but next time, fortune may not favor you. Through the breach he has created, the black-clad figure hastily exits the small world. Shall we pursue? While the question is posed, none choose to follow. They recognize that the opponent's strength surpasses their combined abilities. Even if we were to catch up, we would be powerless to contend with him. Both Zi and Zixing harbor suspicions. Given the intruder's prowess, he is undoubtedly formidable. The ease with which he escaped their grasp, even under the small world's influence, confirms his status as a powerhouse. Such individuals can only belong to two categories. First, an 8th-tier expert from one of the 5 great empires. This is indisputable, as no other empire could produce such strength. Second, he may be an untrained S-class prodigy, lacking the rigorous training that would render him invincible among his peers. They both lean towards the former hypothesis. S-class abilities are exceedingly rare, primarily manifesting within the 5 great empires, indicating that the intruder hails from one of them. His concealment suggests a desire to remain anonymous. Could it be that the other 4 empires are plotting against the new agricultural empire? They will not act lightly. If they were to do so, we would not be worthy of becoming mere cannon fodder. This is a harsh reality, yet it is one that they cannot escape from. Ironically, this very opportunity for becoming cannon fodder is something many are vying for. Without the chance to be expendable, how could one hope to extract a piece of flesh from the new agricultural empire? It is precisely because the other 4 great empires are reluctant to intervene that they have granted these smaller nations some room for development. Z, was the power he employed to breach the world barrier the same as ours? At this query, Z suddenly realized that the method used by that formidable individual to escape was indeed akin to their own strength. As they contemplated this, a segment began playing across the galaxy, instantly capturing their attention. The footage depicted Xian arriving at the Zixing Empire, having undergone disguise, yet none of it evaded the surveillance measures of the Zixing Empire. Really, why have there been so many pests lurking around during this time? Do not be vexed. Once the 2 from the Gexing Empire have recovered, we shall strike decisively, scatter the southern battlefield, and seize enough resources to immediately retreat and seclude ourselves until we can devise our next plan. Z, gazing at the image of Xian Can, pondered in silence for a while before addressing Zixing. Their intention to infiltrate the Empire is undoubtedly to assassinate our 8th tier. Let us play along and attempt to consume this old acquaintance. I refuse to believe that he alone can break through the encirclement of 5 8th tiers. Unbeknownst to Xin Can, every move he made had fallen under the watchful eyes of his adversaries, as he relied on the sensations of the underworld to swiftly locate the 5 8th tiers. Regrettably, by the time Xin Can arrived, the solitary 8th tier had already united with another, leaving him without the opportunity to strike. Alas, if only he had encountered Zixing and Z, eliminating either one would have alleviated his pressing predicament. Perhaps fate favored Xin Can. Shortly thereafter, just as he anticipated, the two 8th tiers separated. What a fortuitous opportunity. Even the typically cautious Xin Can could not help but reveal his fangs, feeling an unsettling urgency. The prey lay before him, and he could not afford to ponder further. Opportunities are fleeting. Gripping the sword of slaughter, Xin Can charged forth, only to realize in that very instant that he had fallen into a trap. The scene that had once appeared solitary now revealed 4 figures, all gazing at him with bemusement. Quite impressive, isn't it? Last time, we surrounded Hong Fei with 5. Now it is your turn to be encircled by us. Ha ha ha. Z, enough chatter. Let us proceed without delay, lest the night grow long and dreams too many. Zixing was the first to strike, with the others poised to follow. Kale wielded a long blade, while Grell stood beside him, ready to coordinate their attack. Zixing and Z's information melded seamlessly, clearly indicating that the technique to be employed was the Zixing star. Engaging me in combat while keeping an eye on others? Forget it. Today is your day to perish. Another 8th tier wielder occupied his attention, and in a mere moment, their prepared moves were unleashed, terrifying sword marks. The swift Zixing star hurtled towards him. This is dire. Chapter 68. Another blood shadow. In this life and death crisis, Xin Can's immediate thought was to drag all 5 of them down with him. The nature of blood shadow inflicts 800 damage on the enemy, while also wounding the user by the same amount. Moreover, the moment an opponent is struck, the damage received is reciprocated to the assailant. Be cautious. Quickly evade at that moment. Do not strike Xin Can, for this is his ultimate technique, blood shadow, capable of synchronizing damage at 100. However, it is but an instant. Enduring that fleeting moment is all that is required. Z hurriedly cautioned him, not wishing to be harmed by his own attack. Undoubtedly, should Xin Can fall victim at that crucial moment, he would perish, yet they too would share in that demise. They were compelled to alter their timing, slowing their assault. This very deceleration in their attacks granted Xin Can the vital opportunity to flee. Bang! Whoosh! Blades of light and stars descended simultaneously, stirring a cloud of dust where the formation shielded the area, leaving Xin Can's fate uncertain. Fortunately, though he sustained significant injuries, he managed to preserve his life. The tactic of trading one for many was ill-suited for Xin Can, nor for the current new agricultural empire. With countless enemies, losing even one 8th tier is a grave loss. For every enemy that falls, another emerges, rendering such desperation the only recourse. The speed of 8th tier abilities is formidable, yet their attacks are equally swift. In that fleeting moment, Xin Can salvaged his life, though it was insufficient to ensure his complete evasion. He remained within the range of attack, having dodged much, yet still unable to escape unscathed. The injuries he previously sustained in the west were exacerbated. His form grew gaunt, his clothing tattered. Meanwhile, the opposing side, already prepared, evaded the moment of retaliation from Blood Shadow without harm. The formation's radiance absorbed the residual energies, safeguarding the citizens of the Empire from injury. Outside, Hong Fei, poised to assist, recognized the formation's aura. Understanding that the plan had unraveled, fearing for Xin Can's safety, he ceased his waiting and hastened towards the scene. As he approached the Zixing Empire, Z detected him. Swiftly, they sought to eliminate him, while his companions drew near. Preventing the two from forcing their way through the encirclement, engaging first, they resolved to take him down. The formidable strength of the 5 8th tier abilities cannot be underestimated. Even a severely injured Xin Can found himself unable to resist. Not even in his prime could he contend with the encirclement of 5. Am I truly to perish here today? No, I cannot. The Empire hangs by a thread. Should I fall here, the repercussions would be utterly dire. There is not only death, but also a path to survival. If I can break free from this place, Outside awaits Hong Fei's assistance. With his speed, they cannot catch up. Xiao Tao and Tang Lu have yet to fully mature. I must at least allow Yuan to reach the 7th tier and endure. Xian can muster all his strength to rise, fierce determination gleaming in his eyes. The sword of slaughter in his grasp absorbed his blood, its bloodthirsty aura intensifying. The blade emitted a mournful wail, as if weeping for its master. Black smoke billowed around the formation, infiltrating every crevice, soon enveloping the area. This smoke, born of ghostly energy, heralded Hong Fei's emergence from the shadows. What now? Can you still escape this place? In that moment, Xian can appeared a fearsome specter. Hong Fei, upon observing his injuries, noted that not a single piece of flesh remained intact. I apologize, but it seems escape is unlikely. However, before that, I would gladly exchange any one of them. Then you may depart on your own. Xian Can's tone was bold. From the moment he offered his blood to the sword, he had prepared for his irrevocable fate. This state could endure for but half an hour. Once that time elapsed, he would undoubtedly perish in battles of the 8th tier. How often does one not persist for over half an hour? Before that, I must deliver my payback. Blood-colored sword energy flooded the battlefield, inflicting varying degrees of injury upon the 5 in that instant, as he paid the price of his own vitality to barely maintain his peak strength. The last gasp of a dying effort. Today, you shall surely meet your end. A flurry of attacks raged through the sky, dazzling and tumultuous, leaving onlookers in a daze. The purple stars and immense sword marks clashed with the ghostly energies and bloodied blades, creating a violent wave that nearly incapacitated another 8th tier. Hong Fei, shortly, I shall create an opportunity for you. Seize the moment and eliminate one of the 2 8th tier abilities from the Zixing Empire. My time is limited. I have 10 minutes left. Once that time has elapsed, I will surely perish, and should 5 minutes pass, you must flee. I will remain here to see if I can take down another. Xian Can, wielding the blood-soaked sword, wiped the blood from his face, standing against 2. Though not lose heart. Believe that we shall return. Hong Fei erupted with ghostly energy, forcibly separating the enemy's entangled forms. A splendid opportunity. Xian Can seized the moment, his blade slicing fiercely toward Zixing. In a desperate bid for survival, Zi sought assistance, but Hong Fei was quicker, using his body to block Zi's path. Zixing found himself in peril. Facing Xian Can alone, utterly defenseless, he exerted every effort to employ his abilities for self-protection, colliding with the blood-colored long sword. A single clash shattered an arm. Zixing, upon witnessing his injury, Zi feared for Zixing's life. Should this continue, he might not survive to protect much longer. Without hesitation, he revealed their trump card, the Star of Stars. Ever since someone had sought to claim the Star of Stars, it had been carried by them. Stored with Zi, when drawn forth, it emanated a dazzling brilliance, its might doubled. Zi forcefully broke free from Hong Fei's obstruction. By now, Hong Fei was gravely injured. Throughout the battle, he had endured strikes from the Zixing and cuts from blades. Yet he remained standing through sheer will, a half-human, half-ghost visage. He was truly chilling. Unable to defend against anything further, he focused solely on safeguarding his own life, trusting that this time would suffice for Xian Can to eliminate the foe. As Zi arrived, Zixing perceived a colossal sword magnifying in Zi's eyes, poised for a lethal strike. He poured every ounce of strength into his defense, striving to minimize his own injuries. As the colossal sword descended, it struck him with a thunderous impact, enveloping the air in swirling dust. It was a mere fraction away from achieving its lethal intent. As the wielder of the sword, he possessed a keen understanding of his own assault. Given the opponent's defenses, it was likely that even a full-force strike would not suffice to extinguish their life. At last, Zi arrived at his side, only to find Zi Xing on the brink of death. Hastily, he procured the Heart of the Stars, the celestial artifact essential for healing, and presented it to Zi Xing. Chapter 69. The sudden transformation, just as Zi unveiled the Heart of the Stars. An unforeseen calamity struck. A beam of starlight pierced through Zi's skull, simultaneously penetrating Zi Xing's chest, resulting in Zi's instantaneous demise. He awakened. This cannot be real. It cannot, Zi Xing gasped, clinging to life by a thread. As the same starlight pierced his heart, shattering it. Yet, bolstered by the formidable vitality of an 8th tier being, he did not succumb immediately. The abrupt turn of events captured the attention of all present. Xian Can, prepared for death, stared blankly at the radiant starlight, while the sword of slaughter he wielded ceased to draw his blood. If his intuition served him right, he might yet escape death. This was the liberating starlight. Hong Fei, clearly recognizing the move, found himself in a similar predicament to Xian Can, having endured considerable injury himself. He had taken a brutal blow but refrained from activating the Land of Death, allowing him to maintain a marginally better condition than Xian Can. The onlookers remained in stunned silence. A figure clad in black swiftly appeared before the dying Zixing under the gaze of the adversary's loathing. He snatched the heart of the stars from Zixing's grasp. In his grievously wounded state, teetering on the brink of death, Zixing was bereft of any strength to resist, yet he clung desperately to the artifact. What use was the heart of the stars when life itself was slipping away? With an expression of unexpected amusement, he regarded Zixing, who was on the verge of demise yet still held onto the heart of the stars. You shall not die. Well, Xing struggled to raise his hand, as if to deliver a final blow to his foe. His once formidable fist, now devoid of strength, landed weakly upon the black-clad figure, and he promptly lost consciousness. However, he had channeled all his resentment into that feeble strike, hitting the black-clad figure's chest until the end, his hand still clutching Z's lifeless form. Who are you? With no enmity between us, you dare to strike at our ally. If you do not provide an explanation, even if you possess formidable strength, you shall not leave unscathed. The two figures from the Empire of the Scars, along with an anonymous 8th-tier warrior, surrounded the black-clad individual. Is this a joke? Do you truly believe you can contend with me? Your current strengths are but a shadow of their former selves. Hardly sufficient to pose a threat. It's rather tiresome. The black-clad figure unleashed another beam of starlight, shattering the surrounding formation, and swiftly retreated. Oh, not flee. I know it is you. Xian Can bellowed, pursuing the figure as it vanished from sight. With Hong Fei's swiftness surpassing his own, intent on confronting the figure upon its emergence, in the distance, the retreating black-clad figure regarded Hong Fei and the approaching Xian Can, who sought to encircle him and prevent his escape. Why the relentless pursuit? Is it truly necessary? Moreover, do you possess the strength to detain me? I assisted in eliminating those two adversaries. Does that not count for something? Why must you chase me so fervently? Xian Can, Hong Fei, you cannot detain me. The black-clad figure's tone held a hint of bitterness, possessing formidable power yet refraining from striking at the two, signifying their acquaintance. What small favor? The deeds you have committed warrant your demise 100-fold. Had you not betrayed us, the Empire would not be in such dire straits. Hui Hong, if you had any sense of decency, you would not have struck against the Empire. What wrongs has the Empire ever committed against you? When you were at your lowest, the Empire sheltered you. As you grew, it provided you with resources. Now that you have matured and formed your own ideals, you turn against the very Empire that nurtured you. Upon hearing these words, the previously concealed black-clad figure unveiled his dark robe, revealing the sorrowful visage of a middle-aged man. He could neither respond to nor refute Xian Can's accusations. As Xian Can had articulated, he was indeed lesser than a beast. Hui Hong, the Empire is in turmoil. Return and atone for your sins. After the war, leniency will be granted. Hong Fei's expression was conflicted, and after a long silence, he managed to articulate his thoughts. He was uncertain whether this was right or wrong. Indeed, the Empire was in dire need of strong allies. If Hui Hong were to return, the situation would undoubtedly improve considerably, prompting him to continue persuading. Among the Empire's last 4 8th-tier warriors, including myself, 3 are gravely wounded, leaving only Guangbai to bear the burden. We are facing annihilation. Xian Can's countenance darkened. Hong Fei's words were an attempt to persuade Hui Hong to return. Yet betrayers of the Empire could not be tolerated. There is no need to elaborate further. I have already determined my path the moment I made this decision. Hui Hong interjected, aware that he had played a pivotal role in the current circumstances. Although he felt a pang of regret, he did not waver in his resolve. I knew the consequences of my actions and understood what the Empire would endure. I am deeply sorry, but the child I have become craves freedom. He yearns to escape the embrace of his mother, to break free from all constraints. Even celestial bodies far beyond this world are willing to forsake their fixed trajectories for a fleeting moment of freedom. Even at the cost of their lives, I am no different. I long for freedom. Let those overwhelming responsibilities dissipate. You too may find liberation. With your abilities, as long as you do not confront them directly, as long as you do not vow to protect the Empire at all costs, what can they do to you? What can they achieve? Who among them can truly harm you in direct combat? If you relinquish the burdens you bear, you will once again be the carefree 8th-tier beings you once were. Utterly incomprehensible. Despite his grievous injuries, Xian Can delivered a powerful punch to Hui Hong, who did not evade but absorbed the blow, crashing to the ground. Ha ha ha! Hui Hong, now sprawled on the ground, wore an inexplicably joyful expression. So this is how it is. Indeed, it feels so much better to voice it out loud. The anguish within me begins to fade. Ha ha ha! That I should have done this long ago. I should have acted this way all along. This is me. This most grotesque side of my being. I have always been this way. A madman unwilling to shoulder any responsibility. As the dust settled, the figure emerging was no longer that of a middle-aged man but a youthful visage, his features transforming along with his character, becoming translucent. You are indeed. You are a complete madman. Observing the transformed Hui Hong, Xian Can realize the impossibility of bringing him back to the Empire. I apologize for my previous state of mind. It is only today that I have gained clarity about myself. Farewell. I am now no longer a being that can be swayed by either of you. Chapter 70. Hui Hong, when we meet again, I shall show you no mercy. Today, I spare you in deference to the Empire. Return and inform the Empire that its foster child has found his own path. The youthful Hui Hong transformed into a beam of starlight, vanishing from their sight. This time, they found themselves unable to pursue him. A being devoid of any semblance of humanity, even if he has found his path, he will surely not go far. The liberating starlight is a fleeting beauty, born from the sacrifice of life. Yet it is ephemeral. Such splendid moments exist only in the blink of an eye. Only the essence of the world endures eternally. Stars fall at every moment, yet the unchanging truth remains that this world continues to exist. Each individual has their own path. Hui Hong has glimpsed his and paid the price for his practice, yet the burden of that cost has fallen upon others. Hong Fei sighed deeply, realizing that this decision had long been anticipated. Although he had not expected Hui Hong to act in such a manner, that individual's presence here was likely due to the heart of the stars, as he had previously advocated for an assault on the Z-Star Empire at any opportunity. Yet, he had never found a tangible opportunity until now, shedding all hesitations to seek the heart of the stars with singular focus. Among the three of them, Xian Can excelled in combat, while Hong Fei's strength lay in speed. Hui Hong, appearing carefree and aimless, had long expressed his desire to abandon all responsibilities with a jesting tone, once lamenting, "What a bore! I wish to cast aside all responsibilities and enjoy life freely." He had been reprimanded by Xian Can for his misguided thoughts. Ironically, it had culminated in the current predicament. Let us not speak of that traitor. Hong Fei, let us return. The situation has not improved. Though 2 8th-tier abilities have perished, our current combat strength is hardly even a fraction of its potential. Both were gravely injured, and their escape from the gaze of the 3 8th-tier beings was only made possible by Hui Heng's diversion, allowing them to seize the opportunity to flee from perilous circumstances. Yet, whether this was intentional or accidental, only he truly knew. The battle had already become clear. The moment Xian Can failed to eliminate the 8th-tier beings, they had lost their chance to escape, with the specter of mutual annihilation looming over them. There are not so many possibilities. Hui Heng acted for the heart of the stars, indirectly saving his life. But that does not mean they will honor his favor. The orchestrator of all these events, one of the principal figures, is Hui Heng. It is akin to someone beating you nearly to death and then applying a band-aid, claiming it was unintentional. Would you feel grateful? Once I recover, should I encounter that scoundrel again, I will surely bring him down. Xianchen said with a sense of bitterness, yet currently, the situation does not allow for settling scores with Hui Heng. A vast mess in the Empire awaits his resolution. 3 Severely injured 8th-tier warriors. How much combat power can they truly exhibit? Far away at the southern headquarters, Mu wore a troubled expression. He genuinely wished to refuse this plan. But if it succeeds, the tides of war would turn, and it would not be as suffocating as it is now. Uncle Mu, are you also concerned about Master and the others? Taoyuan appeared beside Mu. a defenseless 8th tier needing constant protection, and the only trustworthy person here was Tao Yuan. While other 7th tiers could be relied upon, after Huiheng's betrayal, their loyalty was uncertain, as many had benefited from Huiheng's benevolence and could potentially turn against him at a critical moment. Tao Yuan, however, is different. He is the Empire's prodigy, the one most favored by the Empire, the hope for the future. If he cannot be trusted, then who will bear the burden for the Empire afterward? Indeed, little Tao. Your teacher's profession is fraught with peril. You must strive to grow quickly so that we can entrust our burdens to you young ones. Uncle Mu is already aging, and the Empire's most promising successor is you, with Tang Lu in second place. Once this war concludes, the Empire will allocate all resources to you, every resource, meaning that any treasures you can absorb in the future will be provided by the Empire. Tao Yuan's eyes widened in astonishment upon hearing this. The Empire's resources are incredibly abundant. While he does not know the specifics, he is aware of their vastness, as the Empire most adept at cultivating rare materials among the 5 great empires. Its treasures are surely numerous. Uncle Mu, in truth, the Empire has exhausted its efforts in nurturing me. I have absorbed a unique wonder that exists only once in heaven and earth, and I am already quite content. Just grant me time, 30 years. 30 years is sufficient for me to break through to the 7th tier, to refine all my abilities. By then, I can achieve invincibility among the 7th tier. Tao Yuan held this confidence. Though only 8th tier warriors were engaged in combat these past few days, he had faced 7th tier enemies. Despite being outmatched and nearly losing his life, he sensed that with a bit more strength, he could endure a few more exchanges. With a bit more strength, he could escape before them, and perhaps even hold them off. Ha ha ha, good lad. If that is your goal, then strive diligently, even at the S rank. Achieving invincibility among the same tier is quite challenging, but Uncle Mu believes in you. Alright, that should suffice for today. You may go and cultivate. I will notify you of any matters through your wristband. Yes, Uncle Mu, please rest well. After casually closing the door, Tao Yuan swiftly returned to his room to cultivate. It was already 9 in the morning. He had been summoned by Mu halfway through his training and had not completed his daily regimen. He must make up for it. Since he began cultivating, Tao Yuan had never once faltered, whether during the 7-day break or the renovations at Longji Snow Mountain. Even when accompanying Tao Yao to shop, he always finished his cultivation first to prevent any unforeseen interruptions to his daily rest. The path of cultivation is long and seemingly without end. If one does not walk it, they will certainly not reach the conclusion. Tao Yuan does not aspire to reach the end. He relishes the feeling of being free from others' control, enjoying a life where he can choose for himself. Each time, he fervently hypnotizes himself into training, refusing to allow even a hint of complacency. To some extent, he desires freedom, akin to Huiheng. Both share the yearning for liberty and the unwillingness to shoulder responsibility. Yet their paths remain distinct. Tao Yuan trained until the afternoon, coincidentally gaining insights regarding battles against 7th tier opponents. He resolved to cultivate through the night, not completing his regimen until the early hours of the following day. Chapter 71. The desire for ceasefire. As dawn broke, Xianxin and Hongfei finally returned to the southern headquarters. The journey had been exceedingly long, and both were heavily injured, consuming considerable time. Yet, upon their arrival at headquarters, no one noticed them, and any traces of blood had long been cleansed. They appeared just as formidable as before. Teacher and Uncle Hong, you have returned. That's wonderful. It seems you have not sustained any injuries. Tao Yuan had just completed a day of training and was about to check on Mu's condition when he opened the door to find his teacher and Uncle Hong back, unable to suppress his concern. The two remained silent until they entered the headquarters, shielding themselves from those around them. Only when it was just Mu and Tao Yuan did their auras falter, revealing their weakened states. Mu, who had managed to stand, stumbled and sat down, the color draining from his face as their exhaustion became evident. What has happened to you? Were you attacked by the enemy? Or it's nothing serious? Hongfei found a place to sit while Tao Yuan assisted his teacher in taking a seat. He had observed their frailty and felt a sudden sense of foreboding. The ever-dominant Xianxin, who had once cleared 2 battlefields alongside him, now revealed a vulnerable side. The plan has changed. Our combat power is diminished to a fraction, meaning there will be no 8th tier experts remaining in the southern front. Originally, they had intended to infiltrate smoothly, but it seemed they had already been discovered. They had used my moment of vulnerability to lay an ambush, 5 against 1. Caught off guard, I fell into their trap. Subsequently, we encountered the traitor Hueheng, who disrupted the ambush, allowing us to escape. Xinshin recounted the entire ordeal in one breath, his eyes filled with resentment and a hint of self-reproach. He regretted being so careless and falling into the enemy's trap, failing to control his heart in the face of temptation, committing a grave battlefield error. He then looked at Taoyuan, observing his youthful face, and calmly advised him to avoid unnecessary losses. Little Tao, remember, the more you feel unable to control your emotions, the more you must remain composed. As your teacher, there are many things I will impart to you. Mere instruction is insufficient. You must also undergo experiences. With us by your side, you will not suffer injustices, but I do not wish for you to face others' lessons once you have grown. Taoyuan understood these principles well. Yet he still listened to Xuanzhen's teachings and nodded in agreement. Teacher, I have long understood this. Even without your instruction, I would act accordingly. Seeing him nod, Mu recognized that he had not truly grasped the lesson. Some things cannot be comprehended without first-hand experience. When interests are not laid bare, merely existing on paper, everyone can resist. However, when they are right before one's eyes, how many can truly control their hearts? Even if one forcefully departs, will they not later regret not having taken the risk? Ultimately, they may find themselves lost in endless remorse. The three shook their heads helplessly. Taoyuan's current situation was evident. His strength surpassed his character, which was an ominous sign. Little did they know, Taoyuan could forcefully control his emotions, using hypnosis to achieve the desired outcome. Teacher, what shall we do now that we are up against 5 8th-tier powerhouses? We no longer have any usable combat power, and 7th tiers cannot compete with 8th tiers. Should we abandon the southern front and relinquish substantial interests to them? Xinshin, in his haste, neglected to mention that 2 8th-tier warriors had already perished. After revealing this information, the expressions of the group brightened somewhat, yet the gravity remained. The 3 8th-tier warriors on their side were all gravely wounded, their combat power reduced to a mere fraction. Even if they could still fight, they would have to consider their injuries, rendering them incapable of engaging in a straightforward battle. The three were in a state of despair until Mu seized upon a blind spot. The fallen were all 8th-tier warriors from the Purple Star Empire. I cannot believe the other empires would remain indifferent to such significant interests. With their most reliable strength gone, they were left with no choice but to rely on their wits. They could not pretend to be strong. Their injuries were witnessed by the opposing side, and they could not deceive them. The best course of action was to avoid war altogether. Mu doubted the enemy would have no reservations. Let us directly sign a ceasefire agreement. If they refuse, I, Xinshin, can still draw blood with my sword. I possess some fighting capacity left, and we may yet contend with them. The primary objective of signing a ceasefire agreement is to demonstrate their strength to compel the other side to agree. At this juncture, both sides have suffered grievous injuries and are in no position to continue the struggle. Moreover, the immense benefits of the Purple Star Empire should temper their ambitions, making the ceasefire agreement a feasible approach. Very well, tomorrow we shall send envoys to negotiate the agreement. I believe that with the residual authority of the new agricultural empire, they will not dare to act rashly. It is not that they are unwilling to go in person. But as beings of 8th-tier combat power, there is a possibility they might harbor ulterior motives, such as employing underhanded tactics to make that 8th-tier ability user vanish. This is quite plausible and has indeed occurred in the past. Every entity capable of influencing the battlefield commands a certain degree of caution. After finalizing some details regarding the ceasefire, they resolved to send a formidable individual to the Empire of Gukong to sign the treaty. If all goes as expected, the Empire of Gukong, boasting 2 8th-tier ability users, will undoubtedly assume a dominant position. The proceedings were remarkably smooth. Within mere days of the envoy's departure, he returned bearing the signed treaty, which bore the names of the Empire of Gukong and numerous smaller empires. Such raises suspicions. Did they not have any other requests? The untroubled nature of the negotiations made Muhi uneasy, prompting her to voice her doubts to the envoy. Relate every detail you have observed in these past days, no matter how trivial. Upon receiving the command, the envoy promptly began to speak. As a 7th-tier ability user, he possessed acute environmental awareness, allowing him to discern certain information. Internal strife had arisen among them. It seemed they had developed intentions towards the Zixing Empire, yet they were apprehensive of potential retaliation from our new agricultural empire. Thus, they joyfully signed the treaty without a hint of hesitation. clearly having contemplated it beforehand. Chapter 72. The end of war with the absence of two 8th-tier beings and the emergence of an unknown 8th-tier individual. They felt the tides of battle slipping from their grasp, making such actions rather understandable. After ensuring their surroundings were secure, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Now, only the Eastern Front remained unresolved, where Guangbai stood alone. Should he encounter any issues in the East, all previous efforts would be rendered futile. However, they were unable to exert any combat power at this moment and decided it best to return to the Empire to recuperate, ensuring they regained their fighting capabilities. Following the treaty signing, several 7th-tier ability users remained in the Western battlefield to oversee matters, while Xian Can and the others returned to the imperial capital. Along with Taoyuan, they could no longer provide sanctuary for Taoyuan. Returning to the battlefield would be tantamount to seeking death. In this period, you should have gained sufficient battlefield experience. I trust you have gleaned valuable insights from it. Your primary task now is to break through to the 7th tier as swiftly as possible. Go and cultivate. Tio cultivate? This was the first time he had heard such a request. Hadn't it been previously stated that he needed practical experience? The battlefield journey lasted merely a month, and he had sustained numerous severe injuries each day. Returning only under the watchful gaze of Xian Can very well. Teacher, if I cultivate now, I can complete my morning sessions, leaving my afternoons freed. Do you have any methods that would allow me to maximize my afternoon training? His intent was to fully utilize each day for rapid growth. Unfortunately, while the idea was commendable, its execution proved challenging. Rest assured, Xiao Tao. During our recuperation, Hong Fei will guide you in your training. Do you remember the compensation from the Holy Empire? It can endow one's soul with divinity, and Hong Fei's ability pertains to ghostly energy, allowing him to create a technique that transforms his soul into a ghost. The method of soul cultivation is no longer beneficial for Hong Fei at the 8th tier, yet it will greatly aid you, as it involves the cultivation of divine souls and ghostly souls, alongside your human soul. Your soul's strength will undoubtedly ascend to new heights, rendering you invincible among your peers, coupled with your impressive initial soul power of 120. We are confident you can hold your own against 2 moves from a 7th tier opponent. Xian Can articulated this notion, and the others shared his sentiments, which was why Xian Can had been astonished upon first encountering the divine soul. It was exceptionally suited for Taoyuan. Consider this. A being already invincible in soul cultivation would only become more formidable. Should their abilities strengthen further, they might even forge legends of escaping beneath the 7th tier. Thus, their safety would be significantly assured. Hong Fei was eager to take Taoyuan under his wing for training, yet he too needed to heal, and with the battle still ongoing, vigilance was paramount. He presented Taoyuan with his insights on cultivation, sharing the method for ghostly soul training, advising him to study it for now and promising to impart further knowledge once the war concluded. With the cultivation method in hand, Taoyuan wasted no time and delved into practice. Recognizing his current weakness, he could barely maintain invincibility among his peers. However, he had also encountered setbacks, having been besieged by several 6th-tier opponents, narrowly escaping injury, a situation that was unacceptable. I shall take my leave now. You all focus on your training. Upon receiving the manual, Taoyuan promptly resolved to train. Xian Can and the others employed every available means at their disposal to examine the various effects of the divine soul. Should any aspect prove detrimental to Taoyuan, that soul would not be entrusted to him. Fortunately, after meticulous scrutiny, not only did they find no issues, but even the Holy Empire would be unable to discover any means to counter the divine soul. Besides, he was not cultivating a divine soul but rather one that could be freely bestowed upon Taoyuan. After departing, Taoyuan immediately inspected the cultivation methods. The divine soul cultivation method emphasizes transcending human emotions, achieving a state devoid of joy or sorrow, free from any earthly desires. The general approach is to fortify one's soul, focusing on holistic enhancement while retaining one's essence. In contrast, the ghostly soul training method provided by Hong Fei is distinctive. It emphasizes inclusivity, allowing for the cultivation of various souls with remarkable adaptability, even permitting the devouring of other souls for enhancement. Should he succeed in this cultivation, he would embody all 3 qualities, eliminating any glaring weaknesses. Resolute in his decision, he began his training with unwavering focus. With his exceptionally strong soul overturning, he quickly harmonized the practices of divine and ghostly soul cultivation. Upon closer examination, His soul did not become chaotic due to the mingling of divine and ghostly souls. Rather, it grew purer. During this period of cultivation, several significant events unfolded within the empire. First and foremost, the eastern battlefield reached its conclusion, attributed to internal discord among several small nations, rendering them incapable of continuing their incursions against the new agricultural empire. Guangbai returned to the imperial capital, markedly different from his previous nonchalance, now appearing somewhat disheveled. The intense pressure of facing 3 opponents had naturally compounded his stress. Now that the war had ceased, a 30-year ceasefire treaty had been established among the 4 corners in the imperial conference room, the 4 of them reunited after a long absence. The end of this war was not without the influence of the other 4 great empires. I believe the commencement of the war was orchestrated by these great empires. Otherwise, how would these small nations dare to provoke the new agricultural empire, one of the 5 great empires? Muhi asserted. Only under the encouragement and threats from behind could they abandon their fear of the empire. I concur. It likely pertains to the great secret realm, Guangbai echoed, being the commander of the eastern battlefield and thus the most familiar with its happenings. Initially, those small nations had allied with another to prepare for a 4-against-1 scenario, but upon losing the support of one of the 4 great empires, they could not stand against the might of the new agricultural empire alone. Their levels of power were simply not comparable, leading to the war's inevitable conclusion. The great treasure Guangbai referenced was the century-rare Great Secret Realm, guarded by the 5 great empires and positioned at their center. Only they possessed the freedom to send individuals inside. Smaller empires had to expend substantial resources to gain entry, and whatever they acquired would be surrendered to the great empires. This exemplifies the tyranny of the great nations. Despite such stringent conditions, they remained eager to push their way through, all in the hopes of sending their prodigies within. The Great Secret Realm is a rare sanctuary for cultivation, inhabited by unique spirit beasts formed from concentrated spiritual energy. Should one succeed in defeating them and absorbing the spiritual cores within, they would obtain all the spiritual energy contained therein. This ability to bypass any limitations facilitates rapid and stable enhancement without adverse effects. Chapter 73. The Secret Realm. This cohort has already been selected, comprising 500 A-tier prodigies and 2 S-tier prodigies. However, unlike previous selections, the empire is currently weakened, and it remains uncertain whether the other 4 great empires will harbor any malicious intentions. Hong Fei felt a sense of foreboding. The individuals sent would undoubtedly be the empire's most gifted, and should they all perish within the great secret treasure, the empire's future would be jeopardized. The stance of the other empires remains unclear. Should they seize this opportunity to strike or employ underhanded tactics, there would be little recourse available. I understand your concerns. However, all teleportation points leading into the Great Secret Realm are located within our empire. Allowing direct access to the realm. At that point, the highest tier within the realm will be only 6th tier. 7th tier beings cannot possibly emerge. We must place our faith in the 2 prodigies of the empire. While this was stated, they themselves felt a sense of unease. How could they trust solely in the S tier? Did the other empires not possess S tier individuals as well, just like the other 5 great empires? It was entirely possible they, too, had S tier beings among them. Most importantly, although Taoyuan was at the 6th tier, his time spent at this level was still minimal, meaning he would not hold an advantage against those at the pinnacle of the 6th tier. The A-tier pinnacle of the 6th tier could be manageable, but should an S-tier pinnacle of the 6th tier appear, he would genuinely face peril at their hands. During this period, Tang Lu, with the empire's significant investment, had successfully re-established the Dragon Spine Snow Mountain after a year of rigorous training, achieving the 6th tier. Regrettably, she lacked the unparalleled divine artifact, which prompted the empire to procure a formidable magical beast for her. This talent for beast taming was particularly suited for combat on the battlefield, yet the empire had no shortage of A-tier ability users, thus opting for an elite training approach for her. The beasts sought are among the strongest of the strong, one of the most formidable creatures. The initially acquired Baiyun Songlong has already ascended to the 6th tier, and due to its profound bond with Tang Lu, she is able to harness its innate talents. As for the other beast, it is the spirit fox, possessing an equally potent lineage. However, when discovered, it had already reached the 6th tier. After being forcibly brought back, it is still in the nascent stages of acquaintance with Tang Lu. With an S-rank beast taming talent, she has swiftly elevated its affinity from 0 to 80. This is the extraordinary nature of the supernatural ability. Even if it does not reach the full potential of Baiyun Songlong at 100, an 80 capability is still usable. The group wore expressions of concern. Sending them forth could undoubtedly reduce years of arduous training. Yet both individuals bear the weight of the Empire's hopes, making such a risk questionable enough. Xian can slam the table. We must have faith in them. Indeed, Mu He nodded. We must trust those little ones. They are not devoid of combat prowess. Those two young prodigies have surpassed our own capabilities from years past. Taoyuan has successfully cultivated his soul, significantly enhancing his spiritual power, coupled with his supernatural abilities leaning towards the realm of the soul. Even when faced with an S-rank ability user, as long as the opponent does not fully unleash their skills, his life would not necessarily be in jeopardy. As for Tang Lu, there is no need for concern. Let us not forget the two divine powers of Baiyun Songlong. As the sovereign of the skies, it can effortlessly evade any opponent wishing to flee. With the abilities of Xiaoyao Yu and Zhangqiong Bian, Baiyun Songlong's supremacy in the heavens is well justified, unless it encounters an S-rank ability user specializing in speed, which would render its capabilities moot. The might of Zhangqiong Bian cannot be underestimated. Leveraging the power of the heavens, it stands as an insurmountable force amidst the sixth tier. Even if the adversary possesses the speed to pursue, they would invariably lack in other areas. They could scarcely believe they would be so unfortunate as to encounter a swift and powerful S-rank ability user. Senior brother, I have become a sixth-tier ability user, Tang Lu proclaimed upon her breakthrough, seeking out Taoyuan. The others posed no challenge. During her ascent to the sixth tier, dealing with other sixth-tier ability users had been effortless, leading her to momentarily believe they were holding back. It was not until she attempted to challenge Taoyuan that she found herself ensnared by his illusions. What brings you here? Taoyuan ceased his cultivation. His peach-colored eyes even more enchanting. The increase in spiritual power has amplified the potency of his Taohua eyes. Now, the distinctions between illusion and reality are virtually indistinguishable. I was sent by the teacher. Instructed to head to the capital's conference room and to bring you along, he said he had messaged you, but you did not reply. Upon checking her wristband, he confirmed her words. Numerous messages awaited him. Yet he had not responded. In his intense focus on cultivation, he had been oblivious to the notifications. The hypnosis of the Taohua eyes had plunged him into profound learning, achieving a state of singular focus. Such minor sounds went entirely unnoticed. Do you have any idea why we were summoned? Taoyuan inquired with curiosity. It is peculiar. Since his return to the capital, he has not mentioned any significant matters or summoned me until today. There must be something important. 6 months prior, Hong Fei had come to teach him the methods of spirit cultivation, which he has now successfully mastered. After devouring a divine object, he directly attained spiritual enlightenment. The process was simple, yet the accompanying agony was truly excruciating, nearly robbing him of his emotions. Fortunately, the hypnosis of the Taohua eyes allowed him to reclaim his former self, restoring him from a state of detachment. After all, the soul of one who has cultivated diligently is the most formidable. I do not know either, Tang Lu replied, shaking her head, her short hair swaying slightly. Very well, it seems we are dealing with something significant. Let us hasten our departure. In the capital's conference room, upon their arrival, Mu He welcomed them to sit. Just in time. The Empire has received news that the heavenly secret realm is about to open, and all individuals from the 5 great empires are eligible to participate. After a year of recuperation, Mu He's injuries had healed, though it remained uncertain whether his combat prowess had returned to its peak. Xian Can had regained some strength, though it was evident he had not yet reached his former pinnacle. His previously robust physique was now merely slightly sturdier. He scrutinized Taoyuan. Time flies. In the blink of an eye. You have grown significantly stronger than you were a year ago. He could distinctly sense the fluctuations of spiritual power emanating from Taoyuan. Given his own strength, he recognized that Taoyuan's spiritual potency now rivaled that of the 7th tier. After such extensive training, he had not disappointed expectations, successfully mastering the methods of spiritual cultivation. Moreover, the 3 unique traits were beginning to merge, with various attributes intertwining, assisting one another, thereby enhancing the efficacy of his Taohua eyes. He was thoroughly satisfied with his current capabilities. Guangbai projected the materials within the conference room. Next, we present you with a choice. To go or not to go, it is entirely up to you. Chapter 74. A gathering of talents, the five great empires have long held dominion over a heavenly secret realm, reserved for the prodigies of their respective empires, where methods for rapid enhancement of abilities abound. Our intention, as a group of four, is to prompt you to make a decision. Will you go or abstain? Guangbai cast a glance at Taoyuan. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, it was likely that the latter's choice would lean towards the more perilous option. Of course I will go. Why would I not seize the opportunity to enhance my strength? I, Taoyuan, am the first to wish to venture forth. What a jest! Why would one not pursue a method of strengthening oneself? Just as I thought, you are indeed willing to go, and the Empire supports your decision. Xiankan displayed an expression of predictability. During his 5th-tier ascent, he had swiftly progressed to the 6th tier. But the pace had since slowed. He remained disgruntled by this speed, reminiscing about the 2 years it took him to achieve his previous breakthrough. After 4 years of effort to reach the 6th tier, now he would require 30 years to attain the 7th, a stark contrast that has compelled him to continually reassure himself. Otherwise, his temper would undoubtedly have frayed. Now that you have resolved to go, I shall inform you of the pertinent precautions. He endeavored to relay as much information as possible to Taoyuan, ensuring he was well prepared. The heavenly secret realm is truly a gathering of the most exceptional talents. The number of prodigies will not be fewer than 5. You are no longer among the top-tier geniuses, but rather one of them. Hong Fei added, it is essential to note that while S-rank abilities are exceedingly rare, they do appear every millennium. Currently, we are in a golden era. Our Shinong Empire has unveiled 3 S-rank prodigies, which means other empires must have at least one as well. The mention of the 3 S-rank prodigies. Their expressions darkened slightly. If only Su Ming were still here. Alas, she has vanished without a trace, and no efforts to locate her have borne fruit. As for Shan Qingming, he has yet to make an appearance. The great secret realm presents an opportunity. If my assumptions are correct, Shan Qingming will certainly ensure that the heir of the Shin family, Shin Xiuxin, participates, and it is highly probable that Su Ming will also take part. The Tianqing Empire, once a minuscule realm, has grown into a small power after devouring several other empires over the past year. This transformation began a year ago when a mysterious powerhouse infiltrated the Tianqing Empire, subduing its sole 8th-tier individual and seizing control of the empire. Taking advantage of the turmoil in the Shinong Empire and capturing the attention of all other empires, this figure executed some minor schemes and swallowed several realms, establishing themselves as a notable local overlord. Xiuxin, prepare diligently for the great secret realm. You must bring Su Ming along. Shan Qingming regarded the youth before him, the pride of the Shen family. Behind him stood Su Ming. Her head bowed. Su Ming had been coerced into joining. During a failed plan, upon returning to Modu, he had discovered her and brought her along without hesitation. A closer inspection would reveal a mark upon her forehead. Su Ming, I had initially intended to spare you from this, but Xiuxin insisted on bringing you along. Do not squander his goodwill. His tone bore an air of condescension. Had it not been for Xiuxin, he would not have wished for her to enter the great secret realm. Who knows how many S-rank ability users lurk within, and whether they might unravel his control over her remains uncertain. Understood. Su Ming's expression was vacant, bereft of her usual vivacity and pride. Bowing her head, her eyes glimmered with unshed tears, which she fought to suppress. Shen Xiuxin cast a dispassionate glance at Su Ming before departing. Su Ming followed closely behind him. You seem to feel quite wronged, Shen Xiuxin remarked suddenly as he walked ahead. There is nothing to feel wronged about. Consider that before your arrival, I was merely a homeless orphan. Now, I have the good fortune to align myself with the Shin family. Everyone yearns to associate with the Shin family. Were it not for your S-rank ability, you would not even possess the right to be controlled by us. Noting Su Ming's continued silence, Shen Xiuxin halted, causing her to bump into him. I apologize. Her thoughts had been wandering, and she had not anticipated his sudden stop. Upon colliding with him, her initial reaction was surprise, swiftly followed by fear. Shen Xiuxin turned to face her, his gaze growing increasingly fierce. Slap! His dragon claw struck Su Ming's face, leaving behind 4 crimson grooves that marred her once delicate features, the depth of the wounds revealing glimpses of bone beneath. Here in the Shin family, obey without question. Do not presume you are still in the Shinong Empire. Here, the Shin family holds absolute authority. No one will indulge you. Su Ming covered her injured face with her hand, tears welling up in her eyes. I in the past, her ice and snow powers would have directly struck her opponent's face. On the other hand, Shun Xiuxin's cold expression betrayed no emotion, yet deep within, he felt a sense of accomplishment, not from bullying a girl, but from overpowering an S-class ability user, specifically Su Ming, the Imperial twin star who trained alongside Taoyuan. That day, he had been utterly defenseless against Taoyuan. Despite the element of surprise and his own carelessness, there was no denying that he had indeed lost to Taoyuan in a direct confrontation and had his memories taken. Since then, Taoyuan had become a lingering burden in his heart. Now, facing Su Ming, who was on par with Taoyuan, he couldn't help but recall his own helplessness against Taoyuan and Su Ming. He saw the reflection of his past defeat. Prepare yourself. Do not hinder me in the great secret realm. Obey, and the Shun family will grant you what you desire. With that, Shin Xiuxin turned and departed, leaving her alone in the stillness. Upon returning to her residence and gazing at the towering courtyard, Su Ming felt no joy. Suddenly, a figure emerged from her once solitary room. The newcomer greeted her with enthusiasm. "Ming'er, I've broken through to the 4th tier." The youth smiled, eager to share his news. But Su Ming's face was etched with fatigue, her spirits low. Having just received a slap, the imprint still lingered on her cheek, the deep claw marks healed by her ice and snow powers. "What's wrong, Ming'er? Don't worry. Once I break through to the 8th tier, I'll be strong enough to protect you, and then I'll take you away." Zhang Han noticed the marks on Su Ming's face, instinctively knowing they were the work of the Shin family. Yet, he was acutely aware of his inability to confront them. He had previously attempted to defend himself against Shun Xiuxin, only to be kicked down without the slightest chance to retaliate. Ultimately, it was Su Ming who intervened, saving his life from certain death. On that day, their family elder had knelt before Shun Xiuxin in his presence. Chapter 75. Selecting participants. Su Ming sidestepped and entered her residence. Her mind was consumed by thoughts of the great secret realm, leaving no room for idle chatter with Zhang Han. The person she once harbored feelings for now seemed utterly powerless. "I'd rather cultivate to the 8th tier myself than wait for you to reach it." Her words caused Zhang Han's expression to shift dramatically. Before he could respond, Su Ming had already departed, the sound of the door closing behind her ringing sharply in the silence. AT present. A C-class ability user could traverse considerable distances within the 4th tier. Zhang Han had no immediate intention of seeking out another's ability to achieve a breakthrough. He had come to understand his own powers. His abilities required him to absorb others' powers, with each tier allowing for only a single absorption. The optimal strategy was to wait until he encountered a bottleneck before consuming another's power, thereby maximizing the absorption of spiritual energy and accelerating his own cultivation speed. With his current C-class cultivation speed, he could progress swiftly, provided he did not hit a barrier. Once he combined that with doubled spiritual energy, he would surpass even S-class users, destined for greatness among the youth of the future. He was confident. The ability to absorb gave him a sense of security, and now, he regarded only S-class ability users as worthy opponents. "I'm off then. I heard you are heading to the great secret realm. Do stay safe." The words went unanswered, echoing in the empty space. Zhang Han, being the protagonist of the original tale, was not easily defeated by setbacks. Instead, they twisted his emotions slightly, that was all. After casting one last glance at Su Ming's residence, Zhang Han turned and left. Even if an unforeseen circumstance prevented him from entering the secret realm, he would not fall too far behind. "I will undoubtedly become the most formidable ability user. Ming'er, wait for me." Meanwhile, at the Imperial Martial Arena of the new agricultural empire, hundreds had gathered. Today marked the finals for determining who would advance to the great secret realm. All participants were, without exception, 6th-tier powerhouses, while those who fell short had already been eliminated. The remaining contenders boasted exceptional strength, with only a handful being exceptions. The 4 remaining leaders of the empire had little time to spare. The vast empire required a multitude of individuals for management and decision-making, hence only Xian can had come. "Taoyuan, from these hundreds, we will select 100 to enter the great secret realm in 3 days. Do not underestimate them. They are all renowned geniuses." Opening his peach blossom eyes, Taoyuan observed the individuals below, each exuding a unique aura. Some felt like cold, venomous snakes, while others radiated warmth akin to sunshine. And a few even seemed sweet and delectable. Unsurprisingly, these individuals were all talents selected from millions within the empire. "Master, They don't seem particularly strong. Tang Lu voiced her doubts. Clearly, he had made the same mistake as Tao Yuan before him, lacking a clear understanding of his own strength, which led to such a remark. Stroking his chin, Xiankin pondered. For an S-class, it was not unusual to feel this way, akin to possessing an A-class ability while perceiving B-class users. And the disparity would only be more pronounced. Do not underestimate them. Among them are a few capable of posing a threat to you. This was the only way he could caution Tang Lu. Oh, I understand, Master. Tang Lu nodded, still believing in her master's words, her gaze sweeping the crowd in search of potential threats. The individuals below each emanated a powerful aura. If there were any B-class users among the A-class, then without a doubt, all present were late 6th tier, each possessing spiritual energy of at least 7 million. In contrast, they had all surpassed a century in age. A limitation remained. Only the most promising talents were chosen, all under 1,000 years old. Among all present, aside from her and her senior brother, the youngest was at least 500 years old. This was the norm. Reaching the 6th tier by 500 years was a rare achievement. With tens of thousands of such geniuses in the new agricultural empire, were it not for the empire's robust support, youths in their 20s would find it impossible to attain the 6th tier. Even reaching the early 6th tier required massive resources from the empire. Now, as they prepared for the great secret realm, it could also be seen as a resource of the empire. Only the 5 great empires could decide who entered the secret realm. The combination of early 6th tier abilities with S-class powers was sufficient to ensure their survival within the 6th tier. Each of these individuals was a genius, their combat abilities far exceeding their apparent ranks. Tang Lu cast a glance at the few formidable presences, assessing them before withdrawing her gaze. Despite her beast-taming abilities, her S-class powers inherently lent her formidable physical enhancements. Even without summoning her magical beasts, she could remain undefeated among this crowd. Junior sister, do you look down on their strength? Huh? Tang Lu shook her head vigorously, not wishing to tarnish her image before her master and senior brother. Not denying it, are you? To be honest, Tao Yuan whispered near Tang Lu's ear, glancing at his master to ensure a safe distance before enveloping his voice with spiritual energy. I also do not think much of their strength. Xian Can, seated nearby, momentarily shifted from his solemn demeanor. Such tricks could not escape the notice of an 8th-tier powerhouse. He heard Tao Yuan's words clearly. Initially intending to caution Tang Lu against underestimation, he was surprised to find his other student shared the same sentiment. Suddenly, he felt that allowing them to participate in the great secret realm could yield significant benefits, as their current mindset might leave them vulnerable to other schemes. Ah, senior brother, so you think the same as I do. She whispered back to Tao Yuan. For some reason, Xiankin felt like an outsider, watching as his 2 students whispered among themselves in the arena. A sense of inexplicable annoyance washed over him, prompting a light cough. Before any conflict commenced, all was still uncertain. They needed to maintain a learner's mindset. There were no absolutes in this world, and 99 effort should not be underestimated. Moreover, even S-class abilities are not invincible in my hands. This was intended to temper their prideful attitudes, yet rather than retreat, the 2 felt a swell of pride. Master, we didn't expect to be compared to you now. Chapter 76, Selection Finals. This statement left him at a loss for words. Indeed, for his 2 students, being compared to their teacher was a commendation. Xiankin found himself somewhat overwhelmed by the pride of his 2 disciples, but fortunately, the finals were about to commence, providing an opportunity to shift the topic. All right, enough chatter. Pay close attention to the competition, observe and learn. Many S-class abilities share similarities with A-class ones, albeit at a more exaggerated level. Observing will benefit both of you greatly. The trio turned their gazes toward the arena. The space was vast, enhanced by a spatial array. What appeared ordinary upon entry transformed into a different realm altogether. The power of 6th-tier users was formidable, and the arena's dimensions were insufficient for them to fully exert their abilities. Taking this into consideration, a spatial array had been employed to expand the entire arena 100-fold. In the arena stood a girl whose presence exuded a serpentine allure, her delicate features suggesting a fragility as if she might perish at any moment. Opposite her was a radiant sunbender, emanating warmth akin to a miniature sun. The seemingly frail maiden was the first to strike, her palms slicing through the air to conjure 10 blades of darkness as dark as ink. This enchanting girl was named Tongqing, a late-stage 6th-tier supernatural being, clearly possessing a spiritual energy fluctuation of 8 million. The inky blades twisted the very light around them, while the opposing supernaturalist released a beam of light, deftly evading the dark blades to assault Tongqing. Just as the dark blades were about to reach him, he vanished from his position, reappearing in the space previously occupied by the beam of light. His hands aglow with a formidable attack eye in the face of this onslaught, Tongqing chose to endure, as darkness consumed all nearby light before colliding fiercely with her opponent. The interplay of sunlight and shadow created a flickering spectacle across the arena. Through her peach blossom eyes, Taoyuan observed the fierce clash, noting that both combatants were evenly matched, relying solely on who could withstand longer. Apart from this, other arenas were alive with various supernatural beings engaged in combat. With a total of 10 arenas hosting 20 combatants vying for the top 500 positions. Teacher, is this truly their strength? They seem rather weak, Taoyuan mused inwardly, comparing the prowess of those in the arena. Finding none capable of matching him, most barely able to escape his grasp. Not everyone could withstand his relentless pursuit. 2A rank beings synergizing could achieve S rank, yet in certain aspects might falter against an S rank. While excelling in others, it's premature for you to make such assertions. You should be aware that the great secret realm is exceptionally peculiar. Sometimes the instances one enters differ, and there may even be circumstances that suppress one's cultivation and abilities, which could spell doom for you all. In contrast to the apathy exhibited by the students, Xin Can was acutely aware of the stakes. For S-rank supernatural beings, there existed a capacity to overshadow A-rank ones to a significant degree. However, encountering a realm that suppressed their abilities could be disastrous, with an energy disparity of nearly 8-fold leading to a scenario where they could be utterly dominated, yielding no rewards. Thus, the selection of 500 was crucial. There had been instances where not a single genius emerged from the secret realm, resulting in a significant decline in the empire's strength. Since then, each empire has typically dispatched around 500 individuals to prevent such occurrences from reoccurring. Senior brother is right. I haven't faced a single opponent. As long as I manipulate the white cloud Songlong, I could easily take on several adversaries. Tang Lu propped her chin on her hand, regarding the spectacular battles around her with a sense of indifference. Though she harbored a desire to challenge the two, she found no suitable target. The camaraderie between the pair seemed solid, yet as her gaze turned towards Xian Can, memories of another student resurfaced. She pondered about Su Ming, wondering how she fared and where she might be. This thought dimmed her expression. The Empire possessed Su Ming's life crystal, intact and undamaged, indicating her survival. If only she could locate and bring her back, the Empire would boast 3 S-rank supernatural beings. Consider the other empires, which rarely exceed 3 S-rank. Should the 3 from the new agriculture empire ascend? They could erase the latter part of the tidal world hegemon, cementing their dominance. Pay close attention, you two. Temper your arrogance. Once we enter the secret realm, you must collaborate with your fellow nationals. I will provide each of you with a unique wristband, which will not facilitate communication within the realm, yet its craftsmanship is unparalleled, rendering it impossible to replicate. Through this wristband, you can confirm each other's identities and foster cooperation. Of course, the world's supernatural abilities are diverse. While the wristband can ascertain identities, it should not be trusted completely. His originally fervent words were tempered by a pause. Nothing is absolute. Exercise caution. The competition continued, and Taoyuan's gaze was fixed on Tongqing. His peach blossom eyes studying her every offensive move. As he observed, an unfamiliar emotion began to stir within him. Not an illusion, nor a tactic, but rather an instinctive feeling. A sudden realization struck him, causing his pupils to widen in shock as he averted his gaze. How could this be? He found himself inexplicably drawn to her. Was it merely the onset of romantic inclinations due to reaching a certain age? Realizing the precariousness of his situation, he swiftly employed illusionary techniques to suppress the burgeoning emotions. He refused to be governed by his feelings. The true path lay in reality, and everything else was but ephemeral. Such thoughts plagued Taoyuan. How could he entertain notions of romance? Had his relentless training left him with excess energy? He had resolved to ascend to the pinnacle. He could not afford to be ensnared. As his peach blossom eyes wrestled with his thoughts, he returned to his original self. Observing the arena once more, any trace of distraction had vanished. Though termed the finals, the duration of each match was astonishingly lengthy. Selecting 500 individuals would likely require 3 days. Feeling weary, He bid farewell to his teacher and exited the field. Some spectators noted his departure, their gazes drawn to the three figures on the platform, the leaders of the empire and the two future hopes of the nation, S-rank supernatural beings. While envy stirred within them, jealousy was absent. Tao Yuan devoted himself to the cultivation of his spiritual energy. Having been absent from the arena for 3 days, 100 geniuses had already been selected, 2 of whom were predetermined, himself and Tang Lu, totaling 102. Today marked the day of their departure to the great secret realm. Setting aside his training, he exited his chamber and soared through the air towards the gathering point not far from him. Chapter 77. The beginning of the secret realm. All were the pride of the empire, meticulously chosen geniuses embarking on this journey to the secret realm, hoping for their safe return. He stood before the crowd, rallying their spirits, one hand clutching a tome of supernatural abilities, while other leaders gathered to send them off. The tome resonated with the ground's array, resembling a resplendent purple lotus. Tang Lu and Tao Yuan stood at the forefront of the procession, their prowess and potential granting them the right to lead in no time. They vanished through the array, a sight replicated across several other empires. In the Hard Crow Empire, over 100 individuals gathered, with all 7 leaders present. Some of you are from our empire, while others are not. However, you have paid, and we shall assist you. Yet, entering the secret realm through our empire's array imposes certain restrictions. Remember, you also exit through our array. With all necessary instructions given, the assembly of over 100 individuals vanished from sight, entering the secret realm. Upon closer inspection, 2 familiar figures from the new agriculture empire concealed themselves among the crowd, blending in without drawing attention: Xin Xiuxin and Su Ming. The other 3 major empires were similarly composed, though most contained individuals from other empires. Unlike the new agriculture empire, due to the recent conflicts, many neighboring smaller nations had participated, and even those who had not directly engaged offered covert support. In the past, they could easily enter the secret realm through their respective empires. However, that was now impossible. As light flickered, Tao Yuan felt an overwhelming discomfort engulf his body. What was happening? Upon entering the great secret realm, his internal spiritual energy, soul, and physique were all suppressed. Even his supernatural abilities were stifled. Preparing to utilize his powers to assess his surroundings, Tao Yuan instantly sensed something amiss. Despite his best efforts, he found himself unable to exert even a modicum of spiritual energy. A profound sense of oppression pervaded his entire being. He exchanged glances with Tang Lu, both astonished at the other's predicament. I cannot harness my spiritual energy either. An unprecedented situation unfolded before them. Xian had never mentioned such occurrences upon entering the secret realm, and his expression shifted from uncertainty to alarm. Had the empire concealed vital information regarding the secret realm? Before long, for more beams of light appeared beside them, representatives from the other 5 major empires. Traditionally, members of the 5 empires would engage in mutual taunting. Yet now, they lacked the spirit for such banter. Upon entering the secret realm, their powers had been suppressed, rendering them ordinary. Each individual assessed their own state, exchanging murmurs with those nearby. The first to regain composure, Tao Yuan observed the leaders of the other 4 empires, some with 1 leader, others with 2, while the Eastern Empire stood out with 3, silently asserting its dominance among the 5. In contrast to Tao Yuan, Su Ming quickly spotted him, the figure standing at the forefront of the new agriculture empire, unmistakably a leader among the throng. However, she too felt her supernatural abilities being suppressed, followed closely by her physical form, and ultimately her very soul. Initially, she attributed this to the characteristics of the secret realm, believing it was merely information omitted by the Shun family. Yet, upon witnessing Shan Xiuxin's bewildered expression and furrowed brow, she understood that the situation was far more complex than it appeared. The crowd, having swiftly recovered from their initial disarray, observed the 3 suspected S-rank individuals within the Long Fan Empire's contingent, each scanning their surroundings with keen interest. Only those who have reached the 6th tier of abilities are permitted to enter this place. They have long surpassed their weak beginnings. Concealment is no longer an option, and they harbor no fear of targeted attacks or assassinations from other empires. Excessive protection would only strip them of their qualifications to become formidable. Thus, every S-class individual stands resolutely at the forefront of their ranks. Upon careful observation, it becomes evident that only the Eastern Empire boasts 3 S-class members, a fact that brings an involuntary smile to my lips. It seems that the Eastern Empire remains the strongest among us. The sole leader of the Hard Crow Empire, Supan, briefly assessed his own situation and swiftly composed himself. The Eastern Empire possesses 3 S-class individuals, while the New Farm Empire and the Resplendent Empire each have 2. How intriguing. A fleeting smile crossed Supan's face, his eyes resembling a deep abyss as he spoke first. Greetings, future adversaries. If anyone possesses intelligence regarding this situation, I suggest we share it. His voice rang out unexpectedly, drawing the attention of all present. Supan, however, feigned ignorance, spreading his hands wide. Don't look at me like that. Is there something unsightly upon my face? He shook his ample frame, his rotund visage evoking a sense of treachery. Those familiar with him knew he was as duplicitous as he appeared, his outward demeanor reflecting his sinister nature. Even the fellow ability users from his own empire standing beside him regarded him with a measure of trepidation. He spoke the truth. Anyone with information was welcome to share. ASA model. I shall lead by example and disclose my empire's intelligence. My intelligence is that there is none. The sole leader of the Eastern Love Empire, Muku, also took the initiative to express his stance. Remarkably, no one dared to contradict him. The others exchanged glances, confirming that this was indeed the first time they had encountered such an unusual scenario since entering the secret realm. Just as confusion permeated the air, a dense fog materialized before them. As it dissipated, it revealed a horde of grotesque rats, their blue eyes glaring menacingly at the crowd. Bearing their bloody fangs, it appeared that the secret realm might be in peril. They hoped for unity in the face of danger, urging everyone to escape the realm first. Tao Yuan felt an overwhelming sense of life and death crisis emanating from the horde of giant rats. His legs trembling as if he were experiencing the jitters of his first kill, he sought to rally the 5 great empires together, perhaps offering a glimmer of hope for survival. His instincts screamed that these rats, the size of automobiles, were a greater threat than facing a battalion of 6th-tier ability users. It wasn't that the rats were exceptionally strong. It was simply that he was now an ordinary person, bereft of the abilities he once took pride in, unable even to muster the courage to conjure his famed peach blossom eyes to instill bravery. What is it, genius of the New Farm Empire? I see your legs trembling. Are you afraid? Supan retreated a few steps, placing himself protectively in front of the others while mocking Tao Yuan. Not only he, but the others also found Tao Yuan's demeanor peculiar. How could one falter so pathetically in the face of danger? If the education system of the New Farm Empire were to blame, then Tang Lu beside him was surely stronger. Brother, what troubles you? Tang Lu whispered, having sensed something amiss since the appearance of the rats. Under normal circumstances, he would exude confidence, unperturbed by any threat. Yes, nothing. Tao Yuan dismissed Tang Lu's inquiries, gripping his dagger tightly, his hand appearing pale from exertion. What a joke! How can I possibly contend with these giant rats? Although Tang Lu remained puzzled, she refrained from pressing further. Surely, it couldn't be that her brother's temperament was so poor that he feared death, prompting such behavior. She recalled her brother's usual valor and swiftly dismissed the absurd notion. Really, what am I thinking? My brother is so strong, and his ability lies within his eyes. Perhaps he has noticed details that I have overlooked. Suddenly, the giant rats wasted no time, and the Rat King issued commands. The horde surged forward, moving at a leisurely pace, then quickening to a full sprint. Tang Lu, it is now your responsibility to lead. Aware of his own limitations, Tao Yuan prioritized the safety of others over his own, understanding that recklessness would only lead to needless loss of life. The abrupt handover of command caught the New Farm Empire off guard. While the other empires had already seized the opportunity to retreat and establish defensive lines in a pentagram formation, leaving the New Farm Empire at the forefront and suffering heavy losses. The once celebrated geniuses of the empire struggled against the rat swarm, engaging in primal combat. The rats attacked in a formation reminiscent of wild geese. Their initial onslaught halted, but their momentum gradually waning. The horde seemed to possess a form of consciousness, primarily targeting the S-class geniuses, as if their flesh held greater allure. For instance, the Rat King seized an opportunity to leap into the midst of the horde. Bearing its gaping maw filled with jagged teeth, fixating its cold gaze on the nape of Tao Yuan's neck. Meanwhile, Tao Yuan remained oblivious, his head darting about in search of threats, unless a miracle intervened. His demise was all but assured. The Eastern Empire, the most composed in the face of danger, even took the time to observe the battlefield. The S-class prodigy, Dong Fengshan, noted the Rat King's impending attack. How could the future leader of the new farm empire be so inept? How could he fail to notice such a blatant threat? How had he even reached the 6th tier? Dong Fengshan had every opportunity to save him but chose not to act. The more adversaries that fell, the better for his own empire. All members of the Eastern Empire, gather around me. The wolf pack is nearly vanquished. Maintain your formation. At that moment, the Rat King's fangs had already sunk into Tao Yuan's nape. Brother, be careful. No one expected the Empire's brightest talent to commit such a fundamental error. The seemingly formidable rat swarm lacked significant offensive power, and the majority of those present were not particularly strong. What? Feeling warmth at the back of his neck, Tao Yuan hastily turned and elbowed, an action that should have been too late but surprisingly proved effective. His elbow not only evaded the rat's bite, but struck its vulnerable eye instead. The crisis was averted as the Rat King led the horde in retreat. At that moment, no one present was aware that a deep, resonant bell tolled above the ancient New Farm Empire. Accompanied by the sound of shattering eye in the blink of an eye, the ethereal ancient bell solidified, bearing cracks as a phantom rat gnawed at it, leaving behind several bite marks. After being bitten by the rat, the bell reverted to its ethereal form, ultimately vanishing from the skies above the New Farm Empire. It had indeed been struck. Those two little creatures were truly disconcerting. The foundation of the empire is beyond the imagination of ordinary folk. One would jest that if there were no contingency plans, how could they allow their geniuses to venture forth? It was quite peculiar. One would have expected the first to be the two instruments' creation pill. Yet it turned out to be the ancient bronze bell of fortune that was activated first. Xian Shan sighed, his gaze drifting towards the heavens. Within the secret realm, Tao Yuan collapsed to the ground, gasping for air as he wiped the foul saliva of the giant rat from his nape, which still clung to the gray fur of the creature. His body reacted as though he were suffering from asthma. Retching uncontrollably. Big brother, why are you retching? The speaker appeared to be a primary school student, yet no one was deceived by his youthful appearance. A primary school student could not possibly be the leader of the Eastern Love Empire. This was Mu Ku, the only S-class ability user of the Eastern Love Empire. Are you afraid of the rats, big brother? As a genius, such a glaring flaw should not exist, and no one acknowledged his words. For the true ordeal was only just beginning. All eyes were drawn to the fog before them, where a door had suddenly appeared. The moment the door manifested, the surrounding scenery began to collapse. Fissures emerging in the ground. Quickly, lead everyone through the door. Dong Fengshan swiftly commanded the Hard Crow Empire to act. After the recent eliminations, they had suffered losses of nearly 500. Step aside. Get out of the way. You bastards, you should be the ones to leave. You cowards from the resplendent empire. The 10-meter-wide door appeared particularly congested before thousands of people. Tao Yuan was fortunate to have the door open directly before him, and before he could react, he was thrust inside. He was unaware that someone had taken the opportunity to trample his face twice. Before anyone could catch their breath, a fox-like energy entity appeared. Congratulations to all for passing the luck test and psychological evaluation. The secret realm will no longer impose restrictions upon you. You may freely utilize your abilities. The first trial will commence in half an hour. So everyone must strive to perform well. The crowd was left bewildered, and the energy entity vanished without a trace. Feeling the familiar power within him, Tao Yuan instinctively activated his peach blossom eyes. The suave and composed persona he once embodied returned. He turned to the 300 individuals behind him, a wave of guilt washing over him. If it were not for his own disgraceful performance, how could they have lost 20 people? Nearly half of the Empire's future elite had perished. It weighed heavily on his heart. Damn it, pull yourself together. The illusion of his peach blossom eyes was potent enough to deceive oneself. He quickly regained his composure. With the next trial commencing in half an hour, he needed to prepare. That previous incident seemed too coincidental. He had inadvertently struck the giant rat's eye and avoided a fatal blow. Could it truly have been mere luck? He resolved to inquire upon his return, but for now, he must address the immediate situation. Casting a glance behind him, He noted the displeased expressions of his fellow geniuses directed towards him. Losing his leadership position was one matter. He feared that they might harbor negative sentiments towards him, which could lead to complications. It was imperative to restore his authority. By sheer coincidence, I caught sight of Su Pan's unabashed disdain towards me, and I resolutely decided that he would be my target. Using my enchanting peach blossom eyes to hypnotize myself, I resolved to eliminate him. Chapter 79. Taoyuan vs. Su Pan. Unquestionably, formidable strength remains the most effective means of establishing authority. You, what kind of gaze is that? Do you look down upon me? Let us engage in combat. The allure of my peach blossom eyes revealed to me the formidable prowess of my opponent. This was indeed good news, for it indicated that he lacked the capability to take my life. One ought to choose the softest fruit to squeeze, yet it must not be too soft. Otherwise, it yields no effect. An S-class prodigy is sufficient in this regard. Indeed, I do look down upon you. What of it? Hey! With a snap of his fingers, Su Pan summoned the 5 elements and the 8 trigrams upon the ground, holding an 8 trigrams disc in his hand. Not only do I disdain you, but I also intend to kill you. Taoyuan, with the intent to establish his dominance, prepared to strike, not anticipating that his adversary harbored the same intention. Well then, let us see. With the support of the yin-yang pill, I need not worry about exhausting my potential while unleashing genuine flames. I am truly unafraid of my opponent. The hue of the peach blossoms in my eyes deepened, momentarily flashing before vanishing. Su Pan manipulated the 8 trigrams disc in his hand, causing the 5 elements and the 8 trigrams on the ground to whirl. Farewell. You are the first to dare linger within my formation for so long. I must admit, the new agricultural empire has indeed produced a talent in you. I initially suspected you to be a fool, but that doubt has been dispelled as he maneuvered the 8 trigrams. 2 yin-yang patterns rotated, and a black fish swallowed Taoyuan whole, dissipating his form entirely. Su Pan retracted the formation. No one could escape the jaws of his yin-yang fish, at least, no one of the same rank could. It is over. Truly, it was unexpectedly simple. Dealing with someone as mentally impaired as you offers no sense of achievement, even in victory. As he spoke, Su Pan suddenly found himself unable to articulate a word. A fleeting pain coursed through his body, the last thing he perceived being Taoyuan standing before him, while he himself was torn into 11 pieces by the white cloud, Songlong. Yet, this was not the end. The peach blossom eyes drew his already shattered soul into the peach blossom land, where the blossoms completely tore his spirit apart. After completing this step, Taoyuan exhaled deeply. Senior brother, how is it? Fear not. Junior sister, he is as dead as one can be. Taoyuan cast a reassuring glance at Tang Lu, while the others regarded the pair with wary eyes. From their perspective, it had been Su Pan performing a solo act throughout. Is it an illusion or a soul-related ability? Quite troublesome indeed. The Eastern Empire's Dongfang Shan bowed his head in contemplation when a voice suddenly rang out. Are you certain you have one? All were drawn to this voice. Su Pan? How could he still be alive? Without a doubt, the most astonished among the crowd was Taoyuan, who had witnessed Su Pan disintegrate before his very eyes, only to see him emerge alive once more. He was certain of it. You worthless fools, how could you possibly harm me? Su Pan maintained a facade of ease, yet inside, he was teetering on the brink of madness. He had truly died moments ago. That old fool has indeed inscribed my name within the death note. He had spoken of the 2 S-class individuals needing to coexist harmoniously. Fortunate was he that he had eliminated the other S-class, thus securing his name in the death note for protection. Next, he would eliminate Mu Ku of the Eastern Love Empire, demonstrating to those old relics what a nation without S-class supernatural beings would come to be. Thereby putting an end to their hoarding of treasures, everyone's gaze was sharp and vigilant, fearing they might be the next to fall prey. The only S-class prodigy of the Eastern Love Empire merely adjusted his spectacles, exhibiting no fear, instead bursting into laughter. With his smile, the mirror reflected a bright light. One realized he had been utilizing his abilities since the moment they became available, allowing him to uncover secrets unknown to others. So it was. The previous shortcomings were not feigned, and everything made sense. This prodigious individual of the empire was a clever manipulator who achieved greatness through self-hypnosis. But why would he hypnotize himself? What secrets was he concealing? It was highly improbable that the Empire would permit its prodigy to possess such a glaring psychological flaw. Thus, this genius had deceived even his own empire. What a curious mystery. In the world of Muku, as he unraveled the hidden secrets, two red threads appeared, signaling the clues to this secret. Point 1 connected to Tang Lu, who stood beside Tao Yuan. This did not surprise Muku, as it was normal for two S-class prodigies within the Empire to possess some knowledge of one another. What truly piqued his interest was the other red thread, a connection to Su Ming of the Hard Crow Empire, whose gaze was fixed upon Tao Yuan. Has everyone rested well? The fox-like energy entity once again captured everyone's attention. With a solemn self-introduction, it proclaimed, "I am the Fox Fairy, a guardian of world peace, possessing both beauty and strength. Now, I shall commence the first trial. The game of life. The game is rather straightforward. Upon entering, players will lose certain cognitions and must guide their younger selves through hands-on instruction, ensuring that the younger selves become exceptional enough to surpass their peers. Those who succeed will be rewarded with abundant spiritual energy and insights into life. Failure will result in true death, and losing the game will yield the same fate." Previously, the turtle had always relished combat. But now it is my turn to take charge. The first trial in the secret realm shall surely be splendid. Speaking of beauty, one must choose their favorite color. The fox fairy favors the vibrant hue of blood exposed to the air in an instant. Delight me to your fullest. As her words fell, a spatial tunnel appeared before each person. My father once lamented that his greatest regret was sending me to the imperial capital at the age of 15, allowing me to encounter prodigies too early, which led to feelings of inadequacy and jealousy. This time, I shall not repeat that mistake. Jiang Han steadied his emotions and was the first to step into the spatial tunnel. "Senior brother, take care." Waving her hand, Tang Lu followed him into the tunnel. The majority of individuals soon entered the spatial tunnel, with more and more departing from this place. With his hand resting upon the threshold of the spatial tunnel, Tao Yuan remained hesitant to enter. Was that fellow still not going in? Dongfang Shan cast a puzzled glance before entering his own passage. Time is equally precious within the secret realm. Who knows what rewards await the first to complete the trial? Eventually, only Tao Yuan remained, standing before the spatial tunnel. "Fox Fairy, are you targeting me?" Chapter 80. The trial commences. Others were unaware that Tao Yuan did not wish to enter. He simply could not. His hand pressed against the tunnel, not out of reluctance, but because he encountered a barrier that the tunnel presented to him. He. The fox fairy circled around Tao Yuan, her gaze scrutinizing him, before she laughed and said, "Not at all. It is merely that you were in that state before, and now you appear thus. I suspect you have deceived yourself. Therefore, in order to cultivate your mental fortitude, I must temporarily deprive you of the means to deceive yourself. Of course, to ensure relative fairness, I shall grant you a slight edge. Enjoy yourself." The fox fairy's palm glimmered with ethereal light as she effortlessly harnessed the powers of the secret realm, suppressing Tao Yuan. And with a swift kick, she propelled him into the tunnel. This little fellow is truly amusing. While others face a singular trial, he seems to have two no matter. I shall sit back and observe. With a wave of her hand, the fox fairy directed everyone's attention to the grand screen before her, as she reclined upon a seat formed from clouds, stretching and indulging in celestial delicacies. In this familiar world, Tao Yuan gazed upon his illusory self. Is this a glimpse into my past life? As he pondered, a young boy on a bicycle sped past him. Heading home. He, dear little brother. I cannot wait to see you. Listening to the boy's murmurs and his current predicament, Tao Yuan felt a throbbing headache. I remember. I seem to have graduated from university a year ago. How vexing. If I had known it would turn out like this, I would have dealt with that manager. Tao Yuan recalled that he was a university graduate, enduring various grievances, while the boy before him was none other than his 12-year-old self, just starting junior high. His dream had come true. He had truly returned to his childhood. I knew it. Novels are based on reality, so rebirth was inevitable. Moreover, he realized he was a reborn individual with an advantage. Closing his eyes to meditate, Tao Yuan entered his realm of consciousness, where a perfect body lay in repose. Perfect body, possessing the world's most exceptional physical attributes, unparalleled beauty, and the highest intelligence. Through the information in his mind, Tao Yuan discerned that this body was not meant for him, but rather for his younger self. Once his younger self achieved the necessary foundational conditions, he would be able to bestow upon him the capabilities possessed by this body. Upon entering, he only subconsciously instructed himself to surpass everyone else, having completely forgotten that this was merely a game. Cognition has undergone a transformation, as the 21-year-old self returns before the 12-year-old self in a form akin to a soul. Once this body reaches the age of 21, the two shall become inseparable. With this in mind, I shall possess no shortcomings, striving to reach the pinnacle of life before turning 18, and thereafter relish in the joys of existence. Resolute in this determination, Tao Yuan, in pursuit of his youthful self, floats along with his own spirit. Brother, I have come. How has your time in kindergarten been? Let me take you home. Brother, a small figure emerges from the kindergarten class. Bouncing with glee. After bidding farewell to classmates, he skillfully climbs onto the back of a bicycle. Brother, let us go home. The interaction between the two siblings evokes a sense of nostalgia in Tao Yuan. It is undeniably charming, yet the question remains, what shall be done upon returning home? As the two little ones arrive home, the sounds of argument echo through the house. Divorce, now. Each child shall go with one of us. The adults' loud voices disregard the fact that passers-by can hear the commotion from within. Very well, let us divorce. The elder will stay with me, and the younger with you. The argument escalates to the point of throwing objects, prompting little Tao Yuan to leave his brother at the door and timidly approach their parents. Mom and Dad, please do not fight. Sit down and talk it out. Do not throw things. His voice is feeble and timid. A child's plea of little effect, only met with the retort, go inside and do your homework, son. Your mother and I will handle this. Taking his brother into the room, he shuts the door and pulls out his homework. Brother, you must study diligently and not worry our parents. Comforting his younger sibling, Tao Yuan sits at the desk, eyes fixed on the homework, yet ears attuned to the quarrel outside, his mind far from his studies. Studying every day, and for what? The grades are still dismal. If one is not cut out for academics, why bother? It wastes both time and money. Living in comfort has bred such bad habits. I was already working at your age. To be frank, if you cannot pass into high school, you ought not to pursue further education. Little Tao Yuan has heard such words countless times. His parents have quarreled since he can remember. Listening to their disputes, tears inevitably fall, despite having heard these sentiments many times before. Brother, do not cry. This little red flower is a reward from my teacher. I will stick it on your arm. The younger sibling rushes to his brother's side, tearing the flower from his forehead and placing it on Tao Yuan's arm. Brother, it is all right. Let us not speak of this today. During class, the teacher spoke of human traffickers, so I hurriedly rode my bicycle to fetch you. You must not let them take you away. After a while, the noise outside diminishes, and with their father exiting the house, the clamor subsides entirely. Tao Yuan feels a pang of discomfort at this scene. Despite having witnessed it many times, it would only begin to improve after he entered university. Or perhaps it never truly improved, as he simply received no news from home during those years. This situation is indeed vexing. His father enjoys socializing with friends, often returning home late, around 10 or 11 p.m., which was considered quite late for them. Meanwhile, his mother wishes for his father to spend more time at home, avoiding associations with dubious friends and gambling, but her pleas fall on deaf ears. After several attempts, she eventually loses her temper, while his father, seemingly weary of hearing her complaints, refuses to back down. Each believes they are in the right. The matter remains unresolved. It is better to grow up swiftly. That evening, as Tao Yuan lies in the same room as his brother, he finds himself unable to sleep, and in a daze, he seems to see a ghost. Who are you? I am a murderer, destined to take your life. Curiously, the soul of Tao Yuan bears no resemblance to his younger self. The only similarity is that they are both human. I am merely joking. I am you from the future, much like the protagonist you see in the comics, here to assist your present self. Chapter 81. Guiding my younger self, Tao Yuan ponders whether his current self has begun reading comics. If not, explaining would become rather cumbersome. I understand. Little Tao Yuan nods with calm assurance. From the moment you appeared, I knew you were my future self, akin to the characters in Sangxiong, where the protagonist travels through time to assist their present self. Moreover, he feels an undeniable kinship with this future self. The situation unfolds unexpectedly smoothly. Upon his arrival, the younger self instantly recognizes him. Is it a testament to the vivid imagination of childhood? Regardless, it matters not as long as the plan proceeds without a hitch. Contemplating how best to guide little Taoyuan, he considers a holistic approach to development. No, that is too foolish. Merely being superior to peers is sufficient. Moral education can be set aside, as well as the arts and physical labor. Focusing on intellect and health should suffice. Hey, will the future me be as good-looking as you? At this moment, Taoyuan's appearance is reflective of his otherworldly self, vastly different from that of little Taoyuan. He attributes this disparity to his unique advantages. After all, a perfect physique resides within his mind, bearing a striking resemblance to his current form. The pinnacle of beauty in this world pales in comparison to the extraordinary potential of another realm. This is not the time for such discussions. You should sleep now. I will contemplate your training direction tonight, and starting tomorrow, I will impose strict standards upon you. I shall grant you enhancements. 3 years pass in the blink of an eye. Today, as the first day of high school commences, little Taoyuan departs for school, attracting numerous glances along the way. Over the past 3 years, his mornings have been dedicated to exercise followed by study, accumulating a daunting 6 hours of learning each day, allowing him to inherit some traits from his body. Taoyuan closely examines little Taoyuan, who embodies the pure and pristine characteristics of his inherited physique, appearing spotless and possessing striking good looks, qualities befitting such purity. How long will you continue to accompany me? I am the master of my own life. Cease to influence my decisions. Little Taoyuan glares at Taoyuan, resentment bubbling within him after 3 years of what felt like hell. Do not speak so. I am only looking out for your best interests. Besides, I can manifest a physical form for a time. Be careful, or I shall strike you. Taoyuan is deeply dissatisfied with the current appearance of his younger self. Over the years, they have constantly clashed, either opposing each other or dragging their feet. How could his younger self not realize how insufferable he had been? After a few scuffles, he relished the opportunity to vent his frustrations, as the knowledge that he was merely facing his younger self, coupled with a new body as protection, allowed him to unleash his full vigor. Get lost. Why don't you just die? Little Taoyuan's temper flares, and he touches the back of his head, where someone had kicked him rather forcefully. It seems some individuals remain obstinate, but a little discipline will surely make them comply. Why won't you just listen to me? The pent-up emotions of caring for a child swell within Taoyuan, and he solidifies his form, unhesitatingly delivering a kick to little Taoyuan's foot and grasping his hair, forcefully slamming his head against the ground. Why do you keep asking why? In these 3 years, I have invested so much effort into your development. And you? How have you repaid me? You had the potential to enter a good high school. Yet you threw a tantrum during the exam and submitted a blank paper. Did you think that just because I struck you a few days ago, I truly cared for you or your childhood self? Even if you were to rise above all, you would still perish. I have come to realize that rather than live a disingenuous life for 100 years, it is far better to live comfortably in the present. Such is the naive thinking of a child, attempting to punish him with a score of 0, a tactic that only harms those who care for him and cannot touch him. He forcefully strikes his head against the ground until blood seeps from his scalp, only to feel dissatisfied and deliver another kick. The vicinity of the school is already crowded with onlookers. On the first day of high school, individuals with phones record the spectacle from a distance. Taoyuan bends down to twist little Taoyuan's ear. Look at them. They are all recording us. From their perspective, it appears as though an older brother is beating his younger brother. You truly are a source of embarrassment. Do you not care about your reputation? How could you embarrass yourself so greatly on the very first day of school? To be honest, I regret not teaching you morals, with the family in such disarray. You seem to have no gratitude. Little Taoyuan can no longer endure it. He struggles fiercely, wrenching his ear from Taoyuan's grasp. A sudden, sharp pain radiates from his ear, and without a moment to dwell on the physical agony, he races upstairs, reaching the 3rd floor, the highest point of the academic building, while Taoyuan leisurely trails behind. What? Are you contemplating jumping? Yes, I might as well jump and end it all. You are my future self. If I die now, you will die as well. We shall perish together. Upon hearing this, Taoyuan bursts into laughter. What a child you are, using your own life as a source of amusement. Be by all means. Jump. Stand there contemplating without actually leaping. What do you intend to do? Little Taoyuan, spurred by Taoyuan's taunts, momentarily considers a leap, yet hesitates in the end. He does not desire to die. Does compelling me to the brink of death serve your interests? Consider our parents and younger brother. Their sorrow at my demise would be immeasurable. Xiao Taoyuan endeavored to appeal to Taoyuan's emotions, yet his aspirations were ultimately in vain. I am you, and you are me. Our experiences are identical. Your current moral standing leaves much to be desired, so how can I expect my future self to embody greater virtue? Taoyuan surged forward, seizing his hair, declaring that if one must jump, then jump they shall. Trustworthiness is the foundation of one's existence. Xiao Taoyuan, yanked along, plummeted from the third floor. Though he struggled against the force, the disparity in their physical forms rendered his resistance futile. He could only exert the strength from his waist to lift his head as much as possible. Once this was accomplished, Taoyuan dissipated into an ethereal form, reverting to that ghastly visage. Xiao Taoyuan crashed to the ground. The impact resonating with a dull thud, Taoyuan's spectral body advanced to inspect the aftermath. Indeed, a displaced lumbar disc, fractured bones in the hands, a mild concussion, and the lower legs bent at a 90-degree angle, merely minor injuries. Had I known better than to enhance his physique, I would have refrained. Taoyuan shook his head in disappointment, as though dissatisfied with his own handiwork. Hey kid, are you still alive? If so, make a sound. With so many witnesses, I do not wish to be labeled a murderer. The commotion at the school inevitably drew the attention of the teachers. As if summoned by fate, a teacher soon arrived on the scene and arranged for Xiao Taoyuan's transport to the hospital. Chapter 82, Life and Death. The ordeal concluded with Xiao Taoyuan's accidental fall from the third floor. Although the school surveillance had captured the event, when Xiao Taoyuan claimed it was an accident, the footage mysteriously vanished. After a few days of recuperation, Xiao Taoyuan returned to school, genuinely wishing to avoid spending another minute at home. Another argument? Better to head to school then. Before leaving, he took an apple from home. Peeling it with a fruit knife, in a moment of carelessness, the sharp blade nicked his finger. Placing the apple aside, he carried the fruit knife with him to school. Upon entering the campus, Xiao Taoyuan encountered familiar faces. Taoyuan, how is your injury? Chen Kai inquired, approaching with concern. She was a classmate from middle school. Their paths had diverged, but as Taoyuan's appearance became increasingly striking, they began to socialize. I thought you would attend Yizhong. I didn't expect you to end up here like me. What a pity. You could have achieved full marks in all subjects, had it not been for your absence from 2 exams due to some matters. You wouldn't be in this situation, as luck would have it. I'm in your class now. Let me show you to our classroom. I don't have a desk partner, so you can sit beside me. Chen Kai chattered on, while Xiao Taoyuan nodded in agreement, feigning attentive listening. Taoyuan ascended to the rooftop, feeling the cold wind on his face, perched on the edge with his feet dangling above the void. Aware that a misstep could lead to a fatal fall, perhaps the chill of the breeze had a sobering effect, for Taoyuan found himself reflecting. What is happening to me? I possess no control over my emotions. Earlier, I truly wished to kill him. If I were to kill him, would that not be akin to self-destruction? Still too cowardly, merely strong in my own domain. My treatment of him is intricately linked to my own identity. Thus, I am disproportionately severe in my judgments and frequently lose control. I need only allow him to mature until the age of 21, securing this perfect body effortlessly, yet I nitpick, striving for unattainable perfection. Perhaps I ought to apologize to my present self. Resolute, he acknowledged his errors without hesitation. Admitting fault was simple, yet the path to change remained arduous. In the evening, while fostering camaraderie with his classmates, Xiao Taoyuan garnered the disdain of several male peers under the attentive gaze of numerous female students. This newcomer had effortlessly captivated the entire class of girls. He must at least endeavor to create a rivalry. Their enthusiasm was palpable, yet Xiao Taoyuan, seasoned in such matters, adeptly ignored the more excessive remarks. The bell signaling the end of the evening study session finally rang, marking the day's most relaxed moment. Thank you, but I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. Upon exiting, Xiao Taoyuan's demeanor darkened, the persistent ache throughout his body a constant reminder of his suffering. Hey, I apologize. I lost control earlier and didn't realize my strength. I'm sorry. Taoyuan materialized, head bowed, displaying an awkward demeanor. Apologizing to oneself proved to be a refreshing experience. Your apology is unnecessary. This isn't your first time expressing regret. Do you intend to continue tormenting me post-apology? He retracted his insincere regret. Even as a source of amusement, I refused to endure humiliation in such a manner. Xiao Taoyuan grew increasingly agitated, stepping closer, standing before Taoyuan, his hands gripping Taoyuan's body tightly, his state frenzied, eyes ablaze with fury. Ignoring the pain in his arms, he gripped Taoyuan with increasing force, gradually losing strength. I am truly sorry. I have recognized my faults. I will no longer interfere in your life. Do as you wish. I will not sway your thoughts. Perhaps I too can explore the world through your perspective. I merely came to bid you farewell. Before Taoyuan could finish his sentence, an excruciating pain surged through his body. Looking down, he noticed a knife handle protruding from himself, the blade still ascending, his body instinctively responding by pushing Xiao Taoyuan away. What are you doing? Taoyuan stifled the impulse to extract the blade. The flesh beneath it oozed blood, and no amount of pressure could stem the flow. Evidently, Xiao Taoyuan, witnessing the blood streaming from Taoyuan, could hardly contain his excitement, his inner urges threatening to overwhelm him as he yearned to deliver further blows. Didn't you say you are me? Then you should understand my nature. Or do you only consider your perspective, neglecting mine? Others are stabbed by others, yet you stab yourself. How does that feel? Exhilarating, isn't it? Xiao Taoyuan rose, approaching Taoyuan, delivering 2 kicks, seizing his hair and forcefully slamming his head against the ground, then rubbing it against the surface. He had long desired to enact this revenge. It felt unexpectedly satisfying. No wonder it was invigorating when he kicked me. I wanted to merely inflict a wound. Had my body not been resilient, I might have already succumbed to blood loss. Yet even awake, I am diminished, forced to witness my own beating. After a prolonged bout of aggression, Xiao Taoyuan felt his pent-up resentment dissipate. Exhausted from the exertion, he settled onto a nearby stone pedestal. Gazing at the fallen Taoyuan, he contemplated, his eyes flashing with a hint of malevolence. How foolish to stab your own future. My apologies, but I shall assist you in removing that blade. With a malicious grin, Xiao Taoyuan grasped the knife handle, and with a swift motion, he fulfilled his promise, albeit with a slight deviation, resulting in a wider gash. I truly regret this. My first attempt at wielding a knife lacked finesse, and I inadvertently exacerbated the wound. How about this? I'll insert the knife back in to seal the injury. What do you think? The knife pierced in and out a total of 7 times, and as Xiao Taoyuan observed Taoyuan's unconscious form, he felt a twinge of boredom, if all proceeded without incident. This perfect body would be rendered utterly useless, and the instances of Taoyuan's aggression towards Xiao Taoyuan coincidentally matched the number of stabs. Though you despise me so profoundly, what you have destroyed is not me, but the very essence of your advantages. With this perfect physique gone, you will now be just another face in the crowd, and no need for your reminders. Xiao Taoyuan turned to face the spectral Taoyuan before averting his gaze once more. He understood that Taoyuan would not perish easily, yet the pain he experienced was undeniably real. To truly extinguish his existence, there remained but one path: to take his own life. In silence, they walked on, the streetlights illuminating the monitored crosswalk as Xiao Taoyuan waited for the red light, followed closely by Taoyuan. The repercussions of murder rendered time unbearably slow, the duration of the red light painfully elongated. As the signal shifted to green, vehicles at the intersection obediently halted, yet Xiao Taoyuan did not cross. What are you doing? Hemph. Aren't you supposed to be able to predict? Then why not take a guess? You are waiting for death. Chapter 83, The Final Challenge. Xiao Taoyuan ignored Taoyuan, quietly seated on the stone pedestal. The green light flickered on and off until a luxurious car attempted to run the red light. Xiao Taoyuan calmly stepped onto the crosswalk, and under a mix of chance and intention, the vehicle collided with his head. Moments later, he ceased to breathe entirely, his feet still on the crosswalk. Throughout the ordeal, he remained eerily composed. Is this your intention? Although I am not surprised, I feel an inexplicable sorrow. It began so smoothly. To drive an ordinary person to madness, such a failure. Xiao Taoyuan was dead. Shortly thereafter, the car's driver exited, dialing for an ambulance, concluding with a small child weeping uncontrollably. I'm sorry, little brother. I've caused you grief. Taoyuan's spirit became translucent, a cold gust from outside scattering his essence. In another trial, yes, now is the time to charge ahead and seize the 6th-tier medicinal herb from the divine wood forest to break through to the 6th tier. Taoyuan surged forth amidst a host of 5th-tier herbs. utilizing his peach blossom eyes to disguise himself and diminish his presence. Teacher, I have obtained it. Now I can break through to the 6th tier. To obtain the 6th tier medicinal herbs, coupled with the accumulation of these years, it is ample enough to refine a 6th grade elixir once more. The two individuals in question are the little Taoyuan and Taoyuan from that secret realm. Indeed, it is possible to depart from the beastly forest and head towards the Imperial Alchemy Hall to refine 6th grade elixirs free of charge, though I sincerely hope that this time, failure will not befall us again. Little Taoyuan strives to calm the tumultuous heart, fearing a repeat of the previous disaster where, after laboriously refining the elixir, the cauldron exploded, resulting in failure. This fellow had not anticipated that the Empire's training for A-class Esper was so meager. He had grown accustomed to S-class standards. Certainly, Taoyuan possesses not only one secret realm in that world, but also in this one. Standing before me are the 20-something Taoyuan and the nearly 500-year-old little Taoyuan. Upon my initial arrival, little Taoyuan refrained from taking lives, nor did he manipulate the peach blossom eyes to deceive himself into claiming to be S-class. Under the Empire's A-class training, reaching the 6th tier at nearly 500 years is indeed a stroke of genius. However, in comparison to my prior cultivation, it is as if one were in the heavens and the other in the depths of the earth. If all goes smoothly, he could attain the status of a 6th tier Esper by the age of 500. Fortunately, this fellow lacks soul abilities. Any pretense would surely be exposed, which is a relief. In good fortune, little Taoyuan encountered a master alchemist while bringing the herbs, and in a bid to teach his apprentice, he successfully crafted the 6th grade elixir known as the Broken Mirror Elixir. Master, I am about to break through to the 6th tier. Fear not, focus on your breakthrough. I shall protect you. Little Taoyuan's internal energy is robust, indicating that this breakthrough should be well within reach. The trials of life and death have enriched his energy, yet with such a foundation, even the formless Taoyuan might find him lacking. The disparity between S-class and A-class training is monumental. No wonder each can dominate their respective ranks. Beyond the primary differences in Esper levels, resources undoubtedly play a significant role. Thankfully, everything proceeded smoothly, and both little Taoyuan and Taoyuan successfully transcended. The memories from the two realms of Taoyuan merged into a single soul. The soul returning to the body, signifying his successful passage. The fox immortal appeared before him, gazing down with disdain. Though I look down upon you, you have still provided me with amusement. Self-destruction is a curious endeavor. I had granted you a golden finger, and under normal circumstances, you would be deemed a failure. Yet, this situation is unprecedented. Thus the explanation lies with me. Kneeling upon the ground, Taoyuan cradled his head, feeling as though it bore the weight of 1,000 pounds. As the two forces intertwined, transforming all past experiences into wisdom, he could not comprehend a single word the fox immortal uttered. His mind felt as if it were simmering porridge, thick and chaotic. The memories were jumbled and intricate, yet fortunately, his soul abilities prevented him from succumbing to a split personality. The art of self-deception necessitates self-narcotization, a craft in which he is quite proficient, the fox immortal. Growing weary of the silence, remarked, "In light of your kneeling gratitude, I shall allow you to pass. Live well, you must provide me with entertainment." After a protracted silence, having dulled his emotions, he exited the time-space tunnel. Where many had already emerged from the trial, Muku was engaging with Su Ming. "Sister, have you been watching the time-space tunnel of the leader from the new agricultural empire because you fancy that big brother?" The only response was silence. Then, "Sister, do you know that big brother?" Su Ming's icy gaze flickered with a hint of emotion, which Muku astutely noticed, continuing, "According to spies from the Eastern Love Empire, it seems the new agricultural empire has nurtured two prodigies. I initially thought they were the two before me, but the timing does not match. Moreover, based on my assessment, sister, your strength here could easily rank within the top 12. Could you possibly be the missing S-class genius from the new agricultural empire?" Su Ming's cold gaze fixed upon Muku. As if her eyes could freeze his very soul, Muku felt as though he were trapped in an ice cellar. Hastily averting his gaze from Su Ming, "I apologize, sister, for the intrusion." Upon returning to the crowd of the Eastern Love Empire, the reflection of Muku's glasses glimmered as he pondered his deductions. A person capable of inducing such a chill in an S-class Esper, within the same tier, must be of absolute caliber. Years prior, The transformation of Dragon Ridge Mountain into Dragon Ridge Snow Mountain was likely her doing. Following a rebellion, one of the 8 leaders of the empire, the Shun family, plundered the Magic City and evacuated, while here, Su Ming had been continuously beside that seemingly powerful young master. The first impression of this young master was one of dominance. After re-evaluating his theories, Mu Ku instructed the person beside him, "Go and test that young master's strength." "What, me again?" The young man with slightly darker skin protested, yet he summoned a long knife. "Ready for action. There's no other choice. Besides me, you are the strongest here. Others would likely fail to ascertain his strength. I beg of you." The young man slowly approached Shin Xiuxin with the knife, and without a word, struck down Su Ming, standing beside him, could have easily intercepted the blow, yet she did not. In fact, she hoped for Shin Xiuxin's demise, slightly shifting her body to evade. Faced with the sudden onslaught, Shin Xiuxin exhibited disdain, not even glancing, casually conjuring dragon claws to obliterate his assailant. The long knife was no match for the dragon claws, easily shattering it, as the claws loomed larger in Shin Xiuxin's perception. In the midst of life and death peril, an energy sphere struck the dragon claws, the explosion sending razor winds crashing against the dragon scales with a resounding roar, shattering several dragon scales. Chapter 84. The test. Mu Ku stood at a distance, lifting the right foot that had just unleashed the energy sphere. "What do you intend to do?" "To attack the Eastern Love Empire's Ping Yi in front of me. Can I take this as a provocation against the Empire?" As he spoke, Ping Yi had already returned to Mu Ku's side. Shin Xiuxin's eyes narrowed as he sensed the backlash. The dragoness might roaring forth, overwhelming the A-class espers from the Eastern Love Empire. A mere trick. The reflection from Mu Ku's glasses formed a barrier to withstand the dragon's might, and with a pointed finger, Shin Xiuxin seemed to sense something, extending his dragon claws to defend. A faint, almost imperceptible sound echoed in the ears of the onlookers. "Look, it seems something has pierced through his dragon scales." The crowd turned to see a pinhole-sized opening on the majestic dragon scales. "What is happening? I can barely control my body." Clutching his injured dragon claw, Shin Xiuxin resisted the urge to kneel, using his hands to prop himself up to avoid losing consciousness completely. Upon inspecting his body, he found his injured dragon claw devoid of sensation. Gathering spiritual energy, he struck his wounded claw, creating a blood hole, channeling dragon energy to barely restore his consciousness, his golden dragon eyes gleaming with bloodthirsty cruelty as they fixated on Mu Ku. His instincts warned him that the person before him was not to be trifled with. "Are you all right?" Su Ming, who had been watching for some time, stepped forward to inquire. "Why didn't you intervene earlier?" In response to the question, a flicker of fear crossed Su Ming's icy expression. "I thought you could handle it without me." Shin Xiuxin stared at her, as if inviting her to express her desire to experience the celestial dragon seal. "Mu Ku, do you require my assistance?" It seems the opponent is rather formidable. Su Pan, who had just emerged, rushed forward to curry favor, secretly contemplating how to trip Mu Ku, ensuring his downfall within the secret realm. "No need, it has been resolved." Calculating the battle capabilities of both sides, Mu Ku was confident of victory, yet deemed the opponent unworthy of his effort. Moreover, he had obtained the information he sought regarding the Shin family's flying dragon. Though Mu Ku did not recognize the 2-winged golden dragon, he was familiar with the flying dragon. The conditions you wished for have been met. A secret yet to be thoroughly investigated led to the discovery of another hidden truth. The girl accompanying the flying dragon was the S-class genius abducted by the Shin family from the new agricultural empire. As Mu Ku pieced together his deductions, his ability to seek knowledge advanced towards a higher echelon. His power was unique. Each successful deduction enhanced his thirst for knowledge, and should one day he amass sufficient strength, he could attain omniscience. At that moment, Taoyuan emerged from adversity, his peach blossom eyes restored, and immediately spotted Su Ming and Shin Xiuxin among the crowd. "I thought you would perish within the secret realm. I never imagined you would emerge solely by your own abilities. I suspect you have some connection to the secret realm." Upon seeing Taoyuan emerge next, Su Pan expressed incredulity. His gaze lingered on Su Ming, and with the combination of his peach blossom eyes and soul abilities, he sensed an anomaly. It appeared as though Su Ming's soul bore an imprint. Deceiving the heavens and crossing the sea. The otherworldly peach blossom. Forcibly extracting Su Ming's soul from her body, he dragged her into the otherworldly peach blossom. I have truly fallen for your illusion. This otherworldly peach blossom feels both familiar and strange. What has happened to you? Su Ming hesitated, as if unable to articulate her thoughts. Taiyuan attempted to read her memories, yet the imprint on Su Ming's soul resisted him. With his formidable soul power, he could forcibly extract the memories, but such an approach would shatter her soul. The fact that Su Ming could be drawn into the otherworldly peach blossom indicated she was susceptible to illusionary manipulation. He attempted to employ illusions to make her deceive herself, but despite his efforts, he ultimately fell short, realizing that his current self lacked the strength. Since he could not extract the information, he could only observe the imprint closely. Comparing it with his own memories, it seemed to be the Shun family's celestial dragon seal. According to the Empire's records, once the celestial dragon seal is branded, it cannot be removed. And each activation of the seal brings with it profound pain, deepening with the passage of time. Every decade, it is imperative to possess the secret elixirs refined by the Shun family for survival. Otherwise, the Tianlong seal will obliterate one's soul without hesitation. Moreover, it constantly reads information, meaning that any experiences Su Ming undergoes will be recorded through the Tianren Ming. If he is aware of something, the Tianlong seal will undoubtedly be informed as well. Regrettably, I am unable to unravel the mysteries of the Tianlong seal, as our family lacks the means to alleviate suffering. The hypnotized Su Ming has long lost his perception of the outside world, rendering him oblivious to all that transpired in the Peach Blossom Land. There, a phantasm known as numbness has been imprinted upon his soul by Taoyuan. Although it is still somewhat tenuous, I have managed to accomplish it. Taoyuan's objective was to link the illusion with the Tianlong seal. Once the latter is activated, this illusion will be triggered, temporarily blocking all of Su Ming's senses. The illusion will gradually take effect and slowly diminish. Perhaps due to the constraints of power, it cannot completely resolve the pain, yet even a reduction is commendable. The passage of time in the Peach Blossom Land differs from that of the outside world. While much time has elapsed within, only a second has passed outside. As Su Ming emerges from the illusion, he gazes blankly at Taoyuan, uncertain whether he has truly entered the phantasm in the previous moments. Shen Xiuxin had already discerned that Su Ming had fallen under the illusion. Even without the Tianlong seal's notification, he could sense it. Haunted by his unwilling past, he possesses a certain understanding of Taoyuan's illusion. Realizing that Su Ming must have indeed succumbed to the Peach Blossom Land, Taoyuan urges him to repeat what he just said. Su Ming's expression is icy, his mind racing. What do you mean? Have I not been by your side all along? If something was said, would you not know? It is best that way. Taoyuan returns to his own ranks, finding it surprising that his junior sister, Tang Lu, remains trapped inside. The unique time-space rift belonging to Tang Lu glimmers, and she emerges, looking relieved to see her senior brother who has already exited. While she has faith in her brother's ability to pass the trial, his previous performance left her somewhat concerned. Brother, I knew you would make it out. Junior sister, why are you so late? According to the Secret Realm standards, you should have access to the best resources of the Empire. Your speed in clearing the trials should be at least a bit faster. Tang Lu sheepishly scratches her head. Brother, I had no choice. The Secret Realm has made me a standout among my peers. The only competitors are you or the senior sister. I need to at least match both of you to clear the trials. I utilized the advantage of foresight to challenge you when I broke through to the 5th tier. At that time, you had not yet reached the 6th tier, and I defeated you using my 6th tier Baiyun Songlong and Spirit Fox. Hearing this, Taoyuan begins to understand why it took him almost 500 years to break through to the 6th tier and successfully clear the trial. His starting point was simply too low. Competing only against A-class ability users. Chapter 85. The second round of trials, however, she seems to remember that during her 5th tier, she was slightly stronger than Su Ming, even though they had never fought. Not noticing her brother's peculiar expression, Tang Lu continues, the senior sister in that world is diligent, possessing innate spiritual power surpassing yours. By the time I broke through to the 5th tier, she had already reached the 6th. So you mean you had never fought your senior sister until you broke through to the 6th and 7th tiers? She realizes that her innate spiritual power is not as high as Su Ming's. If he does not slack off, he will undoubtedly surpass her by a significant margin, making her previous thoughts reasonable. No. It was later that my senior sister encountered danger and was injured, delaying her cultivation progress and allowing me to catch up. However, even so, I ultimately did not defeat her, merely reaching a stalemate. Tang Lu is filled with a sense of defeat. Despite relying on her foresight, she still could not overcome her senior sister, and her victory over her brother was merely due to her opportunism. Her brother's cultivation speed accelerated rapidly after breaking through to the 6th tier, surpassing her senior sister in just a few years. She realizes she is indeed the weakest among the 3 disciples of her master. Taoyuan and Tang Lu continue their conversation, and gradually, some individuals emerge from the time-space tunnels, while others close before they can exit, signaling that they will remain trapped in the secret realm. When all time-space tunnels are finally shut, it signifies the end of the first round of trials. Taohua's gaze scans the crowd, totaling 1,832 individuals. Before entering the secret realm, there were approximately 2,000, and over 3,000 had entered through the teleportation array, indicating that 1/10 have been eliminated in the first round. Once everyone settles, the Fox Immortal reappears. What a pity! Logically, you are all the cream of the crop here, and with my guidance, a little effort should suffice to clear the trials. How is it that 1/10 of you have met your demise in the secret realm? It is truly disappointing. The few S-class individuals over there seem to have entered and exited without any pressure. The Fox Immortal's gaze shifts to Muku, the Empire's only S-class, who, upon mastering human power, has become the top contender among his peers due to the strength of his S-class ability. Upon noticing the Fox Immortal's attention, Muku feigns surprise, secretly calculating, is that so? If so, then why did Su Pan take so long to emerge after entering? Is it possible that there is not just one S-class ability user in the Empire? As if having found the answer, the inquisitive ability responds, yet it fails to provide any information. It seems only Su Pan is privy to the inside story. Given his character, if anyone learns of this matter, it is certain he would resort to violence. Everyone has their suspicions, their gazes subtly drifting towards Su Pan. What are you staring at? And you A-class individuals dare to look at me, an S-class? I wonder if your team leaders can protect you. A few A-class individuals, upon hearing this, quietly avert their gazes and resume watching the Fox Immortal. The Fox Immortal retracts her gaze and turns to Taoyuan, continuing in front of the gathered crowd. Moreover, some of you have clearly failed the trials yet still appear here. I won't name names. Let everyone guess. In an instant, the crowd's focus shifts from Su Pan to Taoyuan. This fellow is on the verge of naming names. Faced with the gazes of the crowd, Taoyuan smiles, the light in his peach blossom eyes flickering as he casually casts an illusion on a few individuals. Those ensnared by the illusion suffer a blow to their souls, emitting a scream as they clutch their heads, an act that stuns the others. This fellow's illusion is undetectable, even with their concentrated observation. They glean nothing. This sentiment resonates simultaneously in the minds of Dongfang Shan, Su Pan, and Muku. Fox Immortal, may we proceed to the next round of trials? I hope you won't grant me any special favors. After feeling defeated at the beginning of the first round, things have improved significantly since then. Now, reflecting on it, had the Fox Immortal not suppressed his ability, it would have been a mere matter of using an illusion to make little Taoyuan obedient. A task that would have been all too easy. Just as he contemplated cursing the Fox Immortal in his heart, he recalled their presence in the grand secret realm, where the other party's power is immense. She might even possess the ability to read minds, prompting him to dismiss the thought. Nonetheless, he occasionally finds himself thinking about it, forcing him to use his peach blossom eyes to hypnotize himself. Stifling his inner thoughts. Of course, we can proceed. However, according to the rules, you have a 30-minute break, so I will announce the second trial after half an hour. By the way, the second trial seems to be related to scoring. I can't quite recall, so I'll present you with the scoring items related to the second trial. With a wave of her hand, the Fox Immortal bestows a token upon each person present. Though the colors appear different, according to the information gleaned from his peach blossom eyes, there are 4 colors of tokens. His token is peach-colored, the S-class tokens are golden, the A-class tokens are purple. And Jiang Han possesses a tricolor token. It is worth mentioning that the tokens vary in value according to their respective abilities. The tokens in everyone's hands are composed of a portion of their spiritual power, transformed into pure, attribute-less spiritual energy through the secret realm. By shattering another's token, one can gain a small amount of their spiritual energy. The absorption is without side effects, which is the greatest capability of this secret realm. Breaking a token does not result in death, only a loss of a small amount of spiritual energy. Each person's token can absorb a maximum of 3 others. After 3 times, they will receive a game prompt. We shall meet again in half an hour. Without regard for the opinions of others, the fox immortal vanishes once more. After her departure, all present grow tense. While it is said that the game will commence in half an hour, now that everyone possesses tokens, who knows if someone will attempt to seize them? Mu Ke's gaze glances at Tao Yuan's token, sighing in regret. The latter's formidable strength makes it challenging to unite others for a coordinated attack. An A-class ability user beside Dongfang Shan quietly whispers something to him, prompting Dongfang Shan to cast a glance at Jiang Han. Even if Jiang Han quickly conceals his token, it is futile. This individual, like Tao Yuan, possesses a token of a different color, likely bestowing him with unique powers, which could influence the future course of events. It is wise to shatter it first. Shen Xiuxin's dragon eyes also catch sight of Jiang Han's extraordinary token. He is unsure of the reasons, perhaps not wanting others to realize that he did not shatter Jiang Han's token first. Upon seeing Dongfang Shan's gaze, he understands Jiang Han's token cannot remain hidden and decides without hesitation to approach Jiang Han. Swiftly shattering his token in addition to receiving a small amount of spiritual energy, he notices a new line of text appears on the token, though the game has not yet begun, leaving him uncertain of its meaning. Jiang Han's expression turns grave as his already limited spiritual energy is extracted once more, forming a brand new token. The moment the token is grasped, it is suddenly shattered by Dongfang Shan, who materializes before him. Chapter 86. What path does the chain lead to? Suddenly, an intricate array of yin and yang manifested upon the ground. Jiang Han, after a strenuous effort to consolidate his token, found it shattered by an arm emerging from the shadows. After 3 attempts, the sea-level 4-tier realm he had painstakingly attained plummeted to the 3rd tier. Fortunately, his token, regardless of how others tried to crush it, remained intact. The inscriptions that were once present on the token had become blank, dissuading any further thoughts from onlookers. Following the 3rd attempt, the characters would vanish entirely, implying that the token should not be allowed to break more than thrice. Yuku observed the additional lines that appeared on his token and glanced at his teammates' tokens. Although he could not discern the exact nature of the inscriptions, he could clearly tell that the information on their tokens was considerably shorter than what was originally inscribed on his. 10 minutes passed, and the gazes of the crowd occasionally flickered towards Tao Yuan. Tao Yuan, unperturbed by the prospect of confrontation, felt confident that even if they banded together, he could withstand their efforts for half an hour. However, a few members in the team had already begun to exchange tokens and crush each other's. Tao Yuan examined their tokens carefully. Despite his peach blossom eyes being fully opened, he could not decipher the inscriptions. As if they were completely blanked, it seemed the inscriptions would only be etched once the game commenced. Moreover, tokens that had been crushed exhibited a greater degree of obscurity, especially those that had been broken for the 2nd time, rendering the characters almost entirely indecipherable. Did this indicate that once a token was crushed, the inscriptions would inevitably become vague? Secretly, he conveyed his suspicions to the team through his illusions to prevent any potential failures. The fox spirit had mentioned that shattering the token would not result in death, but failing to pass the trial could indeed lead to demise. Senior brother, what if we crush each other's tokens? The obscurity after the first break is manageable, and given our strengths, we could ensure our tokens remain unbroken even if we encounter other S-level challengers, as long as we are cautious, agreed. The two exchanged tokens and proceeded to crush them, resulting in a line of exceedingly unclear characters appearing on the tokens. This is unacceptable. The characters are far too indistinct. It seems we must engage more with the other S-level contenders. Casting his gaze over the S-level competitors, it was evident that the most feasible target was Shen Xiuxin. Yet, the opponent was currently controlling Su Ming, meaning any confrontation would pit them against 2 S-level opponents. The optimal strategy would be to recruit another ally. But with time running short, they had no choice but to settle for shattering the tokens of A-level abilities. As time ticked away, Tang Lu and Tao Yuan found themselves approached by Kong Ao, an A-level ability user whose powers were tangentially related to time. Leaders, only 29 minutes and 29 seconds have passed. We have merely 30 seconds left before the half-hour mark as stated by the fox spirit. The atmosphere grew increasingly tense. It appeared that not only was I inclined towards aggressive action, others shared the sentiment to varying degrees. When the time comes, I shall employ my illusions to grant you an advantage. But the ability to crush the opposing tokens will ultimately depend on your own efforts. Tao Yuan urged everyone to prepare through his illusions. 19. 17.11:10. In an instant, at the final 10 seconds, everyone seized the opportunity with remarkable synergy. The scene devolved into chaos as Tang Lu commanded by Yun Songlong and the Spirit Fox to swiftly eliminate 2A-level ability users and crush their tokens. Meanwhile, Taoyuan utilized his illusions to compel the adversaries to present their tokens willingly. Uncertain whether controlling others to shatter their tokens would be effective, he opted to take matters into his own hands. After the 10 seconds elapsed, the space froze, and the Fox Spirit reappeared before everyone. Are you all so eager to partake in this game? Choosing the secret realm was indeed a wise decision. Had you opted for that tortoise, those little innocents within the realm would have surely faced your slaughter. The crowd found themselves immobilized, unable to speak or perceive the outside world. Fox Spirit, there will be 3 trials in total. You have participated in 2. For the third, according to the realm selection, I shall take the lead. Thus, this is your final trial. Make the most of it. The Fox Spirit's expression soured dramatically as he shouted towards the heavens. Was it not agreed that I would lead? Why the sudden change of heart? The final battle royale after 3 trials is to be governed by you. Do you dare to call Wuxin to arbitrate? You, old tortoise, have presided over this realm for millennia and should consider retirement. The tortoise's form began to solidify, exuding an air of dominance. With the 3 of us, myself, you, and Wuxin, sharing the responsibility, theoretically, each would preside over 1 trial. However, 1,000 years ago, after you and Wuxin sustained injuries, I took on the responsibility. Now, even if Wuxin relinquishes his trial to you, the final trial should rightfully belong to me. The tortoise's roar reverberated, nearly overwhelming the Fox Spirit. You have governed this secret realm for thousands of years, absorbing countless ability users to attain your current stature. Do you not intend to offer Wuxin and me a form of compensation? Moreover, you had promised that all 3 trials would be under my jurisdiction. How can you now go back on your word? The tortoise remained undeterred by the Fox Spirit's fury, resolutely insisting on presiding over the 3rd trial. If you are to oversee it, then do so responsibly. Look at the casualties among the ability users. At this rate, how many will survive to return? Eventually, those outside will undoubtedly seal the realm, and without any ability users, how shall we regain our strength to pursue the Tao Spirit? The 2 continued their contentious debate until a 3rd voice resonated from the sky. Tortoise, yield to the Fox Spirit. The voice belonged to Wuxin, prompting both to arrive at a consensus. Despite the tortoise's superiority in strength, he could not resist and ultimately conceded, leaving behind a final remark. Exercise discretion. At least 1/3 of them must return. Encouraged by the support, the Fox Spirit grew bolder. You need not worry. I will ensure that 1,000 of them return. Significantly empowered, the tortoise's form dissipated, leaving only the Fox Spirit. I have promised that 1,000 will survive, but if they choose to perish, do not hold me accountable. The space unbound, transporting everyone to the 2nd trial, where they resumed their respective cloud-like sofas, snacks in hand. The Fox Spirit's spirits brightened. Unlike the previous trial, where individuals faced challenges alone, this time everyone was transported to the same location. A vast arena adorned with 7 chains reaching into the sky, as if the arena itself were suspended in the heavens. The ends of the chains were shrouded in mist, obscuring their true form. Trial 2. The chains leading where? 7 chains are present. 6 of them lead to challenges, while 1 guarantees certain death. Luck is a part of skill, and among you are replicas of others. Trust no one. As anticipated, the crowd looked up to find identical replicas of themselves surrounding them, indistinguishable from one another, even in emotion and state, all incredulously gazing at their counterparts, as if each were a mere imitation. The secret realm had clearly invested considerable effort. After all, some participants possessed abilities such as luck or chance, suggesting that following others could likely help avoid the perilous chain. Taoyuan attempted to read the memories of a person, including all their replicas, only to find their recollections identical, rendering it impossible to discern truth from illusion. Among the replicas, there were 6 of him alone, making a total of 7, and the same was true for the others. Moreover, a warning. This place will collapse in 1 minute. Choose your path swiftly. With no alternatives left, Taoyuan resolved to randomly select a chain. He chose the one closest to him, only to find it congested with many others. Reluctantly, he switched to another path. Time was too short, and his token displayed no information. Tang Lu similarly chose a chain, only to reconsider and switch to another. The ancient bronze bell of the new agricultural empire chimed twice more, at their level. They could technically fly, yet the secret realm imposed a natural suppression upon them. Fortunately, they could still run vertically. Taoyuan moved swiftly, and those with foresight would dodge him, while the reckless served as his stepping stones. As he leaped into the mist, he landed smoothly, seemingly entering a realm of immortality, parting the clouds to reveal a quaint town. This must be one of the many small worlds within the secret realm. Thus, what was my task? He retrieved his token, and the previously blurred inscriptions sharpened into clarity. This is a chaotic town. Please select a unique individual and instill in her a sense of hope for the world. Then lead her into despair. Due to your prior actions of seizing others' tokens, you will incur penalties. The original limitation of 1 will now expand to 4. The clearer the writing, the more strictly it must be adhered to. Otherwise, you will face corresponding consequences. 1. You may only utilize the strength of a first-tier ability user, but when facing the selected individual, you must appear utterly powerless. Failure to comply will result in unfortunate outcomes, somewhat clear. 2. Not allow the selected individual to develop any fondness for you. However, you must strive to meet her requests while remaining penniless, extremely vague. 3. You must not compliment the selected individual, extremely clear. 4. Occasionally, you must insult the selected individual, extremely clear. You have 1 day to select. Taoyuan felt an urge to hurl insults, seizing others' tokens, shattering them, and expecting rewards, only to find himself beset by restrictions. If I am not mistaken, the first item is something originally present on the token, while the second pertains to Tang Lu's token. The third and fourth items, on the other hand, are the A-level ability tokens I managed to snatch 3 times in succession. Upon closer inspection, it becomes evident that the first 2 items are on an entirely different level compared to the third and fourth. The first item directly restricts my own abilities and imposes a significant weakness. In the presence of the Chosen One, I am utterly powerless, which means that if I encounter danger before this chosen individual, I will have no means of resistance. I find myself worrying about Tang Lu. With the first and second items in play, my third and fourth items offer a slight advantage, yet I remain curious about the restrictions on Zhang Han's token. Speaking of Zhang Han, he has entered a different secret realm and is currently engaged in a fierce battle with a spiritual beast. Wielding a long knife and fighting with great enthusiasm, unencumbered by any token restrictions. The individuals around him, however, are somewhat hampered, such as a long spear ability user beside him, who must retract the spear after each attack to prepare for the next. The most lamentable sight is Mu Ku, who stares at the 6 restrictions imposed upon him, momentarily speechless. Indeed, Zhang Han's token bears 3 restrictions: an F-grade restriction, a B-grade restriction, and a C-grade restriction. Upon arriving in the small town, Taoyuan swiftly eliminated all the gangsters who had targeted him and began to scout for potential candidates. The law and order here is dismal. The streets are teeming with vagrants and beggars. And there are even long-deceased individuals, their bodies now decayed. Whom should he select? Based on his deductions, he ought to choose someone young. Those who are older have already solidified their worldview, making them difficult to influence, while the youth are easier to manipulate. Furthermore, he must avoid selecting individuals of striking beauty, as the more attractive they are, the more perilous they can be, with their lies delivered without a flicker of their eyes. Lastly, there is a hard condition. The token specifies that he must find someone who has lost hope in the world, ideally one who has suffered from a lack of love, preferably someone who is missing limbs, as even a modicum of care from him should suffice to pass the trial. Speaking of trials, it's worth noting that he hasn't received the reward for passing the first stage yet. He wonders if it has been swallowed by some fox spirit. Meanwhile, the fox spirit, engrossed in a grand video, swallows the rare treasures in its mouth and switches to another viewing channel. After a lengthy search, Taoyuan has yet to find a suitable candidate. Either they are utterly despondent, lifelessly waiting for death, or they are simply too old, their perspectives already set in stone. These individuals are difficult to save. Perhaps they could be saved, but he believes he lacks the ability to redeem them in a dilapidated, shadowy alley, where garbage has accumulated over the years and rain may have fallen recently. A putrid odor pervades the air. Standing beside a trash bin is a gaunt little beggar, her hair yellowed from malnutrition. Even from a distance, merely looking at her is enough to evoke a sense of overwhelming stench, as the girl rummages for food. She suddenly feels herself lifted into the air, turning to find someone has picked her up from behind. Startled, the little girl curls up, instinctively trying to protect herself, revealing a history of frequent beatings. Do you feel disillusioned with the world? Tao Yuan, with his beautiful peach blossom eyes, perceives a flicker of survival instinct within her gaze, though it quickly fades away. The mere existence of that survival instinct indicates that the little girl still harbors some hope for the world, albeit it is likely dwindling. Such individuals, who maintain a glimmer of hope amidst despair, are indeed rare. Noting the girl's silence, Tao Yuan releases her, causing the girl to fall to the ground with a resounding thud. Clearly in pain. Wah, the girl cries as she scampers away, twisting and turning through the convoluted alley, believing she has shaken off Tao Yuan, only to turn around and find him once again. This captured little girl, now motionless, has completely lost her will to survive. No longer fearing Tao Yuan, he bends down and gently pats her head, his palm radiating green light that heals her body. Don't question why Tao Yuan possesses healing abilities. It is simply a testament to the vast knowledge of the Empire. Chapter 88. Gangster Pursuit. As long as one possesses spiritual energy and is equipped with the various cultivation methods recorded by the Empire, mastering healing techniques is hardly surprising. However, using pure spiritual energy in such a manner will undoubtedly yield less effective results than those derived from abilities specifically designed for healing. The peach blossom eyes allow him to enter a state of enlightenment, achieving a singular focus as he possesses knowledge of various spiritual techniques documented by the Empire. The token. He chooses her as soon as the words leave his lips, the token shatters, transforming into a sprite-like form that follows Tao Yuan closely. Chosen subject identified. Task commenced. The current little girl is utterly devoid of hope in the world. Task completion at 33. Please instill hope in the little girl before she succumbs to despair. Upon completion, the task will reach 100. It is him, the big brother. It is he who just attacked our brothers. Upon seeing the gangsters appear, Tao Yuan realizes with certainty that the fox spirit is indeed toying with him, appearing at just the right moment, after he has selected his token. According to the first condition, he must appear powerless before the chosen individual. However, he is still an ability user. The fox spirit's failure to impose restrictions on his peach blossom eyes presents the greatest flaw in this game. Tao Yuan covers the little girl's eyes with his hand before activating his peach blossom eyes. Just as the gang leader is about to speak, he holds back, staring in confusion at his underlings, and then slaps one of them before sincerely apologizing to Tao Yuan, surrendering all the money he possesses. Warning: you have violated the first restriction. The first restriction is now somewhat clearer and will be enforced more strictly. Punishment: your first restriction has transitioned from somewhat clear to extremely clear. Should you violate it again, it will become extremely clear, and upon reaching that state, further infractions will result in immediate death. Tao Yuan is left dumbfounded. It is evident that the little girl can discern the abilities he has employed. I suspect you are targeting me. Please refrain from doubting me. You are the boss. I shall not hold it against you. Just as Tao Yuan delivers a stern remark, another gang member materializes before him, glaring menacingly. It was you who just took our money, wasn't it? The gang leader brandishes a weapon, while his minions gradually encircle him. Without a second thought, Tao Yuan scoops up the little girl and makes a run for it. He cannot afford to remain and face punishment when his abilities are unavailable. Token: is it not a bit too strange that I cast an illusion on them to send them away, yet they returned? Not strange at all. The first restriction seems to possess a misfortune attribute. That misfortune attribute is not fully activated. I distinctly remember it being somewhat unfortunate. Do not try to deceive me. I am not lying. The second restriction is being broke. Since you currently possess money, they will pursue you relentlessly. Meanwhile, the fox spirit in the outside realm sits up, observing the large screen with amusement at Tao Yuan's desperate escape. Tao Yuan tosses all his money into the air, and the surrounding beggars scramble for it, which significantly slows the gangster's chase. Finally escaping the gangster's pursuit, he gazes down at the filthy little girl in his arms. She is so dirty that his clean clothes have become sullied. The immediate priority is to find a place to clean off the grime before treating the little girl to a hearty meal, subsequently allowing her to experience a taste of luxury, which should rekindle her hope for the world. There should be no problem with that. Wait here. I will go book a room at the hotel. He places the little girl aside, assuming her silence is an agreement. He walks into the hotel alone, not because he does not wish to bring her, but because he cannot use his clean hands while carrying her. After all, she is currently restricted by the token. Once out of the little girl's sight, he employs his spiritual energy to cleanse the stains from his clothes entirely, striding confidently into the opulent hotel. Casually lifting money from someone else's pocket, he hands it to the receptionist. "Hello, I would like to book a room." "Sir, you have given too much money to, no worries. The excess will go towards buying me a new outfit, and the remainder is a tip." Now that he is under the restriction of being penniless, who knows what trouble might arise if he had money? The receptionist adeptly accepts the cash and hands him a room key. The misfortune attribute rears its head once more. Just as the unlucky soul who had his wallet snatched attempts to pay, he discovers that the money is gone. Under the influence of the misfortune buff, he suspects that Tao Yuan is the thief. This leads to a significant uproar, ultimately drawing the hotel manager's attention, who immediately recognizes that Tao Yuan's attire is far from ordinary and instinctively presumes he is not the culprit. After a considerable amount of effort, Tao Yuan exits the hotel, only to find that the little girl has vanished. Even a touch of misfortune should not lead to such a predicament. After all, a lucky koi who can find money simply by walking. How could a slight increase in bad luck result in such misfortune? The luck bronze bell. By utilizing the token's tracking ability, he finally manages to locate the little girl again. "You ugly little thing. Did you think I wouldn't notice you running off after I told you to wait here?" He pinches her waist and drags her back to the hotel. "Help! Help!" the little girl cries out. Tao Yuan swiftly covers her mouth, stopping her cries before they can fully escape, inadvertently attracting numerous glances. Fortunately, Tao Yuan's appearance possesses a deceptive quality. People often associate attractive individuals with benevolence. And this assumption holds true even in this chaotic little town. The little girl is indeed a nuisance. His recently cleaned clothes have become dirty once more. Although it is not easy to provoke him, he remains cautious. Should he lose control of his emotions as he did previously, he must be prepared to calm himself swiftly. Tao Yuan employs his peach blossom eyes illusion. Upon detecting that one's emotions have reached a certain threshold, one may take action to restore tranquility. This serves as the prerequisite for the occurrence of illusion. According to the second condition, I must not allow her to develop any fondness for me. This restriction is exceedingly vague, so I presume it will not be overly stringent. The task at hand is to ignite her interest in the world, which necessitates preventing any glimmer of hope in her heart, truly troublesome. Alas, I shall resort to using wealth to redeem her. I will escort her back to the hotel, where garments have already been procured. They may be somewhat oversized, yet I trust they will suffice. I shall cleanse myself, and as you ought to attend school afterward, I shall take you there to engage with your peers in learning. Ugly girl, what is your name? At her age, she must know how to bathe. But I remain unaware of her name. My name is Juju. Juju? What a peculiar name. Never mind, I shall continue to call you ugly girl. The tasks 3 and 4 dictate that I must neither praise her nor refrain from scolding her. Referring to her as ugly girl should suffice for the latter. Chapter 89. School outsourcing. The following day, Tao Yuan brought the smelly girl to school for enrollment. Yesterday, she had specially come to this nearby elementary school in the small town. And after parting with a substantial sum of money with her clean little hands, the principal promptly declared, "This institution is a place for education and nurturing. I am deeply pained by the circumstances that have befallen your child. It is perfectly acceptable for her to start without a foundation. I will make the necessary arrangements. Henceforth, consider this school as her second home." The principal jested, but I must reiterate. My child has not received the love and care that others typically enjoy since she was exposed to the world at such a young age. Therefore, I hope the principal will take good care of her. Rest assured, should anyone dare to bully her at school, I will ensure they understand that this institution is a place for education and nurturing. This was the reason for Tao Yuan bringing Juju to school today. Completing this task alone proves exceedingly difficult. Rather than struggling, it is preferable to outsource it, allowing her to be cared for by her peers and teachers. Facilitating her recovery from her detrimental mental state, in the school office, Tao Yuan entered first, instructing Juju to wait outside, as classes had yet to commence and many teachers were present. Upon entering the office, Tao Yuan immediately produced a large sum of money to bribe all the teachers. Some teachers declined the money, expressing disdain for being shamed in such a manner. However, the majority accepted, as that very morning, the principal had informed them that the office's surveillance cameras were malfunctioning and would not be repaired until the afternoon. This teacher must be my child's homeroom instructor. I hope my child does not face any grievances in class, enabling her to integrate more smoothly. The teacher promptly nodded, recognizing that one cannot feign the aura of talent, especially that of Taoyuan, a genius meticulously nurtured by the Empire. Rest assured, she will not suffer any injustices in my class. After sufficient conversation, Taoyuan led Zhu in to establish her presence before each teacher, ensuring no important matters were overlooked. The bell signaling the start of class was about to ring, and the homeroom teacher promptly guided Zhu toward the classroom. Classmates, today we have a transfer student. Let us not bully her. Otherwise, I will have to call your parents to discuss your academic performance and attitude toward learning. Upon hearing that bullying would result in parental intervention, some students who had initially considered picking on the new, frail classmate abandoned their intentions. Come, class monitor, help her integrate into the class. With all arrangements made, Taoyuan returned to her residence to resume her daily training. In another secret realm, the original protagonist, Jiang Han, wielded a bloodied Tang sword, engaging in combat with a spirit beast. The sword piercing through the creature's body, a glimmer of light emerged from the spirit beast, coursing through the bloodied Tang sword and entering Jiang Han's body. The spiritual energy within him grew robust, allowing him to break through his previous limitations effortlessly. He had finally restored his original realm. Though regrettably, he lacked a bracelet to gauge his precise spiritual energy levels. Nevertheless, one thing was certain. He had reached the 4th tier. Since departing from the new agricultural empire, the bracelet had ceased to function. To thwart the empire's machinations, all bracelets were destroyed, including Su Ming's red bracelet. Shen Qingming, having once occupied the highest echelons of the state, was acutely aware of the government's methods and ensured no incriminating evidence remained. Moreover, due to technological constraints, even the highest-level red bracelet could only measure up to 1,000,000 units of spiritual energy. Anything beyond that would yield inaccurate results, and surpassing 2,000,000 would render the device entirely ineffective. In the previous trials, Jiang Han had manipulated his former self to absorb various abilities, but it seemed there were issues with the absorption process. Not every 2C-level abilities could be combined to form a B-level ability. If he failed to synthesize a B-level ability, he would be incapable of devouring them, leading to the complete loss of his advantages. Within the secret realm, upon reaching B-level, he had felt an unmistakable difference. Yet when attempting to consume another B-level ability, he found himself unable to attain A-level. Subsequently, whether absorbing B-level or A-level abilities proved utterly ineffective. Reflecting upon this, Jiang Han's previously serene mindset began to waver. As he worried about becoming trapped in the same predicament as his counterpart in the secret realm, unable to break through to A-level abilities. There exists a disparity even among abilities. I am currently at C-level. Yet when compared to certain other C-level abilities, I can't perceive the relative weakness of my OW and I in the secret realm. I had also conducted various attempts, most of which ended in failure. If this issue remains unresolved, advancing in this lifetime will be exceedingly difficult. Jiang Han's mind began to take shape, though the plan was fraught with peril, as it lacked the critical step of ensuring his survival. Without survival, the entire plan would collapse. If the information within the secret realm holds validity, then Dongfang Fan of the Oriental Empire is the key to my breakthrough. Regarding Dongfang Fan, Jiang Han gazed into the distance at Dongfang Fan, who was engaged in battle with a 6th-tier spirit beast wielding a treasure hammer. To devise a scheme against him is beyond my current capabilities. Once I emerge, I shall absorb a C-level fire attribute ability to attain B-level, subsequently assimilating a B-level water attribute ability and consulting my family's ancestors for any opportunities to outmaneuver Dongfang Fan. The immediate priority is to swiftly elevate my realm. Jiang Han brandished his long knife. Facing another 4th-tier spirit beast, his resolve becoming increasingly steadfast. Spiritual technique, unity of man and blade. This strike was executed with remarkable fluidity, yielding significant results as it struck the spirit beast's appendages, successfully dismantling its offensive. Following the success of the spiritual technique, Jiang Han swiftly advanced to continue his assault. In the realm of rules, Tang Lu and Su Ming exchanged glances. Sister, how have you been? Sister, I have been faring well. Let us not dwell on that for now. I have obtained a rule stating that daytime is relatively safe. Additionally, I have learned that if one arrives at dormitory 303 before noon, one will receive a regulation. Tang Lu understood that now was not the time for reminiscing and promptly followed her sister toward dormitory 303. Arriving just as the clock struck 12, Xu Ming urged Tang Lu to knock on the door. Knock, knock, knocked as the door swung open. Tang Lu pulled Su Ming forward, only to be met with iron chains that ensnared the individuals outside. In her final moments, Su Ming's eyes brimmed with disbelief as she gazed at Tang Lu. Why? Sister, you have been away from the Empire for so long. You are unaware that my second spirit beast is a telepathic fox capable of sensing malice. Tang Lu felt a pang of sorrow. Her sister had turned against her. At that moment, Su Ming's form began to change, dissipating into energy like smoke. A replica? This scene brought to mind the 6 replicas that had appeared before Tang Lu entered the secret realm. She had initially thought they were merely distractions, unaware they could confuse others into making erroneous choices. Yet, if that were the case, why did the replicas not resemble her elder brother? Her trust in her brother was evidently greater than in her sister. Did replicas only manifest when 2 individuals entered the same secret realm? Chapter 90. 3 years in the secret realm in the external world. The fox spirit observed the slow progress of each participant and could not help but accelerate the progress bar. With a gentle flick, time began to accelerate. 3 years later, within the junior high school of the small town, Juju successfully transitioned into junior high. Thanks to the influence of wealth, the teachers showered her with affection. And to facilitate her swift integration, she was appointed as the vice class monitor. This forced her previously taciturn nature to engage with her classmates, and it was evident that 3 years had yielded significant results. Moreover, the impending onset of puberty would amplify her emotional fluctuations. Once she developed expectations for the world, I could then instill despair, thus completing my task. I'm home. The 5-star hotel had served as Tao Yuan's residence for 3 years. And Juju's voice resonated from outside, tinged with delight. Brother, today at school, I encountered a friend from elementary school with whom I shared a strong bond. Her name is Xiaoxue. When the boys bullied me today, she was the only one who stood up to help me. Juju had transformed drastically since 3 years prior. Her once withered yellow hair now shone dark and lustrous, and the skeletal structure of her face was filled out with flesh, lending her a Na'vi appearance. Current task completion at 66, just shy of 66.6. Juju is nearly filled with hope for the world. Once achieved, I merely need to induce her despair once more to complete the task. The bullying she mentioned was orchestrated by Taoyuan herself. Over the years, Taoyuan had closely monitored her growth, and fortunately, the outsourced personnel had performed admirably. Now, she resembled a little girl emerging from darkness, ready to embrace the light after escaping its suffocating embrace. All that remained was to transform the light she spoke of into an illusion, allowing the dark world to envelop her once more. In recent years, Taoyuan has persistently scolded her, yet despite this, he could not help but harbor a certain fondness for her. Fortunately, the boundaries of this restriction are exceedingly vague, and the detection of tokens is not particularly stringent, allowing him to evade scrutiny. Is that so? Then you must play with her well. Upon hearing this, Juzi felt even more elated and continued in a cheerful tone. Brother, just now on the road, I encountered that detestable old man again. Clearly, I accidentally bumped into him, yet he relentlessly pursued me, hurling insults all the while. His words were truly unpleasant. Brother, tomorrow is a festival, and the school will arrange for students to perform on stage. I have been preparing for a long time, and you must come to watch my performance. I will be there, Taoyuan replied, already prepared for the occasion. Tomorrow, he plans to arrive at the scene accompanied by individuals from a television station, intentionally aiming to make her look foolish, for the art of slander is far better understood by those online than by me. The elderly man mentioned by Juzi is a transformation he undertook to conceal his malice, leaving her unaware of the ill intentions of others. Today is Juzi's birthday, and he has made careful preparations. He only needs to find a reason to send Juzi away, after which he will invite all her friends to celebrate her birthday. Believing he can achieve a 0.6 progress, the day after her birthday, he will deliver the final blow, inflicting a drastic emotional upheaval that will see her soar from the highest heights to the lowest lows. As all her friends gaze at her in disbelief, convinced that she is responsible for the wrongdoing. Ultimately, no matter how she tries to explain, it will be in vain. In his script, those friends will drift away from her, occasionally casting venomous glances in her direction. How much longer can she endure this injustice? The dawn's light is the brightest, yet the whispers in her ears are the most hurtful. It is somewhat cruel. But I have no choice but to complete the task. If blame is to be placed, let it fall upon the task assigned by the fox spirit. The fox spirit, observing this scene from the outside, curses under its breath. What do you mean it's my fault? You chose this path. If you truly cared for her, why not pull her from the abyss once more after her despair? One after another, they cast dirt upon me. That Muk as well, claiming I am targeting him. Are there not 6 restrictions? Who told him to take what does not belong to him? Originally, I intended to allow you to pass the test. But since you wish to play this way, I must disrupt your plans. Just as Taoyuan feared, the fox spirit indeed possesses the ability to read the thoughts of others within this secret realm. Suddenly, a doppelganger identical to Taoyuan appeared in the town, and as Zhuzi prepared to visit a friend's house, she became the target of the doppelganger's focus. A plan was set into motion. The doppelganger used the peach blossom eyes to control several passers-by, leading them to hide in an alley, and then manipulated one to accidentally bump into Zhuzi. I'm sorry. Are you all right? I'm fine. The passerby, embarrassed, helped Zhuzi up and inadvertently shifted her gaze. Isn't that Brother Taoyuan? What is he doing in the alley? And there are a few others too. They wouldn't be bullying him, would they? Considering this possibility, Zhuzi moved closer to the alley, crouching in the corner to observe the situation. If it turned out they were indeed bullying Brother Taoyuan, she would undoubtedly rush to his aid. How are your preparations going? Everyone, rest assured. I have placed the evidence in Zhuzi's backpack. As long as her best friend, Xiaoxue, fails and gets hurt during her performance, the evidence in her backpack will confirm that she is the culprit. Exactly, boss. At that point, everyone will blame her, and with the presence of the television crew you summoned, she will surely face a barrage of online criticism. I just don't understand why the boss is treating Miss Zhuzi this way. The doppelganger chuckled. She is merely a pawn I can dispose of at any moment. Were it not for my hand in her parents' demise, how would she have found herself destitute? When have I ever regarded her? She likely remains oblivious to the fact that all her so-called friends are merely purchased with my wealth. Soon, I will invite all her good friends to celebrate her birthday at my home. And then I shall relish the sight of her falling into despair the following day. With her fragile mindset, she will undoubtedly contemplate suicide, at which point her parents' estate will lose its sole heir, allowing me to claim their entire fortune. After all, the document states that as long as I care for her for 3 years, I will inherit a portion of the estate, and if she dies, then all of it will be mine. Zhuzi, unaware of the unfolding machinations, listened to Taoyuan's conversation, her heart aching. The brother who had always been kind to her was deceiving her, merely seeking to usurp her parents' inheritance. Everything was a facade. His kindness was but an act. Feeling utterly helpless, Zhuzi felt drained of all strength. She could not bring herself to believe that this was true and charged into the alley, determined to confront the doppelganger directly. Yet, when she burst in, the alley was deserted. Taoyuan remained at home, preparing for the birthday celebration, a grand cake displayed on the table, surrounded by an array of gifts. With Zhuzi's friends on their way. Ding dong, ding dong. They have arrived. Responding from within the room, Taoyuan quickly made his way to the door. Hello, Brother Taoyuan. We are Zhuzi's friends. You've come. Coming quickly, Zhuzi will be back soon. Let us surprise her. Taoyuan ushered them inside. These are all of Zhuzi's dear friends, whom he had managed to persuade through monetary means, ensuring they would befriend her at school. The game has a flaw. He could have directly controlled them with the peach blossom eyes. But once they approached Zhuzi, the illusion would dissipate. It goes without saying that this is an overtly calculated attack. Before long, the doors swung open again. Zhuzi has returned. Chapter 91. The collapse of Zhuzi. The lights were extinguished, and the outside world was shrouded by the curtains, plunging the room into darkness. The only source of light was the cake placed upon the table. Specifically the candles atop it. On her way back, Zhuzi had been denying the truth of what she had heard, convincing herself that those individuals were merely imposters, as long as the gathering was not a birthday party. Then they were just villains attempting to sabotage her relationship with her brother. She exited the elevator on the 17th floor of the hotel. Her feet felt heavier than ever. It was still raining outside, and she inadvertently got wet, droplets cascading from her hair as she lowered her gaze to the water stains. She admitted to herself that she was afraid. She did not want to confront the reality that awaited her behind the door. Terrified that upon entering, she would be met with the birthday celebration, fearful that she would find the evidence they spoke of within her backpack. Yet, she still opened the door. Click, The lock turned, revealing the very sight she dreaded most, the cake. Happy birthday, ugly girl. Happy birthday, Juicy. Happy birthday, my best friend. Her dearest brother, her good friends, her closest confidants were all there to celebrate her. She should have felt joy. She should have been elated. Yet why did it all feel so false? Taoyuan placed a birthday hat upon Juzy's head, adjusting it with care, noticing her unusual demeanor. Task completion rate reduced to 35. What's wrong? You seem unhappy. Did someone bully you? Tell your brother. And I shall teach them a lesson. Taoyuan's expression darkened. This was a crucial moment, and if anyone were to cause a disturbance now, all plans would be jeopardized. Juzy, unusually, ignored him, for the first time pushing his hand away and striding directly back to her room. You all wait here for a moment. I'll go comfort Juzy. She seems a bit off today. Taoyuan entered the room to find Juzy rummaging through her backpack. This is not good. What is happening? I cannot let her continue searching. He swiftly approached to snatch the backpack away, lifting it high, but he was too late. The young girl before him extracted a thumbtack from her backpack, having been too hasty in her search. The sharp point piercing her skin and drawing blood. She paid no heed to the pain in her finger. The anguish before her was far more profound. Brother, why is there a thumbtack in my backpack? In that moment, Taoyuan finally comprehended the shift in Juzy's demeanor. Someone must have whispered something to her, and these words were precisely part of his scheme. Juzy, are you all right? Juzy's pained voice drew her friend Xiaoxue closer. Juzy, how could you be so careless and get hurt by a thumbtack? Quickly, put it down. Xiaoxue stepped forward, attempting to remove the thumbtack from Juzy's hand, but Juzy forcefully pushed her arm away. I ask you. Did you become friends with me because of his money? Juzy grasped Xiaoxue tightly, her eyes fixed on her, desperately hoping for a denial. If only she could convince herself that those individuals were deceiving her, that her brother had always cared for her, and that they had merely learned of her birthday and her brother's party, then secretly planted the thumbtack to frame him. But she was destined for disappointment. The peach blossom eyes could not be wielded against her, and even disregarding the 2 warnings, the illusion would fail before her. This indicated that Taoyuan could not control Xiaoxue's forthcoming response. This was the secret realm's blatant targeting of Taoyuan. How do you know? While it was true that Xiaoxue's friendship with Juzy was partly influenced by Taoyuan, it did not erase her genuine desire to befriend Juzy. She had occasionally heard from her parents to befriend Juzy and had occasionally heard that her brother was incredibly wealthy. That's so? Juzy was crushed, every aspect aligned with Taoyuan's narrative. She truly contemplated suicide. Reality was far too brutal, and all she wished for was to escape. Taoyuan seized her hand, preventing her from fleeing, and then sent her friends away. Let go of me! Let go of me! Bamboo struggled desperately, pounding her fists in a futile attempt to escape from Taoyuan's embrace, which held her firmly regardless of her efforts. Gradually, Bamboo ceased her frantic movements, ensnared in a sensation that gripped her heart tightly, an emotion she had never experienced before. Can you tell me what happened today, brother? I am quite worried about you. Task completion rate increased to 40. Bamboo exhibits a noticeable increase in affection for you, with touch restriction 2 transitioning from extremely vague to slightly vague. After 2 instances, it will transform into slightly vague entirely. Bamboo attempted several times to voice her thoughts, but found herself unable to articulate the scene she had witnessed. All right if you don't want to speak. Just know you can always trust your brother. Let us eat birthday cake, shall we? You can make a wish, turning your troubles into a desire to be resolved. She was led to the table, where the candles had been burning for some time. Taoyuan, as if nothing had happened, gestured for Bamboo to make her wish. I wish. Upon completing her wish, tears began to spill from Bamboo's eyes. Brother, I'm sorry. You have given me everything, yet I have caused you worried. I doubted you due to hearsay. Woo-woo. Bamboo's voice trembled, her speech fragmented. Enough of the tears. I may not fully comprehend your words, but I will always believe in you. Have some cake. This piece with the design is for you. Thus commenced their birthday celebration, everything seemingly unchanged. However, after Bamboo excused herself to the restroom, she opened the door to the outside world and fled with all her might. Alas, it felt as though they had returned to square one. It was utterly disheartening. Unless unforeseen circumstances arose, the mastermind behind it all would likely reappear, and she longed to abandon everything and simply walk away. Despite her thoughts, Taoyuan moved swiftly, transforming into the old man who frequently bullied Bamboo, leaping from the hotel window and landing firmly on the ground. Bamboo, rushing from below, collided with the old man, who fell to the ground with a grunt. "Damn it, how is it you again?" In the past, Bamboo would undoubtedly have apologized, but now she merely wished to escape. Things were becoming interesting. The fox spirit from the outside commented casually, enlarging the projection for a closer look. After the collision, Tao Yuan slowly followed, maintaining a steady distance behind Bamboo, until he witnessed an identical version of himself appear in Bamboo's line of sight, distributing money to her friends and vanishing swiftly after leaving a remark. "You all did well. This is your reward." Tao Yuan clearly observed the change in Bamboo's expression as it morphed into madness, prompting her to leave without a second thought. It dawned on him that she was inadvertently sabotaging his plans. No wonder he felt so unlucky. Chapter 92. The copy before Tao Yuan could rein in his emotions. He rushed out, quickly spotting the copy lurking above through his peach blossom eyes. Upon discerning the true nature of the copy, a disconcerting expression crossed his face. The copy's power was that of a 6th-tier entity, while he was currently limited to 1st-tier strength due to Condition 1. Engaging in battle would necessitate using his 6th-tier abilities, thereby violating Condition 1 once more. Having already breached it once, another infraction would result in his demise. Tao Yuan pondered whether to utilize his one allowed violation here. "What's the matter? Weren't you looking for me? Now that I'm here, why are you unhappy?" The blatant mockery proved ineffective, as Tao Yuan's gaze remained fixed on the copy. Through his peach blossom eyes, he maintained absolute rationality, concluding that the only solution was to eliminate it. If he failed to do so, all his plans would be interrupted. What should have been a straightforward trial was now shrouded in uncertainty due to its interference. Moreover, if his suspicions were correct, this copy was one of the 7 that had appeared in the martial arts arena, and his peach blossom eyes had meticulously recorded each copy's trajectory prior to his entry into the trial. The individual before him was the only copy that had followed his path, meaning that, should everything proceed smoothly, this person was the last one outside his sphere of influence. A 1st-tier ability user was sufficiently powerful in this world, provided they refrained from demonstrating their abilities in front of Bamboo. No one could rival him. However, this was contingent on everything going according to plan. Upon grasping this concept, he shifted from an absolute rational state to a combat mode. With merely a glance, he obliterated the copy, leaving even Tao Yuan himself astonished. "Is this a joke? I thought your strength was on par with mine." Unbeknownst to him, the copy had only replicated the peach blossom eyes ability, lacking any semblance of his soul's powers, rendering it weak. "Congratulations, you have slain the copy and received a hidden reward. You may eliminate one restriction or refresh all restriction counts." A warm reminder upon slaying the copy. This level contains a hidden method to clear it. Hint: unity of knowledge and action has a 1 chance of success. Both options were appealing, yet the drawback was the necessity to choose one. If given the chance to start over, he would undoubtedly hand his token to someone else to crush. As for the 1 chance of success mentioned in the warm reminder, he chose to ignore it, refusing to indulge in unrealistic dreams. Opting for the first choice would allow him to erase one of the 4 restrictions. While restrictions 3 and 4 were manageable, 1 and 2 were uncertain. The first was essential for ensuring his strength, while the second served to prevent unforeseen circumstances. If one day Bamboo's affection for him were to increase again, it could lead to his demise due to restrictions. Conversely, the idea of not appearing in front of her while damaging her affection was equally impractical. Human hearts are fickle. One can never truly understand what another is thinking. Only a fool would attempt to navigate the intricacies of human emotions. He intended to play by the rules. To this day, he remained perplexed as to why his affection for Bamboo had increased when he had held her close. It was entirely possible that one day, inexplicably, his affection might surge again, leading to dire consequences. He resolved to hold off on making a choice until absolutely necessary. Understood. Currently, he was acutely aware of how little he knew. Making a hasty decision was utterly irrational, especially since there was no time constraint. The priority was to check on Bamboo. With the guidance of the peach blossom eyes, she would not escape. If no one liked him, then he might as well perish, though he felt a twinge of remorse for Tao Yuan. Apologizing for his prolonged care, Bamboo was not foolish. On the contrary, her years of reading others' expressions had honed her sensitivity. It was undeniable that her friends were drawn to her due to Tao Yuan's wealth, and there was undoubtedly a connection to her brother. Standing atop the elevated bridge that was the only route out of the town, she gazed down at the rushing river below, nearly 100 meters high. Any ordinary person who fell into the water would surely perish. With a light leap, tears glistening in her eyes, she plummeted rapidly. Brother Tao Yuan, even if all of this is true, I do not blame you. I merely wish to avoid the cruel truth. After all, had I not met you, I would have perished years ago. Living a few extra years is a gain for me. Did Bamboo harbor hatred for Tao Yuan? No, she did not. So why contemplate suicide? Perhaps it was because she wished to forever cherish the best version of Tao Yuan in her heart, as long as there was no concrete evidence. And if she were to die, she would remain blissfully unaware of everything Tao Yuan had done, allowing him to remain perfect and unblemished in her memory. Their first encounter had left a deep impression on her heart, albeit not a favorable one. He had even thrown her to the ground. But that did not negate the fact that he had saved her, pulling her from the brink of death and into the center of the world. Tao Yuan, rushing to her side, witnessed Bamboo leap into the river from 100 meters away, his eyelids twitching in response. You truly know how to present me with challenges. I can only take a gamble. He closed the distance rapidly, harnessing the powers of an ability user to summon wind beneath his feet, propelling himself with great force off the bridge's base, swiftly narrowing the gap between them like an arrow. Tears blurred his vision as Bamboo lost awareness of everything around her, quietly awaiting death. Yet, before death could claim her, Tao Yuan reached her, embracing her just as she succumbed to unconsciousness. For a brief moment, she felt herself enveloped in warmth, inhaling the distinctive scent of peach blossoms that clung to him. From that height of nearly 100 meters, with the tumultuous river below, Tao Yuan landed firmly upon the surface of the water. Defying the laws of physics, a first-tier ability user lacked the sufficient spiritual energy to achieve such a feat, but with the addition of spiritual techniques, it was possible, by channeling his spiritual energy into unique techniques. He could produce extraordinary effects, and Tao Yuan happened to possess several such techniques in his mind. This was what one referred to as foundational prowess. It appeared that the token's judgment had a glitch. During his first use of abilities in front of Bamboo, he had been deemed in violation, yet now, using his abilities in her presence had gone unpunished. In both instances, Bamboo remained blissfully unaware. The difference lay in the beginning and the end. She had leapt into the river of her own volition, but as for the conclusion, Tao Yuan glanced at the still unconscious Bamboo. She was oblivious to the fact that she had been saved. Or perhaps in her mind, it was Tao Yuan who had plunged into the river with her, leading to their dual demise, thus negating the violation of the principle of being powerless, of course. This all hinged on the existence of hidden rewards. Even if he were to guess incorrectly, he would not face death. The immediate concern was to ensure that before she perceived herself as powerless. She understood that all of this was merely a stroke of luck. If one were to set up an open parachute nearby, would that convince her? By the way, can a parachute really open from a distance of nearly 100 meters? Chapter 93, The Secret of Supan. Supan, who ventured into a secret realm alongside Tao Yuan, encountered his own doppelganger while completing his task. He was not as fortunate. The doppelganger had perfectly replicated his S-class abilities. On the surface, their strengths appeared evenly matched, with neither able to gain the upper hand, resulting in an arduous battle. Damn it, if not for these restrictions, you would have been dead long ago. Su Pan was filled with rage. His limitations were even worse than Tao Yuan's. No use of any abilities allowed, extremely clear. This particular restriction proved to be the most lethal, confining him to the limits of human capability, rendering him vulnerable in the face of a firearm. Fortunately, he had exchanged tokens with Muku. Otherwise, he would have perished the moment he attempted to use his abilities. Moreover, he had already invoked that restriction once before. And this was the second time. If he failed to defeat his opponent this time, his next encounter would surely lead to his demise, and his adversary seemed to be aware of this. Fleeing swiftly after he activated his powers in response to this predicament, Su Pan demonstrated the depth of his S-class prowess, completely abandoning his defense in exchange for severely injuring his opponent. Su Pan's head was pierced, a fatal wound. Who would have imagined that he could retaliate even after sustaining such an injury? With a loud bang, the doppelganger collapsed. Su Pan's head was restored, and within his yin-yang bagua, he stood in the yang position. while in the Een position lay a boy with a visage starkly different from his own, whose head had been shattered. The origins of that boy were equally remarkable. He was the second of the two S-class abilities wielded by the Hard Crow Empire. Yet he was unfortunate enough to be slain by the awakened S-class Su Pan, subsequently refined into a Yin-Yang avatar. Through his abilities, Su Pan acquired the Boy S powers and gained immunity to a single fatal injury. The reason he would have died immediately against Tao Yuan was that Tao Yuan was unscrupulous. Their duel had drawn Tang Lu into the fray, and under Tang Lu's control, Bai Yun Songlong had mercilessly dismembered him into 11 pieces. With both his brain and heart suffering critical, irreparable damage simultaneously, he met his end. Congratulations, you have eliminated one restriction or refreshed the limit of 6 restrictions. Need I say more? Erase the first one for me. Congratulations, you have eliminated the first trap. Your strength in this realm will no longer be constrained. That night, several major gangs echoed with incessant cries of despair, with anyone who approached meeting their demise. The sole commonality among these black and white entities was their past grievances with Su Pan, as he was unable to settle the score due to the first limitation. Now that his powers were restored, the Chosen Ones brimmed with hope. The task was 66.6 complete, merely requiring him to induce despair to conclude it. The doppelganger harbored delusions of interference, but was fortunately detected in advance. The Chosen One had remained within his Bagua throughout. With his powers restored, unforeseen accidents were no longer a concern, and he could emerge from the trial. Su Pan's trial proceeded relatively smoothly. However, Tao Yuan faced a far more challenging ordeal. Failing to detect and disrupt the doppelganger scheme in time had transformed the instance into a hellish level. Achieving a successful clearance was no simple feat. Zhuzi harbored an enduring wound, and the illusion of Tao Hua's eyes targeted her specifically. If it weren't directed at her, he could have effortlessly reached a swift clearance through hypnosis. Regardless of whether Zhuzi believed it, Tao Yuan purchased a glider and parachute with clean hands, placing them nearby as if they were the means of his good fortune. He also ensured to create many realistic injuries on himself, making it appear as though he had hurriedly stumbled while seeking someone. Should the plan be altered? Perhaps something incomprehensible would be deemed sophisticated. Why not employ some high-tech gadget to placate her? No, she is not a fool, as long as he could make her believe. Before she realized it, that the glider and parachute were responsible, that would suffice in the outside world. The fox spirit transformed Su Pan's video into Tao Yuan's, and upon seeing Tao Yuan's confident visage, she felt irked. There are always those who are self-assured. Even if there were genuine loopholes, how could they remain unaddressed before me, the planner? Just wait for your downfall. After some time, Zhuzi awakened from her stupor and under Tao Yuan's careful maintenance. The first thing she saw was the glider and parachute used beside her. You truly are fortunate. You encountered a kind-hearted soul playing with a glider, who inadvertently saved your life. Be sure to express your gratitude to this uncle. A man, weathered and evidently accustomed to skydiving, was bought by Tao Yuan for $1,000 to perform this act. Little one, do not entertain thoughts of jumping into the river. Cherish yourself for next time. Luck may not be on your side. According to the script, he had only this line. After delivering it, he was to depart. If he lingered, many gaps would remain unfilled. Who would play with a glider over a river? From which mountain did he leap? A plane. How could he possibly catch me at such high speed? There were far too many inconsistencies. You, henceforth, will not encounter such good fortune again. It is still raining. Let me take you home. Zhuzi gazed at Tao Yuan, recognizing that during a life-and-death crisis, deception was futile. Why was her brother still lying to her? Yet, it mattered not. Knowing her importance in her brother's heart was enough. Brother, may I have a hug? All right, I will take you home. Warning, warning. Favorability increased twice from extremely vague to slightly vague. Favorability increased thrice from slightly vague to somewhat clear. This girl is not a good person. The successive increases in favorability startled him, prompting him to hastily push Zhuzi away. Upon seeing the favorability still rising after the push, Tao Yuan instantly thought of the quickest method to diminish it, slapping her. Without hesitation, he raised his hand and delivered a slap, thankfully pulling back at the last moment, merely tapping her cheek lightly. That instant, his mind raced, interrupting her inquiry before she could speak. This slap serves as a punishment. Should there be a next time, it will not merely be a slap. Favorability increased twice. One more increase will lead to death. Close call. I almost died. I understand now, brother. The gentle slap inflicted no tangible harm. Rather, it pulled Juzi from her emotional turmoil. Emerging from her thoughts, Juzi, having caught a whiff of the air from above, deduced that Taoyuan had rescued her. Now, calmness descended, and she pondered. At this moment, the fox spirit outside wore a smug smile. Do you have violated the first restriction? Juzi has begun to doubt your strength. Based on the extremely clear assessment criteria, the judgment is valid. Your time is running short. Chapter 94. The Swift Passage of Taohua Eyes. Damn it, after all this, she first believed it was mere luck, and yet I am penalized for my counts. Just say it directly if you were targeting me. Using refresh counts, refresh all limitation conditions. In a moment of utter helplessness, he opted for the previously determined choice. Upon selection, Taoyuan immediately manipulated the Taohua eyes to control himself, sensing some fluctuations in his emotions, making it difficult to manage the situation rationally. He realized his own naivety, often indulging in self-assuredness. Upon discovering certain speculations, he would become inexplicably confident. Thus, he decided to relinquish control of his body to the Taohua eyes. Come home with me, no matter what happens. I trust you, ugly girl. Can you refrain from calling me ugly girl? Very well, ugly girl. Under the control of the Taohua eyes, the rational Taoyuan swiftly and orderly elevated Juzi's task completion rate to 60. However, the final 6.6 proved impossible to budge. Clearly, Juzi had been utterly defenseless in his presence. For him alone, the conditions should have been met, but she remained perpetually wary of the world. Go rectify this issue. Influenced by the tumult of adolescence, Taoyuan orchestrated a quarrel between them, uttering hurtful words before shoving Juzi out of the room. Outside lay the fine weather Taoyuan had carefully selected. The heavy rain arrived just in time. The adolescent girl found herself unable to control her emotions, and under Taoyuan's various influences, Juzi fell to the ground, her exposed skin scraped by the rough earth during the sweltering summer. Outside, she encountered many who bullied her. Suffering indignities, even when the rain began to pour from the sky, she remained indifferent, seated beneath an awning, occasionally feeling the wind carry raindrops onto her. No one cares about me. Neither does my brother. I have been out for so long, and he has yet to seek me. I must be insignificant. Detected task completion rate dropped from 60 to 55. It is time to make my entrance. Taoyuan painstakingly crafted the current situation to ensure Juzi harbored hope for the world. Rather than for him, he recalled reading a novel titled The One in the Abyss Receives a Rain Hat. Immediately, he used transformation techniques to alter his appearance to that of the old man who often bullied her. The old man donned a raincoat, holding an umbrella, seemingly on his way home when he inadvertently spotted Juzi's miserable state. Placing his umbrella beside her, he shielded her from the errant raindrops. I sensed the rain had diminished significantly. My gaze fell upon the umbrella beside me, leading me to instinctively believe that Taoyuan had brought it over. In her naive worldview, only Taoyuan truly cared for her. I unconsciously murmured, "Why are you here?" Before I could finish my thought, I noticed the empty street, save for the old man who often bullied me. Muttering to himself, how cruel can a family be to leave their child out in the rain? As the old man faded further away, I found myself lost in contemplation, realizing that there were indeed others. Besides my brother, who cared for me, even those who appeared to be villains were not always so. Task completion at 63. Progress was finally being made. While 63 may seem modest, it was a promising start. Once I surmounted that emotional barrier within, the task completion rate could only rise steadily. Approximately 10 minutes later, Taoyuan arrived precisely on cue. "The ugly girl is still angry," he said. "I was wrong. Let us go home." Time flies. 5 years passed in the blink of an eye. During those years, the increase in affection was excruciatingly slow. In the first year, I managed to gain 2 points, but by the end, not a single point was granted. Task completion at 66, at last. I had returned to the peak completion level I had achieved 5 years ago. 6 months prior, I had reached 66, and since then, there had been no fluctuations. "Brother," I asked, "why have you remained unchanged in appearance all these years? Your skin is better than mine. What do you use for maintenance?" The girl before me, now transformed into a lively beauty, was the once wasted Juju. "Haven't I told you already? I am a divine being sent to save you. How could a deity ever grow old?" Juju pouted. A deity, you say? Using money to bribe others to befriend me? Is that the method of a divine being? This realization infuriated me. Those childhood friends who had played with me were merely pawns of Taoyuan, paid to keep me company. Yet, I had been indifferent to the world back then, and without such means. There was little choice. So tell me, how old are you? 17. What? You're 17. All right, I admit I'm 17,000 years old. Enough with the jokes. I want to know why you were here to save me. It's not some glitch rescue story, is it? Juju had a friend who enjoyed reading novels, and this time, Taoyuan refrained from intervening, proving to be a true friend, which meant she was aware of some of the mundane tropes. The thought of Juju's friend made Taoyuan feel overwhelmed. Once again, he faced betrayal, and now, at this 66 completion point, he hoped for a slight increase to 66.6 before facing another setback. Taoyuan felt a sense of despair. The secret realm seemed to conspire against him, with the difficulty of the trial elevated to hellish levels. That 0.6 felt insurmountable, preventing any further progress. The ancient bronze bell of fortune sensed this. How disappointing. Let me assist you. A loud voice echoed, yet this time, no marks were left on the bell's surface. I in the secret realm. The two were caught off guard when a faint sound echoed through the air. Whoosh, a beam of light pierced through the glass, aimed directly at Juju. Taoyuan, reacting swiftly, pulled Juju aside, but the light penetrated the sofa, leaving a hole in the wall. Peering towards the source of the attack, Taoyuan saw Su Pan. It was unclear whether it was the original or a copy, though the latter seemed more likely. By sheer coincidence, Taoyuan did not activate his combat mode in that moment. Failing to notice the light that traced a beautiful arc through the air before ricocheting back, Juju, catching sight of it, instinctively rushed forward to defend. Her actions drew Taoyuan's attention, and without thinking, he reached out to protect her, inadvertently allowing the light to pass through him, piercing his heart. As death approached, Taoyuan maintained his composure, using his peach blossom eyes to control his emotions, striving to embody the savior. Live well, I quite like you. With his life extinguished, the copy of Su Pan vanished from that place. Congratulations, task completion at 66.6, brother. Let me take you to the hospital. Juju, unwilling to accept the reality of his death, gazed at his lifeless body, still trying to deceive herself. Chapter 95. Blood pool within the finest hospital of the small town. The doctors shook their heads as they looked at Juju, who had brought a corpse seeking help. I understand your grief, but please, face reality. This is a place for healing the injured, and your brother is already dead. An undeniable truth. The doctor's harsh words echoed in Juju's mind. Your brother is dead? Your brother is dead, brother. Dead, brother. With all her strength, Juju clung tightly to the lifeless form, feeling how light Taoyuan was, as if he might dissipate at any moment. Her hollow gaze reflected utter despair. Congratulations on completing the trial. How dull. I've cleared the level, yet I still face death. How tragic. Outside, the fox spirit observed the confirmed death of Taoyuan, tossing him into the blood pool, where remnants of previous fallen abilities lay submerged. The fox spirit would dispose of their bodies in the pool, converting them into nourishment. Carelessly, Taoyuan was cast into the pool, not the first to meet their demise here in the second trial. Many fresh bodies remained. As the second trial neared its conclusion, most had already exited. She needed to investigate. The ancient bronze bell of fortune proclaimed. All coincidences have been laid out. From here on, it's up to you to soar. The 2E transformation pill. I've got you, brother. This 8th grade pill possessed the ability to reverse life and death. It had to be consumed in advance, lying dormant within the body until the user faced injury or death, at which point its powers could be unleashed to heal and restore life. When Taoyuan first prepared to enter the battlefield, Muhi personally entrusted him with this for emergencies. Little did he know. The battlefield concluded hastily, leaving no opportunity to utilize the 8th grade pill. Unexpectedly, the unused 2E transformation pill found its purpose within the secret realm, as Taoyuan was stuck at that 0.6 progress point with no way to advance. He was out of options. The emotional turbulence of youth had passed, which meant that without this mishap, he would remain trapped in the secret realm indefinitely. The blood pool seemed to confirm that no one else would be tossed in, and the temperature began to rise. Soon, blood bubbles emerged from the depths of the pool, and surrounding bodies quickly dissolved into foul-smelling blood. The power of the 8th grade pill quietly activated, surging through his limbs and bones. Crack, Crack, bones shattered and reformed as the essence within the blood pool was absorbed by Taoyuan, greedily expanding like a sponge, swiftly taking in all the surrounding essence. The Tui spun, and after being refined by the bloodstone, the essence was absorbed without resistance, expanding and compressing in a rhythmic cycle, gradually forming a blood cocoon that voraciously absorbed the essence. Unbeknownst to the fox spirit, who was observing with glee, Taoyuan's transformation was underway. You finished. Once I escape, I'll inform the guardian of the empire about your actions within the secret realm, and we'll see how you fare against the wrath of the 5 divine beings. The so-called 5 divine beings were the 5 peak 8th grade ability users from the 5 great empires, each striving to reach the 9th grade. They discovered this secret realm unexpectedly during a duel. Yet the rights to its use were fiercely contested, leading to a joint agreement among the 5 empires to share the realm. Child, why are you still angry? It's just a slightly stronger restriction. Besides, didn't you manage to escape? Speaking of those 5 beings, the fox spirit was cautious. When they first entered the secret realm, they had established rules upon discovering its nature. These rules bound the 3 guardian spirits of the realm, one of which stated that they must remain reasonable. If the guardians acted unreasonably, so too would the 5 divine beings. Another rule mandated that every time someone exited the secret realm, there must be at least 1,000 individuals, each showing significant progress and possessing treasures from the realm. With these 3 rules in place, the secret realm could function regularly. After the 5 divine beings established their agreement, they set another stipulation. Only 6th grade ability users could enter the secret realm. These rules had been quietly followed for thousands of years. How dare you say that? Since we entered the secret realm, you've altered our understanding of it, causing us to lose sight of these 3 rules. However, you never anticipated the existence of someone like me, a unique ability user, so you broke the rules and let me discover your transgressions. Aren't you afraid they will burst in again? Muka's ability was one of knowledge, transforming into omniscience once it reached a certain level, meaning everything he knew was recorded by his ability. The absence of those 3 rules was a lapse on his part. Yet within the secret realm, he encountered 6 restrictions, each more formidable than the last, pushing him to his limits. The 3 restrictions from Jiang Han, his own S-grade limitation, an A-grade restriction, and Su Pan's ability limitation all conspired to corner him. While perusing his knowledge ability, he discerned something amiss despite the obscurity. Suddenly realizing the 3 rules, he connected them with the fox spirit's ability to influence perception from the first trial, and the answer was clear. The adversary had distorted their understanding the moment they entered the realm. At that moment, it struck him as peculiar why the secrets of the imperial realm were absent from his memories. It was undeniably strange. Once everything fell into place, Myuk's glasses gleamed again, transforming his disheveled appearance from the secret realm into one of confidence and poise. His grimace morphing into a smile. According to the first rule, you must adhere to reason. It is evidently a violation to act against us outside the trials. Even a slight distortion of our perception constitutes a breach of protocol. Thus you have contravened the primary restriction, and as such, you shall face an appropriate punishment. I suspect the consequence of violating the rules is quite severe. Myuk pushed his sliding glasses up with a confident demeanor. And as he anticipated, Xiaoji was affirming the correctness of his judgment. What are you laughing about? In such circumstances, the fox spirit remained unfazed, provoking an unsettling premonition in Myuk. Are you attempting to silence me? I advise against your obstinacy. The Empire values S-class geniuses far beyond your imagination. The first thought that crossed Myuk's mind was silencing him, yet he had his own trump cards that allowed him to stand his ground. No, you are quite astute. You are the first to discern the implications of my distorted perceptions. Though there may be an element of cleverness involved, success is still success. I would not foolishly assume that someone bold enough to accuse me lacks the ability to escape my grasp. The fox spirit, still brimming with confidence, playfully ruffled Myuk's clever head. Chapter 96. Congratulations on your advancement yet. This is indeed my domain. Have you ever heard of the advantage of home ground? The fox spirit did not hastily respond to Myuk, but instead posed a question to him. What do you mean? What advantage? You have violated the rules. Punishment cannot be evaded simply by citing home ground advantage. Myuk asserted resolutely. Yes, that's so. Then what will you do when I proceed in this manner? Upon uttering those words, the fox spirit suddenly assumed an air of sanctity, resembling a fair adjudicator as she solemnly declared, "Congratulations on passing the 3rd trial." After her solemn announcement, The playful fox spirit returned. Congratulations! You have noticed the third trial and are the first to unveil the events of the third trial. Thus, you are the first to pass this stage. Or rather, you are the first to pass all trials. Considering this trial commenced first, as the first to successfully navigate all trials, do you have anything to say? The fox spirit raised her tail high, exhibiting a hint of pride. You truly are shameless. It is clearly not as you say. The third trial is certainly not what you describe. As long as I do not uncover your actions, you will continue your third trial. Muk's exasperation only fueled the fox spirit's delight. While you may be correct, if no one sees through my actions, to ensure that 1,000 of you survive, I would undoubtedly have to cancel this trial and proceed with the third trial. Little Muk, do not be so disheartened. Think positively. You are indeed the first and currently the only one to have passed the trial, which certainly brings numerous benefits. Moreover, who says there will necessarily be a third trial? The difficulty of this trial is exceedingly high. Just look at how many are present. Muk turned his gaze to the crowd, counting a total of 1,109 individuals, clearly insufficient to pass the third trial, thus confirming that the fox spirit had not deceived him. Impossible. The fox spirit must have caused the collapse herself. The lack of sufficient participants for the third trial must be why she concocted the notion of distorted perceptions as the third trial. What a clever scheme, not only evading her own violations but also sidestepping the first rule, allowing her to circumvent punishment while also fulfilling the requirement for participant numbers. The fox spirit felt a sense of relief. Truly, heroes emerge in youth. She was fortunate to have considered this in advance, even setting a hidden outcome in the second stage. A one chance of success. All right, do not dwell on it too much. Little Muk, unless something unforeseen occurs, you will be the only one to consecutively surpass 3 trials. Now, let us first venture out to see the other successful candidates. As she spoke, she had already led Little Muk from the observation room to the arena, where the shattered arena had been painstakingly reassembled. Those who had passed the second trial awaited in silence. Some sat on the ground, relieved to have succeeded, while others scanned the area in search of friends. Yet some had vanished forever from this world. Reality is indeed brutal. Before their departure, the Empire had informed them of all dangers, allowing them to make their own choices, outlining all pros and cons. However, these young individuals, filled with ambition, were unwilling to withdraw. Upon the fox spirit's entrance, she sealed all spatial tunnels, prompting a sharp contraction of Su Ming's eyes as she contemplated a possibility. Tang Lu, undeterred, stepped forward to inquire. Fox Spirit, may I ask what has happened to my senior brother? Not only was he taken aback, but other S-Class individuals were also surprised. A closer look revealed that all S-Class members were present except for Taoyuan, highlighting just how difficult it was to eliminate S-Class beings. The absence of Taoyuan, the only missing S-Class, provoked curiosity among the crowd. I regret to inform you, he has passed away. In that moment, even the playful fox spirit dared not jest. Taoyuan's death bore at least half the responsibility of her own actions. The absence of any S-Class superhuman fatalities among the attendees indicated her deep apprehension towards S-Class individuals. Should she encounter any unreasonable old coot intent on settling scores? Particularly in her ambiguous situation, who knew what calamities might ensue? Now, it is time for your rewards. All surviving individuals may enter the Spirit Sea to enhance their strength, and the previously mentioned massacre shall be annulled. As a gesture of my remorse for Taoyuan's demise. Wait! A voice rang out loudly from the crowd. Everyone turned to see the speakers standing at the forefront. Dongfang Shan, Fox Spirit, I have something to say. The Fox Spirit regarded Dongfang Shan, the strongest presence among the crowd, with a deep gaze before nodding for him to continue. Just now, I observed the Fox Spirit appearing anxious to leave, yet none of us, including the S-Class individuals, called for a halt. May I then conclude that none of you successfully passed that one hidden level? However, I am different. I emerged here having passed that one hidden level and possessed some fragmented clues. What puzzles me is why the third trial was suddenly cancelled and why the 5 great empires would allow us to participate in such a tedious game. From nearly 3,000 individuals to just over 1,000 remaining. Was there anyone present who was not an invaluable genius of the empire? The secret realm had existed for over 10,000 years. It was implausible that the empire had consistently sent nearly 2,000 individuals to perish within it. What intrigued me most was Muk's presence by your side. Does this imply that the Dong AI Empire has been collaborating with you all along? Everyone began to reflect on whether the details of the secrets in their memories justified the Empire's decision to permit us into the secret realm. As Dongfang Shan suggested, the crowd began to review their knowledge regarding the secret realm. I assume these are trivial matters. However, are these trivialities truly worth expending 2/3 of our geniuses upon? Indeed, such a dire situation is akin to draining the Empire's lifeblood. Let us all consider everything we experienced in the first trial. Within the stage, I entirely lost all memories of the secret realm. From within the Dongfang Empire, Dongfang Fan's eyes sparkled with realization. I understand. You imply that our memories have been erased. Yes, while I cannot ascertain what memories have been lost, those memories are undoubtedly crucial. The confidentiality surrounding Muk's information was absolute among the crowd. But not so within the Dongfang Empire. The leaders of the Dongfang Empire had once calculated in his presence, and owing to the unique nature of Muk's abilities, it was destined that he would seek answers to any inquiry. The conclusion drawn was that Muk's abilities were related to information. While it could not be confirmed with 100% certainty, it leaned in that direction. Now that Muk was by their side, it was highly probable he had acquired information unbeknownst to others. Chapter 97. You have also passed Dongfang Shan's secret realm, akin to Taoyuan's, granted him the insight of unity of knowing and doing after eliminating a replicant. Due to differing educational backgrounds, Dongfang Shan instinctively resisted the task's conditions. Upon encountering another condition, he decisively chose unity of knowing and doing. He was like the sun, dispelling the despair of the chosen one. When the task's completion reached 66.6, he refrained from actions that would utterly disappoint the other party. Unity of knowing and doing, he aspired to bring hope to others, not despair. Persisting for a century, he only appeared a century later when the chosen one was ready, signifying his successful passage through the hidden level. After passing, the information he received was, "It seems you have forgotten something. Take a look at the numbers." This information not only provided him a hint, but also halted the ongoing distortions. Upon emerging, he saw just over 1,000 individuals. As one of the future successors of the Dongfang Empire, everything here instinctively conveyed to him that something was amiss. You have also passed. Today's youth are truly bold, daring even to attempt a one probability. You possess great courage. The fox spirit clapped her hands and turned to little Muk, acknowledging that if it were not for him being by her side, Dongfang Shan might not have suspected anything. It was only when the fox spirit was about to depart that the other party hastily emerged. The most profound effect of distorted cognition is that, prior to awareness, one remains oblivious. However, once the truth is perceived, one can swiftly deduce discrepancies from various details, ultimately piecing together the truth when sufficient details coalesce, rendering the distortion self-defeating. Yet, as is characteristic of the fox spirit, she detests witnessing the unwavering determination of others, particularly in the presence of cunning foxes. Your assertions are not entirely accurate. Originally, one would enter a secluded chamber to inquire individually whether you had uncovered the truth. But now, having spoken it aloud in public, the participants eligible for the third trial can only include you. Regrettably, the other ability users have forfeited their chance to pass the third trial due to your public declaration. I believe that all of you S-class geniuses must have sensed something amiss. I am certain that upon my inquiry, you would be able to respond, yet now, your opportunity for the supreme treasures of the secret realm has been obscured by his interference. Despite the exposure of her own actions, the fox spirit continued to ensnare Dongfang Shan, deftly attributing the failure of all the geniuses to him in mere words. How shall I put it? Although they have received the finest education from the Empire, it is precisely this esteemed education that has led them to enter the secret realm at an age generally below 100. A time when pride swells within them. Most S-class individuals who break through the 6th tier do so before reaching the age of 100. Would they consider their failures to be a result of their own inadequacies? Yet at this moment, the fox spirit produced a supreme treasure radiating with the essence of life. Upon its appearance, every individual felt an overwhelming desire for it. Bodies accustomed to consuming rare treasures yearned for it. Underscoring the treasure's significance, Tang Lu discerned that the Empire possesses a similar supreme treasure. What a pity, had you uncovered the truth, there might have been a chance to obtain such a treasure. Alas, now only Dongfang Shan and Mu Ke may choose one from among many treasures. Unsurprisingly, all eyes instinctively turned towards Dongfang Shan, a flicker of reproach blossoming within their hearts, as if to say that had it not been for Dongfang Shan, They would surely have guessed correctly, or at the very least, come close. This fellow has obliterated everyone's grand opportunity. All S-class individuals subconsciously cast their gazes upon Dongfang Shan, while the other two S-class ability users from the Dongfang Empire, Dongfang Fan and Dongfang Kong, remained vigilant, scanning their surroundings. The atmosphere grew delicate, and among all the ability users, Su Ming suddenly felt a chilling current coursing through her heart. It was the ice snow flower, a celestial object absorbed during her breakthrough to the 6th tier, now quietly manifesting its power. The icy heart jade pot suppressed the rising agitation within her, and the coolness enveloping her body helped maintain her rationality. As if realizing something, she stepped forward hesitantly and spoke. "Esteemed fox spirit, I believe you may have erred. I should also have passed the 3rd trial." Everyone was taken aback by Su Ming's statement. Why did she say she should have passed? Shenxiu, puzzled, regarded Su Ming with curiosity. The situation had exceeded his imagination. Having imprinted the heavenly dragon mark, he was privy to all of Su Ming's experiences, none of which contained any suspicious elements. He was more bewildered than anyone present, his gaze fixed on Su Ming as if in inquiry. How intriguing, he mused. The fox spirit did not interrupt her. Su Ming's voice transformed from uncertainty to conviction. "Esteemed fox spirit, just now, it seemed you were employing the ability of distorted cognition, inciting a subconscious animosity towards Dongfang Shan among the crowd. I believe all of you are geniuses. Even if there is discontent towards Dongfang Shan, barring a few exceptions, it is unlikely that everyone would express it openly. Clearly, the reactions earlier were somewhat exaggerated. I trust one am correct, esteemed fox spirit." The ice snow flower quelled her inner turmoil, suppressing her tangled emotions. Only when her feelings were subdued did she recognize her own peculiarity. At that moment, she had harbored an immense hatred towards Dongfang Shan, which was quite unusual. If only she had been the sole one affected, it would be one matter. However, since everyone was similarly affected, the issue lay not with them but with the one who posed the challenge. Every detail seemed to point towards the fox spirit's demonstration of distorted cognition during the 1st trial. The power of the ice snow flower was formidable enough that the world would not permit a second such entity to exist. Splendid, splendid. The fox spirit clapped in approval, recognizing yet another S-class individual who had unraveled her methods. Truly, whenever she sought to use her ability of distorted cognition to ensnare others, she would invariably be discovered. Now that her ruse had been unveiled, she could simply leverage her home field advantage, asserting that the assessment for the 3rd trial still existed, consuming rules with a flick of her fox tail. She nullified the ability of distorted cognition, and this time, everyone understood the 3 fundamental rules of the secret realm, marking the conclusive end of the 3rd trial. The fox spirit mused that having eliminated one S-class participant, she would allow 3 individuals to obtain the supreme treasures within the secret realm, thereby silencing the other 5. Ladies and gentlemen, this trial has indeed concluded. I trust your perceptions have been restored. The successful participants are Mu Ku, Dongfang Shan, and Su Ming. After soaking in the celestial spiritual sea, the 3 of you may each select one item from the treasures within the secret realm to bring back. As for the impending bloodbath, I unilaterally cancel it. As she gazed upon the remaining 1,100 individuals, the fox spirit reluctantly annulled the final bloodbath. Although there were still over 100 who could be eliminated, the previous turtle would typically release over 1,600 people. She did not wish to appear overly harsh. Should the limit of 1,000 be enforced, who could predict whether the 5 outside would act without honor? The stipulated limit of 1,000 would undoubtedly provoke a backlash, and if she were to stubbornly maintain it, she would have to wait for the others to retaliate against this secret realm. The fox spirit observed the particularly domineering turtle, which, despite its outward demeanor, dared not act as recklessly as she did, as it typically allowed more than half of the participants to depart, and now nearly a third had already left. It was best not to provoke the tiger's whiskers. As the secret realm journey neared its end, the fox spirit eagerly anticipated absorbing the essence from the blood pool, and with a wave of her hand, a sense of disorientation swept through the crowd. When they regained their senses, they found themselves atop the celestial spiritual sea, greeted by the sight of the flawless azure lotus, which took root and sprouted from the depths of the spiritual sea, reaching into the clouds above. You should know where this is, yes? Those untainted by distorted cognition certainly recognize this location as the very core of the secret realm, the celestial spiritual sea. It is the greatest treasure of the entire secret realm. The celestial spiritual sea can enhance spiritual power without any adverse effects. For A-class ability users, what would require a century of cultivation to achieve in previous years can be attained in just one day here. This is precisely the fundamental reason they are willing to venture into the secret realm. Despite knowing there is a 50% chance of death, a day of rapid progress is no longer a dream. Particularly in the celestial cloud sea above the celestial spiritual sea, where S-class ability users aspire to reach, offering even greater effects than the spiritual sea. Only there can they experience exponential growth and strength. The spiritual sea merely accelerates their cultivation, but cannot surpass their cultivation limits. In other words, if one has over 200 points of spiritual power to cultivate in the spiritual sea, they will only achieve just that. While the cloud sea allows one to disregard the limits of daily spiritual power, facilitating limitless enhancement. The sole path to the cloud sea is the transcendent azure lotus, and meditating upon the azure lotus in the cloud sea yields extraordinary results. Well then, I can tell by your expressions that you are well aware of everything here. The fox spirit observed A-class ability users cupping a handful of spiritual water, while S-class eyes gleamed with anticipation at the azure lotus. However, rules are rules. Even if you comprehend them, I must reiterate. Those who have passed 3 trials may cultivate here for 3 days, while those who have passed 2 trials may cultivate for 2 days. There will be no restrictions here. A-class ability users may also attempt to ascend to the cloud seat. Of course, within the cloud sea, there are 5 special lotus seats that provide the greatest benefits. It is up to you to seize the opportunity and compete for them. When the time is up, aside from the 3 successful participants, everyone else will remain here, awaiting their exit from the secret realm alongside the 3 winners to return to their respective empires. Lastly, let me remind you once more, the safety of this place is no concern of mine. You may engage in combat as you see fit, a gentle reminder. The lotus seats impose restrictions on abilities. My limitations as a host have been fully exerted. Thereafter, the number of you is of no concern to me. The timer begins in the sky. It was as though a clock was ticking away. Dongfang Shan grasped Dongfang Fan with one hand and Dongfang Kong with the other. Utilizing spatial leap to swiftly distance themselves from the crowd, Yuka followed closely behind, her speed akin to that of a comet. For the first time, the 2 previously unremarkable prodigies of the brilliant empire showcased their abilities before everyone. Wearing a mask, Wang Bai transformed into the likeness of Dongfang Shan in no time. And upon Wang Li's touch, both figures vanished from sight. While the crowd could still perceive the spatial fluctuations from Dongfang Shan's leap, Wang Bai and Wang Li had completely disappeared. Their abilities were the copy mask and the unity of heaven and earth. The copy mask possesses the power to replicate anything, with a slight enhancement that defies logic. Thus, once copied, the ability will surpass that of the original possessor. It is impossible to simultaneously wield abilities obtained through replication. And as time passes, the copied abilities will gradually fade, with no method able to prevent this. In the past, during the testing of abilities, the guardian deity of the brilliant empire was stirred, having once uttered a profound observation. Can a counterfeit, superior to the genuine article, ever surpass the original? Can it even be considered genuine? The heavens and earth unite as one, able to communicate with the cosmos, harnessing its power and merging with its essence. The ever-foremost figure, Dongfang Shanjian, gazes towards the eastern sky, which nods in acknowledgement. With fingers poised before his lips, he utters a single word, break. The word reverberates, and the throng behind halts abruptly, as though a thunderclap has echoed in their minds. Wang Bai and Wang Li reappear beneath the flawless azure lotus, momentarily entranced, standing merely a step away from the blossom itself. Seizing the opportunity, Dongfang Shan swiftly guides the 2 past Wang Bai. Arriving at the lotus ahead of the others, rapidly locating a lotus seat, Dongfang Shan successfully occupies the seat. It closes around him, rendering his position unassailable. Dongfang Kong follows closely, yet as he is not Dongfang Shan, the strongest here, his path to the lotus seat is fraught with obstacles. With a roar, Shun Xiuxin, imbued with the might of dragons, reacts, unleashing a bellow that emanates the pressure of a dragon, transforming into a dual-winged celestial dragon. The flapping of its wings causes it to flicker, arriving within the lotus in an instant. its dragon eyes fixated upon the lotus seat that Dongfang Kong has yet to enter. With a furious roar, it lunges forth, intent on tearing Dongfang Kong asunder. The collision of the dragon's body with the Baibao hammer momentarily halts Shan Xiuxin, but in that fleeting moment, Dongfang Kong successfully claims the lotus seat. Observing Dongfang Kong's triumph, Dongfang Fan hastily sprints towards the nearest lotus seat, only to turn and find Wang Bai has already utilized spatial leap to secure his own seat. Glancing around, every S-class has now materialized within the lotus. 2 of the 3 extraordinary beings of the Eastern Empire have already departed, while the surrounding powers watch with predatory intent, leaving Dongfang Fan bereft of any chance to claim a seat. Tang Lu utilizes her abilities, transforming into a dragon-bodied fox-tailed figure, yet she holds no advantage before the several S-class entities. Su Ming is incapable of providing assistance, and had Taoyuan been present, the 2 S-class beings would undoubtedly have secured a seat. Among the S-class present, the one most likely to claim a seat is, ironically, Shun Shuexin Su Ming. Buy me some time. The voice resonates through the Tianlong seal into Su Ming's mind. Subsequently, an ice wall rises before the crowd, causing Shan Xiuxin to surge forward. As Shan Xiuxin moves, the other S-class entities split into 2 groups, each heading towards different lotus seats. The wooden energy sphere strikes the wings of the dual-winged celestial dragon, causing its speed to plummet, allowing Su Pan to follow up with a blow, sending the dragon crashing heavily onto the lotus. Su Pan deftly evades the wooden needles and swiftly approaches the lotus seat. I have won. The figure of Wang Li materializes before the lotus seat, leveraging the uniqueness of her powers to approach unnoticed. The closer she draws to the seat, the greater the suppression of her abilities, rendering her visible to all